Chen Bin is a mechanical engineering student who is regarded as a loser by the whole school. But he actually overturned the world's technological hegemony with just a USB flash drive. It is full of design drawings of future top technology products. Controllable nuclear fusion reactor, super-armed mecha, life-extending gene medicine. At the National College Student Robot Competition, Chen Bin threw out a silver suitcase. The domineering mechanical dog's joints emit a hydraulic roar. The old professor in the referee's seat had his dentures flying off. This is a military-grade mass-produced product. The robot dog fired its electromagnetic cannon accurately in mid-air, turning the MIT team's flagship machine into scrap metal. Live broadcast rooms around the world instantly exploded with comments in 10 languages. China is cheating. When the whole school was waiting to give him the award, Chen Bin broke into the school through the window on an ion hoverboard. Half a year later, the shadow of the planetary battleship driven by Chen Bin covered the entire Pacific Ocean. Far across the ocean, the five-star general of the White House slammed the table and shouted, "Immediately activate the highest emergency plan for Area 51." All this happened because Chen Bin accidentally obtained a super technology atlas. As long as you consume shock points, you can exchange various top high-tech products from the future from the catalog. In order to gain the shocking points, Chen Bin started super exposure. At this time, in the counselor's office of Jiangzhou Vocational College, the dean's face was serious. Chen Bin is really a problem student. It is very rare for the school to expel a student, but in this case, his behavior is something we cannot ignore. The counselor stood aside and said, "Chen Bin's family is poor, he has to work to earn money, which has indeed delayed his classes." Another leader interrupted him impatiently. "Stop making excuses for him. He distributes flyers on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, delivers takeout on Tuesdays, Thursdays and Saturdays, and works as a tutor on weekends. How can that be called working? He has completely given up studying." The leader's voice was filled with anger. He even applied for an entrepreneurial base. "I am still busy setting up a stall at the night market at night. Is this student here to study or to do business?" The counselor wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "He has good grades and has passed all the exams he took." "Then how do you explain failing the course?" the department head asked coldly. The counselor was sweating anxiously. He said at the time that he didn't have time to take the exam and had to make money first. "Now I will communicate with him." The department head was furious. "Are you still communicating with him? Call him and ask him to come over right away." The counselor picked up the phone helplessly and dialed Chen Bin's number. The call was quickly connected, and Chen Bin's voice came, "What's the matter? Where are you? Come to my office right now." The counselor's tone sounded stern. "I'm at the university student entrepreneurship base, busy with some important things. I'll come over when I'm done." Chen Bin on the other end of the phone remained calm. The department head was even angrier. "University is for learning knowledge, not for making money." Chen Bin replied, "I know, I'll go when I'm done." As soon as he finished speaking, the phone was hung up. "Go to the university student entrepreneurship base and see what he is busy with," said the department head angrily. Entrepreneurship base. Here are the resources provided by the school for students who are interested in starting a business. When they entered the workshop on the first floor of the base, everyone was shocked by the scene before them. Chen Bin was concentrating on assembling parts on the workbench, like a senior engineer. Although this was his first time doing this kind of assembly, his technique was precise and his efficiency was amazing. As the last piece was installed, the shadow disappeared without a trace. On the table, the completed mechanical dog lay quietly. Its appearance is small and exquisite, with smooth overall lines and a futuristic feel. Chen Bin gently picked up the mechanical dog, put it into the cleaning pool, and pressed the switch. He has been waiting for this moment for a whole year. Ever since he obtained the Super Technology Atlas, he has not been able to actually start applying this technology due to funding issues. By working continuously and accumulating funds, Chen Bin was finally able to make this mechanical dog. He took a deep breath and sank into his heart. That familiar voice sounded. Super Technology Atlas host, Chen Bin shock value, 0. By creating technological products that stir up shock, you can gain shock value and exchange it for more high-tech. Possessing technology, primary intelligent mechanical dog. Just as Chen Bin was deep in thought, the department head walked into the workshop first, followed by a group of people. As soon as the counselor saw Chen Bin, he ran over and said, "This is Director Su from our department. We are here to talk to you about something. Chen Bin was slightly stunned, not knowing what Director Su was doing here. Director Su glanced at the workshop and his eyes stopped on the mechanical dog. Are you Chen Bin? Chen Bin nodded, yes. Director Su's tone suddenly softened. Although we are a junior college, we must focus on our studies. You now rely on your sweat and hard work to make money, but after you learn the knowledge, you will find that it is not difficult to make more money. I was going to expel you because you hardly ever went to class and your grades were substandard. The school cannot tolerate such behavior. Director Su sighed. However, I'll give you a chance. Sign a letter of guarantee and promise not to skip classes in the future. Chen Bin's heart beat faster and the choice before him put him in a dilemma. He knew that if he signed the guarantee, he would have to go to class. But he needs more time to research and create more advanced technology. At this moment, a sound of metal collision suddenly rang out, breaking the silence of the workshop. Bang! The sound came from the cleaning pool, and everyone subconsciously looked towards the cleaning pool. I saw that the metal cover was slightly deformed and there seemed to be something struggling inside. Woof woof. A clear dog bark sounded, and everyone was stunned, their eyes unconsciously turned to Chen Bin. You, abusing a dog? Director Su was stunned, his voice full of disbelief. Chen Bin waved his hands hurriedly. It's not a dog, it's a mechanical dog. Woof woof. The dog barked again, and the sound was almost indistinguishable from a real dog. Director Su walked towards the washing pool in astonishment. This sound is exactly like a real dog. Are you really lying to us? Chen Bin hurried forward to stop him. Don't get close, it's dangerous. He knew that this mechanical dog was not simple. It could not only accompany him, but also protect him. Director Su's eyes widened. Is this really a mechanical dog? How is it possible? He always believed that the waterproof technology of such a complex machine would never be perfect. Especially for a large mechanical dog like this, there is simply no technology that can do this. However, the next moment, a loud bang broke the silence. A wet mechanical dog suddenly rushed out from the hole in the cleaning pool. Its 4 iron legs stood firmly at the edge of the pool. At that moment, the existence of the mechanical dog seemed to go beyond their understanding of the word mechanical. Its shell is covered with metal sheets, and its streamlined design makes it look both powerful and elegant. Each piece of the metal scale-like shell fits perfectly, like a work of art that just walked out of the future world. The most eye-catching thing is its dog head, with eyes like 2 shining cameras. It emits a green light, which makes people feel awe-inspiring like a warning. The alloy teeth in its mouth were extremely sharp, and seemed ready to open and tear through the air at any time. Ding, shock value +1. A crisp reminder sounded. Chen Bin was very excited, but the most important thing now was to ensure that the mechanical dog was in normal condition. Wang Kai, don't be so aggressive, come here. Chen Bin called softly. The robot dog's red eyes instantly turned green and its mouth closed. She ran to Chen Bin silently and rubbed her head against his leg, as if she was acting coquettishly. Even under such a threatening aura, the robot dog still showed spirituality beyond imagination. Director Su was completely dumbfounded, his eyes almost popped out and his mouth opened into an O shape. The mechanical dog in front of him was completely unlike any mechanical creature he had ever known. It perfectly imitates the real canine, even down to the details. This is no longer a simple mechanical device, but a new combination of biology and technology. Director Su took a deep breath and asked tentatively, where did this mechanical dog come from? I built it. Chen Bin answered calmly, but every word made Director Su's head buzz. You built it? Director Su could hardly believe his ears. Chen Bin, a college student, was able to develop such a sophisticated mechanical dog. Yes, Chen Bin nodded, although I don't make all the parts individually. Most of them were custom-made, but the overall design and assembly were almost done by me alone. His tone was calm, but full of determination. Director Su's heart was shaken. As the head of the mechanical engineering department, he knew the difficulty of designing a robot dog. The most advanced mechanical dogs on the market are just slow in movement and cannot even adapt to complex terrain. But the mechanical dog in front of him could not only jump flexibly, but also adjust its center of gravity quickly, which was completely beyond his understanding. How did you do it? Director Su's voice trembled a little. He found it hard to understand why a college student could create such an incredible work. Chen Bin smiled and said, "It's not complicated at all. It's just integrating the existing technologies. And through continuous experimentation and optimization, we have gradually achieved the current results." Director Su never expected that a college student. It is amazing that this student has made such a breakthrough in technology. "You don't have to worry about the financial problems now," Director Su suddenly said. "The school will provide you with all the resources, so you don't have to work anymore." "You don't have to go to class," I said. With Chen Bin's ability to make a mechanical dog, if he really had to go into the classroom, he would be responsible for teaching. Chen Bin then shook his head, "You don't have to pay." For him, funding was not a problem at all. After all, the research and development of the robot dog was done with the school's resources, but now that he has created this technology, will he still lack money in the future? What's more, he has more innovative ideas. Director Su did not dwell on the money. His eyes were once again focused on the robot dog. What is the performance of this mechanical dog? How does it carry out commands? Chen Bin smiled and said, "It is a companion and guardian robot dog. Be fed or walked like a real dog." Director Su raised his eyebrows. "Can it understand and execute language commands?" "Yes, you just need to speak, it can understand and execute most commands." Director Su found it a little unbelievable that the mechanical dog could understand instructions. It was really incredible. Are there any specific instructions? Or does it just have a few simple commands preset? Director Su continued to ask. Chen Bin thought about it and felt that this question was difficult to explain. After all, this was a complex information processing system. So, he decided to demonstrate directly. "Wang Kai, go pick up a piece of scrap metal." The corner behind the workshop was full of scrap metal. Wang Kai reacted immediately, jumped over, and picked up a piece of steel plate. The whole place fell silent again. Ding, shock value +1. This time, Chen Bin's eyes lit up. The shock value was not only a one-time gain, but could also be accumulated repeatedly. Does it mean that every time these people are shocked, he can gain a shock value? If that's the case, wouldn't it be easy to get rich? Director Su's eyes widened. This dog, its ability to understand is so strong, and it can even follow orders. To the untrained eye, the robot dog was performing a simple task. But for those in the industry, it is quite shocking that such vague instructions can be executed without a complete command being preset. Seeing everyone's surprised expressions, Chen Bin couldn't help but laugh. Is there a problem? This is just an intelligent mechanical dog with strong information processing capabilities. It executes commands normally. Director Su was stunned and silent for a moment. You really, how can I say this, you went to college? Another leader also lamented, this is a forgotten gem. Maybe he was just playing around before going to college. Play. That's called interest. He likes to tinker with mechanical things, another person continued. Since he likes research and development so much, why not give him a laboratory in the experimental building, someone suddenly suggested. Director Su paused. If he could get a laboratory without spending any money, that wouldn't be a problem at all. He nodded, okay, I'll go talk to the higher-ups. Teacher He, the instructor, walked into the workshop and looked at the lively and active mechanical dog in front of him. Why didn't you tell me such an important thing earlier? Chen Bin smiled and said, didn't I say long ago that I wanted to make a mechanical dog? The counselor thought for a moment and then remembered, yes, you said it once around this time last year. Yes, you asked me to find Professor Huang and told me that he had a team. I remember, but you didn't go at that time. I've been there, but Professor Huang's level is average. He can only guide ordinary students to do some college student robot competitions and the like, Chen Bin explained helplessly. Before he finished speaking, Chen Bin suddenly stopped and suddenly realized. When does the university student robot competition start? The counselor hurriedly took out his phone to check, it's the day after tomorrow. But the participating team has been selected. It will be led by Professor Huang. Do you want to join? Chen Bin nodded without hesitation. There are spectators at the competition site. The shock value will definitely earn you more, and you can also get a bonus, isn't that perfect? The counselor quickly called Professor Huang and said, Professor Huang, my student has developed a robot dog and wants to participate in the robot competition the day after tomorrow. We already have a team signed up. I think we can replace them. The counselor suggested directly. On the other end of the phone, Professor Huang's tone immediately turned cold. You shouldn't bring these toys to the competition, it will bring shame to the school. On the other end of the phone soon, and the counselor was stunned. Chen Bin looked at the embarrassed counselor and said calmly, "Give me the phone number and I will communicate with him." Chen Bin knows Professor Huang, although he is a bit stubborn. But he is actually a nice person. It is very easy to communicate with such a person. The counselor reminded, "Be polite to the professor." Okay. Chen Bin nodded and dialed the number again. Professor Huang still spoke in that impatient tone, "This matter is not negotiable. This is not a discussion with you, this is to bring honor to the school. Anyone with ability should have a chance. Wouldn't it be a disgrace to the school if you brought toys to the competition?" On the other end of the phone, Professor Huang's tone suddenly became angry. "Who are you?" "Chen Bin. I'll be waiting for you on the 6th floor of the laboratory building tomorrow." Beep beep beep. Chen Bin handed the phone to the instructor with a proud look on his face. Done. The counselor was speechless, so Chen Bin solved the problem in this polite way. "Then I'll pick you up tomorrow." Okay. The counselor nodded reluctantly. Chen Bin looked at the robotic dog. Even though the quality of its parts was not perfect, its performance was still extraordinary thanks to its powerful algorithm. Touching the metal head of the mechanical dog, a hint of anticipation flashed in Chen Bin's eyes. At this time, the system prompt sounded again. Host, Chen Bin, shock value, 102, entry into the lucky draw. Mastering technology, primary mechanical dog. Chen Bin was stunned for a moment. It turned out that the shock value could be used for lottery. He clicked the lottery button, and several extraordinary prizes flashed on the screen. Spaceship, super intelligent optical computer, stellar mecha, lottery. As a ray of light flashed by, the system's prompt sounded, "Congratulations to the host for obtaining super soft toilet paper." Chen Bin's face froze instantly. What appeared in his hand was just a roll of paper. The lottery is indeed random, how could I possibly draw something like this? However, the reminder sounded again in my mind. Ding, shock value +1. Ding, shock value +1. Chen Bin was sitting in the workshop, thinking about the next arrangements, when his cell phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from the counselor, and it contained a video. In the video, a mechanical dog is rubbing against Chen Bin's legs, and its movements are incredibly agile. At the beginning, Chen Bin just felt a little confused. After all, although he didn't know much about robots, this action was too natural. The robot dog's leg movements are not like the joints of ordinary robots that just move back and forth. Instead, it can twist left and right like a real dog, giving people an extremely realistic feeling. For him, such a design would hardly appear in an ordinary student project. When Professor Huang saw this video, he was stunned. "This," he murmured, with deep shock in his eyes. "Was this done by a student from your school?" The colleague next to him took the phone and... Can college students make something like this? However, after seeing the extremely flexible movements of the mechanical dog, his expression instantly became solemn. This can't be synthesized by AI, right? Then, Professor Huang also seemed a little uncertain. "We'll know tomorrow. Let's see when we meet." At the same time, Chen Bin was still a little confused. The system gave him an extra 6 points of shock value, but he didn't realize it at all. The current job is the most important to him at this moment, delivering takeout. When Chen Bin delivers food, he does not take orders directly from the merchants. Instead, he takes orders from delivery men and then delivers them to the teaching building. According to the agreement, he and the delivery man split the profits 50 to 50, with the delivery man taking 50 cents and he taking another 50 cents from his classmate. The school does not allow delivery men to enter the dormitory building, which has become a potential business opportunity. Today is my last delivery day. I will not do any more after this one. Chen Bin said lightly, looking at the approaching noon. The delivery man was a little surprised, not doing it anymore. What should I do in the future? Chen Bin smiled slightly, and suddenly a bold idea emerged in his mind. Can a robot dog deliver food? Ordinary dog definitely won't work because it's not smart enough, but a mechanical dog is no problem at all. Not only is it smart and can accurately read orders, it can even find the exact location of each dormitory. In addition, by welding the basket to the back, the takeaway can be smoothly delivered to each student's dormitory. Chen Bin decided to deliver today's orders first and deal with the rest tomorrow. He immediately returned to the workshop and welded a basket to attach to the back of the mechanical dog. Then, he wrote commands for the robot dog and set all the takeout orders. 10 minutes later, the test began. The robot dog successfully carried the basket on its back. He woofed excitedly and ran out quickly. Chen Bin rode his electric bike and followed behind, observing its performance. Not long after, the robotic dog ran to the dormitory building and accurately delivered the takeaway to the designated location. Even the soup in the bowl did not spill. Chen Bin began to realize that this robot dog is not only capable of delivering food, but is even faster and more stable than an electric car. Ding! Shock value +3. Chen Bin realized that the performance of the mechanical dog could actually gain shock value. He continued to follow the mechanical dog upstairs excitedly, and every student who came to get food would contribute a little shock value. Whenever a classmate gets takeout, he or she will scan the code on the robotic dog's basket to pay 50 cents. Even those who forget to pay will hear the woof woof reminder sound from the mechanical dog. The whole process went very smoothly. Chen Bin looked at the heated discussions in the group chat and couldn't help but feel proud. Now that robot dogs have become the main force in food delivery men may be eliminated. Soon, the robot dog was able to accurately receive orders and deliver them to designated locations. Chen Bin contentedly sent a message to the school rider group. Just deliver the takeaway to your door and put it in the basket behind the robot dog. The delivery men in the group were all shocked. Robot dogs can deliver food? This is amazing. Chen Bin smiled and added, let's send it this way first. If there is any problem, all losses will be on me. He then closed the group chat and quietly waited for the next shocking notification sound. Ding! Shock value +10. Chen Bin's eyes lit up as he listened to the prompt sound in his mind. He happily immersed himself in the feedback from the system. He knew that this was just the beginning. Host, Chen Bin, shock value, 242, possessing technology, primary mechanical dog. Chen Bin took a deep breath and made a gesture of bowing with both hands. I don't know who to pray to, so I'll just pray first, what if it helps? Lottery. The familiar lottery light flashed, and then a roll of paper appeared in the light. Congratulations to the host for obtaining super soft toilet paper. Chen Bin exited the system. What the hell, congratulations. It was tissues again. This lottery system is rubbish, what's the use of it? I won't smoke anymore. After exiting the system space, Chen Bin paused and entered the system again. He didn't believe it. Congratulations to the host for obtaining super soft toilet paper. This time, I really won't draw anymore. Chen Bin stood up and walked to the door of the workshop. The midday sun shines on my face, it's so dazzling. Professor Huang and several old classmates stood in front of the gate of Jiangzhou Vocational College. The atmosphere was tense. Let me make a phone call and ask where the student is. Professor Huang picked up the phone and prepared to contact Chen Bin. It seems that there is no need to call, the professor next to him suddenly said, pointing to a mechanical dog not far away, is that the one we saw in the video? Everyone looked in the direction of his finger, and sure enough, a mechanical dog was running towards them from a distance. The metallic sheen on its body is almost identical to the one in the video, and it has a small basket on its back. Several delivery men were putting food into baskets when the robot dog turned around and ran away quickly. The movement doesn't look right, the movement in the video is much smoother. An old professor whispered, although the speed is very fast, the posture is stiff. Is the simulation really that good? Another old professor looked surprised and added in a low voice, and did you notice the basket on its back? When it runs, the basket does not shake at all and is well balanced. If the dog had run normally, the contents of the basket would have been scattered. Such a high-level mechanical dog is actually used to deliver food, a professor exclaimed. Delivering food shows that the technology is already quite mature. Professor Ho's face turned serious. Which team developed such an advanced mechanical dog? The technology is mature, why hasn't it been made public yet? He turned to Professor Huang. You know nothing about the mechanical dog in your school? Professor Huang was stunned for a moment, then immediately shook his head, I don't know, I'll contact that student right away. Professor Ho looked at Professor Huang, his tone still serious, it is impossible that this was developed by students. The technical level is so high, it must be the result of a team. Don't worry, wait a moment. Everyone was waiting at the door, watching the mechanical dog running and shaking the basket. As time went on, everyone gradually noticed that its movements became more and more flexible. "Look, the robot dog is back," a professor pointed excitedly to the front. The mechanical dog ran over with a more agile posture. The basket on its back no longer shook, and its movements became very natural. Professor Ho took a deep breath and decided to contact the dean immediately. At the same time, the dean was answering a phone call with a warm smile on his face. "Hello, Professor Ho. Yes, I will deal with the matter regarding the mechanical dog right away." The dean's face suddenly became serious. Professor Ho is a leader in the field of robotics. He has developed many industrial robots with far-reaching influence. Now that the school was so interested in the mechanical dog, he couldn't help but start to worry. Robotic dog. The dean's heart moved, and then he smiled. "I see. I'll contact him later." After hanging up the phone, the dean quickly called Director Su. "Is the student you mentioned and his mechanical dog really that amazing?" Director Su said in a complicated tone. "Yes, Dean, I saw it with my own eyes. It can not only deliver food, but its technology level is far beyond our imagination." The dean frowned. "Impossible. Are you sure you can make Professor Ho say that such a high-tech robot dog was made by students?" Director Su went on to say, "His family background is very transparent, and it is impossible to find someone to do the production for him. Furthermore, he hardly ever attends classes and relies on the money he earns from part-time jobs to develop the robot dog." The dean looked at the investigation data on the file in surprise. After a moment of silence, he spoke. "We have arranged a laboratory on the second floor of the experimental building for him. We will give him the opportunity to conduct research right away." Laboratory? Director Su was slightly stunned. He rejected the research and development funds provided by the school. The dean was slightly confused, then nodded. "Then we can reward him with a scholarship. See if he is willing to participate in the National College Student Robot Competition." Director Su was stunned, his eyes lit up. "This is a good idea. But we have to make sure he agrees to participate." The dean pondered for a moment. "It's reasonable for the school to give out bonuses and provide laboratories as rewards." "Okay, I'll go talk to him." Director Su already had a plan in mind. The dean tapped on the table and said, "When you go, remember to tell him that Professor Ho hopes to exchange technology with him. Do your best to make this happen." The dean had thought of a lot of things in an instant. Compared to the top researchers outside, of course everything revolves around the students in your own school. It is really not easy for this fake school to produce a top-notch technician. I didn't notice it before, but now I have, and it has to be ranked first. If Professor Ho wants to meet, it depends on whether Bin wants to meet. If he didn't think it was too deliberate, he would even want to go and meet Bin. In the workshop, Bin was concentrating on assembling the second mechanical dog. This was not only because of his passion for machinery, but also because he was really bored and wanted to find something to do. As each part was installed, the system's prompt sound echoed in his ears, which was simply the most beautiful melody. In just 1 hour, his shock value had exceeded 300 and was still rising rapidly. This time the inspiration is simply genius, letting a robot dog deliver food. As soon as this idea came up, Bin couldn't help but give a thumbs up to his own creativity. Just imagine, how many people can think of using high technology to do such a down-to-earth thing? Just as Bin was immersed in his own achievement, there was a knock on the door. He looked back and saw Director Su standing at the door with a serious look on his face. "Director Su, is there something wrong?" Bin put down the tools in his hands and walked towards the door. Something happened. Director Su walked in, his eyes involuntarily fixed on the semi-finished mechanical dog in Bin's hand, and his eyes widened instantly. Ding, shock value +1. Bin couldn't help but look at Director Su, feeling a little confused. What's so shocking about this? Aren't you used to me being a robot dog? Director Su had a complicated look in his eyes. Although he knew that this mechanical dog was developed by Bin. But seeing Bin assembling it so skillfully with his own eyes, he still couldn't hide his shock. He tried to look away from the half-finished robot dog and asked, "Do you have any money? This one has basically been used up." Bin nodded, but Director Su obviously did not expect his answer. "What is this robot dog used for?" asked Director Su. "Deliver food. I've taken the food from the girls' dormitory. Even though I make less money than the boys' dormitory, it's still some business. Chen Bin smiled and didn't think there was anything wrong with it at all. Director Su was silent for a moment. Spend a lot of money to make a robot dog and then use it to deliver food? He couldn't understand it and thought it was an extremely short-sighted approach. After all, if you only make a few dollars from a takeout order, how long will it take to make back your money? You have something to say? Chen Bin asked puzzledly when he saw Director Su pause for a moment. There will be a university student robot competition in a few days. If you win first place, the school will reward you with a prize of 300,000 yuan. The school will reimburse the participants' accommodation, travel expenses and all expenses. Director Su continued, moreover, after you win the award, the first floor of the school's laboratory building will be open to you. Chen Bin's eyes lit up. He could get the 300,000 yuan bonus. But the real value lies in the right to use the laboratory building. With access to this laboratory floor, he will be able to freely manufacture high-precision parts. Instead of relying on expensive outsourced parts. The right to use the laboratory building? Chen Bin's tone unconsciously became excited. Director Su looked at Chen Bin's reaction and nodded, let me help you arrange the competition. Chen Bin paused for a moment, a hint of hesitation flashing in his eyes. I originally wanted to participate, but another team under Professor Huang disagreed. After communication, he agreed to have a competition tomorrow to see whose robot dog is better and then choose that one in the end. Director Su nodded immediately, then let's talk about it when we meet tomorrow. There's one more thing. Professor He wants to meet you and exchange technology with you. Director Su added. Chen Bin was stunned, who is it? Ho Yunhua, a top researcher in the field of robotics. He saw your robot dog delivering food. Director Su explained. I don't know him and I won't see him. Chen Bin refused without hesitation. He lowered his head and continued to concentrate on assembling the mechanical dog. Director Su sighed helplessly when he saw this, I'll leave first. If you need anything, please feel free to contact me. When Director Su walked out of the workshop, he was still in a complicated mood. He immediately called the dean. I just talked to Chen Bin. He is willing to participate in the competition and is quite happy. However, he does not want to meet Professor He. The dean also learned about Chen Bin's situation through the campus forum. If you don't want to meet, then don't meet. There's no need to force it. Just arrange for him to participate in the competition first. He said, with a hint of pride in his eyes. After seeing the appearance of the mechanical dog, the dean knew that Chen Bin was not only a shining pearl of the school, but might even become the key to the school's success. Winning the national college competition will make the school famous overnight. Chen Bin's mechanical dog will undoubtedly become a super weapon that will make the school famous. At this time, Chen Bin did not realize that his innovation and talent had caused such a huge fluctuation. He continued to assemble the second mechanical dog with full concentration. Without the help of the system, the assembly progress was much slower than before, but he was still very patient. Suddenly, Chen Bin felt his heart beating faster. He looked at the shock value, 455. Another new high. This means that he can draw again. Chen Bin felt a little bit of anticipation in his heart. He put his hands together again and silently said in his heart. Lu Ban. Then he pressed the lottery button. Following a flash of white light, a shining blue light appeared. Chen Bin was delighted and stared at the screen, looking forward to the arrival of good things. However, when the light faded, the screen showed this. Congratulations host, you have obtained primary mechanical affinity. Primary mechanical affinity? Chen Bin was a little confused, but then he felt the changes in his body. His arms seemed stronger and his fingers more flexible. He was surprised to find that he no longer needed it. His eyesight was restored. Even more amazing is that when he looked at the machine, the details before his eyes began to become unusually clear. Even minor wear and tear on the machine tool can be clearly seen. He seemed to be able to feel the precise errors in each component, and improved operating methods naturally emerged in his mind. Chen Bin looked at his robotic dog excitedly and found that he could spot 2 installation errors at a glance. As he adjusted his posture, he felt a speed and precision he had never felt before. He hardly needed to think, all operations became instinctive. This is the primary mechanical affinity. How strong would the advanced one be? Chen Bin was very excited, his eyes flashing with desire for the future. The prize from this lucky draw made him so excited that Chen Bin decided to strike while the iron was hot and continue assembling. The robot dog was originally expected to take 2 days to assemble. By the evening, 80% of the work had been completed, and the remaining part was expected to be completed in about an hour. Unfortunately, there is no time to continue assembling it now because it's time to set up the stall. Chen Bin is no longer short of money. After all, he will receive a bonus of more than 300,000 yuan in 3 days. However, for the pile of trinkets bought at the stall, he had to sell them or he would lose money. So, Chen Bin took out a bunch of creative trinkets from the workshop, rode his electric bike, and headed to the night market. The school's night market is very lively, with snack stalls and daily necessities stalls everywhere. Chen Bin sells creative small accessories and his business is very good. After all, the goods on other stalls are very ordinary, while the creative small goods he sells are. Almost all of them were bought by him on the internet. They are not only unique but also cheap. Although there are some onlookers who don't buy anything at the stall from time to time. But that would just attract more attention, and with more people watching, it's inevitable that some would pay to buy it. Chen Bin arranged the goods inside according to price ranges and marked them with price tags. Pricing is very important, especially for students, who are not good at bargaining and do not like being ripped off. So even if they are interested, many people will turn away if they don't see the price tag. After everything was ready, Chen Bin was about to start business when he suddenly saw a few old men walking quickly towards his stall. Chen Bin only recognized Professor Huang, and he was not familiar with the others. For a moment, Chen Bin was a little uncertain because of the previous phone call. Or is it because Director Su has communicated with Professor Huang, so Professor Huang brought these people to cause trouble? Chen Bin remained calm and greeted with a smile. What do you like? For your first order today, I'll give you 20% off. Professor Ho did not expect Professor Huang to reject him. He now has to find the real developer of the mechanical dog. Fortunately, Chen Bin is quite famous and it is not difficult to find him. He stared at Chen Bin and said in a serious tone, "Tell me, who made the mechanical dog? Are you talking about the mechanical dog that delivers food?" Chen Bin replied. "Me." Chen Bin answered calmly. Professor Ho shook his head. "I've seen geniuses and top researchers, but I've never seen anyone like you. What is the most important thing in research? Focus and dedication. And Chen Bin actually has time to set up a stall." Professor Huang changed his perspective and said, "As long as you tell me the real developers behind the robot dog, I'll buy everything on your stall. Don't give me a discount, I'll give you double the price." Chen Bin looked at Professor Huang. "Really? Really? It's me." Chen Bin responded without hesitation. Professor Huang wanted to say something, but was stopped by Professor Ho. Since Chen Bin is unwilling to reveal the truth, there is no point in continuing to ask, and now all we need to do is verify it. Professor Ho took out his phone and flipped through a photo. "Look at this question, do you know how to do it?" Chen Bin glanced at the question on the photo and was stunned. A math question? How could he possibly do it? But at this moment, Chen Bin's brain automatically completed the analysis and calculation of the question and gave the answer. 6.3. Chen Bin gave the answer with some doubt. "I did this in my head, I don't know if it's correct." Professor Ho was stunned, with a look of astonishment on his face. How could Chen Bin solve such a complicated problem in his mind so quickly? How could it be so fast? Only 2 seconds. Professor Ho was shocked. Chen Bin was equally shocked that mechanical affinity could make his brain work like a computer. Although he does not have the ability to do mental arithmetic, his affinity for machinery gives him amazing calculation power. Professor Ho took a deep breath and knew that he had met a genius. However, he still didn't believe it. What if Chen Bin had seen this question before? Professor Ho brought out a more difficult question. "Take a look at this." Chen Bin glanced at it and said, "This question is wrong. I can't calculate the result." Professor Ho put away his phone and his face changed. It turned out that Chen Bin had actually seen through the questions he had deliberately answered incorrectly. Professor Huang could see that Chen Bin was indeed a genius, so he simply waved his hand and said, "Closing the stall, I'll take care of it all." Chen Bin rejected him. "No, it would be a waste if you packed these things. Every one of these items was carefully selected by me and must be sold." Professor Huang was somewhat helpless, and suddenly the dean called. "You said, Professor Huang and Professor Ho are standing next to Chen Bin's stall, helping him sell things. The dean was stunned for a moment, and then realized that the situation was not good. I immediately felt a sense of crisis. Professor Ho, are you trying to poach me? Chen Bin does not have a strong sense of belonging to this university. The dean immediately decided to take action. I'll be there right away. The dean rushed to the night market and saw Professor Ho and Professor Huang surrounded by trinkets, some even holding up signs, 5 for $10. The dean was stunned. The contrast was really unbearable to watch. Are you buying it? Professor Ho asked. I've bought all of them. The dean waved his hand and said in a low voice. Our school finally produced a genius, why are you here to poach him? Professor Ho was stunned for a moment, then his eyes lit up. Now that you mention it, I didn't expect you to poach someone. It's really a waste of his talent here. It's better to send him to your institute and wait until he achieves more. The dean breathed a sigh of relief. We can cooperate. If he goes to your place, at least he can have a bigger platform. A moment later, the dean also had a bunch of creative small pendants hanging on his body. A moment later, Chen Bin closed his stall. A bunch of students heard that the dean was selling things, so they all came over to join in the fun, and the accessories that Chen Bin picked were indeed good. And a teacher who passed by would buy a lot of things. In half an hour, he sold what Chen Bin would need to sell in a week. Chen Bin walked out of the night market with fried noodles in his hand and looked at the old men and the vice president. What do you want to do? Professor Ho said directly, I want to take a closer look at the mechanical dog you developed. To the workshop. Since they helped, Chen Bin didn't say much and took a group of people to the workshop. In the workshop, a mechanical dog with a basket welded on its back was lying down to rest. Seeing a group of people approaching, he quickly stood up and rushed towards Chen Bin. The car braked suddenly in front of Chen Bin and then rubbed Chen Bin's legs. A few old guys who are familiar with technology had their eyes wide open, they were really shocked. This set of moves is really amazing. Rushing forward and then quickly slowing down to place it on the mechanical dog outside is a difficult move. It is even more difficult to unload force so flexibly. But this mechanical dog is really awesome, agile, natural, and has excellent center of gravity control. Ding, shock +9. Chen Bin smiled. It was not a loss to bring people back. Having these 9 points was pretty good. You can just communicate with it directly through voice. You can tell it to do whatever it wants. Chen Bin said this, walked into the workshop and continued assembling. Professor Ho squatted in front of the dog. Can you stand up on your hind legs? The mechanical dog jumped up and stood up, with its 2 legs on the ground, very stable. Ding, shock value +9. Professor Ho was shocked not only by the movements of the robot dog, but also by its ability to analyze commands. Chen Bin would never specially design a command like, stand on 2 legs, but dogs can do it, which probably shows that they have great autonomy and the ability to analyze commands. It really understands the content of the command. Try again. Stand on 1 leg. The dog raised another leg. Ding, shock value +1. I'm not talking about the hind legs, I'm talking about the front legs. The mechanical dog jumped up on 1 leg and then landed on its left front foot, as if it was standing upside down. Ding, shock value +1. In the workshop, Chen Bin raised his head and looked outside with a strange expression on his face. Are these people ricocheting? They are shaking all the time. Passers-by usually only feel shocked when they see the mechanical dog for the first time, but in just 2 minutes, it was shocked 3 times. As he was thinking about it, he saw the mechanical dog spinning upside down. At the same time, the reminder sounded again in my mind, ding, shock value +1. Chen Bin couldn't sit still anymore, so he went to the box in the corner to get a few bottles of water and moved a few chairs. Sit and watch. This is a fully self-service shock machine, so he has to provide some service. These old guys all understand technology. The more they understand technology, the more shocked they are, and the shock continues. Because this mechanical dog is almost invincible in every aspect. Simulation level, athletic ability, information processing ability, environmental adaptability, and even the ability to make temporary posture adjustments based on the weight on the body. Chen Bin assembled and counted at the same time. In just 8 minutes, this group of people was shocked 13 times. If he had known they were so powerful, why would he have set up the stall? While I was thinking about it, Professor Ho walked into the workshop. He wanted to ask what the algorithm of this mechanical dog was. With such incredible information processing capabilities, he suspected that there was some large server connected to the dog. It may seem like you are communicating with a dog, but you are actually interacting with the server's AI. As a result, as soon as he entered the workshop, he widened his eyes and looked at the mechanical dog on the table with a confused look on his face. Is this a semi-finished mechanical dog? As Chen Bin assembled the machine, he said, yes, the second one. Shock value +1. Professor Ho walked forward, looked at the inside of the robot, and then watched Chen Bin's skilled assembly movements, all hand-assembled. Yes. Chen Bin assembled 90% of it and suddenly stopped. Why was there a part missing? It is still a high-precision part. After rummaging through a pile of parts for a while, Chen Bin turned and walked towards the machine tool. Fortunately, I just acquired mechanical affinity, otherwise I wouldn't be able to manufacture high-precision parts. Turning on the machine and replacing the cutter head, Chen Bin began to cut out the reeds using the machine tool. The whole process went smoothly. Professor Ho looked on in shock. He had used this old-fashioned 3-axis machine tool a long time ago, and it was pretty good at the time. But now, its processing speed is slow and its processing accuracy is poor. Can it be used to make parts for the mechanical dog? The expressions of the others were similar. In particular, the parts on the robot dog are of high precision and the joints are seamless. Another question is, why did Chen Bin process the parts without referring to the drawings? There is no mark on the surface of the workpiece. How do you know where to cut? How do you know the shape? Under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Chen Bin took out the manufactured parts and installed them directly into the robot dog without measuring them. Professor Ho looked confused. Don't you need to measure the parts you make? My eyes are the ruler. Click. With a slight sound, the parts were installed seamlessly. Chen Bin continued to install the following parts. Professor Ho waited silently and thought at the same time. I had previously tested Chen Bin with 2 questions and confirmed that he was a genius. Now seeing these things in front of him, he was told that Chen Bin was definitely not an ordinary genius. He is an expert in the use of 3-axis machine tools, and can even use them to process high-precision machine tools, and he also has the level of assembly skills. Not only is he a top researcher, he also has unparalleled hands-on skills. Absolutely a bright future. As Chen Bin fixed the last piece, the second robotic dog was assembled. Chen Bin pressed the switch. You will be called Xiao Hei from now on, and you will be responsible for delivering takeout to the girls' dormitory. The puppy raised his head. Woof woof. Wait. Professor Ho raised his hand. You built this robot dog just to deliver food? I have nothing to do anyway, so I can deliver food, help my classmates, and test the robot dog at the same time. Isn't that great? Professor Ho wanted to say that it was a waste of resources, but if you think about it carefully, robots were developed to replace human work. Can you sell me a mechanical dog? I want to learn how to do it. Chen Bin hesitated for a moment and said, 100,000 per unit, how about it? Professor Ho looked at Chen Bin's serious expression and said, yes. The average mechanical dog on the market can be sold for hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars. Chen Bin would buy this mechanical dog even if the price was 1 million. Okay, I'll make it in the next 2 days. Once it's done, I'll take the robot dog to participate in the college student robot competition. I'll give it to you after the game, okay? Professor Ho nodded. Okay, I'm the judge of the competition, I'll wait for you at the venue. Okay, pay a deposit of 50,000 now. Chen Bin thought that he didn't have the money to order parts now, so he simply asked for a deposit. Several old people left. They came with impulse and left with great excitement. The dean was relieved when he confirmed that Professor Ho did not recruit Chen Bin. He said hello to Chen Bin and left first. Chen Bin was the only one left in the workshop. Chen Bin started making phone calls to order parts for the robotic dog. With 50,000 yuan, it would be much cheaper to order previously manufactured parts. He ordered 3 sets of parts at once. This dog also has a guarding function, so you can carry a mechanical dog with you. Sell one, keep one with you, and keep the other in the lab. Although the competition has not started yet, he has already made the laboratory selection. After all, no one can win in the so-called robot competition. Chapter 9 has some use, but not much. After making the phone call, Chen Bin started to use machine tools to manufacture parts. If he could make some parts himself, he would just keep making them to save money. Chen Bin was busy until late at night before he went to bed. When I wake up, the sound I hear is the ding 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 reminder sound, so wonderful. Two mechanical dogs started delivering food early in the morning, causing a sensation wherever they passed. Chen Bin took a look at the shock value, which had reached 560. The quantity is considerable, I can definitely draw it again. 10 seconds later, Chen Bin entered the bathroom with a fresh roll of toilet paper. I have to say that all products produced by this system are of high quality. This roll of paper is really comfortable to use. More comfortable than any toilet paper on the market. In that case, it's not too bad. Chen Bin did not continue to draw lots, he already had enough rolls of paper. Continue making parts. Chen Bin was busy until the evening, and suddenly stopped. The prompt tone in my mind has changed. When the shock value accumulates to 1000, the first page of the Super Technology catalog can be opened. Do you want to open it? The lucky draws in the previous catalogs were not the official functions of the catalogs. The catalog that is now open is the real Super Technology catalog. Open. Chen Bin felt a black screen before his eyes, and then he saw a huge blue catalog. The atlas was floating in the air, estimated to be more than 10 meters high, emitting a blue light with a very technological feel. Then Chen Bin slowly opened the catalog to the first page. It was as if a picture scroll was unfolding. In the painting, there are skyscrapers like a steel jungle. Flying cars are shuttling between high-rise buildings. There are people wearing various smart devices and robots on the road. This is just the tip of the iceberg. There are also a lot of technological products inside. Chen Bin was stunned. Is this the future? Is this the first page? Judging from the thickness of the Super Technology catalog, there are at least a dozen pages. 1000 shock value to open the first page of the Science and Technology catalog? Is it 2000 to open the second page, or 10,000 to open the second page? But Chen Bin quickly dismissed this idea. Now is not a question of when to open the second page. The dazzling array of technological products on the first page are waiting for him to obtain and then manufacture. Chen Bin approached the catalog and selected high-tech technologies from the huge scroll. There are many technologies, and quite a few can be exchanged for 1000 shock points. He wants everything. Whether it is a robot or the terminals on the people on the road. Some people even have a three-dimensional projection screen in front of them. The technical level is really high. Suddenly, Chen Bin's eyes fell on the edge of the scroll, where there was a man who was obviously a law enforcer. He was wearing a metal combat suit. So handsome. Chen Bin focused his attention on the battle suit. With a flash of light, a full metal suit appeared before him. It's just like Iron Man, but this metal suit has more edges and corners, making it look even more domineering. Exoskeleton bulletproof armor. It requires 3,800 shock points to redeem. Such high requirements. It's really cool, and it can also assist soldiers in their actions, increasing their strength and speed. The defense is still strong. So awesome. This exoskeleton equipment doesn't work, what about other things? Chen Bin looked at the gun in the soldier's hand. He was holding a gun that looked like a toy gun. This gun doesn't look like a modern gun at all. It's more like a gun that appears in movies in the interstellar era. As Chen Bin focused his attention, the gun appeared in front of him. Electromagnetic rail gun, requires 1288 shock points to redeem. Chen Bin glanced at his shock point, which was still more than 200 points short. He might not make it in time tonight. But at most, once the takeaway is delivered during tomorrow's morning rush hour, the demand can be met. After exiting the system space, Chen Bin couldn't help but feel a little excited. That gun looks cool, you can definitely give it a try. In addition, this gun is safe and looks like a toy. There shouldn't be any major risks in manufacturing it. But now I have to pack up and prepare to leave tomorrow to participate in the robot competition the day after tomorrow. The National College Student Robot Competition is usually participated in by teams, and some good schools have several teams. The competition items are also more complicated. It is not about making robots to fight each other, but rather conducting a comprehensive scoring and evaluation. In addition, there will be different testing methods for different products. For example, the most popular mechanical dog will have some obstacle crossing performances. For Chen Bin, it is really not challenging at all. My only hope is that there will be more people on the scene so that it can provide more shocking points. There are so many things on the first page of the Super Technology Atlas, he wants them all. After quickly packing a set of clothes, Chunbin continued to assemble the robot dog. I worked until late at night and still went to sleep in the workshop. The next morning, Chunbin went out and got on the school-arranged car to participate in the college student robot competition. Professor Huang led the team. However, the original team was replaced by Chunbin alone. It also changed from just going there to watch the fun to winning first prize. Chunbin sat in the car, his attention unconsciously sinking into the depths of consciousness. Shock value, 1289. You can now redeem the electromagnetic rail gun. However, at the bottom of the system template, there is an extra line of small text. 10 consecutive draws will definitely reward you with a critical hit. Chunbin was originally planning to redeem it directly, but because of the 10 consecutive draws, he paused for a moment. After a little hesitation, he held back. It is true that he could win good things by drawing a lottery, but now he could get the technology for sure, so technology was still the priority. Exchange. The moment the order was issued, the shock value was almost zero, and then a lot of knowledge began to emerge in Chunbin's mind. Chunbin had experienced the magic of the system once before, and he was truly shocked when the mechanical dog was infused with knowledge. This time it was equally shocking. He not only mastered all the principles and knowledge about electromagnetic rail guns, but also had the manufacturing technology level. In 10 minutes, Chunbin digested all the knowledge. At this moment, those memories no longer seemed like memories, but had become knowledge that he had thoroughly mastered. I know it by heart, it almost becomes an instinct. Chunbin looked at Professor Huang and asked, "Do you know anything about electromagnetic railguns?" Professor Huang was a little surprised, but nodded, "I know a little, but not much. Electromagnetic railguns are not mainstream at present. Electromagnetic railguns are the mainstream. Previously, artillery with a range of 20 to 30 kilometers was considered impressive, and 70 kilometers was the limit. At that time, the range of electromagnetic railguns could reach 350 kilometers. Chunbin was stunned. A cannon? 350 kilometers. This is really not a missile. Awesome. The electromagnetic rail gun and the electromagnetic rail gun work on the same principle, both use rail acceleration and then add a reconnection gun. However, the acceleration path of the electromagnetic rail gun is too short, and the power of the small electromagnetic launcher is not enough to accelerate the bullet to a very fast speed. It can only be used for urban explosion prevention at present. It has little power, even a pistol cannot compare to it. Chunbin thought about the memory in his mind. What if we can accelerate the bullet to 3 times the speed of sound? Chapter 10 Electromagnetic Railgun. 3 times the speed of sound? Professor Huang pondered for a moment. A pistol bullet can go out of the muzzle at about 300 meters per second, a rifle bullet can go out of the muzzle at twice the speed of sound, and a sniper bullet can go out of the muzzle at 900 meters per second. That means the electromagnetic railgun has the power of a sniper rifle and a faster firing rate than a machine gun. It's also cheap. Pure metal bullets are much cheaper than gunpowder bullets. As long as the gun is not too heavy, it will be a dimensionality reduction blow to the current firearms situation. Professor Huang looked at Chunbin in confusion. Are you interested in this and want to develop it? Chunbin nodded, but he didn't say that he had mastered the technique. I want to try it. Professor Huang paused for a moment and said, logically, I should advise you to continue to delve deeper into the field of robotics. This will live up to your talent. But since you are interested, I can help you. Professor Huang took out his cell phone and said, one of my classmates is engaged in electromagnetic orbital weapons research. I will take you to his laboratory to have a look. That's the best railgun there is. Chunbin looked at Professor Huang with some surprise. He has such a wide network of contacts. Professor Huang was a little embarrassed by Chunbin's look. Although my level is not high, my classmates are very good. You are quite capable, otherwise the school would not have hired you with such a high salary. Chunbin flattered casually. Professor Huang smiled. He didn't believe what others said, or he didn't care at all. But Chunbin is different. It feels really good to be called a genius by a genius. I'll help you contact them right now. The real competition starts tomorrow. We set out today just to find a place to stay and settle down where the competition is held. This way you can go to the competition in the morning. By the afternoon, the convoy had arrived in Jiangcheng. Professor Huang took Chen Bin out of the hotel and went to find his classmates. The car soon stopped in front of a building. Chen Bin looked at the magnificent building. The gate had 8 lanes of traffic. On the huge gate tower, there are a few large gold-plated characters, Light Weapons Research Institute. There are sentries at the gate of the institute. Chen Bin couldn't help but turn his head to look at Professor Huang. Can I enter this place too? Abel. Will there be any problem? Don't worry. Professor Huang got out of the car and took Chen Bin to the main entrance. Just then, an old man walked out of the main gate, greeted Professor Huang with a smile, and then invited the two of them into the institute. Chen Bin was really shocked. He was admitted to the research institute without having to check his identity or do anything. This research institute is really good. There is a main road leading to the laboratory. It is obvious that they are not short of money. Professor Huang chatted with his old friend and walked into the building with Chen Bin. Then Chen Bin fell silent, looking at the dazzling array of weapons. Museum? It really is a museum, with glass cabinets lined up with weapons and even Mauser pistols. Of course, the most amazing thing is that there was a young and beautiful teacher holding a red flag, followed by a group of elementary school students. They were looking at the guns in the cabinet excitedly and asking all kinds of questions. Chen Bin looked at Professor Huang. Didn't you say you would take me to the laboratory? Professor Huang's classmate's name was Yen. Professor Yen said, you can't just enter the laboratory. Here we have the most advanced electromagnetic rail gun. It's on the 4th floor. I'll take you to see it. Chen Bin retracted his complaints and followed Professor Yen up to the 4th floor. The 4th floor is full of modern weapons, and they are of relatively high technological content. Chen Bin saw electric shock guns, anti-drone guns, and electromagnetic rail guns here. But these things are also placed in the glass cabinet. Chen Bin came to the front of the electromagnetic rail gun, looked at the shape of the gun, and then looked at the round bullets placed in the corner. Why do they use button-type bullets? It is light and takes up less space when loading. The electromagnetic rail has a low acceleration efficiency. If we use conventional bullets, the muzzle velocity will be even slower. Chen Bin continued to look at the exterior. Can I see the internal components? Professor Yen looked at Professor Huang in confusion. When he came, Professor Huang said that his students wanted to come and see the electromagnetic rail gun. In the current situation, it seems that I don't just want to take a look. Professor Huang asked, would it be convenient for him to take a look? Professor Yen smiled and said, of course not. The things inside are also classified as secret. Professor Huang also understood and looked at Chen Bin. I will think of a way to arrange you into the research team later. No, I'll develop it myself later. Chen Bin just came over to take a look out of curiosity and wanted to compare it with the electromagnetic rail gun in the catalog. It's not about learning. And with mechanical affinity, he could tell a lot about the gun just by looking at the exterior design. As for the power, you can see the gun test on the screen next to it. You can see how useless the electromagnetic rail gun is. Because of the appearance of the bullet, it will deviate after being fired, and the bullet marks on the 5-meter target are very scattered. Such a bullet will lose its power completely within 10 meters. It's really not even as good as a pistol. Professor Yen was a little confused. Where did this student come from? Why was he so arrogant? Do we have to develop the electromagnetic rail gun ourselves? Didn't I hear that Lao Huang was recruited by a technical college? When Professor Huang heard Chen Bin say that he would develop it himself, he nodded and said, okay, then you can develop it yourself. If you need any help, just let me know. Professor Yen was confused again. Professor Huang actually approved Chen Bin's development of the electromagnetic rail gun. What's going on? Is an electromagnetic railgun a common thing? The more curious he was, the more he couldn't help but think, Old Huang, do you, as a student, have any experience in the research and development of electromagnetic railguns? Chen Bin shook his head, no. So you're just interested? It's not an interest, but I have some ideas. Professor Yen looked very interested. What's your idea? The core of the electromagnetic rail gun is electromagnetic acceleration. Increasing the electromagnetic voltage power can increase the power. Professor Yen just had a feeling, it was useless to ask, who doesn't know this? But the problem is that small electromagnetic devices cannot burst out super strong energy. This is a technical problem as well as a material problem. If the electromagnetic generating device is made bigger, it will not be a gun but a cannon. After watching Professor Huang and Chenbin leave, Professor Yen turned around and went back to the laboratory. He put the incident this time out of his mind. Chenbin and Professor Huang were walking side by side. Chenbin suddenly asked, "Will there be any problems if I develop firearms myself?" Professor Huang smiled and said, "It will be fine if we report it in time. It will also be fine if we don't report it and no one knows about it. You didn't go to the practical class at school. Many students used machine tools to make guns." Chenbin scratched his head. "I've been to a few practical classes, and I also drive. It's okay if you don't take it away. Guns may look complicated to make from the outside, but for a master craftsman, they can be machined with a machine tool, and even the rifling can be engraved, which is very easy." Chenbin put his mind at ease and followed Professor Huang to the competition venue. The robot competition was held in a large square. The staff here are busy setting up the venue. There were also many students from other schools debugging their robots on the scene. There are robot dogs, humanoid robots, octopus robots, and tracked robots. There are even mechanical earthworms, which can be considered robots and can move very flexibly. However, Chenbin's eyes were immediately drawn to the equipment in the stadium workshop. Are there high-precision CNC machine tools here? Chapter 11. The school also wants to be famous. Professor Huang followed Chenbin's gaze and said, "That's the equipment for the contestants to use. Make the final adjustments before the competition. Is there any material to use?" The staff member beside nodded, "Yes." Chenbin went directly to the workshop. There were other teams busy in the workshop, but none of them were using machine tools or other manufacturing equipment. "Isn't this perfect? He can be used to make an electromagnetic rail gun." Chenbin walked to the front of the machine tool and began to study it. Professor Huang followed Chenbin closely. "Do you know how to use it? Do you want me to help you?" If Chenbin had not had an affinity for machinery, he really wouldn't have known how to do it, but now, he understood the machine tool completely just by observing it. The various 80-80 here does not mean that you can use all the information, but that you have an 80% understanding of the machine tool as a whole. "I can use it completely." Chenbin quickly fixed the materials and began to preset parameters on the CNC machine tool. Compared with the machine tools in his workshop, where he has to set the cutting angle, depth, speed, etc. himself, CNC machine tools only require him to input parameters. The difficulty has been reduced a lot. Professor Huang watched in confusion. "It's starting already? No drawings again. What kind of brain is this, that can memorize complex parts drawings directly in the mind? Not only can we remember the shape, but also the specific parameters. Such complex parameters, such as the curvature of the workpiece, etc. Really perverted." Professor Huang watched Chenbin quickly produce one part after another, and call contacts to make some parts that could not be made here. But the problem was the manufacturing. He had never seen one so smooth. No time was wasted at all, the whole process went smoothly. The manufacturing of a product is like turning it into an assembly line. However, as Professor Huang watched, he gradually became confused. It feels like something is not right. These parts are so small, it doesn't seem like they are made into a robot dog. And the tubular parts? Professor Huang thought of the electromagnetic rail gun, but then he rejected the idea. It's impossible. Chenbin just had the idea of making an electromagnetic rail gun yesterday. How could he possibly make it now? Impossible. While thinking the impossibility, I waited. Chenbin devoted himself to manufacturing. During the entire manufacturing process, he was assisted by the blue light of the super catalog. With the help of various high-precision equipment, the manufacturing speed is quite fast. Chenbin estimated that if he stayed up all night, he could manufacture the electromagnetic rail gun. This efficiency is truly unmatched. It was late at night and he and Professor Huang were the only ones left in the workshop. Professor Huang also looked a little tired. He was old and did not have the energy of young people. Chenbin looked at Professor Huang and said, "You go back to the hotel and rest first. I'll be fine here by myself." Professor Huang didn't insist. "Okay, you should go back and rest early, you still have a game tomorrow." "Good." Chenbin did not continue to be busy, waiting for the machine tool to automatically process the parts. While waiting, something is stirring. When I have nothing to do, I always want to smoke something. I looked at the shock value and it reached 100 again. Only 100 were provided each day, which was a bit less, but that was normal. Although there were 4,000 people in the school, many of these 4,000 people already knew about the robot dog in advance, so they were not so shocked when they saw it. And some people don't understand technology at all and don't realize what a robot dog means. I'm afraid that the robot dog will get fewer and fewer shocking points in school in the future. However, there will be a lot of shocking points arriving tomorrow. After all, many people who come to watch the game know a little bit about the technology. You can definitely give it a try. Lottery. A familiar light began to flicker, and then a flash of white light appeared. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the pills for staying up late. A medicine plate appeared in Chen Bin's hand, along with an introduction to the medicine. Staying up late hurts your body and mind, so please don't stay up late. If you must stay up late, please use the pills that can boost your spirits without any side effects. There is also this thing. Chen Bin was indeed a little tired, so he tried taking one pill. He instantly felt his mind become clear and all his fatigue disappeared completely. Such a magical potion. There are 10 tablets in total, which can last for 10 nights. But it's terrifying to think about it. When such a drug is developed in the future, his seniors who are working as screwdrivers in the factory will probably have to work 20 hours a day. If I think about it again, I am afraid that the senior will not live to see that day and will be replaced by a robot. We already have all kinds of automated production equipment, and there will be more in the future. Chen Bin put away the medicine and continued working. The workload that was supposed to be completed tomorrow now feels like it can be finished by dawn. Chen Bin was the only one left in the entire workshop, and he worked until dawn. At this time, he already had several more electromagnetic generating devices at hand, as well as a complete range of spare parts, and had directly cut more than a dozen bullets. He only needs the parts he ordered last night to be delivered and he can assemble the electromagnetic railgun. The phone suddenly rang. I looked at the caller ID and saw that it was Professor Huang calling. Didn't you go back to the hotel to rest yesterday? No, I was taking a break in the workshop. Professor Huang fell silent. Chen Bin is a genius, but also a super hardworking genius. He wanted to say something like health is important, but he didn't say it. When he was young, he really didn't care about these things. Wait for me in the workshop, I'll come find you right away. Good. Chen Bin hung up the phone, put away a pile of parts, and then continued to work. This machine tool is free to use. You can make more parts for the robot dog. All the parts you make are yours. You can make a lot of money. Professor Huang walked into the workshop and looked at Chen Bin who was still busy. Are you really asleep? I slept too much. Professor Huang took out a set of clothes, school uniform, change into it, and get ready for the competition. Does the school have uniforms? Chen Bin was a little surprised. He had no idea about it. Indeed, I don't have it, but it was made to order. Chen Bin just happened to shake out his school uniform, and then fell silent. Other people's school uniforms only have a school logo on the chest, but this clothes has a logo on the front that is bigger than a millstone, and another one on the back. The school wants to be famous. Chen Bin put on his clothes. What is the competition process like? First, draw lots. According to the order drawn, go on stage to display the robots and demonstrate their full range of performance. There are judges below who will give scores based on the robot's performance. With a passing score, we will enter the second stage, where robots of the same type will be ranked. Don't panic. After you draw the lot, bring your dog up on stage to be introduced and displayed. Chen Bin was happy. These rules were tailor-made for him, right? The robot dog didn't show up at the beginning, but the moment it was brought onto the stage, it shocked the whole audience. That would be such a shock value. Okay, when is the draw? There will be a broadcast, just wait. Chen Bin turned around and continued to work, which made Professor Huang convinced. This is real concentration. He really doesn't envy such people for their success. Soon, the radio sounded, and the host came on stage and began his opening remarks. There were quite a few people in the audience. In addition to the judges, there were a few people in military uniforms in the first row, and behind them were students from various universities. After all, there was only one student on the stage, and the rest were in the audience. In addition, there were people from some companies who came to look for cooperation targets, as well as many people who came to watch the fun. The scene was very lively. Chen Bin glanced over and saw that there were at least hundreds or thousands of people. If I perform well this time, I might be able to get 10 consecutive draws. Chapter 12. Can weapons be installed? After the host's opening remarks, representatives of each participating team came on stage to draw lots. There are hundreds of teams. Most of them were wearing school uniforms, but only Chen Bin had a huge school logo on his uniform. Chen Bin followed the team onto the stage and drew lots. The so-called lot is a piece of paper with the number 16 written on it. He will play in the 16th. After stepping off the stage, the staff registered the school representative's name and number. While registering, he said, the presentation time is limited to 2 minutes. Everyone should try their best to introduce the key points of your robot within these 2 minutes. The first 10 can go backstage and start preparing. A 2-minute demonstration is neither too long nor too short, and is enough to showcase the key points of the robot. Chen Bin walked to the stage with the receipt and sat next to Professor Huang. There seemed to be only about 10 students from vocational colleges. There are about 10 good ones. They have been screened. You can't get in just by signing up. Chen Bin looked down at the box at his feet and said, it should be interesting if one of the vocational school students won first place. Professor Huang also smiled and said that Jiangzhou Vocational and Technical College could become famous in one fell swoop. The draw was over quickly and the team that drew first came on stage. Next on stage was an 8-legged spider robot. A girl took the microphone and went on stage. Hello everyone, I am Su Qi from Jiangqing University. My team brought the 8-legged spider robot. It can travel quickly across a variety of terrains, and can reach speeds of up to 35 km per hour on flat ground. As Su Qi introduced it, the 8-legged robot moved quickly left and right on the stage. The 8 long legs give people a sense of elegance when walking. They are really fast and very flexible. The audience applauded. There was indeed something interesting. This robot is equipped with infrared detectors and laser detectors, and can avoid obstacles accurately. There are also intelligent systems that can interact with people to a certain extent. This is to implant a simple AI module. In the case of many AI open source, this is not difficult to do. The introduction is almost over, 2 minutes are up. The second student came on stage with a mechanical dog. Robot dogs are a mainstream design in the current robotics field. Their 4 legs reduce the requirements for balance and make movement more convenient. Hello everyone, I'm Qing Dong from Kyoto University, and I brought a robot dog. The 4 legs of the mechanical dog are raised and lowered continuously in place. The design is also very good. The exterior is covered with a layer of white high-gloss paint, making the mechanical dog look futuristic. There was applause from the audience. This mechanical dog looked really good. Then one robot after another came on stage, and Chen Bin had to say that they were indeed quite good, and basically all had their own outstanding design. After the first 10 robots were demonstrated, Chen Bin walked to the backstage carrying the box containing the mechanical dog and waited. 10 minutes passed quickly, and the person who drew the 15th place walked down from the stage. The host stood at the entrance and looked at Chen Bin. Student who ranked 16th, it's your turn to go on stage. Chen Bin took the microphone from him and strode onto the stage. Hello everyone, I am Chen Bin from Jiangzhou Vocational College. The product I brought this time is a simulated mechanical dog. After opening the box, the mechanical dog walked out of the box, circled around Chen Bin's legs, and rubbed Chen Bin's legs with its head from time to time. The whole place was dead silent. This mechanical dog looks like a real dog, and those movements are really real. The group of researchers in the front row, except for Professor Ho who had seen him before, all stared with their eyes wide open. The more you understand technology, the more shocking it is. No, can students from a vocational school develop such a mechanical dog? Chen Bin also heard the system prompt sound in his ears. Ding, shock value plus 780. Cool. Chen Bin suppressed the ecstasy in his heart, squatted down and said, come, say hello to everyone. The microphone was passed to the robot dog's mouth, and the robot dog made a very cute sound, woof woof. The audience was still very quiet. Chen Bin's ears were not quiet. Just at that moment, another 260 shock values were credited to his account. It only took a dozen seconds, but he had accumulated 10 consecutive draws. Chen Bin said again, this simulated mechanical dog has a very fast maximum speed, which can reach 60 km per hour. There was an uproar in the audience. 60 km per hour? It doesn't sound fast, but this little dog is only 30 centimeters tall. How can it run 60 kilometers per hour? Ding, shock value plus 350. Not all of them provide shock value, but it's okay if they do. It has a super jumping ability and can jump up to 3 meters. As soon as the words fell, the mechanical dog jumped up. The little robot dog jumped 3 meters high. More than 1 meter higher than Chen Bin. Ding, shock value plus 620. Chen Bin understood that this group of people were unable to resist the shock of the visual effects. Then he will show the performance with great visual impact. The farthest I can jump is 20 meters. The mechanical dog ran directly to one side of the stage, took a small run up forward, and then suddenly exerted force and jumped up from the side. It drew a graceful arc in the air and landed on the other side of the stage. Bang! The whole place was dead silent. 20 meters. Can a mechanical dog jump that far? Ding, shock value plus 450. Chen Bin continued, of course, this is just the basic movement performance. The robot dog also has extremely strong information processing capabilities. After saying that, Chen Bin looked at the judges in the front row and said, "Go, bring Professor Ho's identity badge over here." The mechanical dog jumped off the stage and landed precisely in front of Professor Ho. It grabbed the nameplate, turned around and jumped back onto the stage. The whole movement is smooth and extremely smooth. Ding, shock value plus 360. Give it back. As soon as the mechanical dog landed, it turned around and jumped up again, came in front of Professor Ho again, and put down the nameplate. Ding, shock value plus 60. The same point can basically only shock once, and the second presentation will not provide much shock value. But for Chen Bin, having it is enough. Ding. With a soft sound, the 2-minute presentation time is over. In these 2 minutes, the harvest was huge, 2,880 shocking points, enough for nearly 3 10-draw combos. Add another 1,000 and you can get the exoskeleton armor technology. It's a pity that it was only 2 minutes long, otherwise he could have achieved more shocking results. Wait a minute. The man in military uniform suddenly said. Chen Bin looked over in confusion. Colonel An stood up and asked, "Can this dog be equipped with weapons?" Chen Bin was a little surprised, but still asked, "What weapons are installed?" "Like a rifle." Chen Bin shook his head, "The mechanical dog I designed has its own attack capabilities. It's a bit inconsistent and out of place to install a rifle on it." Colonel An subconsciously looked at the mechanical dog. Does this dog have the ability to attack? Yes, this is a companion robot dog. It also has the ability to guard. On the other hand, it can also have the ability to attack. As Chen Bin spoke, he asked, "Do you need a demonstration?" "Sure, show me." Chen Bin looked around but couldn't find a suitable target. Is there any target that can be attacked? Chapter 13 Never forget what you see. Colonel An waved his hand, and the soldier behind him immediately opened a box. Inside the box, a camouflaged mechanical dog stood up. There are 2 guns behind the mechanical dog, attached to its back. The military mechanical dog climbed onto the stage very flexibly. Chen Bin gave the order, "Destroy that mechanical dog." Chen Bin's mechanical dog suddenly rushed out, reaching the front of the mechanical dog from a distance of more than 10 meters, then opened his mouth full of metal teeth and bit the mechanical dog's neck. Crack! The outer layer of the mechanical dog's neck was made of metal, and a hole was bitten through it, with only a few wires connecting it. Wang Kai turned his head and raised his paw to press on the electric wire. A 2-centimeter sharp blade extended from the front of the claw, which cut through all the wires and pulled the mechanical dog's head off. The robot dog can still move because there are only lenses and sensing devices on its head. The controller and power module are on the torso. But Wang Kai didn't stop. A claw slammed down suddenly, and the sharp blade cut open the body of the mechanical dog. Then Wang Kai took another bite. The terrifying bite force of the super large torque, combined with the strong teeth, bites open the shell of the mechanical dog. After biting his teeth, Wang Kai suddenly raised his head and pulled out a circuit board from the robot dog's torso. Sparks flashed and crackling sounds were heard. Resounded throughout the venue. Ding, shock value plus 800. Colonel An opened his mouth blankly, looking at the mechanical dog in disbelief. From the time Chen Bin's mechanical dog pounced to the end of the battle, it took no more than 3 seconds. The brutality displayed by this mechanical dog and its cuteness just now present a huge contrast. In addition, he was also shocked by the terrifying combat power of the mechanical dog. That terrifying speed easily tore through the claws of the metal shell. If the target is a person, can he handle it? Absolutely can't bear it. Professor N's eyes are bright. The mechanical dog has two main functions on the battlefield. One is detection and investigation of the situation. The second is street fighting with ground advancement. Missile bombing and drone sweeping alone cannot achieve a clean victory. Wars require ground troops to advance. Now they have activated the main battle tank production line for ground advancement. Robot dogs can replace humans during ground advancement and reduce casualties among soldiers. In his opinion, the mechanical dog with a rifle is not as good as Chen Bin's mechanical dog. At a speed of 60 km per hour, rushing towards the enemy at such a speed, as long as the opponent is a human, it would be difficult for them to react. Even if you react, you can't escape. And once you get close to the mechanical dogs, your fate will be exactly the same as their mechanical dogs. Easily torn apart. From this point of view, hanging a rifle on Chen Bin's mechanical dog is indeed unnecessary. The other group of military personnel also stared with their eyes wide open, somewhat incredulous. Most of them knew a little bit about technology. Is this mechanical dog behaving a little too far? The mechanical dog completed its mission and walked back to Chen Bin, continuing to rub against Chen Bin's trouser legs, still cute and obedient. But for the people at the scene, what came to their minds was its power and violence just now. In the audience, Professor Ho and Professor Huang were equally shocked and confused. This was also the first time they witnessed the power of the mechanical dog. This mechanical dog actually has the ability to attack. Still so strong. With one bite, the human robot dog was directly bitten to pieces. You know, the shells of the military's mechanical dogs are all made of metal. The result is a crunchy bite. When Chen Bin walked off the stage with the robotic dog, the first thing he encountered were countless people's surprised gazes. Many people looked at the badge on his clothes, somewhat incredulous. Could a vocational school produce a big shot? President N was already waiting at the exit. He took out his cell phone and exchanged contact information with Chen Bin, then returned to the podium and continued to serve as a judge. The student ranked 17th walked onto the stage with his robotic dog. He was speechless for a moment as he held the microphone. He had just seen the performance of the mechanical dog backstage and was still in shock. There was also a feeling of inferiority. What qualifications did their team's mechanical dog have to compete with Chen Bin's mechanical dog? The audience in the audience also felt a strong contrast. If there was no Chen Bin's mechanical dog, this mechanical dog would have walked onto the stage by itself, and its flexible and stable state would have also received good reviews. But after seeing Chen Bin's mechanical dogs, they seemed to be completely useless. The competition suddenly went from being exciting with 100 flowers blooming to being boring. Chen Bin did not watch the robot demonstrations of other teams, but went directly to the workshop. This time, he directly harvested 4,000 shocking points. He couldn't wait to draw the lottery. He has never tried a critical hit with 10 consecutive draws. After entering the studio, Chen Bin closed the door, washed his hands and then his face. If the conditions were not so poor, he would even like to take a bath and fast. Sitting in the chair, Chen Bin closed his eyes and focused his attention deep into his consciousness. On the template, the shock value has accumulated to 4,003. Spending 1,000 to do 10 consecutive draws is not a luxury. 10 consecutive draws. On the system page, the light flickered again, and then a white light appeared, and it was another roll of paper. 5 rolls of paper came out in one breath. Then something different appeared, a folding stool with a backrest, a must-have for home, travel, and fighting. Finally something different, but what's the use? Band-aid, accelerate wound repair. Chen Bin felt a little bit cheated. Mineral water can replenish your body's water. Mineral water +1. Chen Bin was really speechless. Couldn't he reveal something useful? After 10 consecutive draws, only the last item is left. In the flickering light, a flash of blue light suddenly appeared. Chen Bin's attention was instantly focused. The last time he gave affinity to the machine, it was also blue light. Ding, congratulations to the host, your memory has been enhanced. Chen Bin was a little surprised. His memory improved. This is equivalent to attribute enhancement. Is this the critical hit effect of 10 consecutive draws? Suddenly, the reminder sounded again, ding, you can choose a prize critical hit for 10 consecutive draws. Chen Bin was stunned. Doesn't a critical hit mean that there are good things in the 10 consecutive draws? Why is there any need to hesitate? A tissue is still a tissue even if it is hit hard. Choose memory enhancement. Ding, memory enhancement upgraded to photographic memory. Chen Bin suddenly felt a chill between his eyebrows, and then the chill spread at an extremely fast speed. Almost instantly, it filled my entire mind. Chen Bin felt that his thoughts became super clear, his ideas were flowing, and he felt like the clouds had cleared and the sun was shining. After opening his eyes, Chen Bin quickly picked up the machine tools instruction manual. There are a lot of words and pictures on the thick instruction manual. Chen Bin opened a page at random, took a look and then closed it. But he was shocked to find that as long as he thought about the page he just saw, he could see that page. He remembered every word, illustration, and even the pattern on the pages clearly. In less than a second, his thoughts didn't catch up with his eyes, but his brain had already memorized all the contents of the book. Is this genius? If he hadn't really experienced it, he would have no idea how outrageous genius could be. Fortunately, he also became a genius. Chapter 14 Realistic Description. Keep machining parts. The entire presentation lasted for the entire morning, but in fact, it ended the moment Chen Bin took the stage. The subsequent display was dull. The people performing on the stage have no desire to win. The people watching in the audience were not surprised at all. Chen Bin suddenly raised their threshold to an extremely high level. Ordinary robot designs can no longer surprise them. After the presentation, a group of judges could no longer wait and went directly to the workshop to find Chen Bin. They couldn't help but want to take a closer look at the mechanical dog. President An also wanted to find Chen Bin. If he hadn't been a judge in the competition, he would have gone to find Chen Bin a long time ago. A group of people swarmed into the workshop and closed the door. Chen Bin looked back in confusion, looking at the enthusiastic gazes of the crowd, and subconsciously shrank back. What are you doing? We want to see that mechanical dog of yours. Chen Bin looked at the crowd's yearning eyes and released the mechanical dog. A group of old people surrounded the mechanical dog and looked at it carefully. The appearance of this mechanical dog looks almost exactly like a pastoral dog, and it feels like the pastoral dog's hair has turned into a metal shell. It still has that scaly texture. Why is there still a tongue? One researcher wondered. The tongue has temperature and humidity sensors, as well as pressure sensors. If the target you bite is too hard and you detect that it will hurt your teeth, you will loosen your mouth and bite at a different angle. Ding, shock value plus 12. Chen Bin was silent for a moment. What was so shocking about this? And it shocked everyone. A group of researchers looked at each other and fell silent. These small designs are not the core of the mechanical dog, but the design of this kind of small function is even more rare. Because only the finished product will have additional improvement design. This means that the technology of this mechanical dog is mature. A professor couldn't help but ask, Professor Ho said that you designed this robot dog? You designed and made it by yourself? Chen Bin nodded, yes. The professor shook his head directly, I don't believe it, this is basically impossible. Professor Ho quickly stopped the professor who was talking and said, don't talk nonsense. I'm not just talking nonsense. When doing research, the first thing to do is to question. I want to meet the real developer of this mechanical dog. The old professor looked at Chen Bin and said, I'm not targeting you. Nowadays, there are a lot of elementary school students writing papers in top journals. You know what the situation is. It doesn't matter if it's just a top journal paper, but you don't understand the significance of this robot dog at all. It is definitely a milestone invention in the field of robotics. Who is your father? Chen Bin looked at the professor who was staring at him with a strange expression on his face, and patted his chest lightly. If my father was a top researcher, would I still be able to go to this school? The old professor reacted, but then he said, if you were a genius, you could go to this school. Professor N feels that this makes sense. Professor Ho came to the rescue. I watched him assemble the robot dog with my own eyes. He could figure out the answer to the difficult questions I asked with just one look. But his rescue was useless and no one believed him. Chen Bin had no intention of making excuses. If he had to make excuses when faced with doubts, he would do nothing else but defend everyone. If you want to see the robot dog, you can watch it. If you don't want to see it, you can leave. We need to identify the maker of this mechanical dog, otherwise you will be disqualified from the competition. Otherwise, everyone will use robots made by outsiders to compete, and the competition will not be fair. Chenbin curled his lips, then show me the evidence that this was not made by me. Do you have anything else to do? Don't bother me if you don't have anything else. The mechanical dog seemed to understand human nature. It turned around and jumped to Chenbin's feet without even looking at the group of people. The old professor didn't expect Chenbin to be so rude. His face turned red with anger. Now you have to show the evidence that this mechanical dog was developed by you. Do you have the design drawings? Do you have all the parts parameters? Yes, in my mind. Professor Ho suddenly remembered that when Chenbin processed parts, he didn't need to look at the drawings at all. And the terrifying speed at which he answered questions, could it be that everything is really in his head? The old professor was so angry that he laughed. In your brain. Is your brain a supercomputer? Do you know how many parts this mechanical dog has? 934 parts. The old professor was stunned. Then how long is the second section of this dog's metal tail? 17.6 millimeters in length, 15.4 millimeters in width, and 2 millimeters in thickness. As Chenbin spoke, he casually drew a part on the paper. It looks like this. The old men subconsciously widened their eyes, looking at the parts on the paper, and then at the second section of the dog's tail. They were exactly the same. Chenbin looked at them and frowned. Aren't you geniuses? Is your memory so bad? Why would you need a supercomputer to record a few hundred parts? The old professor was incredulous. Impossible. What do the two parts of the mechanical dog's paw joint look like? And what are their parameters? Chenbin continued to draw quickly, then handed over the blueprint. It is connected together. There are 4 main parts and 18 small parts in total. If I draw too much you won't be able to see it, so I only drew the exterior so you can compare based on the exterior. The old professor looked down at the drawing, and then at the joints of the mechanical dog's paws. They were exactly the same. His voice was trembling. Do you really remember everything? Is it difficult? Professor N had been watching the fun for a long time, but at this moment, he just felt that Chenbin's pretense was deafening. There is no way to refute it. People do remember it, and it's really not difficult. Professor Ho couldn't help but ask, how did you remember it? What do you mean? Chenbin looked over with some confusion. I developed it, of course I remember it. Professor Ho has also developed a lot of things, how come he doesn't remember them? He even had to take notes himself. So did other researchers. Seeing that everyone was silent, Chenbin's face became even more puzzled. Don't you remember everything after just one look? Professor N interrupted. There is a billboard announcing the competition at the entrance of the venue. What's the word on the 7th line? Chenbin said without pausing. It's the game time, from 2:30 to 5:30 in the afternoon. Colonel N turned around and waved to the guards. Within 2 minutes, the guard came back carrying a standing billboard. The 7th line of the billboard, it's really game time. The whole place was dead silent. Several old professors looked at each other, and one said, could this be the legendary, photographic memory? Speaking of photographic memory, everyone looked at Chenbin with strange eyes. I used to think that photographic memory was something that only existed in myths and legends. The result appeared before them. Chenbin was also showing off deliberately because more than one person had questioned him and he had to show off his skills. Okay, if you don't have anything to do, don't bother me. I'm busy. Chenbin spoke as he operated the machine tool. Colonel N stepped forward and said, I want to talk to you about this mechanical dog. He had just watched the whole thing and saw Chenbin's talent. At this moment, he looked at Chenbin with some envy. He always thought that photographic memory was an exaggeration for having a good memory, until Chenbin actually demonstrated to him what photographic memory was, and then he realized that this was fucking realistic. Chapter 15 Professional Match. When will this mechanical dog you developed be ready for mass production? Chenbin was a little confused. Mass production. Professor Ho guessed that Chenbin didn't understand what he meant, so he explained, it's a laboratory product. It's very difficult to move it directly to offline mass production because of the precision requirements. Most processing plants cannot process it. So unless there are some small production quantities, or large-scale high-precision weapons and equipment, most equipment, laboratory-made samples, and mass-produced models have slight differences. Chen Bin reacted and shook his head. Then this robot dog can be mass-produced directly. Most of the parts are non-standard parts that I directly paid someone to make, and a small part is made in my workshop. The manufacturing requirements are not high. Colonel N's eyes suddenly widened. He was ready for mass production downshifting. As a result, Chen Bin told him that such a mechanical dog could be mass-produced directly. A mechanical dog with such incredible performance, wouldn't it be invincible on the battlefield? How much is the approximate cost? President N needs to have an idea so that he can go back and hold a meeting to discuss purchasing matters. The cost of manufacturing these machines was 40,000 yuan at first, but later, as more parts were made, the price dropped a bit, to 30,000 yuan. If you can produce in bulk, the price will be very low. Principal N's body was trembling. About how much? I can't give a very accurate answer, but it's within 10,000 anyway. Colonel N's voice changed. Really? The price of mechanical dogs on the market now is basically over 100,000 yuan. Chen Bin gave him less than 10,000. What is the concept of this? Training a real dog costs at least 100,000 yuan, and there is also the risk of failure. For a dog to successfully become a military dog, various expenses will cost more than 30,000 yuan per year. Chen Bin looked at the excitement of Ndaxiao and spread his hands. In theory, this is true, but now I only have a small workshop, the manufacturing speed is very slow, all the parts are ordered from outside, and there is no time for assembly. Professor N waved his hand and said, that's not a problem. We will arrange for someone to contact you. Professor Ho stepped forward and said, let me do it. I have the right expertise for you. The old professor who had questioned Chen Bin before also stood up and said, it's the same as saying who is not a professional counterpart, but I have more experience, and I have a production line for robot dogs, so I can get your robot dog on the market as quickly as possible. The expressions of the others also changed, and they also wanted to help. If they can help to mass-produce the robot dogs, they will all know the technology behind them. This will be an almost unbeatable learning opportunity. They are all researching robots, and the appearance of this mechanical dog is like a dimensionality reduction attack to them. They really want to know the internal structure of this mechanical dog. Chen Bin looked at the group of people who were eager to try, and there was nothing good to choose from. Professor Ho, would you be willing to teach me? That's what I wanted. Professor Ho smiled. The first mover advantage is so obvious. President N took out his cell phone and said, let's exchange contact information. If you have any questions or needs, just call me directly. Good. In the workshop, a large group of researchers left disappointed, but Professor Ho was very happy. Cost and pricing are different. Pricing needs to consider many things. We will start mass production first, calculate the cost and then set the price based on various circumstances. I need a complete set of parts for this mechanical dog, as well as the manufacturing requirements and the overall drawings. Chen Bin took out his phone. I'll send it to you. Professor Ho was stunned. In the phone? The design drawings of most parts are in the mobile phone, which has a large storage space, and when you ask others to customize parts, you do it through the mobile phone. Professor Ho was silent for a moment. These things, to some extent, even had to be kept confidential. In other words, no one noticed Chen Bin, otherwise they would have obtained all the parts drawings ordered by Chen Bin and even assembled a mechanical dog. Almost technology leak. Chen Bin sent all the parts information on his phone. There are some that I haven't drawn yet. I made them myself. I'll give them to you later. Good. Professor Ho paused for a moment and said, what do you think about pricing? How much money do you want to make from it? Is there anything special about this? I suggest 2 sets of pricing. One set is for the military. The price can be very low because there is no competition. The performance of your mechanical dog is basically a monopoly. The price doesn't have to be too expensive. Depending on the market, the price can be slightly higher. Otherwise, other companies won't be able to survive. Chen Bin thought about the price of mechanical dogs on the market. They were indeed very expensive, but in fact the cost was not that high. But I see that in many fields that are monopolized by foreign countries, the prices are very high. Once Longwa masters the technology, the prices will be the lowest. Professor Ho smiled and said, it's different. The prices abroad are higher. They basically sell to us. We developed it, and they will sell it to us in the end, so why do they charge a high price? For example, shield machines are basically used by Longwa. The length of underground tunnels in other countries in the world in a year is not as long as the length of Longwa in a month. On the other hand, even though Longwa's technology has caught up, the price of cars sold overseas is still just as high, right? Chen Bin really didn't know this, but the logic was indeed this: then the military will give the lowest price, and civilians will follow the average market price. Can start a company. Chen Bin was indeed tempted, but he had no experience. Don't worry, let me learn more first. Okay. Professor Ho continued with the next item. Research and development is completely different from mass production and sales. But Chen Bin is also different from before. His photographic memory makes his brain very useful. It is necessary to start a company, which can help him do many things without having to do everything by himself. Once the military places an order, money is no longer a problem. Although it is the lowest price, you can still make a small profit. The more quantity you have, the more you can earn. Civilian sales will definitely not pick up in a short period of time, but what Chen Bin needs is not sales volume, but shock value. After talking about the 2 points in one breath, Chen Bin's thoughts became clearer. Once the company is set up, he doesn't even need to manage it. He can just find someone who specializes in starting a company. Use AI monitoring, and he will know any problems at the first time. But the company still has to be handed over to someone you can trust. Chen Bin quickly thought of a suitable candidate, took out his cell phone and made a call. Hello, counselor, what are you doing? Eat, what's wrong? Have you considered going into the sea? The counselor was stunned. I am a grown man, going to the sea. How can I go to the sea? It's not what you think. What I mean is, do you want to leave school and go out and explore the world? What? I want to start a company, but I need to do research and development, and the company needs someone to manage it. I think you are a good fit. He Dongsheng was confused. After being a counselor for so long, he never thought that one day his students would ask him to start a company. Chapter 16 Fire. Chen Bin chose his counselor after careful consideration. Counselors deal with a lot of things related to school students on a daily basis and have seen too many people and things, so they are completely capable of managing a company. As for the company's development strategy and the like, although these counselors don't understand it, Chen Bin's company doesn't need it. Does he have to worry about sales for the things he produces? After all, they are all epic-making products. I'll give you a high salary and commission, what do you say? The counselor still doesn't know how to choose. Chen Bin continued, how about this, I tell the school that I need your help, and you keep your position temporarily, but you help me start the company. The counselor has come to his senses this time. He has no worries and may have a bright future. What else is there to say? Okay. Then please help me register a company first. What's your name? Chen Bin hesitated for a moment and said, just call it, Super Atlas. Super Atlas Technology Company. Right. Chen Bin hung up the phone and looked at Professor Ho. The counselor helped me start a company, and everything from now on will go through that company. The host's voice outside sounded again, and the afternoon game was about to begin. The afternoon competition was more interesting, as it was a competition of the same kind. But that was before Chen Bin's mechanical dog appeared. After Chen Bin's mechanical dog appeared, everyone was just looking forward to his mechanical dog's appearance. However, compared to the few minutes in the morning, which directly provided thousands of shock values, the entire afternoon only provided 800 shock values. This is also normal. If you take a modern pistol to ancient times and fire a shot, the shock value it brings is extremely high. I guess many people would think that the god is angry. But the guns in the world today won't cause any shock at all. If you fire a gun in Longwa, someone might mistake it for a firecracker. The shock value returns to the 4,000 mark, and a lot of technology can be acquired. There was also good news this afternoon. The parts for his customized electromagnetic rail gun arrived. There are 2 plastic shells, and after they are put together, the electromagnetic rail gun is quickly manufactured. This is not a place to test the quota, so Chen Bin stuffed the gun into his bag, handed it to Professor Huang, and then went on stage to receive the award. The host held the microphone and said, the first place in this robot competition is Chen Bin from Jiangzhou Vocational and Technical College. His simulation companion robot has a super high degree of simulation, super intelligent information analysis ability, and super performance, which is the best among all. Chen Bin went on stage to receive the award. There were 3 teams that won first prize, and the remaining 2 teams also did very well, but when they walked onto the stage, they felt inferior. Normally they would be first, no problem at all, but now they are tied with Chen Bin for first place, which seems a bit unqualified. But the process still has to go on. Still have to speak. Off stage, Professor Huang felt the bag in his hand was a little heavy. Is this bag not sturdy? Just as he was thinking about it, he felt his hand lighten, followed by a clinking sound, and various parts fell to the ground. Whatever you think will come true. Professor Huang bent down to pick up the parts, feeling speechless as he did so. Chen Bin is really ruthless. He came to participate in the competition and ended up taking a lot of advantage of the organizers. In addition to the parts, there is also a toy gun. Picking up the toy gun, Professor Huang felt it was a bit heavy. Could it be an electromagnetic rail gun? Thinking of this, Professor Huang shook his head. How could it be possible? Impossible. Professor Huang picked up the gun and looked at it carefully. The plastic shell has a heavy feel, which makes the gun feel very good. It has a unique appearance, with a gun muzzle at the front, giving it the feel of a futuristic weapon. It is 50 centimeters long, which is not too long. It is just right to hold with both hands. Professor Huang's hand unconsciously grasped the handle of the gun and his finger was on the trigger. On the podium in front, the host's voice rang out, "Please invite Chen Bin to give his acceptance speech." Chen Bin held the microphone and said, "I am honored that my robot dog won the award. Thank you everyone." The host was also stunned when she saw Chen Bin handing the microphone to her. The two previous speakers had spoken for so long, and Chen Bin only said one sentence. "Shouldn't we thank Longhua, the school, or the teacher?" However, she was also very professional and quickly took the microphone. This student's speech is really unique. Just as Chen Bin was about to step down, he saw Professor Huang holding a gun with his hand on the trigger. He immediately grabbed the microphone and said, "Professor Huang, don't shoot. It's dangerous." Professor Huang was stunned for a moment and subconsciously raised his gun. It was an instinct to ask Chen Bin if this was the gun. But when he raised the gun, his index finger exerted force subconsciously. Bang! With a slight sound, a shuttle-shaped bullet streaked through the sky and accurately hit the metal structure of the stadium ceiling. Bang! A hole suddenly appeared on the steel structure. With an initial velocity of 3 times the speed of sound, this bullet's lethality is extremely terrifying. But it's not over yet, because this is an electromagnetic railgun. Ordinary firearms use gunpowder bullets. After firing a shot, the cartridge case needs to be ejected, so the effect of firing is one shot after another. But the electromagnetic pulse gun is different. The bullets do not need to be ejected. Instead, they are accelerated through the barrel one by one and then fired out. There can be 10 bullets in the barrel at the same time. Bullets continue to enter the barrel. Dozens of bullets were fired in an instant. As Professor Huang moved, the bullets changed their firing angles, leaving a line of trajectories directly on the ceiling of the stadium. Several steel structures in the ceiling were broken and creaking, as if they could not bear the weight. Professor Huang shuddered and quickly let go of his hand, his face full of confusion. The people around screamed and dodged. Professor N turned around in bewilderment and looked at Professor Huang, who was standing there with a gun in his hand. He said, "Put the gun down." Professor Huang quickly let go of his hand and put the gun on the ground. Colonel N glanced at the roof that was in danger of collapse and said, "Evacuate the crowd immediately." The soldiers he brought, in cooperation with the staff, began to evacuate people from the stadium. Chen Bin was a little panicked. He didn't know what the consequences would be for researching guns privately, but developing a gun and firing so many shots was definitely not a trivial matter. He originally developed this gun mainly for his own fun. Taking a deep breath, Chen Bin walked towards Professor Huang. Professor Huang had slowly come back to his senses by this time, but was still shocked. This was truly an electromagnetic rail gun. The sound of the gunshot was very small, mainly the sound of the bullet cutting through the air. Then there is the rate of fire and very low recoil. However, what shocked him the most was that Chen Bin had just planned to develop an electromagnetic rail gun yesterday. As a result, the electromagnetic rail gun is manufactured today. Isn't this too efficient? And isn't this power too great? Just as I was thinking about it, Chen Bin rushed over and asked, "Why are you playing with my gun?" "The bag is broken." Chen Bin looked at the parts scattered on the ground inside. There was nothing he could do about it. Will the consequences of privately researching weapons be serious? Professor Huang didn't react at first, and then he looked in the direction of Anhui University. Seeing that the university campus was still far away, he quickly took out his cell phone and called, "Hello, Lao Yen, come to the robot competition site right away." Professor Yen was a little surprised on the other end of the phone. "Why should I go there?" "It said that you asked Chinbin to help you research the electromagnetic rail gun, and he developed it, but something unexpected happened. The electromagnetic railgun he built broke the steel structure of the stadium's roof." Chapter 17 Waiting for Testing. Professor Yen laughed and said, "What are you bragging about? Can an electromagnetic railgun break a steel structure? Come quickly, or the consequences may be serious." Professor Yan's smile slowly faded. "Really? When have I ever made such a joke? I'll be there right away." Professor Yen hung up the phone, still with disbelief in his eyes. How could the electromagnetic rail gun be so powerful? How long is the barrel? How heavy is it? Go check it out first and take the blame. Asking Chinbin to assist in research and development is different from Chinbin secretly developing it himself. Professor Huang hung up the phone and looked at Chinbin. "Next time you develop weapons and equipment, you can tell me appropriately. Although my level is not high, but I know some people, and I can help you if you really can't do it." Chinbin nodded, "Okay." As he was speaking, Colonel N came over. Professor Huang looked at Colonel N and said, "I just fired by mistake." "Where's the gun?" Professor Huang pointed to the toy gun on the ground. Colonel N looked down at the gun, the plastic shell, and the cheap paint, and was silent for a moment. "Isn't this a toy gun? This is an electromagnetic railgun. Professor Yen from the Light Weapons Research Institute asked Chinbin to help develop it." Colonel N picked up the gun and looked up at the ceiling not far away. He said in disbelief, "Is it really an electromagnetic railgun?" As a military logistics officer, he is specifically responsible for new weapons and has knowledge of various high-tech weapons. The electromagnetic railgun changes every year, but no matter how it changes, its power is not great and its accuracy is not high. But the power of Chinbin's gun is really great. The ceiling of the steel structure can be full of holes. Even a waist-thick steel pipe can be punched through. And then there are the lines of bullet holes, which are precisely drawn on the ceiling. This accuracy is absolutely high. If it were the electromagnetic rail guns he knew, the bullet holes would definitely be scattered everywhere. Colonel N looked at Chinbin and asked, "What is the firing rate of this gun?" "Maximum firing rate, 80 rounds per second." Colonel N's eyes suddenly widened. "How much?" 80. Ding, shock value plus 30. A large group of people around were shocked at the same time. 80 per second, damn, even a machine gun can't be that fast. You know, according to rifles, such as the M16, the theoretical rate of fire is 700 rounds per minute, or just over 10 rounds per second. This is still the theoretical rate of fire, without considering reloading or overheating. The fully automatic AK-47 has a firing rate of only 600 rounds per minute. The firing rate of a light machine gun is about 1,000 rounds per minute. This electromagnetic rail gun can fire up to 4,800 rounds per minute. This firing rate is simply invincible. Even better than Gatling. It is comparable to a machine gun. You have to know that the Avenger machine gun, a weapon used on attack aircraft, only fires 3,900 rounds per minute. Colonel N held up the gun and asked, "How many bullets can be put in it?" 300 rounds. Colonel N raised his eyebrows slightly. "So many?" Bullets are diamond-shaped and can be arranged in a staggered manner. More bullets can be packed into the same space. In addition, bullets are hollow inside, so they are not heavy. What's the killing range? I haven't tested it, but theoretically, the precision killing range should be between 800 meters and 1,000 meters. Colonel N's eyes were full of doubt. Is this really an electromagnetic rail gun? Colonel N couldn't help wanting to try it, but this wasn't the place to test it. Let's go to the shooting range. Chenbin pointed to the ceiling and asked, "What should we do there?" "I will communicate with the organizer." Colonel N took the responsibility of the matter and took a group of people to the Light Weapons Research Institute. There is a professional testing range here. Professor Huang called Professor Yen during the trip and asked him to wait at the shooting range. A moment later, the military vehicle drove into the Light Weapons Research Institute, drove straight in, past a fork in the road, and continued driving back for 2 minutes before arriving at the shooting range. Professor Yen had already stopped at the entrance of the shooting range, and by this time he already knew what had happened. Shooting occurred at the robot competition. He got all the photos of the scene. Just these photos made him go from being confused to being extremely confused. He was just confused at first, but after seeing the photos, he felt like he had no idea. How could the muzzle effect be caused by an electromagnetic rail gun? How could it be so powerful? Looking at Colonel N, he hurried over and said, "Let me see the gun." Colonel N took out the electromagnetic rail gun and asked in surprise, "You've never seen this gun before?" Professor Yen looked at the gun and his mind froze. The appearance of this gun is completely different from what he imagined. He thought it was very long and thick, otherwise how could there be room for acceleration? How could it provide high power? Professor Yen. Professor Yen shook his head subconsciously, then reacted, "I have seen it, but I only came up with a concept. I don't know how far it has been developed, nor do I know how powerful it is." After taking the gun, Professor Yen couldn't help but think of yesterday. Just yesterday, he took Chenbin to see the electromagnetic rail gun. As a result, Chenbin took out the electromagnetic rail gun today. He must have started the research some time ago, but only took it out yesterday. Even if we start researching it before, it won't be able to be that powerful. It's such a small thing, with a total length of less than 60 centimeters. Even if it's all gun barrel, there's no way to accelerate the bullet to a very fast speed, right? Professor Yen looked at Chenbin, who was getting off the car, opened his mouth, and wanted to say something, but swallowed it back. The staff is already preparing for the test. It will probably take about half an hour. I'll take you to rest first. The shooting range was very large. As soon as Chenbin entered, he saw a large number of equipment and various high-speed cameras. At first glance, it looks really professional. Professor Yen took Chenbin and others to the stands on the side of the shooting range. There is a huge bulletproof glass here that allows you to see the situation at the test site. There are also 4 large screens that allow you to see various data, as well as what is captured by high-speed cameras and high-definition cameras. Standing here, you can see the staff below setting up the venue. It was Chenbin's first time to visit such a place. His first impression was that it was high-end and everything was in order. While waiting, people came in one after another. It was obvious that he had received the news and came to see the situation. Some of them are obviously official people, but most of them are researchers. They all came in with a puzzled look on their faces and asked about the gun. They were all people who had heard about the technological breakthrough and came to see the guns. There were 50 seats in the stands, and they were all full, but there were still people trying to squeeze in, and everyone was standing. Chenbin didn't expect the scene to be so big. However, there should be people here who know the business, and they should be able to provide a lot of shocking points later. Then this exposure is not a bad thing. In addition, private research and development should not be a serious matter, at least no one has mentioned it so far. Guessing it was nothing serious, Chenbin was no longer nervous. Instead of waiting, why not draw a prize? Having so many top researchers gathered together would at least increase his luck, right? Chapter 18. I want one too. Chenbin focused his attention deep in his consciousness. Draw a prize. 100 shock points disappeared, and light began to flicker. Chenbin looked at it expectantly, and then saw a flash of white light. White light means ordinary things. The light faded, and in the light, a round can appeared, refreshing chewing gum, clear breath, refresh the mind and sober up. 100 shock points, in exchange for a box of gum. But since I have nothing to do, I might as well chew it as a pastime. Chenbin put his hand into his pocket, and when he took it out, there was an extra box of chewing gum. Chenbin picked up one and put it in his mouth, and immediately felt refreshed. It tastes good. Professor Huang was sitting next to Chenbin. He was a little nervous. Give me one. Chenbin handed one over. Professor Huang chewed twice, his eyes widened. He felt the cool mint in his mouth rushing straight to his brain, and his whole mind became a little more relaxed. So refreshing. What's so cool? A professor nearby asked puzzledly. Chenbin looked at the old professor and handed him the gum silently. Try it. The old professor also chewed a few times and said, Hey, there is something. I feel refreshed. Several old professors around also looked over. We were all waiting nervously, but waiting itself is a boring thing. If they are distracted, their attention will quickly shift. Chen Bin poured a handful into his hand. Come and try it. There was also an old professor holding it, not wanting one, but seeing others trying it, he couldn't help but reach out and take one. Chen Bin felt like a kindergarten teacher, distributing chewing gum to a group of children. A box of gum is gone. The rest of the people took their hands back, while those who had eaten were very surprised. What brand of candy is this? Where did you buy it? I bought it so long ago that I forgot where I bought it. Where's the brand? Chen Bin took out the box. No brand. A professor said, when you find the sign, send me a message. As he spoke, he took out his phone and said, come on, add a friend. Others also responded, add me as a friend and send me a message when the time comes. The first person who wanted to add a friend was stunned. He really just wanted to know the brand of chewing gum. After a period of chaos, Chen Bin joined almost the entire venue. With this episode, the atmosphere on the field was no longer tense, and a professor took the initiative to ask. You developed a mechanical dog, and you also developed this electromagnetic pulse gun? Most of them actually don't really believe it. After all, these are two different research fields. But they didn't question it even though they didn't believe it. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't bother to question it. It's none of their business. I'm asking this now out of pure curiosity. Yeah. Chen Bin responded. I heard that this gun is very powerful. How did you do that? The electromagnetic pulse gun we researched in our institute has very limited power. Even though they are all questioning, some people get angry right away, while others are just curious. Chen Bin doesn't mind such questions. Any paper? Someone immediately brought paper and pen. Chen Bin quickly drew the principle of the electromagnetic generator on the notebook. I don't know what you are using, but the electromagnetic generator I designed can burst out powerful energy instantly. An old professor took the paper from Chen Bin and his expression gradually changed. This is not the one we use. When the others heard this, their expressions changed instantly and they swarmed over. Let me see. Let me see. Chen Bin took photos silently. I'll create a group and post it to the group so that everyone can watch it together. 2 minutes later, everyone joined the group. Chen Bin sent the photo to the group, and the whole place fell silent. Only in Chen Bin's mind, a voice sounded, ding, shock value plus 79. After a moment, the researchers looked up one by one, and each of them looked as if they had seen a ghost. They had never seen such a design before. They don't use this design either. This means that Chen Bin has embarked on a new path. This difficulty is much higher than research based on the existing foundation. Their first reaction was that Chen Bin had made a breakthrough in their research. Now it's Chen Bin who has come up with a better design. These are two completely different concepts. This design can definitely be used in other electromagnetic-related equipment. Once replaced, the performance of all electromagnetic equipment will probably be greatly improved. A group of people looked like they were possessed, with their eyes wide open, staring at their phones and muttering to themselves. Colonel An looked at Chen Bin. This was the second time he had seen a similar scene. The last time was in the workshop at the stadium, and Chen Bin stunned everyone with his photographic memory. Someone reacted, this thing can't be leaked. From a technical point of view, this design is amazing. From a business perspective, this will bring about a major update of the equipment. If Longwood can rely on these and seize the opportunity, it will be able to catch up with the rest of the world in many areas. So it must not be leaked. The person who spoke was the director of the institute. The dean then looked at Chen Bin and said, I invite you to join our institute. You can propose any conditions you want. Professor Huang was still looking at the drawings at this time. He was not an expert in these areas and found it a little difficult to understand. At this moment, I suddenly looked up. Is it true that someone is poaching my employees? But after raising his head, he lowered it again. The main reason was that at this time, he also felt that there was no reason for the school to keep Chen Bin. It's difficult to raise a dragon in shallow water. Chen Bin shook his head without hesitation. If he had received the invitation when he was in school, he might have accepted it. But it's different now. Now the military basically gives him orders 100%. And the school will give him a laboratory. He had a place to study, money, and most importantly, freedom. When doing research here, there are guards coming in and out, so anything you develop cannot be hidden. If he were here, and he produced top-notch products every now and then, they might be sliced and studied. If it was at school, he could still say that it was developed in the past. The dean felt a little sorry, but he did not continue to persuade him. In his opinion, he was also in a shallow area. Chen Bin is a real dragon. A staff member's voice rang out over the intercom, "Everything is ready, we can start testing." The dean picked up the intercom, "Come up and get your guns, and start the test." The staff immediately took the gun and started testing. The first thing to test is the power of a single shot. The staff fixed the gun, and there was a very thick target 10 meters in front of the muzzle. The target is made up of layers of thick composite materials compressed and stacked together. The power can be judged by analyzing how many layers the bullet has passed through, the damage inside the target can be analyzed, and the state of the bullet after hitting the target can be determined. A 1-meter target can test most armor-piercing projectiles. The staff adjusted the switch and pulled the trigger. Swoosh, bang. Compared to the sound of a normal musket, this sound is almost non-existent. But the audience in the stands can see the data appear on the screen. First of all, the initial velocity of the bullet is 1,000 meters per second. This speed is faster than many sniper rifles. The most perverted thing is that the target was directly shot through. Ding, shock value plus 101. Chen Bin smiled. This was really cool. He can add as many shock values as there are test items next. Compared to ordinary people who know nothing and can only be shocked once, these old professors are worthy of respect. Chapter 19: A Great Harvest. Chen Bin looked at another screen, which showed the images just captured by the high-speed camera. You can see a diamond-shaped bullet slowly flying out of the muzzle. It is not a regular rhombus, but has curved lines on it. This arc drives the bullet forward while slowly rotating. Then the voice of a staff member came from the intercom, "This bullet penetrated the test target." Ding, shock plus 89. Chen Bin's eyes lit up. One test, multiple harvests. It has to be professional. The group of researchers felt numb at this moment. Their electromagnetic railgun couldn't even penetrate the first layer of the target and could only embed itself on the surface at best. Chen Bin's gun shot through the target in one go. This power is totally incomparable. The dean picked up the intercom and said, "Take a look at the damage inside the target." A moment later, the voice of a staff member was heard on the intercom, "There is a hole in the center of all the targets." The bullet did not cause any damage around the hole, but only penetrated the target. The researchers can also see what's happening on the screen. This sharp bullet pierced through the target and flew out directly. Unlike ordinary bullets, it will not cause great damage after it hits the target. It's probably like a bullet hitting a person's forehead, with a small hole in the front and a big hole in the back. Colonel N's expression changed slightly. What others saw was that the bullet had relatively small lethality, but what he saw was that the bullet could penetrate walls. During street fighting, use infrared thermal imaging to determine the target's position and fire directly. This tactic was originally supported by machine guns, missiles, and rockets, otherwise the penetration power was insufficient and the target could not be hit. But now, if there is such a gun, a single soldier can shoot through the wall. Can greatly reduce the probability of soldiers getting injured. Testing continues. This time, the target was increased to 2 meters thick. With a slight sound, the bullet penetrated the 1.5 meter target before stopping. This means that out of 5 centimeters thick steel plates, this bullet can penetrate 3. After hearing this, Chen Bin's shock value increased by another 90 and he smiled happily. Although there are few people, the shock value they can provide is really great. The second test was the rate of fire test. Compared with the theoretical firing rate of some guns, which is actually impossible to achieve, Chen Bin's electromagnetic rail gun is said to have a firing rate of 80 per second, and it really is 80 per second. When 80 bullets hit the same point on the target accurately, a fist-sized hole was made in the center of the 2-meter-thick target. The shock value increased by another 100. Colonel N was a little bit unbelievable. Why do all the bullets hit the same point? What's the recoil of this gun? Although this is an electromagnetic railgun, under normal circumstances, electromagnetic railguns also have recoil. When a bullet flies out, there will inevitably be a pushback force. I have a specially designed force-releasing device. It can also convert the unloaded force into energy and use it for orbital acceleration. Everyone turned their heads and looked at Chen Bin. The look in his eyes was extremely complicated. They wanted to say that Chen Bin was bragging, but Chen Bin was already very awesome and didn't need to brag at all. But the operation Chen Bin just mentioned was very complicated. How could it be all on the gun? If this is true, then the most powerful part of this gun is probably not just the electromagnetic generating device. And there is this energy conversion equipment. Ding, shock value plus 101. A voice came from the intercom, no more bullets. Chen Bin spread his hands and said, I only made 200 rounds of bullets in total. Professor Huang used some of them at the stadium, and the rest were used up in testing. Colonel An stood up and said, no need to test for now. The dean also realized that there were too many people here. I'll arrange for someone to seal the guns first. Others also realized that they had seen something incredible today and might even have to sign a confidentiality agreement. Chen Bin was stunned. No, he collected more than 500 shocking points in total, but he didn't want to test it. More than 1,200 shock points were exchanged, and including the shooting in the stadium, a total of 1,500 shock points were obtained. I don't make much money. Watching the gun being sealed, will this gun be tested in the future? Let's talk in my office. The dean took Chen Bin to the office. Colonel An also hurriedly followed. He did not expect that after participating in a competition, there would be 2 weapons that could be purchased. In the office, the dean first poured Chen Bin a cup of tea. Your school uniform is quite unique. Chen Bin looked down at his school uniform. The school didn't have a uniform originally, but I'm going to win a prize, so we have a uniform. The dean laughed. After hearing what Chen Bin said, he understood. It is difficult for a vocational school to produce a genius like Chen Bin, so it is understandable that they would promote him. You won't learn anything if you continue to stay in school, and it's a waste of your talent. Don't you really want to consider changing places? I won't consider it for now. I'll decide after I graduate in a year. The dean looked at Colonel An and said, do you want to speak about the gun or should I? Let me tell you. Colonel An looked at Chen Bin. This gun is different from the mechanical dog. If this gun can be mass-produced, it will be a tactical-level weapon. You can customize your tactics around this gun. The technology inside is also beyond the current world level. It is a technology that cannot be leaked out in the short term. So the military factory is responsible for mass production. Technology also needs to be kept strictly confidential. But we will give you corresponding compensation. What do you think? Chen Bin nodded, I understand. We publish 1 generation, keep 1 generation secret, and then research and develop 1 generation. Colonel An hesitated for a moment and said, you can propose any conditions you want. Chen Bin thought about it and realized that there was really nothing he wanted. In front of the super technology catalog, everything else has to take a back seat. No conditions. A hint of respect flashed in the depths of N's eyes. Not everyone can be as free and easy as Chen Bin. Don't worry, the technology patent is still yours, and all the profits from future technology applications will also be yours. We'll talk about it later. Chen Bin stood up, if it's all right, I'll leave first. Wait. The dean turned around and took a book from the shelf. Is your photographic memory real? Chen Bin looked at the dean in confusion, what do you mean? The dean opened the thick book and then closed it, nothing special, I'm just curious, so which page was that you just opened and what was written on it? The dean's thoughts now are very simple. As long as Chen Bin tells him the page number, he will admire him. You just opened page 62, which talks about the design of gears. The dean reopened the book to the place he had just opened. He opened it casually and didn't know which page it was. Now he knew it was page 62. What's the 6th word in the 5th row? Light. The dean looked up in disbelief. You can't see it clearly normally, right? The brain can't really keep up, but the eyes can see it, and I can understand it with a little recollection. The dean's face wrinkled together. Isn't this even more outrageous? Chen Bin waved his hand and walked out of the office. Professor Huang was waiting anxiously outside. When he saw Chen Bin coming out, he asked, what did you talk about? Chen Bin smiled and said, the gun must be kept secret and cannot be exposed for a short time. They said they would give me compensation, but I refused. Professor Huang breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried about the accountability research. Although the possibility is very small, it's better to be safe than sorry. Are we going back to school now? Walk. This time, it was full of twists and turns. But the harvest was fruitful. Chen Bin looked at the 6,000 shocking points on the system page. Almost everything on the first page of the exchange catalog should be able to be exchanged. Sitting in the car, Chen Bin resisted the urge to smoke 10 times and opened the catalog. The huge catalog slowly unfolded, and the picture that seemed like the future once again appeared in front of Chen Bin. Chapter 20. I am proud of it. There are so many high-tech products in the catalog that Chen Bin even sighed. He wondered how many shocking points he would need to redeem them all. Fortunately, it is not difficult to obtain shocking points now. Take your time, there is always a chance. Chen Bin's eyes paused as he searched the atlas. He saw a person floating in the air on the street. The man was floating in the air with his hands behind his back. No, there's something under my feet. Chen Bin focused his attention on the disc under his feet. Floating board. Portable transportation. Chen Bin's eyes lit up. Isn't this thing invincible for delivering food? There was no shaking and not a drop of soup spilled. And, the visual effect of this thing is also invincible. It's definitely shocking value. Compared to mechanical dogs and guns, if you want to be shocked, you need to have a certain understanding of these technologies. This floating board is more direct. Anyone who sees it will be shocked unless he is a fool. The amount required for exchange is 3,988. Chen Bin just felt a pain in his teeth. 4,000. It's a bit expensive. But it's worth the money. Exchange. The shock value was only 2001, and then a huge amount of memories flooded into Chen Bin's mind. The airborne board uses ion propulsion inside. Ions are generated by ionizing the gas, and the electric field is used to accelerate the ions and spray them downward, thereby generating a reaction force to push the floating board into suspension. There are many difficulties and the technical level is really high. But it's also really awesome. This type of propulsion will not produce a hurricane like a jet engine. Because although the ion ejection speed is very high, the mass of the ion is extremely small. If we have to say what the impact is, it is that at the microscopic level, the ions collide with a small amount of gas molecules around them, causing extremely weak movement of the gas molecules and generating a weak airflow. In addition to the ion accelerator, there is also an air suction device and multiple jet nozzles inside the airboard. By controlling the ion injection intensity and direction of these jet nozzles, the attitude control and flight operation of the airboard can be achieved. Chen Bin digested all the knowledge in a short period of time, his eyes widened, and he felt that he had provided some shock value to the system. It's so fucking shocking. Humans have actually studied all the extra technologies that come to mind. But these technologies have taken a huge step forward based on human research. How cool would it be if you could stroll around the school on a hoverboard? Isn't the shock value rising rapidly? But then Chen Bin frowned. The technical level of this floating board is a bit high. Can the laboratory arranged by the school handle it? It would be a bit embarrassing if it couldn't be manufactured. The car arrived at the school quickly. A huge banner was hung directly on the school gate. Chen Bin, a sophomore student at our school, won the first prize in the national robot competition. The red banner, coupled with its huge area, almost covered up the name of the school. At the school gate, the leaders of the college and even the principal had arrived. They already knew what was going on. Because business calls from some big companies have been made to their mobile phones. Many big companies have already known what happened at the robot competition, and they have also realized the huge business opportunities behind robot dogs. Compared to real dogs, mechanical dogs are cute, interactive, and do not require feeding or walking. Most importantly, at this very moment, robot dogs are a hot topic. Once a cooperation is reached, it can be used as a publicity point immediately. Even if the product cannot be put on the shelves for sale later, this wave of stock surge can also greatly increase the net worth of those people. Countless people have called the school in the past few days. Want to cooperate and willing to spend a lot of money for exclusive cooperation. Under such circumstances, Chen Bin's importance skyrocketed in the eyes of a group of school administrators. The car stopped at the school gate and a group of school leaders greeted Chen Bin. Director Su smiled and introduced the dean and the principal to Chen Bin. After a round of introductions, a group of people walked towards the school. The students passing by looked at Chen Bin, who was surrounded by the crowd, with a bewildered look on their faces. Isn't this a working maniac? What? Stop pretending. Are you going to show off? Is he a rich second generation? The classmate next to me pointed to the notice board on the other side and said, "Can't you see that big portrait? Chin Bin. An outstanding student of our school. He developed a world-class robot dog while in school and won first prize in the national robot competition. Fuck, the delivery dog wasn't bought by him, he made it himself. Oh my god, he developed a mechanical dog just to be lazy." At this moment, all the students passing by stopped. A lot of people know Chin Bin. After all, he is a workaholic, and there are many people who have seen Chin Bin. The contrast at this moment is really outrageous, so outrageous that they find it difficult to accept. It was also the first time for Chin Bin to be surrounded by so many school leaders, but he did not feel any discomfort. This feeling is a little strange. It seemed as if the campus had changed all of a sudden. A group of people sent Chin Bin to the laboratory building. The principal said, "The fourth floor of the laboratory building is the one with the best equipment in the entire laboratory building. It was just upgraded this year. After a meeting, it was decided that from today until graduation, this floor is yours." Director Su originally planned to give Chin Bin the second floor, which was much inferior to the fourth floor. Chin Bin thought of the complaints he had heard from his classmates before. "I can't even bear to turn on the air conditioner on weekdays. I spent tens of millions to upgrade a laboratory, but no one uses it. Now that I think about it, it doesn't matter whether the air conditioner is turned on or not, what is important is the laboratory." Chen Bin walked into the laboratory impatiently. The first thing he saw was a high-precision CNC machine tool with 9 axes. The machine tool in Chen Bin's workshop previously only had 3 axes. Upgrading from a musket to a cannon. And through the instinct of mechanical affinity, he can tell that this equipment is new. Looking at a bunch of other experimental equipment, they are basically brand new and all new models. Chen Bin excitedly checked each device, his eyes becoming brighter and brighter. What a nice place. You can really make hoverboards here. After looking around, Chen Bin walked directly to the machine tool and started entering parameters. A group of school leaders looked at Chen Bin's actions and their smiles froze on their faces. No, he was going to ignore them. They also want to hold a commendation meeting. In addition, we also need to discuss how to deal with the technology of the robotic dog, right? Professor Ho followed Chen Bin and watched Chen Bin start to work. Then he looked at a group of school leaders who were whispering with their heads down, and took the initiative to say, "My last name is Ho, and I am currently Chen Bin's assistant." The dean looked at Professor Ho in surprise. "Assistant? Damn, since you can't poach Chen Bin, so you let him stay? Are you so shameless?" Professor Ho looked at the dean and explained, "It was arranged by the military. The military is going to purchase a batch of robot dogs, so they asked me to work with Chen Bin to design a mass-produced version of the robot dog." The school leaders are not fools. What Professor Ho said was to tell them that the mechanical dog has been favored by the military. As for whether it will be used for civilian purposes, that will be decided later. Before that, there was no possibility of cooperation. However, the school leaders did not feel sorry at all. Instead, their eyes lit up. A product being used by civilians and being used by the military are two different concepts. For schools, the benefits are even greater. Because of this relationship, if anything slips out from Chen Bin's fingers, it can make the school better, and they will benefit a lot. Chapter 21 Commendation Conference. Professor Ho looked at the expressions of the group of people and smiled. He thought that these people were lucky to have recruited a student like Chen Bin. "Okay, Chen Bin is still busy, don't disturb him." The dean quickly said, "We are considering holding a commendation meeting. What do you think?" Professor Ho waved his hand and said, "Don't do those empty words. As a researcher, I generally don't like this kind of thing." The busy Chen Bin turned his head instantly, as if he had received some signal. "I think it's okay to open." Professor Ho was stunned. Ah. He felt that Chen Bin was not the kind of person who liked to show off in front of others, otherwise he would not have said only a few words when receiving the award. But then he thought of the difference. Chen Bin wanted to show off at school and show off in front of his classmates and friends. It's normal for young people to like this. Maybe there are girls I like in the audience, which would make me feel even more accomplished. Seeing an opportunity to flatter someone, the school leader hurriedly asked, "Then should we prepare for the commendation meeting as soon as possible? Do you need us to prepare a speech?" "I'll prepare the speech myself." Chen Bin thought for a moment and said, "Not too early, maybe 5 days later." He estimated that it would take 5 days to manufacture this float board. 5 days later. Yes, if possible, we can gather several campuses of our school together, and I will encourage them as much as possible. The school leaders looked at each other and said that this requirement was a bit difficult. There were 4,000 people on this campus, but the total number of people on several campuses of the school was 12,000. We have to transfer 8,000 people from other campuses, which is a huge project. Even if we use buses to transport it, we will need 100 or 200 buses. But since Chenbin has said it, we must do it. There are 5 days left, so it's still time to start making arrangements now. The principal made the decision, okay, then everyone from all campuses should come and participate. Chenbin was delighted when he heard the result. If you could step on a hoverboard and take off in front of 12,000 people, wouldn't the effect be invincible? How much shock value does it have to have? It feels good just thinking about it. Turning around, Chenbin continued to be busy and full of energy. There are 2 difficulties in manufacturing an airborne board. The first is to make an ion accelerator on an airborne board with a diameter of less than 50 centimeters. Another way is to separate the ions. In fact, the most difficult part is the design difficulty, but the design difficulty super catalog has eliminated it. The manufacturing difficulty is only theoretical. The first one is manufactured with blue light assistance, so there is no pressure for Chenbin. Guided by the blue light that only Chenbin could see, Chenbin quickly turned on all the equipment and began to manufacture parts. Halfway through the process, a text message arrived, announcing that the school's 300,000 yuan bonus had arrived. Chenbin didn't even have time to warm the money before he gave it directly to the counselor. The counselor is currently helping to start a company and needs money. As soon as the money was sent, the counselor called and asked, "What are you doing with the bonus the school gave you?" "I want you to help me start a company. Professor Ho has already given me 2 million. Chenbin looked at Professor Ho with some confusion. "Why are you giving me money?" "It wasn't me who gave the money. It was approved by the military." Chenbin was stunned, when Professor Ho was unable to react for a moment, and then he realized that Chenbin didn't understand this at all. The military wants to purchase a robot dog, but if you don't have the conditions to manufacture it, they will pay part of the payment first. Not only that, as long as you cooperate with the military, there are many benefits, including tax breaks and priority purchases of various restricted materials. Chenbin responded, "I understand. I'll leave this to you. I'll take care of mine first." "Okay, give me the drawings of the mechanical dog as soon as possible." "Good." Chenbin said, "Can you help me get some express delivery? It's in the workshop. There are a lot of things in the workshop that need to be brought over." "Okay." Professor Ho nodded and walked out of the laboratory. He was a little dazed. He had fallen to the point of running errands and picking up packages. But if this person is Chenbin, then it makes sense. How do you get to the workshop? Professor Ho went downstairs to make a phone call and asked Professor Huang to join him. The students were united. Chenbin stopped when there was only one person left in the laboratory. My heart started to itch again. I want to smoke something. The shock value is enough. After spending 3,008, there are still 2,005 left. You can do 2 10-draw combos. Moreover, once the commendation meeting begins, Chenbin will gain a lot. Take a chance and try your luck. If you are lucky, you can draw 10 times in a row. Lottery. Amidst the flickering light, a flash of white light emerged. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the super smooth toilet paper. Chenbin put away the tissue and continued to work. After receiving the express delivery from Professor Huang and Professor Ho, Chenbin took out the parts he made at the competition site and assembled the mechanical dog. It is better to have protection in the laboratory. The 2 mechanical dogs can be used to protect the safety here. By the way, draw the design drawings of the parts and the robot dog and give them to Professor Ho for mass production. After finishing all these, Chenbin devoted himself to manufacturing. From the Military Logistics Support Department, Colonel An obtained a test document. Actual measured data about the robot dog. Combat test. President An brought Chenbin's robotic dog back for testing. He could only talk about its performance but could not place an order. The only way was to test it and hold a meeting to discuss the purchase quantity. When I opened the file, the first thing I saw was a few big words, "Top Secret Test File." Colonel An was stunned. Top secret. There are 3 levels of confidentiality in Manhwa: secret, confidential, and top secret. Top secret is already the highest level. Continuing to look down, he saw an introduction to the actual combat capabilities of the mechanical dog. In the ambush of 3 9-man Special Forces teams, they destroyed the designated targets and escaped unscathed. Principal and felt goosebumps all over his body. How is this done? There must be bomb traps, mines, and bullet rain at the scene. Keep reading. This robot dog has super information processing capabilities. It can execute commands freely after being given them. During the test, the robot dog was made to destroy all robot dog targets in an area. Without any other information, it quickly walked through the area and destroyed any robot dogs it encountered. After clearing the entire area, continued to wander around the area. Colonel N just felt his scalp tingling. Under normal circumstances, the commands that can be given to the robot now are to clear an area and then walk around and return, unless it is set to run a second time. But this robot dog has no settings. In addition, according to the introduction, the first time, the cleaning and investigation will be done step by step. When all the cleaning is completed, it will start wandering around looking for the target. These are 2 ways of searching, for 2 situations. With trembling hands, President N opened the second page and saw the basic performance test of the mechanical dog. The speed is even faster than Chen Bin said, the maximum speed is 65 km per hour. Strength, 300 kilograms. Can this dog carry 300 kilograms? All-terrain access. Can you still swim? President N got goosebumps all over his body. Does this dog have any weaknesses? If it appears on the battlefield, this dog can quickly transport supplies to anywhere. Unbelievable. And the bite force is 400 kilograms. With one bite, anything can be crushed. Chapter 22 Floating Board. I continued to flip through the pages and looked at them page by page. The test was very detailed, including the battery life. Under the condition of continuous high-intensity exercise, the battery life can last for 2 days. The more detailed it was, the more shocked N was. The shocking thing before was beyond words, and now it is shocking again. It turns out that the performance of the mechanical dog we saw before is just the tip of the iceberg. The guard walked up to Colonel N and said, "I'll take you to the conference room." Colonel N closed the document and followed the guard into a conference room. There were more than a dozen people in the conference room, all with gold stars on their shoulders, and the lowest rank was Major General. The person in charge of the meeting has 2 stars on his shoulders. At this moment, more than a dozen people were looking down at the documents, occasionally looking up at the mechanical dog on the table, some with confused looks in their eyes. Can such a mechanical dog really appear in this era? Is it a bit too strong? Colonel N sat quietly at the back of the conference room. The general sitting at the front of the conference room said, "The performance of this mechanical dog is terrifying. During ground advancement, it is almost invincible. There are few ways to deal with it except for large-scale missile bombardment." You said the cost of the mechanical dog is less than 10,000? Colonel N nodded slightly. That's what Chen Bin, the developer of the robot dog, said. What do you think about the fact that this mechanical dog was developed by a young man? Colonel N said in a deep voice, he really has a photographic memory. He can remember everything in a book after just one glance. But his grades weren't great, and his past performance wasn't exceptional. Colonel N didn't say anything. Since such a terrifying mechanical dog had been developed, Chen Bin's situation must be investigated. The general continued, no one gave him the skills, maybe he suddenly got it. As he spoke, the general said, he also opened a company, probably wanting to manufacture it himself. The conventional process is too slow. Go and help him build the company system, and then start manufacturing the mechanical dog as soon as possible. Order 10,000 units first. Yes. Then you will find a suitable base near Jiangzhou Vocational College. Your main task will be to protect Chen Bin and provide him with convenience. Colonel N raised his head subconsciously and asked him to prepare a base around the school. Wasn't this a bit too exaggerated? But thinking of the horror of the mechanical dog, he nodded, okay. The electromagnetic railgun has been sent to the National Defense Science Academy and is currently undergoing detailed testing. If we purchase it in bulk later, it will also be purchased through Chen Bin's company. You have another mission when you go. If Chen Bin wants to mass-produce the robot dog for civilian use, ask him to reduce its performance. Civilian use does not require aggression. Good. Colonel N walked out of the conference room with a smile on his face. Although it seems that he will serve Chenbin next, from another perspective, he will have priority access to top-notch equipment. If he does well, he might be able to take this very difficult step and gather 4 stars to form a golden star. In addition, the authority given to him this time is also very broad. Establishing a base from scratch is very complicated and requires the mobilization of many resources. If you do it well, you will have a bright future. At the same time, the video of Chen Bin's robotic dog at the robot competition also began to spread online. Those who knew about the situation before were all people in the circle and were considered insiders. It's just that ordinary people often don't realize how terrifying the technology of robot dogs is. Just like many people would be surprised when they see ordinary mechanical dogs, how can today's mechanical dogs be so powerful? When I saw Chen Bin's mechanical dog, I was also surprised. Is this mechanical dog so powerful? Exclamation is not shock. Chen Bin watched as videos of the robot dog became popular, and the shock value increased by 300 times a day. Although 300 a day is already very good, but after having reaped the rewards at the robot competition, Chen Bin really has no interest in 300 a day. The lottery is meaningless. Draw a prize once a day to test the waters. For draws in 4 days, 2 rolls of tissues, a cane, and a box of gum. Chewing gum is a good thing, at least it is much more valuable than toilet paper. If you draw something good, it means it's time for 10 consecutive draws. Hopefully something good comes along. I took a look at the shock value. After 4 days of increase, it has reached 3002. It is definitely worth a try. Chen Bin rubbed his hands and focused his attention deep in his consciousness, 10 consecutive draws. Lights began to flicker, followed by a flash of white light. Roll of paper. Chen Bin has become accustomed to getting rolls of toilet paper. It's no big deal. If he has the guts, get 9 more rolls of toilet paper. Then he can also see what the roll of paper looks like after a critical hit. Roll of paper again. Or toilet paper. The pills for staying up late are okay. I have been staying up late a lot recently. I only took half of the pills last time. Lifting gum. That's okay. Power potion. What is this? Can drinking it increase your strength for a short period of time? Isn't this a stimulant without side effects? Blu-ray. Chen Bin's eyes suddenly lit up. Good stuff. Charm boost. Something on the same level as memory enhancement. The remaining 3 are all toilet paper. Please select the critical hit reward. Chen Bin raised his eyebrows slightly. What to choose? Choose charm enhancement. After all, among all these things, charm enhancement has the highest value. But then Chen Bin rejected this idea. What charm did he need? Critical hit, powerful potion. Ding, the strength potion is upgraded to the strength enhancement potion. Chen Bin read the introduction of the strength enhancing potion. After drinking it, he can increase his strength for a long time. A slight change in name results in a huge change in effect, from increasing strength for a short period of time to increasing strength for a long period of time. There are no side effects either. After drinking the strength-enhancing potion with his head tilted back, Chen Bin could feel a tingling sensation throughout his body, which was very slight but comprehensive. At the same time, there is also a sense of power. Chen Bin could feel his body getting stronger. The improvement was not much, but he felt very comfortable. He clenched his fist and felt that he could kill a cow with one punch. Looking around the room, Chen Bin saw the test target. A 38-pound mechanical dog. Picking up the robotic dog, I can feel that it is a lot lighter than before, but still a little heavy. Although he did not become a strongman, Chen Bin estimated that he had gained 20 to 30 kilograms of strength. It doesn't sound like much, but it's actually a lot. If this is replaced by exercise, it will take at least a month. Moreover, this improvement did not cause any changes to his body, and if he started exercising, he would still be able to increase his strength. Compared to the photographic memory gained from the last critical hit, this increase in power is a little lacking. But that is a comparison, in fact the value is equally high. If this were used by an Olympic weightlifting champion, he could directly break the world record. Break the upper limit of human power. Chen Bin then looked in a mirror. He found that he had become more charming just now. He wondered if there was any change. I looked left and right at myself in the mirror, but couldn't see any changes. It seems that adding 1 to charm doesn't add much. But it's no use for him to be charming. Ding! A crisp prompt sound was heard, indicating that a piece of equipment had completed a processing task. Chenbin walked over quickly and checked the parts. Once all the parts are manufactured, we can start assembling the hoverboard. The airborne board is not big, but it has a lot of parts and the structure is more complicated. Without his photographic memory and mechanical affinity, and without the guidance of the system, Chenbin would definitely not be able to assemble it. The difficulty of this assembly is much more complicated than those large Gundams. Those Gundams are difficult to assemble, let alone these very small parts. But with a photographic memory, Chenbin can remember the locations of all parts, and his mechanical affinity allows him to assemble them very smoothly. But even so, I have to stay up late today. If I don't, I'm afraid I won't be able to finish the assembly before the commendation meeting tomorrow. Thinking of the commendation meeting, Chenbin became full of energy. There are 12,000 students, and if one of them is shocked once, that would be 12,000 shocking points. With so many shocking points, you can exchange for a lot of technologies and draw many prizes. Chapter 23. Are you an alien? As for whether holding such a large-scale commendation meeting for the first prize in a national robot competition is a bit of an exaggeration, that is not something Chenbin needs to consider. The school has been preparing for the commendation meeting these days. A total of 180 buses were prepared to transport students from other campuses. In order to ensure safety, teachers were called together in advance for a rehearsal. There were also official personnel and medical staff at the scene. After all, a commendation ceremony with more than 10,000 people could easily lead to danger. In addition, celebrities from all walks of life were also invited. Under normal circumstances, the school would not invite anyone. After all, given the status of this fake school, even if it invited them, many people would not come. It would be okay if they did not invite them, but it would be embarrassing if they did. But now it's different, all the celebrities from all walks of life have come, because the one who appeared at the commendation meeting was Chenbin. Everything is ready. Chenbin stayed up until morning and finally completed the manufacture of the float board. The circular floating board with a diameter of 50 centimeters does not look big. When a person stands on it, it is about 1 step wide. The thickness is only 2 centimeters. The overall appearance is silver with a very slight curve design. The appearance looks really beautiful. Other than that, there's nothing special about it. But this thing can make people fly. You have to test and learn first, otherwise it will be inappropriate to make mistakes when you go on stage. Chenbin placed the floating disc on the ground. The floating disc floated naturally on the ground, about 10 centimeters above the ground. Chenbin lifted his foot and stepped on the floating disc. The floating disc sank about 1 centimeter, but the perfect control system adjusted instantly, allowing the floating board to return to a height of 10 centimeters. While Chenbin had 1 foot on the airboard, the airboard remained level the entire time. No shaking at all. Chenbin originally wanted to learn how to use this thing, but now it seems that he doesn't need to learn it at all. It's too simple, there is no flying skills at all, only usage skills. He also lifted up his other foot and stood on the floating board, still without any shaking. Although he was clearly in the air, Chenbin had a strange feeling of being grounded. This control system is absolutely perfect. The next step is to try to fly forward, backward, left and right. The control point can be set. There is a sensor under the feet. Chenbin set it on his right foot. Moving forward means moving forward, and moving backward means moving backward. The same applies to left and right. Move your right foot slightly forward and the disc will start to move forward slowly. It feels like standing on a conveyor belt. But it is more stable than on a conveyor belt. As Chenbin's feet slowly moved forward, the speed of the disc slowly increased. This slow acceleration made Chenbin feel very safe. Then move your foot to the left, slightly, and the disc will begin to float forward to the left. Getting elevated is also simple, just lift your feet. Chenbin lifted his foot and the disc began to rise naturally. 10 centimeters, 20 centimeters, 30 centimeters. The speed is not fast, but it can slowly rise to 2 meters. The reason why it is 2 meters is because the laboratory on this floor is only 4 meters high. If it is raised any higher, you will hit your head. Sinking means pressing your feet down, and there are extremely precise sensors under your feet. As Chenbin put his feet down, the floating disc began to sink. One set of operations, very simple and safe. Because the acceleration and deceleration of the floating disc are limited. There will be no sudden acceleration or deceleration. The same goes for raising and lowering. In this case, as long as the user does not fall flat on the ground, he will basically be fine. Creaky. With a slight sound, the door of the laboratory was pushed open. Professor Ho walked into the room with a document and looked at Chen Bin, who was floating 1 meter in the air. Ding, shock value +2. Professor Ho turned around expressionlessly, closed the door, and then knocked on it. Is anyone there? Chen Bin floated over and opened the door. Ding, shock value +1. Professor Ho looked at Chen Bin with complicated eyes. Aliens? Chen Bin was not able to write it down first. It was just a hoverboard, how could it be an alien? I just made a hoverboard. I want to test its effect. Chen Bin jumped off the hoverboard. What do you mean by alien or not? Ding, shock value +1. Professor Ho looked down at the floating airship and asked, can this thing make people float? Right. What have you been busy making these days? Right. What's the principle? Magnetic levitation. Chen Bin shook his head. No, magnetic levitation is not stable enough unless the area is very large. In addition, the scope of application is also small unless all the ground is covered with magnets. Then what is this? There's no wind, and this shape is obviously not a jet. Chen Bin looked at Professor Ho, who looked puzzled. Ion propulsion. Professor Ho slowly opened his mouth because he didn't understand what it meant. He knew about ion acceleration, but what did ion propulsion mean? Spray out the accelerated ions to make the hoverboard fly. How is this done? And this is a completely different field from mechanical dogs and electromagnetic rail guns, right? It's only been a few days. Chen Bin listened to the continuous dinging sounds in his mind and knew that he was right in developing this thing. Professor Ho alone provided him with more than 10 points of shock value in a short period of time. He hasn't said anything yet. Professor Ho came back to his senses after a while and asked, can this thing take people flying? Able. Professor Ho hesitated. Just stand on it. Right. Ding, shock value +1. Professor Ho hesitated, stood on the floating board, and felt the feeling under his feet. How to control it? Move your right foot forward, move slowly, and you can control the hoverboard to move forward. Paddling backward means going backward, and lifting it up means going up. Professor Ho moved his feet forward, and when he felt his body floating forward, shock and confusion mixed together on his face. I was shocked by this technology, but I was also confused because it was completely incomprehensible. How could such a technology be developed? Chen Bin watched Professor Ho's attempts back and forth, and watched quietly from the side. I can't bear to interrupt the old man's love for new things. Of course, the most important thing is that Professor Ho really gives a shocking value. They come one after another. More than 30 will be provided in a short while. Finally, Professor Ho stopped, of course not because he had enough fun, but because the phone call came. After glancing at the caller ID, he realized what was happening and handed the document in his hand to Chen Bin. Here is the speech draft. Can you take a look and see if it's okay? Do you want to change anything? Chen Bin opened it and took a look, then frowned. So many. And it's very boring. Didn't I say no speech? Considering that you've been busy these days, and worried that you haven't prepared, I've prepared a speech for you. Chen Bin really wasn't prepared, and he didn't think about saying much on stage. Okay, I'll choose some to read. Professor Ho picked up the phone, walked out of the laboratory, and looked at the dazzling morning sun, feeling as if he were in another world. With just one mistake, he seemed to have returned from the future to reality. Chen Bin closed the door and started practicing on the hoverboard. Although it is safe to accelerate and decelerate the hoverboard, you still need to practice the operation and get a feel for it before you can achieve smooth control. For the sake of shock value and to show off in front of others, there's nothing wrong with practicing. Chapter 24 How do you fly in the sky? Chen Bin was practicing the hoverboard, and the school also started formally organizing the meeting. Students from the student union were decorating the entire large playground and organizing students to move chairs from the teaching building to the playground. The stage has been built, and the sound equipment and so on have also been arranged. Backstage, the stars specially invited by the school are preparing to go on stage. Yes, the school took into consideration that Chen Bin was the only winner of the award, and he might feel dry after going on stage. So the show was arranged. In this way, when the commendation is completed and there are programs that the students like, the students will not be too unhappy. The celebrities invited are relatively well-known and popular among students. While the main campus was preparing, the branch campus was also preparing. Students from each class got on the bus one after another under the arrangement of the counselors. Then the bus is headed to the main campus. The school really spent a lot of money on this event. The students who arrived at the main campus happily went to the playground and began to sit in rows. They were quite happy, after all, they could see the stars perform and sing. It's still free. They all sighed that the school had at least done something humane. Although it was done in the name of a commendation meeting, giving them benefits was a good thing. As more and more students came, the entire playground was filled. Standing on the stage and looking down, there were crowds of people. 12,000 people is really a lot. There were also a bunch of counselors, security personnel and officials patrolling. When there are too many people, things can easily get out of hand. Security personnel and police officers on the scene can help deal with things quickly. At 10:20, people in the first and second rows entered. These are the school leaders, representatives arranged by large companies, official personnel, and military personnel. The president of Manhwa University was also invited. Normally he would not come to such an occasion, but when Chen Bin is there, things are completely different. With President and sitting here, many people from surrounding technology companies also feel reassured. The military has set its sights on the mechanical dog. However, this did not dampen their enthusiasm, but made them more excited. Because this mechanical dog has a military certification. Once we cooperate, the market response will definitely be better. At 10:30, the student host walked onto the stage and began his opening remarks. After the opening remarks, the principal came on stage. Student Chen Bin won the first place in the national robot competition, leaving a significant mark in the history of our school. Many leaders in the audience subconsciously covered their heads, including the principal. This is really an exaggeration. The first place in the National College Student Robot Competition is indeed very high, but it is definitely not bad to say so. Speaking out loud, it feels a little embarrassing. It seems to have lowered the quality of the school. But on the other hand, this is what it means to take things seriously. The principal continued to speak, encouraging the students to learn from Chen Bin. The speech lasted nearly half an hour, and when it was about to end, next, please welcome Chen Bin to the stage. The principal personally invited Chen Bin. It was just backstage, no one came on stage. No one from the audience came on stage. The principal couldn't hold it in and talked for a long time, but Chen Bin still hasn't come. Everything has been arranged, but you forgot to ask Chen Bin to come over. Professor Ho in the audience also changed his expression, he forgot. Ask him to find Chen Bin, give him the speech, and ask Chen Bin to come over early. But given the situation at that time, he forgot everything. I still remember giving him the speech because I received a phone call which reminded him. Professor Ho hurriedly called Chen Bin. The call went through, where are you? Come to the playground quickly. The commendation meeting has already started and we are waiting for you to come on stage. Chen Bin was stunned, only waiting for me. This is a little embarrassing, I'll be right over. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Bin opened the door, stepped on the floating board, and flew straight to the playground. If you want to show off in front of others, you might as well do it from the beginning. On the stage, I knew that Chen Bin was on the way. Everyone, please be patient. Due to our mistakes, we were unable to inform Chen Bin of the start time of the commendation meeting in advance. The students in the audience had expressions that showed they were used to it. This school, unless there are some mistakes, won't match their impression. The principal continued, I just called and Chen Bin is on his way here. He will be here soon, soon, soon. The principal got stuck in the middle of his words and repeated the word very quickly, almost instinctively. His eyes were fixed on the distant sky, where a figure was flying towards him. It was really flying, right in the sky, slowly approaching. The students gradually noticed the principal's strangeness and his confused look. Then someone looked back toward the sky. When they turned their heads, their brains went blank. Why would someone be flying in the sky? Their outage also made more people subconsciously look back and follow their gaze. Gradually, everyone turned around, and then everyone's neck seemed to be welded shut, and they all raised their heads high and looked back. Chen Bin, who was high in the sky, listened to the prompt sound in his mind and felt relaxed all over. I haven't slept these days and have been busy. But when the shock value suddenly reached 12,500, it was all worth it. Cool. If there weren't so many people here, he would have wanted to do a 10-draw streak. When Chenbin flew closer, the principal recognized Chenbin, and more people also recognized Chenbin. Even more shocking. Chenbin slowly slowed down and then stopped steadily on the stage. The principal stared at Chenbin blankly. Why are you flying in the sky? I studied some gadgets. Ding, shock value plus 6,666. Chenbin was stunned when he heard the prompt sound. How could this be shocking? Countless audiences in the audience had a lot to complain about. Aren't you already flying in the sky? How can this be just a small thing? It's not that people can't fly in the sky, but you have to have a plane, right? Or a hot air balloon. Or at least a jet, right? As a result, Chenbin stepped on something like a frisbee and flew over their heads. What a small thing. Chenbin gradually realized something. If he wanted to shock the researchers a second time, he only needed to explain the technology to them, and they would be shocked by the difficulty of the technology. But most ordinary people don't know the difficulty of the technology, and they don't even understand what technology is. But this isn't really a big problem. They don't know the technical difficulty, but they know the visual effect and can feel the shock through his words. The principal swallowed his saliva and decisively ended the topic of the hoverboard. Next, please invite the winner of the first prize of this college student robot competition, Chenbin, to give a speech. As he spoke, the principal handed the microphone to Chenbin. Chenbin took the microphone and scanned the faces of countless students. Thank you all for coming to participate in this commendation meeting. Although everyone is here for the stars and singers, I still want to thank everyone for giving me the opportunity to say a few words here. Many people on the main campus should know me. They also gave me a lot of distinctive names, such as the Working Maniac. Countless students from the main campus were stunned below the stage. They knew that Chenbin was a hardworking maniac, but they didn't know he was so fierce. Robot dogs are very popular and most people have seen them delivering food. So this thing was developed by Chenbin. The contrast is a bit outrageous. Also, Chenbin just flew over here on a hoverboard, which was really cool. So cool. Chapter 25 just flew away like that. Many girls looked at Chenbin with stars in their eyes. He seems more handsome than before. As expected, successful boys are handsome and have a different temperament. Chenbin continued his speech. What I can tell you is that the road to success must be very tiring, but at the same time, the scenery at a high point is also more beautiful. Having said that, Chenbin handed the microphone back to the principal. He had already distilled the core content of the speech, and after he finished speaking, the speech officially ended. The principal was stunned. Is that the end? But he didn't have any complaints. If it were other students, they would be able to develop a mechanical dog, or a small thing that could fly directly, and they would be glad to step on his head. The principal smiled again. Student Chenbin's speech was concise and to the point. Learning is like sailing against the current. If you don't move forward, you will fall behind. In this world, it doesn't matter what you do. If something is too easy to accomplish, it is unlikely to be a big deal. And the success achieved through hard work and struggle may not be a big deal, but it is achieved through hard work, and it must be very fulfilling. To reward Chenbin for helping the school achieve a breakthrough from 0 to 1, the school will give him a scholarship of 300,000 yuan. There was a burst of exclamations from the audience. 300,000? For students, that's really a lot. Not to mention students, even for people who have graduated and are working, 300,000 is still a lot. Many people had envious expressions on their faces. They also wanted to work hard and win awards. The principal was very satisfied with the result and handed the enlarged bonus medal to Chenbin. Chenbin never understood why he had to hold a big sign when going on stage to receive an award. Later he found out that this sign was big and people in the audience could see it, which had a better visual effect and was more intuitive. Chenbin shook the award medal and said, "Thank you for the bonus from the school, and thank you everyone." After saying that, Chenbin stepped onto the floating board and flew away. The sound of ding 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 rang in my mind again, which meant a large number of shock points were arriving. The entire commendation ceremony was somewhat quiet. It was really quiet, mainly because Chenbin flew again. Just like he flew here before, he flew away directly. This time they saw it more clearly. Chenbin was flying while standing on a disc. That disc, is it a flying vehicle? Isn't this a bit too disrespectful of the law of conservation of energy? Chen Bin, who had once again made a shocking profit, went straight back to the laboratory. This is also because if I don't go back to the laboratory, I will be surrounded when I step down the stage. It is better to come back first and wait for everyone to calm down. Besides, the reason why he rushed back so hurriedly was because there was a new prompt sound in the system. Do you want to consume 10,000 shock points to upgrade the lottery system? Can the lottery system be upgraded? Chen Bin focused on the system deep in his consciousness. What changes will there be after the upgrade? The explosion rate will increase tenfold. If you have won a prize in the lottery, you can redeem it directly through shock value. Chen Bin's eyes lit up. The explosion rate increased tenfold. Then it would take off. Is it possible to directly redeem prizes for shock value? In other words, everything he had won before could be directly exchanged through shock value. For example, for the potion of great strength, you don't need to draw lots in the future, you can just consume the shock value. It's much more convenient. In future draws, if you win something really useful, you can just redeem it multiple times. It just costs 10,000 shock value, which is a bit reluctant. 10,000 shock points can be exchanged for 3 technologies. But for the sake of future draws, you still have to pay. The main thing is that the shock value is very high now. After the commendation meeting, the shock value has exceeded 20,000, 23,000. Upgrade the lottery system. The shock value instantly disappeared by 10,000, and at the same time, the lottery page also changed. As Chen Bin watched, his eyes widened and his expression turned grim. The shock points required for the lottery increased from 100 to 1,000. Hot horse. So the tenfold explosion rate means that the shock points required for the lottery have increased tenfold. Taking a deep breath, Chen Bin tried to calm himself down. Will the things in the lottery get better? Can't make toilet paper. After all, it's 10 times better than toilet paper, how good is that? How about having a smoke? I feel uncomfortable if I don't smoke for a day. The shock value is 13,000, so drawing 1,000 is nothing. Smoke. The light began to flicker, and then there was a flash of white light. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a roll of paper. Chen Bin looked at a roll of toilet paper that was as long as 10 rolls and fell silent. It seemed that it was indeed 10 times as much. Life is so hard. The commendation ceremony is still going on. In the dynamic and rhythmic music, the rapper sings with passion. The school leaders were very open-minded and thought that the students liked rap, so they invited singers to join them. Just amid the very rhythmic music, few students cheered. He was still immersed in the shock of Chen Bin's appearance just now. The students were distracted, and the leaders, company representatives, and a group of researchers in the front row were even more confused than the students. At this moment, everyone was on pins and needles and wanted to find Chen Bin to know how Chen Bin was flying in the sky. At this moment, human curiosity was aroused to the extreme. The audience wasn't in the mood, and the singer wasn't much better, even singing the wrong lyrics halfway through. They were also in shock. When I was backstage, I was so excited when I saw the students. The impact was really huge. The audience had no passion, and their enthusiasm for singing was also fake. Finally, the commendation meeting ended and the students began to leave in an orderly manner according to the route planned in advance. The counselor took the students into the car and reminded them not to post the video of Chen Bin flying in the sky today to the internet. At the same time, school leaders and others couldn't wait to set off. President and school leaders, and a group of top researchers went straight to the laboratory building. They are still in shock at this moment. I just want to know how Chen Bin flies. Professor Ho was also in the crowd, listening to their questions in silence. What can you do if you know it? You will still be confused even if you know it, right? The technical levels are all different, and no one is clear when you ask. Finally, a group of people arrived at the experimental building and went directly to the 4th floor. The door of the laboratory on the 4th floor was closed and there was no sound from inside. Colonel An walked to the front and knocked on the door gently. Come in. The door of the laboratory was pushed open. Chen Bin was eating. Looking at the large group of people, a smile appeared on his face. Have you eaten? He just lost 11,000 shock points, and now a large group of people who understand technology have come and can provide a lot of shock points. Colonel An shook his head. Where's your? Frisbee. It's not a frisbee, it's a hoverboard. Chen Bin pointed to the floating board on the table, that's it. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the floating board. Looking at the silver round float, everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. I was far away from it before, so I didn't realize it was so small and thin. How did this little thing fly? Ding, shock plus 30. 30 people, all of them provided shocking moments. So cool. Chen Bin had just lost a lot of shock points, and now he could recover some of his blood. Chapter 26 AI Assistant. Ding, shock plus 30. Ding, shock plus 30. Chen Bin listened to the continuous prompts and realized that this group of researchers were working on their own strategy. He was also happy to see it happen. After at least 150 shock points were credited to the account in one go, the increase in shock points began to slow down. The principal looked at Chen Bin and said, "Can I take a closer look at this floating object?" Able. A group of people walked forward, touched the airboard, felt the quality of the airboard, and began to refresh their shock points once again. While eating, Chen Bin watched them look at the hoverboard and listen to the prompt tone. During the touching process, nearly 200 shock points were credited to the account. Then someone asked, "How does this hoverboard fly? What's the principle?" Magnetic levitation. It's definitely not a jet. There are holes on it, but they are too small. Chen Bin explained, ion jet. Ding, shock point plus 30. Then there are continuous reminder sounds. Most of the people present were researchers who were studying robots and were working with Professor Ho to mass-produce mechanical dogs. I don't know much about things like ion jets, but no matter how little I know, I still know something. Can this tiny flying disc separate ions? And can it accelerate the ions to a very fast speed? Chen Bin nodded gently, yes. And then you have to control the number and speed of ions to maintain balance. Right. Ding, shock value plus 30. Ding 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 ding. Chen Bin looked at the group of stunned researchers. As he said before, these people are definitely the cutest people. Ordinary people will accept it after being shocked once or twice, but these people can find more shocking points on their own and continue to provide shock value. After being shocked countless times, the group of people finally calmed down. The first thing that Colonel An thought about was whether this thing could be used on the battlefield. How fast is this hoverboard? It's not fast, and it's designed to be a means of transportation. If the speed is not good, then its effectiveness on the battlefield will be very low. Is it difficult to manufacture? Someone else asked. Chen Bin nodded. It's very high, basically there is no way to mass produce it, this laboratory can barely make it. If this laboratory can produce it, then there should be a lot of equipment that can be produced outside, someone said. Chen Bin didn't say anything, but picked up a small part and handed it over. This is the part one made. The researcher looked at the parts carefully, his expression gradually becoming puzzled, and then he looked up. This was made here. The parts are very complex, with grooves on many sides, so the precision requirements must be very high, and the appearance is also irregular. The manufacturing time is also very long. The problem is that the equipment here is not suitable for manufacturing parts like this. Chen Bin nodded gently. It was made here. I have some talent in operating the equipment. Ding, shock point plus 10. This is more than just a little talent, this is an invincible talent. When Professor An heard that it was impossible to mass-produce the aircraft, he temporarily gave up on other ideas. Is it safe to fly so high? Chen Bin really hadn't thought of this, but it's actually something that needs to be considered. The normal flying height of a hoverboard is 10 centimeters, so it's okay if it falls. When he flies high, he will get hurt if he falls down. You really need to be a little more careful, or come up with some means to save your life. I'll go back and prepare some life-saving measures. Professor An didn't ask any more questions. I'm leaving now, you continue with your work, and call me if you need anything. Good. When other researchers saw President An leave, they also left. But when I left, I felt a little dazed and it was so unreal. Professor Ho waited for everyone to leave and said, the basic system at the company has been built. Do you want to go over and take a look? Send me the company address and I'll go there after I prepare the security measures. Professor Ho was stunned. Are you planning to fly over? Chen Bin hesitated for a moment. This is a good idea. Aren't there more people in the city than in school? Wouldn't this flight be extremely shocking? Don't. Professor Ho panicked. Is Chinbin really moved? There are people maintaining order in the school. If you fly in the city, there will be many safety risks. Someone will definitely look up and see you, and people driving will also see you, which can easily lead to an accident due to distraction. Also, places with a lot of people are prone to stampedes. Chen Bin nodded and suppressed the dangerous thoughts in his mind, but new thoughts popped up again. He can definitely take part in more activities in the future. If he flies to an activity arranged by someone, he can get a lot of shock value. Still safe. Professor Ho also left, and Chen Bin was the only one left in the laboratory. Chen Bin was a little impressed. 30 people provided him with nearly 1,000 shocking points in one breath. On average, each person was shaken 30 times. You have to be an expert in technology to know the value of his products. Chen Bin focused his attention on the system and then landed on the lottery button. How about a draw? The system consumed 10,000 of his shock value. It couldn't possibly be upgraded to garbage, right? It just so happened that this group of researchers sent 1,000 shock values, which clearly showed that God wanted him to draw a lottery. If it's destined by heaven, then you must draw. Lottery. Another 1,000 shock values disappeared, and then the light began to flicker. As the light flickered, a red light surged. Chen Bin's eyes widened instantly. It was indeed better to upgrade. The explosion rate is indeed different after upgrading. The second time you draw, you can win a red light prize that has never appeared before. Before the upgrade, the highest level was blue light, and red light should be the prize above blue light. The red light faded, revealing a glowing chip inside. Although the system said that there was everything in the lottery, this was the first time that Chenbin won a chip. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have obtained a smart AI assistant. A chip appeared in Chenbin's hand, and it was still glowing even when he held it in his hand. Smart AI assistant. Chen Bin looked at the style of the chip. It was the same as an ordinary chip, except that there was light. The intelligent AI assistant based on photonic chips can provide you with companionship and help. Chen Bin tried to fix the chip on the motherboard, reassemble it, and then turn it on. Without reinstalling the system, the computer directly enters the boot interface. Then a cute baby face appeared on the screen, with a cartoon appearance, looking very kawaii. A clear and sweet female voice rang out from the speakers, "Hello, Master. Nice to see you. Can you give me a name?" Chenbin felt that the name was just a code name, anything would do, it would all be the same once you got used to it, just call yourself Good Luck. Okay. Can I hack into other networks? I don't have enough computing power right now, and my intelligence is low. If I hack into the network and borrow computing power, I can use all my functions. Chen Bin hesitated for a moment and said, not for the time being. He hasn't figured out the performance and basic effects of this AI yet. But the red light represents that the level of AI is definitely not low. How intelligent are you? Is there a standard level reference? Chen Bin shook his head, no, but there is a rough range. Do you have any feelings? No, but I can fake emotions if you need me to. That's not necessary. Chen Bin waved his hand and continued to study AI. The algorithm of this AI is extremely complex, so complex that Chen Bin can't understand it at all, and can't even read the underlying code. However, this also indirectly shows that the level of this AI is probably very high. Chapter 27 Wings of Freedom. Chen Bin looked at the AI for a while, but couldn't figure it out. He put the AI aside and focused his attention on the Super Technology Atlas. There are so many technological products on the first page alone. Chen Bin's goal this time was very clear, which was to find technology that could ensure his safety in the air. Also, it's best to be gorgeous. After these exchanges, he already knew the technique for the next exchange, which required it to be as gorgeous as possible. Researchers understand technology, and the more advanced the technology, the more shocking points they can provide, but there are too few researchers. We still have to earn shocking points from ordinary people. It has to be something with a strong visual impact. Chen Bin searched bit by bit in the huge catalog. During the process, his eyes became bigger and bigger. He was shocked by so many top-notch technological products. I want them all. If these things are taken out, the entire Dragon Kingdom will undergo earth-shaking changes. Chen Bin glanced over the flying car and suddenly saw a figure. Next to the flying car in the sky, there was a person with a pair of wings spread out. The metal wings sparkled in the sun. Chen Bin was stunned for a moment. These wings are so handsome. I hadn't noticed it before, but now it seems that this person jumped off the flying car and spread his wings. Is it a thrilling sport? Is it like hang gliding? But the hang gliders are replaced with real wings. Although this is not a protective equipment, it meets Chen Bin's requirements. If he really falls off the airboard due to an instability, he can still fly back onto the airboard. Chen Bin focused his attention on the wings. Information about wings emerges: wings of freedom, wearable flight equipment. Maximum load capacity, 300 kilograms, maximum flying speed, 500 kilometers per hour. Faster than a helicopter. This speed is quite fast. The shock points required for redemption are 1,800. It is not expensive, and the price is cheaper than the floating board. There was no hesitation: exchange. Chen Bin has now summed up some experience. The price of exchange products is linked to their technological content. It now appears that the electromagnetic rail gun is the least technically difficult one at present. The knowledge and memories about Wings of Liberty quickly flooded into Chen Bin's mind. The technical difficulty in Wings of Liberty lies mainly in the strength of materials and link structures, and then in energy. Made of lightweight alloy, the entire set of Wings of Liberty weighs only 30 kilograms, but when the wings are fully unfolded, they are nearly 6 meters wide. Another thing is the extremely high-level connection structure. The entire pair of wings has hundreds of different connection structures, and the connection between the metal feathers is also very interesting. Because the wings have to be folded up when not in use, each connecting structure has multiple variations. It's very complex, and at the same time, it's almost ridiculously sophisticated. Strength can still be guaranteed. Another thing is the drive when flapping the wings, which is also very outrageous. The wings are large, and when they flap suddenly, the structure will bear huge force. When flapping back and forth, the pressure increases exponentially. After acquiring all the memories, a look of shock appeared on Chen Bin's face. This Wing of Liberty is really complex and difficult to manufacture. But it's also really handsome and powerful. There is even a parachute behind this equipment in case of failure. If the Wings of Liberty malfunctions, there are parachutes to ensure safety. Chen Bin actually came here with the purpose of a parachute, but ended up with the Wings of Freedom. What else is there to say? Let's get started. Chen Bin first called Director Su and asked for various metal materials. To create this equipment, we must start with the alloy and first create an ultralight, high-strength alloy. Use these alloys to create the feathers of the Wings of Liberty. After I made the call, someone delivered the metal materials within a few minutes. The blue light began to guide Chen Bin, who began to smelt the metal and then create feathers. The appearance of the feathers is also very different from that of bird feathers, and the design of each feather is different. But all feathers have wind-driven design concepts to ensure perfect airflow guidance in the air. When Chen Bin is immersed in manufacturing, he can really concentrate on it, because this is a creative process, which is full of expectations and fun. When you hold a metallic feather in your hand and it is as light as a feather, you feel a great sense of accomplishment. Even every feather here can be regarded as a work of art. Absolutely perfect. He was busy until the evening, when the cell phone rang, pulling Chen Bin out of his focused state. Chen Bin looked at the caller ID and saw that it was Professor Ho calling. When I picked up the phone, Professor Ho's voice rang out, "Are you coming to the company today?" Chen Bin looked down at the dozen feathers he had just created. "I don't have time, I'll tell you another day before I go." Good. After hanging up the phone, Chen Bin took out a piece of chewing gum and continued to work while chewing it. The difficulty in making feathers lies mainly in the casting, but with the help of blue light, Chen Bin can do it smoothly and quickly. Machine tools also began to process connecting structures. Chen Bin estimated that if he continued in this way, he would be able to manufacture the Wings of Freedom in a week. Moreover, after the first manufacturing, the subsequent manufacturing speed will be greatly improved. Because the most tedious part is casting the feather mold. Once you have it once, you will have a model that can be used many times in the future. This thing might be able to be mass-produced. Chen Bin thought of the new bald eagle captain in the Marvel movie. It was so rare that he got a set of wings and could become the captain. He can make wings with better performance and mass-produce them. I was busy until the evening and felt hungry. Chen Bin turned his head and looked at the robot dog. "Go to the cafeteria and get me something to eat." The robot ran out happily. Chen Bin thought for a moment and said, "Use the hoverboard to get there." The mechanical dog floated out of the laboratory on a hoverboard. Chen Bin nodded with satisfaction. This way, the food he bought for him wouldn't be spilled everywhere. Not long after the mechanical dog walked out, a series of prompt sounds suddenly rang in Chen Bin's mind. Is this a robot dog encountering a crowd? This is a pleasant surprise, and just like the previous mechanical dog, as long as you run around the school more, you can get a lot of shock points. I can definitely try it again. Chen Bin felt that the system was controlling him and he was thinking about the lottery every day. No, that's very wrong. The most important thing is, if you just draw something good and then continue to draw, it is easy to have 10 rolls of paper again. It is better to take it slow. Resisting the urge to draw, Chen Bin continued to manufacture, but while making, he did not intend to draw. Half an hour later, the mechanical dog returned to the laboratory with a meal hanging from its shoulders. Chen Bin sat in front of the computer with his meal in hand. Good luck, turn on the TV for me. What is your preference? Death Ryuzane. The game scene suddenly appeared on the screen. Shaun was destroying the tower. Along with the sound of the host's 1, 2, 3 knives, Chen Bin began to attack 1, 2, 3 times. The voice of good fortune suddenly sounded, being distracted while eating is bad for your stomach. Chen Bin shifted his attention from Shaun to good luck. I don't have this knowledge on my computer. Where did you get it from? My basic database contains all the data about human health. Chen Bin raised his eyebrows slightly. Am I healthy? Chapter 28 Being Targeted. Good Luck hesitated for a moment and said, you need to go to a specialized institution to check whether you are healthy. I can only give you some advice based on your behavior. Then is there anything else I need to pay attention to with my current behavior? It's wrong to stay up late. You have to get enough sleep. Plus you may now face danger from the outside world. Chen Bin took a bite of rice and said, danger from the outside world? Is someone going to attack me? It's not that someone wants to attack you, but according to the current basic logic, when a child holds a gold bar, he will be targeted. Besides, being one step ahead is genius. You are at least 10 steps ahead, which will definitely attract attention. Chen Bin had never thought about this issue. In other words, although he has attracted attention, the attention coming from the Dragon Country officials is reasonable and safe. The University of An has even established a new base near the school. In addition, Longwa itself is a relatively safe place, so he didn't think too much about it. So what should I do? Prepare cameras around the laboratory so that we can know if there is any danger approaching and leave in advance. Anyone who approaches you, please check their identity. In addition, all the places you are going to should be monitored in advance to avoid giving others opportunities to take advantage of you. When Chen Bin heard this, he suddenly thought of something. Help me check the employees of the company under my name. This is a verification, to see if anyone is targeting him. Enable internet access. Chen Bin hesitated for a moment and said, open it. The next moment, a large amount of data information appeared on the computer screen, and green codes flashed across the screen as quickly as a waterfall. Photos and a personal message also appeared on the other side of the screen. But within a minute, Good Luck's voice sounded, there are 8 people who have military backgrounds or come directly from the military. They are very high-level people arranged by the military. They don't need to worry. Chen Bin was mentally prepared for this. After all, it was Colonel An who suggested asking Professor Ho to assist him, and it was unlikely that the military was unprepared. It is impossible not to give any support. What else? And then there are the ordinary people who come here to work, a total of 11. The last one, there's a little problem. A photo appeared on the screen. It was of a girl with short hair who looked very capable. She used to work for a big company in Kyoto. She said she was poached by a headhunter. In fact, the headhunter has a very good relationship with her. Based on the information they communicated with, we can tell that it was she who found the headhunter and asked him to help her get into this company. Chen Bin raised his eyebrows slightly. Where did you get the communication information? All the firewalls on the internet currently have no meaning to me. This information is basically unprotected. In just one sentence, Chen Bin realized how outrageous this AI algorithm was. In other words, the entire internet has no secrets for Good Luck. Why did this person come to our company? Investigating. Good Luck groaned for a moment. There is a lot of information, which is conducted offline. I don't have complete information here. I need to integrate more information before I can make a judgment. But that company is yours. Not many people know this information. She knows about it and came here to get information. There are many people involved. Chenbin hesitated for a moment and asked, "Are you sure?" "It's basically confirmed, but I need to present a more complete logical chain to you." Chenbin called Professor N directly. "Hello, Professor N. What's wrong? Would it be convenient for you to come over? I found something here." "Okay." Colonel N didn't ask any more questions. If Chenbin wanted him to come over, he could just leave. In less than 10 minutes, President N walked into the experimental building, pushed the door and entered the laboratory. At a glance, he saw feathers on the table that looked like works of art. What is this? What new invention is this? Then his eyes fell on Chenbin. What did you find? Chenbin pointed at the computer screen. Principal N also looked at the screen and saw the cartoon character. What is this? Good Luck waved to Professor N through the screen. Hello, I am intelligent AI, you can call me Good Luck. President N was stunned. Chenbin had developed AI. But think about the robot dog, the emergence of this AI doesn't seem to be a big deal, after all, the robot dog itself already has a high level of intelligence. Can deliver food and go shopping. With such a foundation, it is normal to develop a specialized AI. Hello. Colonel N greeted Good Luck. Good Luck continued, I saw you investigated this person. Professor N looked at the photo that appeared on the screen and nodded gently. Not only him, I have done basic background checks on all the people who joined Super Catalog Company. You haven't checked this person clearly. I sorted out all her income and expenses in the past 10 years, and there is a serious mismatch. In the past 10 years, her official income has been 6 million, including some investment income, but her total spending has exceeded 10 million. Currently, she still has 2,627,000 in her account. President N was slow to react at first, as investigating a person's income and expenditure was very difficult. Income is difficult because a person's income is likely not just from bank card income, but also from many personal accounts and so on. And offline income. Expenditure is even harder to investigate. It is extremely difficult to count how a person spends money. And Good Luck is talking about the past 10 years. A lot of data on income and expenditure over the past 10 years has been lost. How can this be checked? Seeing that Colonel N was bewildered, Hao Yun continued to present several photos. These people, normally, would not have any intersection with her, but during my investigation, they appeared many times. There is no economic connection, but many times, what they do indirectly helps their goals. The confusion on Colonel N's face gradually turned into solemnity. Although he is responsible for updating the logistics of new weapons, he is not stupid. When training a spy, it is normal to help a person reach a position, provide him with credit, help him remove obstacles, and then train him to be a useful person. This person originally worked at a chip company. Principal N hesitated for a moment. Can you find out what kind of power is behind this woman? Nothing can be found. There is no direct connection. Is there an indirect connection? Colonel N keenly noticed the problem with this sentence. Have. Good Luck. More information appeared on the screen. Professor N came forward and took a look at it at first. He felt that it was just hearsay and a bit far-fetched. But there are a lot of such groundless speculations, which is very interesting. Can those who helped her continue to follow those people? Yes, but I don't have enough computing power and it will take too long. Colonel N was a little excited at this moment, because he might be able to clear out an intelligence line through this person. Computing power? Do you need a server? Good Luck shook his head. I just need the master's authorization. Chapter 29 does have this technology. Principal N looked at Chenbin in confusion. Authorization? She can directly borrow other people's computing power, but she needs my authorization. Chenbin waved his hand gently. Then let's check it slowly. Colonel N nodded. Then I'll arrange for someone to wait here. No need, I'll let Good Luck contact you directly. Principal N was a little confused. How could he contact AI directly? Call. No need. This time it was Good Luck who spoke, the voice coming from Ndaxiao's phone. I have accessed your phone and can share the information I found with you directly. Ding, shock value +1. Professor N quickly took out his mobile phone and looked at the avatar that appeared on the screen with a confused look on his face. No, this is an invasion of his phone. How did you do it? Is the AI so advanced that it can automatically hack into his phone system? The mobile phone system is relatively strict, and it can be cracked in the blink of an eye. Subconsciously, Professor N looked at Chin Bin. He knew that Chin Bin was capable, and he also knew that the level of this AI was high, but wasn't this level too high? But at this time, the higher the level of luck, the better. After a moment of hesitation, Colonel N looked at Chin Bin and said, "They are probably not coming for you, but for the technology of the robot dog. After all, the news about the robot dog has spread widely. But you still have to pay attention to your safety. I'm thinking of assigning you some guards." Chen Bin shook his head. The security doesn't need to be too exaggerated. This is a school, and safety can be relatively guaranteed. Deploy more surveillance cameras around the laboratory building. I'll have good luck keep an eye on it. If there are any suspicious people approaching, just investigate. I don't go out very often, it's okay. Principal N hesitated for a moment and said, "That's fine. If you encounter any problems, just call me as soon as possible." Good. President N passed away, and Chen Bin gave him great credit with just one phone call. Uprooting an intelligence line of other forces is truly a huge achievement. Such an intelligence line is of incredible value. In addition to its value, it also has a time cost. It would take at least a dozen years, plus the financial investment, preparatory work, etc. He only needed to wait for the list and then give the order to arrest. While he was excited, he was also subconsciously shocked. Chen Bin is simply outrageous. If Good Luck AI were put on the market, it would definitely kill all other AIs in seconds. He had heard from his superiors that they had asked him to arrange a base here, and he felt that they were placing too much emphasis on Chen Bin. Now that he had seen the airborne board and the AI, he felt that they had even underestimated Chen Bin. He has already reported the news about the airship, but he doesn't know what decision the higher-ups will make. As he was thinking, a metal feather suddenly appeared in his mind. What is the situation with the metal feathers in Chen Bin's laboratory? A simulated robot bird? It is really possible. There is a mechanical dog in front and a mechanical bird behind. However, in actual use, mechanical birds are probably not as good as drones. The drone can take off simply and directly, and can also hover directly, and the control difficulty is much easier than flapping its wings. However, if we can really develop a mechanical bird that can fly in the air, the technical level must be very high. Chen Bin didn't know what President N was thinking. If he knew, his first reaction would be to sneer. It's not that mechanical birds cannot be made, it's just that they are useless once they are made. It is really not as good as a drone. It is much more difficult to achieve the hovering of a drone on a mechanical bird, and it is easy to lose balance. Of course, Wings of Liberty still needs to be fixed. And after talking with Good Luck, the importance of Wings of Liberty was raised to a higher level. If you really don't have time to run, the wings are made entirely of metal and can be used as a shield. While Chen Bin was busy, the report on the airborne board was also delivered to the desk of the highest military logistics official. Under normal circumstances, this information has to be passed up layer by layer before it can reach him. But because of Chen Bin, he gave Principal N the privilege, and matters concerning Chen Bin could be given to him directly. So what happens at noon will appear on his desk in the evening. In other words, this was not an emergency, otherwise he would have known it at the time. After opening the file bag, General Hu frowned at just one glance. At the top is a photo. In the photo, Chen Bin is flying in the air with something like a disc under his feet. Below, there were rows of students sitting neatly, all of them holding their heads high, looking at Chen Bin in the air with shocked expressions. This photo looks fake. General Hu looked at the next photo. After looking at several photos in a row, the confusion in his eyes became even more intense. At the bottom is the report written by President N. Chen Binfei came to attend the school commendation meeting. The report also included all the information about the airborne disc, including what Chen Bin said himself, that the airborne disc uses ion jets to fly. To be honest, it's a bit outrageous. Ion jet? After reading the report, General Hu frowned even deeper. Something was wrong. Something was really wrong. The University of N will never make a fake report. Looking at the USB drive in the file bag, General Hu plugged it into the computer and saw the complete video. Chen Bin did not appear in the video at the beginning because the video was shot facing the stage. On the stage, the principal invited Chen Bin to come on stage, but then the process started to get stuck. Then, the camera reversed and shot Chen Bin floating in the air. The video ended only when Chenbin landed on the stage. General Hu sat on the chair in a daze. How could this be true? Without any hesitation, General Hu began to call the Defense Science Academy. He wanted to ask Longwa's top technical personnel whether this technology could be achieved. The call was connected quickly. General Hu asked directly, "Can ion jets make people float?" The person on the other end of the phone was a little confused, but still said, "Of course." The shock in General Hu's heart disappeared. It turned out that he was ignorant. "Okay, I understand. I thought this was some difficult technology." It's definitely difficult, but this is the future direction of technological development, so we have to continue researching it no matter how difficult it is. General Hu smiled and said, "Then work hard and strive to make a car or a spacecraft fly using ion jet technology one day." The person on the other end of the phone realized something was a little wrong, but because it was General Hu said it, he still said, "Try hard. People 100 years later should have a chance." General Hu was a little surprised. "It will take another 100 years. We can make people and cars fly now. Is it that difficult?" "Huh. What kind of ion propulsion can make people fly? Didn't you say you could?" "It's theoretically possible, but it's absolutely impossible to use ion propulsion to propel a person into the air in a short period of time." General Hu paused for a moment and said, "I already know someone who can do it." "That must be a liar." General Hu looked at the photo at hand and asked, "If it can be done, what level can it be?" The vice president of the National Academy of Defense Science on the other end of the phone thought for a moment and said, "It's impossible. If it can be done, let's just say that the ion collider we spent a lot of money on will be a joke to him. His technical level is already enough to develop ion weapons. You can all try to build spacecraft and try ion propulsion in space." Chapter 30. Everyone saw it. General Hu paused for a moment and said, "Give me a few relevant researchers, and I will send them to see the floating board made using the principle of ion propulsion." "Hoverboard?" "Yes, the kind that people can fly on when they step on it." "Impossible. How big is it?" General Hu did not answer because the tone of the person on the other side made him think he was a fool. "I'll send you the photos." "Okay, arrange for the researchers to come over first." General Hu hung up the phone, took a photo and sent it directly. All he had to do next was wait and verify. On the other end of the phone, the vice president of the National Defense Science Academy was silently making a phone call. He couldn't just watch General Hu being deceived like this. We need to find a professional to explain it clearly to General Hu. But before he could decide who to call, he saw the photos sent to him on the phone. Photos sent by General Hu. The vice president opened the photo with some curiosity. He was speechless when he saw Chenbin floating in the photo. How could anyone believe this? This is a fake photo. If there really were people flying in the sky somewhere, given the current mobile phone penetration rate in Dragon Country, the news would have spread everywhere long ago. It's not like no one knows about it until now. And this scene looks fake no matter how you look at it. The vice president did not respond, but instead made a phone call directly to a top researcher in the field of plasma physics. After making the call, he felt that one person might not be enough, so he continued to make calls, this time to researchers in the field of electrical engineering. Then came calls from researchers in the field of materials science. Researchers in these fields have all participated in the development of ion thrusters. After 3 phone calls, the vice president put away his phone. Now he just had to wait for them to give General Hu an explanation. These days, some people are really bold and dare to cheat anyone. Do they think General Hu is an old man on the street? Aren't they still here? The 3 researchers quickly came together and said, regarding the fact that General Hu was deceived, I don't think we can speak directly about it. Many times, people who have been cheated, knowing that they have been cheated, will speak up for the scammers. To cover up one's mistakes and save face. If we directly tell General Hu that he was deceived, he may not admit it. Why don't we take a roundabout approach? We can pretend to be shocked first, and then slowly question them later. The remaining 2 nodded. You are very thoughtful. This is indeed the way to go. In the car, the 3 people discussed an anti-fraud charter and then set out to find General Hu. However, they were not able to meet General Hu, but instead got the files General Hu left for them. Opening the file, the 3 looked at the photos one by one. These photos are so real, they look exactly like the real thing. The photo editing technique is really good, there is no flaw at all. Yeah, it's just that the technique is exaggerated a bit, otherwise it's really hard to see the flaws. Previously, scammers used quantum technology to cheat, such as quantum sleep, quantum communication, and quantum reading. Now they are targeting ions. A few people were looking through the photos, and then they came across the report written by President N. In the report, Colonel N described the whole process of the incident, including Chinbin flying over from a distance. At this time, the three people discovered that something was wrong, something very wrong. The person who wrote the report was a colonel. He couldn't possibly help a liar to cheat people, right? If he did, his future would basically be cut off. So this person was also deceived by the liar. Is this liar really flying in the sky? Otherwise, how could he have fooled Professor N? The three researchers looked at each other and saw the word difficult in each other's eyes. These days, the level of scammers is quite high. After reading the report, watch the video. Watching the video in which Chinbin flew to the stage on a floating board, several people suddenly fell silent. They could not find any flaws in the video. There was nothing wrong with the principal's reaction, the student's reaction, the on-site environment, etc. Even in the photos, one can see the shock of countless students. First find this commendation meeting and look at the banner. This is Jiangzhou Vocational College. Check the information of this commendation meeting. It's available online. Someone posted the video of the scene online. The three professors started watching the video. The principal's speech was okay, and half an hour was not too long. The principal invited Chen Bin to the stage. The three researchers all widened their eyes, waiting for Chen Bin's grand appearance. As a result, the screen flashed and Chen Bin appeared on the stage. Was a section deleted in the middle? After Chen Bin came on stage and said a few words, singers began to appear on the stage. The three researchers turned off the video and looked at each other. Why did you delete that part? Now we know that person's name is Chen Bin. It doesn't matter whether to delete it or not, let's check Chen Bin first. There is a lot of information about Chen Bin on the internet. The first place in the national robot competition, the video of the robot dog. Just enter Chen Bin's name and all the results will pop up at once. The three people watched the video of the robot dog, looked at each other, and saw confusion in each other's eyes. This mechanical dog is amazing. The agile movements and natural simulated posture are almost exactly the same as those of a real dog. At this time, the three people gradually felt that something was wrong. Chen Bin's skills are definitely super high to be able to develop this mechanical dog. However, the achievements should only be in the fields of mechanics and intelligent AI. Ion propulsion technology, that is a technology from another dimension. But is it necessary for such a person to lie? What is he lying about? Scam. If they can develop a robot dog like this, how can they be short of money? Then why lie? Just as I was thinking about it, a guard knocked on the door. The plane is ready, we will take you to school now. Okay. When the three professors arrived, they felt they had a good chance of persuading General Hu and even had a plan. As a result, they are now confused first. The course of events was completely different from what they expected. Let's go check it out first. We'll know what's going on after just one look. What's real can't be fake, and what's fake can't be real either. The three of them went from complete disbelief in the beginning to being confused now. It's mainly an ion-propelled hoverboard, which can't possibly be real. But neither Ndaxiao nor Chen Bin had any motive to lie. Full of doubts, the three arrived at the school. To be honest, it's a bit outrageous that this school can produce top researchers. Although there are researchers who graduated from vocational schools, most of them worked hard in vocational schools, then went on to college, and then continued to graduate school, continuing their studies all the way and changing their destiny. While studying at this school, you became a top researcher. To be honest, it's a bit sci-fi. President N was already waiting in front of the school gate. He looked at the three professors and went forward to greet them. The three professors greeted President N and asked, "Did you really see Chen Bin flying on a hoverboard?" Not only me, all the students saw it. Colonel N turned around and led the three into the school. Chapter 31 We are frogs in the well. The three professors were totally unconvinced. Why can't we find it online? Tell the students not to send it out. Besides, not many people can remember to record the situation at that time. As President N was explaining, he felt something was not right. He turned around and saw three professors standing there in a daze. The three of them were staring at a dog in the distance, a dog standing on a floating board. The dog was literally floating. 10 centimeters above the ground, floating forward steadily. The dog has a plastic bag in its mouth. Does it look like a lunch box? The three professors came back to their senses after a while and analyzed. It doesn't look like jet propulsion. The grass on the ground didn't move. It's not a magnetic levitation, the ground is just ordinary concrete. What else is possible? Magic, there is a wire holding this hoverboard, so that it won't fall down. As they were talking, several classmates walked past the two sides of the hoverboard. Others gave way from the front, left and right. If there were a wire, it would definitely get tangled. What else is possible? Energy field confinement. Creating an energy field, isn't that more outrageous than ion propulsion? What about anti-gravity? By using negative energy matter to generate negative matter, the repulsive force between negative matter and positive matter will be generated, thus achieving the effect of suspension. This seems even more outrageous. So what do you mean? We have already told you all the ways to make a robot dog float. Is ion propulsion possible? Several people fell silent, mainly because ion propulsion was also impossible. Colonel An returned to the three people and said, the dog came out to buy food for Chun-bin. The thing under its feet is the floating board. Ion propulsion. Colonel An nodded gently, yes. They subconsciously wanted to say it was impossible, but they couldn't say it at the moment. The product is right in front of them, but they can't see a thing. Follow the mechanical dog and observe the mechanical dog and the hoverboard carefully. The more I watched, the more shocked I became. The airborne board maintains balance throughout the entire process. Its height does not remain constant relative to the ground, but remains constant relative to itself. Even though there are potholes on the ground, the float board will not float up and down and will maintain balance. This means that this airborne board is likely to have a detection function, which can detect potholes on the ground in advance and then adjust the angle and amount of ion propulsion in time. After analyzing the situation, they fell silent again. This is the impossible among the impossible. How can one achieve microcontrol when one has not even mastered the ion propulsion technology? Now, the effect presented by this floating board is not even just micromanipulation, it is called exquisite control. They feel that if they put a full cup of water on it, after climbing over mountains and crossing rivers, the water will not spill. The three of them walked to the laboratory building in shock and confusion. Go directly to the 4th floor. When Colonel An raised his hand to knock on the door, it opened automatically. In the room, Chun-bin was eating fast food. On the computer screen in front of him, a Garen was being chased by 5 enemy heroes. Who dares to kill me? The entire laboratory was a bit messy, with a bunch of various parts scattered around. It doesn't look like a place that can produce top-notch products. This is where the robot dog was born. The professor opened his mouth and said, Student Chun-bin, was it in such an environment that you developed the mechanical dog? Colonel An shook his head, not here, we came here because we developed the mechanical dog. Then, Colonel An walked towards Chun-bin and said, let me introduce you to these 3 people. They are researchers from the Long Academy of Defense Sciences. They are all doing research on ions. A professor took the initiative to step forward and said, I am not engaged in ion research, but I have participated in projects. Ion propulsion requires power supply and precise electrical control so that ion thrusters can operate stably and reliably. Chun-bin paused the video, stood up and greeted a few people. These people are the truly top researchers in Long Country. Although their level may not be as good as his current level, they are worthy of respect. It is really stressful and tiring to promote the advancement of Dragon Country's technology without any cheats. A professor stepped forward and said, I am a researcher in the field of plasma physics. My current main research direction is to study the interaction between plasma and magnetic and electric fields to improve the acceleration efficiency of plasma. Chun-bin looked at the airboard and asked, are you here for the airboard? To be precise, I came here to expose you. President N's face changed. It was not the first time he saw people questioning Chun-bin. It was just that Chun-bin could accept and explain after questioning once or twice. Questioning every day. Isn't that just making trouble? Chun-bin will definitely be disgusted. If he is disgusted too much, it may create a bad impression on the researchers from Manhwa and affect future cooperation. Subconsciously, he wanted to stop the professor. After all, Chun-bin developed these things, how could he not know whether they were true or false? The professor continued, but after coming here, we realized that we are frogs in a well. Before we saw the hoverboard, we thought that Colonel N in general who had been deceived. We just followed the mechanical dog all the way, and we just couldn't figure out how the mechanical dog flew. Colonel N stretched out his hand and then silently retracted it, almost injuring friendly troops by mistake. Chen Bin waved his hand, and the hoverboard on the table flew over. You can take a look. The hoverboard floated in front of the professor. The professor reached out and grasped the silver hoverboard. The 2 cm thick float board feels weightless in the hand and is obviously still in the process of starting up. But then, the airboard began to get heavier. Then all motivation disappeared. It weighs about 20 kilograms, which doesn't seem too heavy. Turning over the back of the floating board, you can see a dozen irregular holes. Is it through these channels that the ions are accelerated to leave? Right. How do you speed up? Electromagnetic technology. Chen Bin said as he pulled out the diagram he had drawn during the manufacturing process on his computer. You can come and take a look. The professor came closer and looked at the design drawing. He was confused. Just show him the design drawing like this? But the next moment, all his distracting thoughts disappeared, leaving only the design drawing in front of him. Too high-end, too exquisite. This technical level is so high. While they were still researching the technology, and the technology was completely immature, Chen Bin had already begun applying the technology to products. The level is much higher than theirs. As he watched, his body was shaking. It's like, he wants to buy a car he likes very much, but it's very, very expensive, and he has to work very hard, but even so, he will never be able to afford it in his lifetime. Then suddenly someone told him that this car was given to him, it was brand new, and its configuration was countless times better than that dream car he wanted to buy so much. He had not prepared for the research in this lifetime to perfect the ion propulsion technology, because this technology was very difficult and advanced enough. As a result, Chen Bin has now completely perfected the ion technology. And the standard is high. It is much easier to use ion propulsion technology on a rocket than on this small disk. The most perverted thing is that Chen Bin directly gave him the design drawings. What's the difference between this and giving him the technology? Chapter 32, Would you like some? The professor instinctively restrained him from looking at this technology, because this was Chen Bin's technology, and if he looked at it, it would be equivalent to learning it. Ion propulsion technology is extremely valuable because it may be the ticket to the next era. But he couldn't help but look at it, it was also instinct. Chen Bin doesn't mind the leakage of technology, as long as it is not leaked overseas, there is no problem. While thinking about it, Chen Bin suddenly noticed that the prompt sound began to sound continuously. Ding 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 ding. The 3 professors who came this time, and 1 professor, are researching materials. He also participated in the research and development of ion propulsion technology. The reason for participation is that when the ion thruster is working, the internal parts have to withstand the bombardment of high-temperature and high-energy ions, which require materials with high melting point, high hardness, high conductivity, and corrosion resistance. At this moment his eyes widened as he looked at the feather in his hand. He just watched Chen Bin communicating with others, but he didn't understand what they were talking about, so he just watched it casually. He was attracted by the feather at first sight. Its dark silver appearance and special streamlined design were very beautiful. The moment he picked up the feather, his eyes widened. This feather is definitely made of metal, and its density is not low, because the texture on the outside is very good and it is very colorful. But when he held it in his hand, the feather felt like a real feather. In 1 word, light. 2 words, super light. Holding a metal feather, it turns out to be as heavy as a real feather. How is this done? Not metal. As he thought about it, he picked up another feather. The 2 feathers touched each other gently, making a metallic sound. This is the alloy. I don't know what the formula of this alloy is, but the emergence of this alloy can definitely change the world. As a materials researcher, he was extremely shocked at this moment. Chen Bin didn't publish such terrifying new material. Chen Bin looked for the source of the ding 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 and saw the professor holding the feather. Seeing his eyes wide open and his expression changing wildly, he guessed that it was him. You can look at the feather, but don't take it away. The professor couldn't help but ask, what parts are used to make this feather? Why is it so light? A light alloy, cast. The professor's eyes suddenly widened, not hollow. He just thought it was hollow because it was so light. Chenbin told him that this thing was cast. Castings are usually not hollow. Solid. Ding, shock +1. Professor Jin's eyes widened as he stared at the feather in his hand. How much does it weigh? This piece of feather. It weighs about 3.6 grams. Professor Jin was silent for a moment. Isn't this lighter than plastic? How did you do that? A little bit of special craftsmanship is equivalent to changing the properties of the metal. As Chenbin spoke, he turned around and rummaged through the junk pile, and soon found the smelting flow chart. Look at this. According to this, as long as there are no mistakes, you can smelt this alloy. Ah. Professor Jin looked at the flowchart with a confused look on his face. What do you want me to do with this? Don't you want it? How could Professor Jin not want it, but this thing is too valuable. It's so precious. Lightweight metal can be used in various lightweight designs. As long as the strength is guaranteed, this thing may be able to replace carbon fiber. Due to its price, the usage rate of carbon fiber in the current market is relatively low, but if the performance of this metal is good, the cost is definitely not high. Smelting technology and a huge market can reduce costs. This looks like a piece of paper, but it's actually money. Seeing that Professor Jin didn't take it, Chenbin put it on the table. You can also take a look at the process above. You can completely optimize many alloy formulas. Professor Jin couldn't help but look over and said, when I use these techniques later, I will also put your name on them. As for the formula, I will never touch it. Chenbin smiled and said, this formula is of little use to me. You can promote its manufacture and make the people of Longwa live better and make Longwa's products more competitive in the world. It doesn't matter. Chenbin really doesn't care, or rather, he has many such skills. He also thought that if he had all the technical patents in his hands, he could really make a lot of money. It will also be a monopoly because he is the only one who has the technology. But there is no point in doing so, as it is equivalent to having to pay for everything everyone uses in the future. Having too much money is useless, the marginal benefits are infinitely decreasing. And the effect of money on him is actually even smaller than that on others. Because he can make a lot of things. These are all things that money can't buy. As long as he wants, someone can't buy a hoverboard even if they spend 1 trillion. Professor Jin didn't expect Chenbin to say that. Subconsciously, there was a hint of respect in his eyes when he looked at Chenbin. In this day and age, there are very few people who have such thoughts. Professor Jin picked up the paper. The last professor saw that both of them had gained something while he had nothing, and for a moment he was extremely envious. He wanted to see something, too. He looked around the room. Are there any electrical engineering related skills here? President An was stunned. Where did he find this ruthless person who asked for technology directly? Chenbin really does have some, or rather, he should bring some with him when he develops products. It's okay to give him some, so that he can ask for resources in the future. 2 minutes later, all 3 professors were fully immersed in learning. On the contrary, President An was a little confused, and for a moment he didn't know whether to stay or leave. Fortunately, the phone call eased his embarrassment. After checking the caller ID, Colonel An answered the phone. General Hu. We are planning to mass-produce a batch of guns. We want to discuss the price with Chenbin. You should communicate with him first and discuss the situation. Although Longwa has currently acquired the technology of electromagnetic pulse guns, it cannot really not give Chenbin any benefits. The patent for the electromagnetic rail gun is still in Chenbin's hands. Okay. Colonel An responded, and then asked, what's the price range? No, you talk first, it doesn't matter if you give more. President An hung up the phone and looked up at Chenbin. Chenbin also looked up at the same time. What's the matter? The hoverboard is not for sale. This thing is difficult to manufacture. Colonel An laughed. It's not the price of the airship, it's the electromagnetic railgun. The military is preparing to mass-produce a batch of electromagnetic railguns. I want to discuss the price with you, whether you want to buy it out in one go, or pay according to the price per gun. Chenbin's eyes lit up, and he waved his hand without even thinking. No money. Previously, he felt that the electromagnetic railgun did not provide enough shock value and the information could not be spread. If it is mass-produced now, it will definitely reap a wave of shocking value. As for money, the robot dog production line will be set up soon, and the next step will be a steady flow of money. In contrast, he cares more about gaining shock value. If the official procurement quantity is affected because he asked for money, it would be a waste of time and effort. It is easy to make money, but the conditions for obtaining shocking value are relatively strict. President N was stunned. He didn't expect Chin Bin to say directly that he didn't want money. How many points? Otherwise it's a bit unreasonable. Would you still like some? Chapter 33 Assembly complete. Seeing that Indashia was in a difficult situation, Chin Bin hesitated for a moment and said, "Okay, then you can just give me 1 million as a token of your appreciation." Colonel N was silent for a moment. Isn't it too little? And a buyout is a bit inappropriate. In terms of value alone, the technical value of this electromagnetic railgun is definitely more than this. How about we calculate how much I'll give you for making a gun? Chen Bin nodded. Make an electromagnetic rail gun and give me 100 yuan. Okay. Colonel N nodded, but he felt something was strange. The negotiation situation was not right, as if the roles were reversed. It became that he had to give more and Chen Bin had to give less. After Chen Bin negotiated the price, he began to assemble the wings of freedom. It's been a busy few days, and now it's time to reap the rewards. Once the assembly is complete, you can find a place to try flying it. Professor N called back and said, "It's settled. For every gun manufactured, Chen Bin will be paid 100 yuan in patent fees." Isn't that a bit too little? Our initial plan is to make 1,000 guns. President N fell silent. It would be better to give Chen Bin 1 million directly, which is better than 100,000. But the price has been agreed. Will you continue to make it in the future? I will definitely make more. Let's make this one first and test it to see the actual effect. Then let's go with this price. He doesn't want the money. This gun is only 100 yuan, and I forced it on him. This was said to help Chen Bin, so that General Hu would have a good impression of Chen Bin. General Hu was also a little surprised. Why doesn't he want money? I don't know, but he doesn't seem to be very interested in money. So what is he interested in? President N stood outside the laboratory and looked back at Chen Bin, who was busy in the laboratory. Are you interested in technology? He knew that the reason General Hu asked the question was that he wanted to provide convenience and benefits to Chen Bin in other aspects. After a moment's hesitation, he said, he is still buying food in the school cafeteria. General Hu said directly, how can that be possible? Arrange a private chef for him immediately. Is there a place for him to stay? President N thought about Chen Bin's recent situation and the folding bed. He hasn't returned to the dormitory during this period. He has been sleeping in the laboratory all the time. General Hu hesitated for a moment and said, you decide. Try to make him live as comfortably as possible. Good. President N put away his phone and started making arrangements immediately. First of all, there is a private chef, and also a room is prepared for Chen Bin, which is in the laboratory on the 4th floor. In this way, even if Chen Bin did not return to the dormitory and stayed in the laboratory to rest, he could still live a clear life. But what he didn't know was that Chen Bin hadn't slept at all in these days. Take medicine for staying up late, one pill after another. It can only be said that it is worthy of being a product of the system. After eating it, Chen Bin did not feel tired at all, nor did he feel any discomfort at all. In the evening, Chen Bin took his medicine and continued assembling. There are 3 more researchers in the laboratory, but they are all doing their own things and no one disturbs anyone else. There is a clear distinction between them. Until in the laboratory, the phone rang. It's Professor Jin's cell phone. Professor Jin answered the phone impatiently. What's the matter? Disturb him from studying technology? The person on the other end of the line was the Vice President of the National Academy of Defense Science. What's the situation on your side? Have you made it clear with General Hu? Professor Jin reacted and looked at the remaining 2 people, who were still busy. Then he looked at Chen Bin, and was stunned, because Chen Bin was assembling wings, such big wings. Wings made of all metal. Even though it was a half-finished product, these wings gave him an incomparable sense of beauty. The curved lines of the feathers are layered and extended, forming a nearly perfect streamlined design on the wings. This is so beautiful. The perfect combination of materials, science and mechanical structure. Artwork. Old Jean. Professor Jean came back to his senses and said, the airborne board really exists, and the ion propulsion technology in it is very advanced. So far ahead of our current research. The vice president was stunned. What nonsense are you talking about? You call them, I'm busy. What are you busy with? Chen Bin gave me a formula for an ultralight alloy. I have to study the forging process. The vice president wanted to continue asking, but the call was hung up. He was confused. No, what was going on? I continued to call, but this time, the call didn't go through. The two professors knew without hesitation that the call was from the vice dean. They don't have time to answer the phone now. They are just like sponges, absorbing knowledge crazily. The laboratory returned to silence once again, with the four people busy with their own things. Under the guidance of blue light, Chen Bin fixed the feathers together. Many feathers look exactly the same, but in fact, there are subtle differences in parameters, shapes, and curvature. Incorrect installation can cause problems during flight. However, under the guidance of blue light, there is no possibility of error. Chen Bin only needs to install them one piece at a time, and the speed is very fast. But even so, I'm afraid I'll have to work until late at night. After assembling one side of the wing, Chen Bin looked back at the three researchers who were still in his laboratory and called President An. It's not that he wants to drive people away, but if these people continue to stay here, they will definitely stay up late. If you stay up late at such an old age, you may end up dying of exhaustion if you are not careful. President An took away the three infatuated researchers and looked at Chen Bin again. Aren't you going to take a break? Rest later. Chen Bin turned around and continued to assemble. President An could feel Chen Bin's enthusiasm. A passion for research. He had seen fanaticism in many researchers, but no one felt like Chen Bin, as if wasting a second was a sin. Chen Bin deserves to succeed. Thinking of this, he decided not to leave. Instead, he stood straight outside the laboratory, quietly guarding Chen Bin. At the same time, he also wanted to see when Chen Bin would rest. If it was too late, he would urge him to do so. Working so hard that one forgets to eat and sleep is just an adjective. If one really keeps working so hard that one forgets to eat and sleep, the body will not last long. Time passes by little. At 2 o'clock in the morning, both wings were assembled. When one wing is spread out on the table, it can cover the entire tabletop. The huge wing, which is 3 meters long, shines brightly under the light. When folded, the 3-meter-long wings can be completely folded in the flight backpack on the back, into a small square of only 30 centimeters in length and width. It's simply amazing. The final step is to assemble the two wings to the central wearing area. The wearing area is the size of a backpack, with hard waist supports on both sides, and then extending all the way to the chest, which is equivalent to wrapping the entire torso. Below is a device similar to a mechanical exoskeleton that extends all the way to the thigh. These parts are also inside the backpack and will pop out when it is started. Assembly is simple at this point, just tuck the wings in and secure them. With a slight ding sound, all the blue light dissipated and the assembly was completed. Chen Bin looked at the silver backpack with bright eyes. This thing can really fly. Chapter 34. Can I try? Chen Bin put on his backpack and walked to the mirror. There didn't seem to be anything special about him, just a medium-sized metal backpack. Chen Bin tried to press the start button. The metal buckles on the left and right waist supports of the backpack quickly popped out and locked Chen Bin's waist. Both below and above, it is covered with a metal exoskeleton. Wearing this, Chen Bin did not feel any restraint, only a very safe feeling of being wrapped. Then, a pair of dark silver wings suddenly popped out, and the huge wings spread out to the left and right. This feels really cool. Chen Bin tried to control his wings and flapped them gently, and he immediately felt as if his body was floating. At the same time, a strong wind blew in the laboratory, and all the metal on the ground was blown. These wings are quite fierce. The aerodynamic feeling is very balanced, and there is no situation where the person suddenly stops when flapping the wings. Chen Bin couldn't wait to try it. He turned around and picked up the hoverboard. This is a safety measure. In case the Wings of Liberty malfunctions, we have not only the Wings of Liberty's parachute, but also the hoverboard. Triple insurance. After making preparations, Chen Bin pushed open the window and then jumped suddenly. At the moment of jumping out, a pair of wings spread out. As he flapped his wings, a hurricane arose, and pushed by the wind, Chen Bin soared straight into the sky. Wings of freedom, fly freely. Chen Bin felt the wind blowing across his cheeks, feeling free and refreshed. This is really cool. As long as the wings are spread, even without flapping, it can glide at a very fast speed. Flapping your wings can increase your speed and altitude. Is this what it feels like to soar? Chenbin tried to flip and spin in the air, and each stunt gave him a new feeling. All the feelings are refreshing. It was almost 3 o'clock in the morning at school and there was nothing there, so Chenbin could fly however he wanted. A school that I used to think was very large now only takes half a minute to walk around. You can overlook the entire school and see everything. Floating in the air, the wings only need to vibrate slightly to stay in the air. Chenbin stood there and felt the state of the moment. At this moment, he felt that all the hard work this week was totally worth it. You can even reward yourself with a prize draw. I definitely can't afford 10 consecutive draws for 10,000 shock points right now, but I can do more draws for 1,000 points. Ding, shock point +1. Chenbin listened to the sudden prompt sound and lowered his head. Was seen by someone. Boys' dormitory. A classmate who was suffering from insomnia and smoking on the balcony, opened his mouth wide and looked at Chenbin, who was spreading his wings high in the sky under the moon, his face full of horror. From his perspective, he could see a winged creature standing in front of the moon. Floating in the air. Vampire? Or an angel? Because the moonlight was shining against his back, he couldn't see clearly and could only see the silhouette of something with wings. Subconsciously, he raised his phone with trembling hands and took a picture. I was admitted to this vocational school because I read novels every day. Now he is very excited, because maybe the novel he read is true. The secrets of this world are slowly unfolding before him. Just as he was thinking about it, he saw the figure turn around, turn into a black line, and quickly go away. The classmate lowered his head and opened the school form. I stayed up late at night and found a vampire. Chenbin flew to the experimental building, also a little speechless. He sneaked out for a walk, and was actually discovered. But it doesn't matter if you get discovered. It will be discovered sooner or later. Just don't publicize it. After developing several things, Chenbin now knows very well how to gain more shock value. If someone posts the photos online in advance or tells others in advance. Those who get the information in advance may not be too shocked when they see the new product, and it may not provide any shocking points. Good luck. Let's find out who discovered me just now and prevent him from releasing the information about Wings of Liberty. Found it. So soon. He posted on the school forum. As Chenbin flew, he took out his cell phone and frowned. Vampire? Is he blind? Looking at the photo again, the flying man in the night sky is standing right in the center of the full moon. Because of the lighting problem, I couldn't capture his face or the details of his wings. The all-black silhouette was really handsome. Don't delete this photo. Keep it. Also, set it as your phone wallpaper. Yes. Chenbin flew to his laboratory. At this moment, President An also opened the door of the laboratory. It's already 3 o'clock, and Chenbin hasn't slept yet. He needs to urge him. He just pushed open the door and didn't see Chenbin. He has been guarding outside the door. Chenbin hasn't left. Just as I was thinking about it, a gust of wind suddenly blew in from outside the window. A hurricane blew everything in the laboratory. He faced the wind and prepared to go over and close the window. But as soon as he approached, he saw a black shadow rushing towards him from outside, and the black shadow had huge wings. The black shadow stood at the edge of the window, suddenly folded its huge wings, and then stood on the windowsill. Chenbin. Colonel An looked at Chenbin in shock, then at the backpack on Chenbin's back. The metal feathers I saw before came to my mind. He originally thought that the metal feathers were something Chenbin wanted to create a bird. Now tell him that it is to build a set of wings that can allow people to fly. Did you really do it? Even just tested it? What is that? Wings of freedom. Chenbin jumped to the ground and took off his backpack. Isn't it said that it's dangerous to step on a hoverboard? I made the wings of freedom. This way, even if I lose my balance and fall down, it's no big deal. Principal N's brain has crashed. Is this something a little off? The hoverboard is for flying, but with the wings of freedom, you can already fly. Aren't the functions of the two duplicated? Where is the protective device? Can it fly? Or glide? It can fly, and its top speed can reach 500 kilometers per hour. Colonel N's facial expression instantly went out of control, his face wrinkled. Isn't this faster than a helicopter? It's even faster than the fastest flying machine. You made it in these few days. Chenbin shook his head. I had the idea before, but I just found the conditions to make it happen recently. As Principal N looked at the backpack, a crazy idea popped into his mind. Can I try it? Chen Bin handed over the backpack. Try it. Principal N had been on guard for most of the night and was originally very tired, but now he was full of energy. Tentatively put on the backpack. How to use it? There is a button on the right side of the backpack. It's the on button. Colonel N tried to press the power button and immediately felt metal sticking out from the left and right waist supports, completely locking his waist. Then pieces of metal continued to pop out, wrapping his entire chest. Then the shoulders and thighs. The whole person was almost completely wrapped in metal sheets. Moderate tightness. It's a very strange feeling, a sense of complete security. Colonel N walked to the mirror and looked at his current appearance, which looked as if he was wearing half of an iron battle suit. Only the arms, legs and head were not covered. Where are the wings? Press the button on the left-hand side and the wings will pop out. Try pressing it first. At this moment, Professor N felt an incomparable sense of freshness. The moment he pressed the button, he felt something opening behind him, a very special feeling. He appeared in the mirror with a pair of huge wings, wings that were so handsome that they were explosive. Chapter 35 The Feeling of Freedom. Colonel N took out his phone and took a picture of himself before asking, how do you control the wings? Chen Bin thought about it and realized that the main thing was to control the wings of freedom, not to use conventional flight control. Just imagine that these wings of freedom are really wings growing out of your back. Principal N was puzzled for a moment. What do you mean? The control mode of wings of freedom is a bit special. It can be simply understood as feeling control. Feel. How about you jump out of the window first? Then you'll know what I mean. Colonel N responded, automatic flight. Not automatic, but cooperative. It determines whether you want to speed up or slow down, or turn. How did you do that? Colonel N was a little confused. How come these wings could read minds? But he still chose to believe Chen Bin, folded his wings, and climbed to the window. It's the 4th floor, even if you fall down, the probability of death shouldn't be too high. Taking a deep breath, Colonel N suddenly jumped out of the window. When the man was still in mid-air, his wings suddenly popped open, and his entire body almost hovered in the air. What about flying upwards? Subconsciously, Colonel N looked up at the sky, and the wings behind him suddenly flapped, and a huge force carried Colonel N straight into the sky. The 6-story experimental building was surpassed in an instant. Then it continued to climb. Colonel N looked forward, accelerated his wings upward, and flew forward. President N, who was originally nervous, gradually relaxed and began to enjoy the moment of freedom. Soaring in the air. He looked down at the school, his face full of disbelief. He was actually flying in the sky like this. In the boys' dormitory of the school, the classmates who took pictures of Chen Bin looked at another figure that appeared in the air and their breathing became rapid. A thing with wings, maybe a special case. Now another world has appeared, which is definitely a world he has never seen before. In this world, high-level martial arts may exist. He took another photo and posted it on the forum. Another vampire appeared, and he looks fatter than the previous one. Colonel N didn't know that in the eyes of his students, he had become a fat vampire. He was completely immersed in flying. This feeling is exciting, novel, and really great. He had jumped with a parachute and, during training, had also glided. But the feeling at this moment is completely different. This is really flying. After flying a few more laps, Colonel N returned to the laboratory reluctantly. After one round, he has basically mastered the operation. You don't have to do anything, just go with your feeling. For example, when you want to move forward, your body will subconsciously lean forward. This is how you control the wings of freedom. As you use it more often, it will become a habit, and you will use those control movements more deliberately. Standing on the windowsill, Colonel N's cheeks were flushed with excitement. Wearing these wings does not affect one's own activities. To put it more simply, these wings allow a warrior holding a weapon to fly into the sky. But after thinking about it again, Colonel N gave up the idea. Although it sounded great, it would be difficult for soldiers to fire in the air. When people are in the air, whether they are shooting or doing anything else, the accuracy is not enough. Not as effective as a drone. But the technical level of these wings is definitely super high. After putting away the wings of freedom, Colonel N took off his backpack and asked tentatively, drones, what do you think? Chen Bin looked at Principal N with some confusion. what do you mean? Are you interested in developing drones? Colonel An asked directly. Chen Bin's research and development capabilities are fully capable of providing guidance. Drone technology is developing rapidly. Because it is easy to use, it plays a huge role on the battlefield. In fact, Longhua has made relatively advanced progress in the field of drone research. However, when he saw Chen Bin's free wings, he knew that the drone was far from its limit. The current maximum speed of a drone is only over 200 km per hour, but Chen Bin's wing of freedom can reach a speed of 500 km per hour. As long as this speed is put on a drone, the drone will be invincible. Chen Bin hesitated for a moment and said, "Okay, I'll look back." Since Colonel An said so, he decided to go back and look for it in the catalog. And there is indeed a need for the research and development of drones. Compared with installing surveillance cameras around the laboratory, flying drones around is also safer. In addition, drones can also have attack capabilities. Currently, there is nothing protecting him except the mechanical dog. There are only 2 mechanical dogs, and although they are very powerful, as his fame grows, they may not be enough. Principal An looked at Chen Bin thoughtfully. "You should go to bed early and don't stay up too late." Chen Bin glanced at the time. It was already 3:30 in the morning. "Okay, I'll sleep for a while." Professor An was stunned. What did that mean? What did he mean by, "I'll sleep for a while"? Didn't Chen Bin plan to sleep at all? Chen Bin was really ready to sleep. Although there were medicines that could prevent side effects of staying up late, he felt a little tired after staying up all night for a week. This kind of mental fatigue means that you have no interest in anything. Previously, I had the support of Wings of Freedom and wanted to play with it. Now that I've played it, it's no longer fresh. It's time to take a rest. Chen Bin lay down on the folding bed and closed his eyes. Although he had taken medicine and was not tired, Chen Bin still fell asleep the moment he lay down. There are no side effects, except physically. However, if you don't sleep for a long time, your thoughts will be very complicated. Chen Bin slept soundly that night. It felt like only a moment had passed, and it was still dark outside the window, but when Chen Bin looked at the time, he realized that he had slept for nearly 20 hours, from evening to night. Feel refreshed. Chen Bin stretched comfortably, closed his eyes and focused his attention deep into his consciousness. Host, Chen Bin. Shocking point, 21,007. After spending 10,000 shock points to upgrade the lottery system, there are only a little over 10,000 left, and it has been increasing every day during this period. After all, the video is spreading, and although most people don't find the things in the video too shocking, there are still people who provide shock value. After a few days, it broke through the 20,000 mark again. There is exactly 1,000 more, so I can definitely give it a try. Chen Bin doesn't have much to pursue now, as long as it's not toilet paper. When preparing for the lottery, Chen Bin noticed the tip on the lottery page: there would be a critical hit in 10 consecutive draws. Should I draw once, or choose 10 consecutive draws? Chen Bin thought of the last time he had 10 consecutive draws, and his memory was enhanced, directly strengthened to have a photographic memory. From physical enhancement, it directly turned into supernatural powers. This is a once-in-a-thousand chance to draw a lottery. If you win something good and then get a critical hit, wouldn't that mean you're invincible? Even if you do 10 consecutive draws, you will still have 11,000 shock points left, enough to do anything. What else is there to say? Smash! Chen Bin washed his face and sat upright on a chair, 10 consecutive shots. On the system page, a familiar light began to flash. The first light is blue, which means good things. Then a bottle of familiar potion appeared in front of Chen Bin. It was a potion of strength, which could increase strength after drinking it for a short period of time. Things that would only appear once in 10 consecutive draws before now appear on the first try. It also breaks the curse that the first draw out of 10 consecutive draws must be a roll of paper. Just as I was thinking about it, the second light flashed, white light, and rolls of paper, 10 rolls in total. The third light is red. Chen Bin's eyes suddenly widened. Above the blue light was a red light. Good luck, this ridiculously powerful AI was a red light. After spending some time together, Chen Bin felt that good luck even had his own wisdom. It's still red stuff, and this time it's definitely a good thing. Chapter 36 Swarm Drones. As the light faded, a bottle of blue liquid appeared in front of Chen Bin. There are tiny flashes of light in the blue liquid, making the liquid look like a galaxy. Chen Bin then saw the introduction of this liquid, primary gene enhancement potion. It can strengthen life at the genetic level. Chen Bin was shocked. Genetic enhancement. Can a person become a Superman? Also, is this gene medicine just a basic one? Is there an advanced one? While Chen Bin was thinking, the fourth ray of light began to light up. The fourth ray of light was white and a pillow appeared inside it, a sleeping pillow that fits the human body perfectly, and the pillow changes shape according to the movements of the sleeper. It continuously fits the human cervical curve, providing support while maintaining extremely high comfort. This is a good thing, but it's a bit of a loss to exchange 1,000 shock points for just this little thing. Now that pillows have appeared, could there be a 4-piece bedding set? There is white light again. Is this the next life in my life? Mattress in the cloud? Mechanical bed? Chen Bin saw that the 4-piece set really appeared and wanted to slap himself for being such a jinx. The light continued to flicker, this time it was blue again. In the blue light, there is a robotic arm. Multifunctional robotic arm, your third hand. The light turned white again, toilet paper. Another roll of paper. A round of 10 consecutive draws, not to mention the white light, there are 2 blue lights, which are the strength potion and the multifunctional robotic arm, and 1 red light, which is the gene enhancement potion. There is still one more chance to crit. After being strengthened, the strength potion can become a power-enhancing potion, which can permanently increase strength. Although the increase is not much, its value is definitely extremely high. The multifunctional robotic arm is a wearable device. After putting it on, a multifunctional robotic arm will appear on the person's back. This robotic arm is very cool and useful. When working, it is like having an extra hand, and it is also easy to operate. Finally, there is the gene enhancement potion in the red light, which can improve human abilities in all aspects, very comprehensively. There is no need to think too much about the critical hit chance this time, just use the gene enhancement potion. Critical hit, genetic enhancement potion. The genetic enhancement potion has changed. A hint of red is now flowing in the originally blue liquid. Judging from the name, it is still a genetic enhancement potion. But there is an extra bracket at the end, which means it can be inherited. This means that this gene enhancement potion cannot be inherited unless there is a critical hit. Now there is a genetic effect. That was indeed a critical hit. After all, it could only be used once. It was completely different from having all future generations genetically enhanced. Chen Bin glanced at the price of the gene enhancement drug. Shock points can only be exchanged for genetic enhancement potions that have not experienced a critical hit. Even so, the price is very expensive, 8,000 shock points. This lottery is definitely worth it. Let's look at the powerful potion, it's worth 600. The multifunctional robotic arm is surprisingly the cheapest, at 300. After looking at the price, an idea flashed through Chen Bin's mind, and a critical hit gene enhancement potion appeared in his hand. This genetic enhancement potion is really beautiful. It seemed as if a river of stars were flowing in the liquid. However, when he thought about the fact that this kind of enhancement started from the genetic level, he felt a little scared. Will there be drastic changes in others after taking it? For example, scales appear on the original skin. 2 horns appear on the forehead. Or, just turn into a smart giant. I'm a little hesitant to drink it, but I can't bear to let others try it. Before it's enhanced, it's 8,000 shocking points. After it's enhanced, it will be over 10,000. With a flip of his hand, Chen Bin put away the gene enhancement potion. He planned to wait until he had more shock points, and then directly use the shock points to exchange for gene enhancement potion, and have someone try it out to confirm that there was no problem, and then he would use the enhanced gene potion. Now, let's find the drone. Colonel An said at once, and since he really needed a drone, he would first see if there was any suitable drone technology. Opening the catalog, Chen Bin began looking for the drone. In fact, with the technology he now has, he can easily develop a drone. Whether it is the technology of the airborne board or the technology of the wings of freedom, they can actually be used on drones. But Chen Bin still looked for it in the catalog. The products in the catalog are mature products. He redesigned a new one, which might be able to fly and might be very fast, but it would have to go through many rounds of testing before any problems could be discovered. It is better to go directly to the catalog and save time. It's a bit difficult to find the drone in the catalog because there are so many things flying in the sky. In the era described in the album, humans have already made full use of the sky. Cars can fly in the sky. Many people go home and drive their cars directly to the balcony. The good thing is that when drones are used as weapons, they are definitely used by soldiers. He only needs to find the equipment on the warriors and look near the warriors. A dark shadow in the sky attracted Chen Bin's attention. 7th generation unmanned fighter. Chen Bin paused. This should also be a drone, which makes sense. However, it is highly unlikely that his laboratory can produce it. Just look at the price, 9,900 is shocking. Chen Bin retracted his gaze. He couldn't afford it. He had a total of 11,000 shock points on his body. If he exchanged them, he would only have 1,000 shock points left, which was not enough for anything. Keep looking. Chen Bin's eyes fell on the remote control in a soldier's hand. With a remote control attached to the screen, the image of the sky appears on the screen. Swarm drones. The amount of bomb required for redemption is 2009. Swarm drones, intelligent drone combat system. A group of swarm drones, including 1 queen bee, 6 guard bees, 12 combat war bees, and 24 multifunctional worker bees. Chen Bin's eyes lit up as he looked at the introduction. This swarm of drones is pretty cool. In addition to quantity, the communication range, performance, and autonomous combat capabilities of these drones are all highlights. No hesitation, just exchange. The shock value of 2,900 disappeared, and was replaced by a huge amount of memories flooding into Chen Bin's mind. This cluster of drones includes 4 completely different types of drones. The Queen Bee drone does not fly very fast, but it has an information processor inside and can also serve as a repeater to increase the combat radius of other drones. To put it more simply, when 2 groups of swarm drones fight together, the combat radius can be increased from 200 kilometers to 400 kilometers. The more swarm drones there are, the larger the combat radius. Then there are the guard bees, whose main function is interception and defense. He can detect incoming attacks in advance and fly over to resist them. If the target of the attack is a missile or something like that, he will fly over and self-destruct to ignite the missile. In order to ensure accurate interception, the guard peak can accelerate to supersonic speed in an instant. The battle bee is a drone specially designed for combat, with a maximum speed of up to the speed of sound, when carrying a load of 30 kilograms. Equipped with automatic weapons and can carry small missiles. Under special circumstances, it can also be used as a weapon. It has the same speed as a pistol bullet, and combined with its own size and weight, it can accurately kill the enemy. Then come the worker bees. The functions of worker bees are not outstanding, but they are more comprehensive, with a maximum speed of 800 kilometers per hour. Chapter 37. Sign up for the competition. The worker bee drone also has attack capabilities and can carry small missiles and be equipped with firearms. It also has detection capabilities, including a motion capture system, infrared thermal sensing, and radar scanning. When all information in the bee colony is shared, the worker bees can obtain information, which can dramatically increase the combat effectiveness of the entire bee colony. To put it simply, except for the queen bee, the other 3 types of drones are all top-notch drones. When put together, it's not 1 plus 1 plus 1 again, but directly combined together, it becomes 111. Directly invincible. Chen Bin put on the multifunctional robotic arm, did some minor adjustments, and started working. While doing the preparations, Chen Bin began to think about how to achieve the shocking point. Now the number of shocking points increases naturally by hundreds every day, but if we don't do anything, the number of shocking points that increase naturally will become fewer and fewer. We have to find a way. Good luck. How can I make more people feel shocked by what I made? You might consider live streaming. Chen Bin's eyes lit up. Yes, live broadcast. Compared to people who are directly shocked when they see high-tech products in real life, those people will not be as shocked through videos and oral descriptions. But the effect of live broadcast, although worse than the on-site effect, is definitely better than video because it is real-time. Good luck continued. The other thing is to participate in some large-scale activities. For example, if you want to make a drone, there will be a world drone competition next week, where drones from all over the world will appear, and it will also attract countless technology bloggers. Based on past experience, there could be tens of thousands of people coming and going at the exhibition. Chen Bin's eyes lit up again. To start a live broadcast, it would take some time to push the stream, and the live broadcast effect must be good before many people can watch it. By participating in this kind of activity, you can directly get a lot of shock points. For example, robot competitions and commendation conferences both provide many shocking moments at once. Sign me up. Registration needs to be in the name of the company. Okay. Good luck to sign up directly. The World Drone Race, whose full name is the World Drone Racing Race. In addition to demonstrating the speed of the drone, it also demonstrates the pilot's skills. To win the award, both are indispensable. For Chen Bin, this competition is not challenging at all. In terms of speed alone, even if the Queen Bee is pulled onto the stage, it can break the world record. The previous world record was set by the drone launched by Red Bull, which could accelerate to 300 km per hour in 4 seconds and had a top speed of 350 km per hour. As for the maximum speed of the electric remote-controlled quadcopter drone, it is 263 km per hour. The current world record is 510 km per hour. The reason why this drone can be so fast is that its shape is like a missile, with a carbon fiber frame and 4 propellers at the tail, which is basically a lightweight design. It only takes 2 seconds to go from 0 to 300 kilometers. But these records are just toy records compared to Chen Bin's swarm of drones. It can be broken easily. The 4-rotor wind-driven design of the Worker Bee UAV allows it to accelerate extremely powerfully, whether up and down, forward and backward, left and right, at a speed of 800 km per hour, breaking records in minutes. Not to mention the Battlebee drone, which flies at the speed of sound. Needless to say, the Guardian Bee can reach supersonic speeds in order to accurately intercept missiles. This is just like a world champion entering a kindergarten sports meet, killing everyone. Thinking of this, Chen Bin became full of energy and continued manufacturing. With a third arm to help with manufacturing, efficiency is greatly improved. Good luck signing up quickly. President An received the news very quickly. He received a report as soon as he woke up. Super Atlas Company had signed up for the World Drone Racing Competition. He was stunned. He had just proposed to Chen Bin to develop drones the night before, and Chen Bin signed up for a drone competition. How to develop and manufacture in such a short time? President An went directly to Chen Bin's laboratory. Chen Bin is busy making parts. Colonel An looked at the third hand on Chen Bin's chest with a look of shock. That hand could actually cooperate with Chen Bin's 2 hands to assemble. How is this controlled? Can he control it so easily? It's like he was born with 3 hands. Chen Bin stopped what he was doing and looked back at Principal An. What's the matter? Principal An came back to his senses and asked, you signed up for the drone competition? Right. Colonel An hesitated, where's the drone? It's still being built. Colonel An looked at the parts in Chen Bin's hand and was silent for a moment. Then will you make it in time? It should be in time. After saying this, Chen Bin continued to work with his head down. Principal An thought for a moment and said, I've arranged a private chef for you. You don't have to go to the cafeteria to eat in the future. Just tell the chef in advance what you want to eat. He can do everything so that 1, it tastes good and is healthy, and 2, it is safe. Okay. Chen Bin nodded. It was a good thing to eat well. Isn't the purpose of life to stutter? Professor An turned around and walked out. After a moment's hesitation, he made a phone call. Can you give me the best drone currently in your laboratory? Okay. The person on the other end of the phone didn't ask any more questions. Professor An still decided to back Chen Bin. If Chen Bin developed the device, that would naturally be good news. If he failed, he could use this drone to make up the number. Office of the Vice President, Academy of Defense Science. The Vice President was processing documents when the secretary knocked on the door and walked in. Professor Jean and the others are back. Let them come see me. The Vice President said and stood up. Forget it, I'll go find them. Where are they now? He had been hung up on and couldn't even get through on the phone, so he was really angry. They're right outside the door. The Vice President looked outside the door and said, let them in. The door of the room opened and 3 professors walked in excitedly. The Vice President said sternly, hang up on me, don't answer my call. Professor Jean waved his hand directly, that's all in the past. Now let's talk about the important things. We have discussed along the way to start a new project to develop rocket ion propulsion engines. The Vice President frowned, what do you mean? The professor who studies plasma physics said excitedly, I went to meet Chen Bin this time, and he showed me the design of the floating board directly. With my current level, I can't learn the technology of the airborne board in a short time. Even if I learn it, it will be difficult to use. But I can borrow some of the technology to make plasma thrusters. As long as we figure it out, our rockets will be able to easily fly to Mars, or even further, and even come back. The speed and range of weapons and equipment can be greatly improved. I have estimated that even if the technology is not used well enough, the speed and range can be doubled based on the current limit. The vice president frowned deeply. He found 3 researchers to persuade General Hu not to be deceived. In the end, General Hu failed to convince others, and instead he ended up with 3 more people being deceived. How can this thing called a hoverboard be real? Professor Jean looked at the vice president and still didn't believe him. He took out his cell phone and handed it over. Take a look at this. Chapter 38, Starting to Take Drugs. The vice president saw the video in which Professor Jean stood on the airborne board, floating forward, and then tried to move up, down, left and right. There was also the professor's voice beside him, let me try, let me try. The vice president's eyes gradually widened. Others could deceive him, but these people would not. Real? Of course it's real. Professor Jean took out an irregular piece of metal from his arms. The metal was placed in the vice president's thermos cup. Instead of sinking, the metal floated on the water. This alloy is very strong but very light. It can make many of our equipment lighter. Once it spreads, the whole world may be changed. The vice president took the metal block out of the cup and felt its lightness. Where did this come from? Chen Bin's laboratory. He made a kind of metal feather scraps. Metal feathers? What are they for? I don't know. He hadn't finished making it when we left, but it must be something very special. The vice president glanced at the 3 people and asked, did you get the technology from him? Right. The vice president hesitated for a moment and said, we can set up a new project for you. Go and prepare the project plan and bring it to me for approval. The information is very thick, and it contains all the information that Chen Bin has collected since he was a child. The vice president looked at it and frowned, feeling something was not right. Chen Bin's family is just an ordinary family, and Chen Bin did not show any talent when he was a child. True genius cannot be hidden. For example, if you just study casually, you can always get full marks, which is considered basic operation. Chen Bin, it's hard for him to pass most subjects. There are no other outstanding performances. Because of poor grades, I ended up going to a junior college. With this kind of resume, you should be able to get a job in a factory after graduation. Although geniuses cannot be judged by common sense, this change is somewhat abrupt. When the vice president saw the information about the mechanical dog, his brows furrowed even deeper. He has seen videos of robot dogs, but doesn't know where they were created. Now seeing the photos of the workshop, he felt his intelligence was insulted. How could such a place produce such a mechanical dog? Just when he was about to say it was impossible, he saw another photo. In front of an old and badly worn machine tool, Chen Bin was looking at a part. Is this photo a bit blurry? It was taken from the video. Video. In the last USB drive. The vice president opened the USB drive and saw many videos in it. He found a video of machine tool processing and saw Chen Bin operating the machine tool. In Chen Bin's hands, the 3-axis machine tool seems to have a soul. Looking at Chen Bin's flexibility and speed in operation, his eyes changed. Some things can be faked, but skills cannot be faked. He has seen top technicians operate old-fashioned machine tools. Being able to use machine tools with insufficient precision to produce parts with high precision is the result of years of experience and amazing talent. Chen Bin's operating skills are extremely strong. Is this a technical talent? Looking at the follow-up information, the vice president saw the newly opened company and the company's registration for the World Drone Competition. The vice president seemed to have thought of something, asked the drone competition to arrange a seat for me. It would be easy for him to get a seat in the World Drone Competition held in Dragon Country. Okay. The secretary nodded. Is there anything else you need to do? You don't have to do anything. Just check to see if Super Atlas's drone was developed by them. At this age, he is no longer at the stage where he needs to solve problems as soon as he discovers them. Chen Bin didn't know that Professor N had prepared a drone for him, which made people think about it. He is also in a little trouble now. Organizers of drone competitions need to register participating drones. But the problem is that the drone he is going to compete in is still a pile of parts. The instructor frowned at Chen Bin and said, "If you don't register your drone, you won't be able to participate in the competition." Seeing Chen Bin in a dilemma, Principal An said, "Leave this to me." Chen Bin was a little surprised. How can this be handled? Isn't this equivalent to cheating? I'll borrow an advanced drone from a research institute. Register it first, and then you can use your new drone when you compete. Chen Bin was a little surprised. Can this pass? It's no problem. The most you can do is that the drone you registered is different from the drone you competed in. Your results won't be invalidated. Then let the organizers have a headache. Even if I lose the championship in the end, I will still be the uncrowned king. Chen Bin nodded. Indeed, this would create a more dramatic effect. Also, when President An said that he was the uncrowned king, did that mean he was already assuming that he could win the championship? It's better to have fewer people like this. If you trust him too much, it will make it more difficult for him to get the shocking point. The counselor left with Principal An to register the drone first. Chen Bin watched the two men leave and continued to make parts. He calculated that even if he worked non-stop for several days, he would not be able to produce the entire swarm of drones. After all, it was a cluster of dozens of drones. It shouldn't be a problem to make 1 or 2 drones before the drone competition starts. It is difficult to manufacture all 4 types of drones. But Chen Bin wanted to complete the drone as soon as possible. In this way, 1 shock turned into 4 shocks at the competition. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Bin once again focused his attention on the system, and his eyes fell on the powerful potion. Since I have won the powerful potion, I can now directly redeem it using shock points. 200 shock points and a powerful potion. Chen Bin only knew that this powerful potion had no side effects, but he didn't know if it could be stacked infinitely. If possible, the manufacturing speed can be slightly increased. Let's exchange 2 first. Consume 400 shock points to exchange for 2 bottles of powerful potion. Open one and drink it in 1 gulp. A warm current suddenly burst out from the abdomen and rushed into every part of the body. A familiar feeling of power emerges. The feeling of increased strength is really great. I might even become addicted. This time, the strength was still improved, by about 20 kilograms. Keep eating. There are no side effects anyway. After another sip, Chen Bin once again felt the increase in power. That feeling is real happiness. Chen Bin still chose to try the mechanical dog. The nearly 40-pound mechanical dog was lifted up by him with 1 hand, and it still felt light. Since the effects can be stacked, there is no need to hesitate, just keep stacking and you'll be done. Chapter 39, It's not just one person, it's a group. Chen Bin drank 3 more bottles of strength potion, and he felt that he could now lift a cow with 1 hand. Start. The increase in strength also improves speed, because in mechanical manufacturing, many things require strength. Some parts that do not look heavy may weigh dozens or even hundreds of kilograms. Now Chen Bin can pick it up with 1 hand, which saves a lot of time when processing materials. Another thing is that the power suddenly increases, which is normally inconvenient to control, but this time it doesn't matter because there is the auxiliary guidance of blue light. The increase in speed brings a direct improvement in efficiency. Chen Bin worked on it for a while and roughly estimated that he should be able to manufacture all 4 drones in time. I was busy until noon, when there was a knock on the door. The guard carried the food and placed it on the table. You didn't tell me what you wanted to eat, so Master Wei simply prepared 3 dishes and a soup for you. Chen Bin looked at the dishes on the table, a plate of rosy braised pork, a plate of stir-fried pork with peppers to go well with rice, a plate of fried fish, and lotus root soup. All of them whetted one's appetite, and at the same time, a feeling of hunger suddenly began to stir. I was really hungry, but I was busy before, so I forgot about it. The rice is packed in an insulated box. When you open the box, steam rises. The rice is steamed just right, and it tastes delicious just by eating it. After taking another bite of the dish, Chen Bin's eyes lit up. It was really delicious. I always felt that braised pork was very greasy when I ate it before, but this one bite was so soft, sweet and fragrant, not greasy at all. The fried pork with peppers is also delicious, the kind of deliciousness that is hard to describe. If I have to describe it, it would be that I want to eat a few more mouthfuls of rice. There is also lotus root soup, the taste of home. Although these are just a few dishes, the chef definitely put a lot of thought into them. Chen Bin ate with relish, finishing all the dishes and rice in a flash, but he didn't put down his chopsticks because he was not full. Chen Bin thought of the powerful potion. Could it be that the increased strength came not only from the potion, but also from the amount of food eaten? The guards were a little surprised when they saw Chen Bin finish all the food. How could he eat so much? The chef cooked enough food and there was always some left over, enough for 3 people. In the end, Chen Bin ate it all by himself. Just as he was thinking, Chen Bin raised his head and asked, "Is the chef's last name Wei?" "Right." Chen Bin hesitated for a moment and said, "Ask Master Wei to make 2 more servings for me, according to this quantity, as soon as possible." The guard didn't ask any more questions. "Okay." Half an hour later, 2 meals were served on the table and Chen Bin continued to eat. It must be said that eating delicious food is a pleasure. The more I eat, the more I want to eat. Under the confused gaze of the guards, Chen Bin finished all 3 meals by himself. This time he felt 8/10 full. "Tell Master Wei to make this amount every day for the next few days." The guard nodded in confusion, "Okay." After walking out of the laboratory, the guard was still a little confused. Could it be that Chen Bin ate 9 people's worth of food by himself? Awesome. It is said that mental exercises consume a lot of energy, and this consumption is a bit too high. After a moment, Chef Wei was also a little confused. Wasn't it agreed that he only needed to cook for 1 person? Is this 1 person worth 10 people? Chen Bin was busy from morning till night. After 24 hours, the effect of the powerful potion disappeared. Continue taking drugs. Strong potion during the day and late night pills at night. Chen Bin feels that this super technology atlas should be changed into a super drug system. In this continuous drug taking and continuous manufacturing. Chen Bin finally completed the manufacture of all the parts before the competition started. But there was no time to assemble it. Anhui University temporarily prepared a motorhome, and Chen Bin began to assemble in the motorhome. First up is the Queen Bee drone. The Queen Bee can control other drones. The working mode of a bee colony is not that the pilot controls each drone, but that people give orders to the Queen Bee, and the Queen Bee then accurately controls each drone. With the control of the Queen Bee, it is actually better than that of the best pilot. Because the calculated accuracy far exceeds human control based on feeling. Whether it's flying or attacking, it can be done to perfection. And the reaction speed is also super fast. It only takes a moment from detecting the target to launching the attack. When the drone is flying at super fast speed, the difference in reaction speed is huge. Because it has to carry a lot of equipment, the Queen Bee is a bit large. The length and width are close to 50 centimeters. It is 30 centimeters high, very thin at the top, and streamlined throughout. When flying in this way, you can use the upper end to break the airflow. Colonel N was watching a drone being created in Chen Bin's hands, and he felt it was a bit outrageous. Chen Bin assembled such a sophisticated thing with his bare hands. In a mobile home. When Chen Bin asked him to find a motorhome, he still felt that there was something wrong. Now it seems that he is the one with the problem. How dare he question Chen Bin? Another thing is the shape of this drone, which is a bit special. Such a large drone, like a pyramid, with several propellers at the back, can it really allow this drone to fly at high speed? While thinking about it, Chen Bin put the drone aside. Then start assembling again. Colonel N was stunned and looked at the pile of parts. The competition only requires 1 drone. That one is the Queen Bee, and it's mainly responsible for control. The next thing to be manufactured is the drone used for the competition. Queen Bee. Colonel N was somewhat puzzled. The drone I designed is a swarm of drones. In one drone system, there is 1 Queen Bee drone, 6 Guard Bee drones, 12 Battle Bee drones, and 24 Worker Bee drones. President N was confused. He just asked Chen Bin for a drone, but Chen Bin designed a drone cluster in one go. Does it sound awesome? Chen Bin smiled as he was shocked. This thing hasn't even been officially manufactured yet, but it's already gaining shocking points. When it comes to the competition and once it is released, won't it be profitable? With this thought in mind, Chen Bin's manufacturing speed increased a little. The second model manufactured was the Guard Bee drone. The Guard Bee drone requires super maneuverability. 2 flight modes are adopted. One is the propeller mode with long flight endurance, and the other is the turbojet mode that can accelerate instantly. It looks like a flat diamond with a propeller at each corner, and it looks not much different from an ordinary drone. But once it enters high-speed mode, the 4 propellers will fold backwards at the same time, and a section of the diamond block will become an engine. At that time, the drone will be shot out like a bullet. The design of this drone gave Colonel An a big slap in the ass and opened his eyes. Is this possible? He was shocked when he saw Chen Bin making and folding the 4 propellers and attaching them to the main body of the drone. This not only takes into account practicality, but also the convenience of transportation. This drone can fit into a very small box. In addition, it is also all-round. It can sustain battery life and also burst out with power. Chapter 40. Can this be supersonic? Colonel An looked at the Guard B drone and couldn't figure out how to defend against it. Is this drone specifically designed to protect the Queen Bee? How does it protect her? The outer shell of this Guard B drone is made of high-strength alloy. It can sense incoming bullets through electromagnetic induction and fly over to block them in advance. If it's a missile or something like that, the Guard B will activate its death interception mode, fly to the path the missile must take in advance, and self-destruct, thus intercepting the missile. Colonel An was stunned. Drone, anti-missile. Besides, are there any missiles specifically designed to shoot down drones? Isn't this just a joke? Can you keep up with the speed? Supersonic, except for hypersonic missiles, it should be possible to stop them. If a hypersonic missile really hits this drone, then we can do it if we want. Ding, shock +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Colonel An looked down at the drone in his hand and said, "Can this thing fly at supersonic speeds?" Yes. Everyone in Anhui University was dumbfounded. What kind of monster is Chen Bin? Just develop a drone that is more than 4 times better than the current best drone. As for the drone that can reach a speed of 500 km per hour, in the opinion of Colonel An, it is purely for the pursuit of speed, which is equivalent to a missile driven by a propeller. No drone has the versatility. But this drone really has the functions of a drone. It can hover in the air to search for targets, or it can launch attacks. After being shocked, Colonel An couldn't help but think, if the Guard B drone is so awesome, how outrageous would the Battle B drone be? How fast is the Battle B drone? Top speed of sound. Colonel An was a little surprised, not as fast as the Guard B. No, the Guard B is fast because it is used to intercept missiles. If the Battle B is designed to be too fast, it will lose its meaning. Too fast is just for endurance, so it's better to launch missiles. This drone is designed to be able to quickly switch to combat and then fire accurately. It carries missiles and bullets and can accurately deal with the enemy. If we go faster, we will only sacrifice the ammunition load, which is not really necessary. Colonel An was silent for a while. Can it really be faster? Yes. Chen Bin manufactured the War B UAV, which has a more balanced appearance. Also 4 propellers. This design allows the drone to maintain balance at high altitudes. Although the jet is fast, it is not stable enough. A drone that can hover in the air is an ultra-small aerial combat platform. If it could just fly all the time, it would be a super small fighter. One is a fighter jet, the other is an air combat platform. They are completely on different levels. In order to achieve the purpose of rapid transition, it is also equipped with a turbojet engine. Finally, there is the Worker B drone. Although its speed is only 800 km per hour, its role is more comprehensive. It has various detectors that are not equipped on the War B, as well as weapons and equipment. A total of 4 types of drones were assembled and the vehicles were parked in the parking lot outside the event venue. As soon as he opened the door, Chen Bin heard the sound of a drone flying. Looking up, you can see many drones flying in the sky. The venue is spacious and can be used for pre-flight testing. Colonel An looked at the drones flying all over the sky and asked, "Do you want to do a test?" No need. Chen Bin packed the 4 drones into a box and walked towards the stadium carrying the box. Various testing equipment has been prepared on the field. In addition to these equipment, there are also a large number of staff, as well as signboards and event process boards. There are also many blonde-haired and blue-eyed people, obviously from overseas. There are quite a few of them. Many people also wore clothes with the company's name on them. The clothes Chen Bin wears are somewhat unique. The school uniform and the huge badge are really eye-catching. As soon as I walked onto the field, someone said, "Register the flyers." One by one, the pilots who were wearing special glasses took off their glasses and went to register. The vice president of the National Academy of Defense Sciences sat on the judge's bench and looked in the direction of a group of pilots. Chen Bin is here. Sitting next to the vice president is General Hu. General Hu came specifically for Chen Bin. He should have met Chen Bin before, but he never had the time. He took this opportunity to come and see him. They say they are judges, but in fact they are just standing by for the event. The real judges today are those speed measuring devices. General Hu also saw Chen Bin. The young people nowadays are much better than we were back then. The vice president smiled and said, that's not necessarily true. What do you mean? General Hu was a little confused. Why did these words seem to have some other meaning? The vice president was puzzled. You don't know? Know what? The vice president lowered his voice and said, the drone that Chen Bin participated in the competition was developed by our National Defense Science Academy. General Hu's expression suddenly changed. Really? I've seen the organizer's registration information, even the numbers are the same. General Hu was a little bit unbelievable. There's no need for that. Chen Bin has already achieved results before. He doesn't have to participate in this competition. Why should he do this? The vice president thought for a moment and said, I've read Chen Bin's information before. He's probably not a genius, but I've seen the process of him making parts. His level is super high. I thought you were trying to create a sign. General Hu thought of Colonel N. Could it be that Colonel N found some technology outside and assigned it to Chen Bin? He discovered a super genius, and he deserves credit for that. But this possibility is very small, because if someone else really developed that cutting-edge technology, there is no reason for him not to know about it. There is no reason to give up these world-class technologies to others. Another thing is that this kind of thing will definitely be exposed. But why did Chen Bin use the drone from the National Academy of Defense Sciences to participate in the competition? If you can't figure it out, just don't think about it and just ask later. Watch the game first. When the pilot registers, he will also be told the flight route. There are 2 levels in total, namely direct racing and obstacle flying competition. Both are a competition of speed, the former compares the performance of the drone, and the latter compares the skills of the pilot. The performance of a drone is divided into acceleration and maximum speed. The skill of a pilot is to bypass obstacles and reach the destination, which tests his reaction, operation, and so on. After registration and introduction, line up directly to go to the venue. The scene was even more lively than Chen Bin had expected. Both sides of the empty flying field were filled with people. Almost everyone had a camera and was taking pictures of the sky. Many of the cars participating in the race today are appearing for the first time. Many people have taken photos of them, which can be released as news. There are also many technology bloggers at the scene. They also make a living by relying on cutting-edge new technology products. They understand the market situation in advance and can also shoot videos for release. The other group of people are just there to watch the fun. They were all drone enthusiasts and surrounded both sides of the venue. On-site workers began the final round of testing and debugging of the equipment. The staff launched a drone and flew over the original route to confirm that all equipment was working properly. At the same time, at the starting point, a staff member said, "Prepare according to your numbers. Pilot number 1, go to the starting point and prepare for the test. Pilot number 2, get ready." Chapter 41. He took out another drone. Pilot number 1 walked to the starting table with a box, opened the box, and revealed a black drone inside. The drone has sharp edges and looks very handsome. The pilot turned on the drone, put on his glasses, and moved his fingers at the same time. The host's voice also sounded on the radio. The first pilot of this competition is the Kelsier from Manhwa. It's a niche drone brand, but it made it into the top 10 in last year's fierce competition. As the first brand to enter the competition this time, I wonder if it will achieve better results. Let's wait and see. The ground staff walked to the edge of the field and waved the green flag in their hands. The equipment has been debugged. Let's enjoy the performance of pilot number 1. As soon as he finished speaking, pilot number 1 rushed into the sky with his aircraft, hovered and waited for instructions. As the indicator light ahead turned green, the propellers of the drone began to spin rapidly, making a whistling sound, and it suddenly appeared in the distance. Several sets of data appeared simultaneously on several large screens. Acceleration from 0 to 100 km per hour in 1.14 seconds. There is also direct comparison data above. The fastest acceleration of a drone used in a first-person race is 1.3 seconds. In addition, the previous fastest speed was 292 km per hour. This speed is definitely the best among all the cross-country drones. The host's voice also became passionate. 100 km per hour acceleration, 1.4 seconds, 492 km per hour, this time, the top 10 is basically stable, maybe we can even move forward. The drone flew far away and made a big turn, then flew back to the table. The second pilot walked to the table, took 2 deep breaths, and opened the box. Every time he came to Longwa to participate in a competition, he was very nervous, mainly because their drone technology was a bit backward. Currently, the world's top drones are basically all in Longwa. Military ones are okay, but Longwa doesn't have anything too powerful, or it hasn't announced anything too powerful. In the civilian sector, Longwa is far ahead. The one just now is not a big brand, but a niche brand, which directly crushes it. Their new drone is really incomparable. This time, I also heard that Longwa has an 85 yuan drone with remote control, stable flight control, etc. $85 is not even enough for a meal for them. Quickly clearing his chaotic thoughts, the second pilot prepared for the flight and raised his hand to signal. Then the green light came on, and the drone soared into the sky, flying quickly along the set route. Acceleration from 0 to 100 km per hour in 2.2 seconds, maximum speed, 267 meters. It seems like the difference is only a few tenths of a second, and the speed difference seems to be only a few dozen kilometers per hour. But in the current market situation, the gap is huge. The host did not report the results, but said, Pilot number 2's drone flight attitude control is very good, takeoff and landing are very smooth and natural. It is an art of language. Next is pilot number 3, also from Longwa, also a second-tier brand. Acceleration from 0 to 100 km per hour in 1.6 seconds, maximum speed 298, the distance to 300, only 2 kilometers away. There were also exclamations at the scene. This speed is also outrageous. Next is the fourth flyer. There are a lot of people in Dragon Country, but there are very few people overseas. I don't know if it's because it's held in Dragon Country so there are fewer people coming from overseas, or if Dragon Country's drones are really well made. While I was thinking about it, someone came over and asked, "Where are your glasses?" Glasses? Chen Bin then noticed that all the other pilots were wearing glasses. Chen Bin was too lazy to explain, "I don't use first-person perspective glasses." "Brother, which company are you from?" "Super Catalog Company." "Fuck, that company that developed a super awesome robot dog. You also develop drones. Add me as a friend. Can you recommend me to someone else? I want to work for that company, too." Chen Bin looked at the excited face show and hesitated for a moment. "Why do you want to go to that company?" "Invest in advance. This kind of company has a promising future. It is beneficial to join in advance." "Brother, you are really lucky." Chen Bin nodded slightly. "I am indeed lucky, but our company does not recruit pilots." "Why? What about you? Don't you need it to test the drone?" "No need." Chen Bin stood up with a smile. It was his turn to go on stage. The host's voice also rang out, "Pilot number 12, from Super Tulu Technology Company. You may not be familiar with this name, but let me tell you something that everyone should have an impression of. Their boss is a college student. He brought out a realistic guardian robot dog at the college student robot competition. I didn't expect they also develop drones. I'm curious about the level of their drones." The box that Chen Bin used to pack the drone is very big. Putting the box on the table, Chen Bin first took out the Queen Bee drone. The host was a little surprised. The appearance of this drone is a bit like Peregrine 2, the fastest drone in history, which can reach a speed of 510 km per hour. But this one looks a bit bigger and wider, so it shouldn't fly too fast. Wait, pilot number 12 has taken out another drone. What Chen Bin took out was a worker bee. The worker bee looks similar to an ordinary drone, with a black paint job and 4 propellers, and is quite ordinary. Under the curious gazes of the crowd, Chen Bin took out his cell phone. Use a mobile phone to give instructions to the Queen Bee drone, and then the Queen Bee controls the worker bee drones. But this operation confused the people around him. Was Chen Bin controlling the drone with a mobile phone? Isn't this the competition venue? Just as he was thinking about it, he heard a short whoosh, and the worker bee drone that Chen Bin had just taken out flew into the sky and hovered in the air. The host was stunned. This takeoff speed is a bit fast. The moment the green light came on, the worker bee drone suddenly accelerated forward. It whizzed through the air, rushed past a detector, and then continued to accelerate. Numbers appeared on several large screens. 0.6. Acceleration from 0 to 100 km per hour in 0.6 seconds. There was a moment of silence at the scene, and a reminder sounded in Chenbin's mind, ding, shock point plus 7,988. Not only auspicious, but also more. Although there were many people at the scene, there were only about 1 or 2,000 people. The remaining shocking points come from the live broadcast. The host also exclaimed, "It is worthy of being produced by Super Atlas Company." The 0-100 acceleration is 0.6 seconds. It is only 0.1 second away from the current world record of 0.5 seconds for flying drones. The next moment, another number appeared on the screen. The host was shocked again. "Oh my god, 826 km per hour. The people who came to watch the fun also widened their eyes. In addition to reporters, officials or related practitioners, the people who can appear here are all drone enthusiasts. I understand basically everything." At this moment, they were completely stunned, and their worldview was directly rubbed to the ground. Chapter 42. He also has a drone. 826 km per hour. What is the concept? The current fastest speed of a drone is 510 km per hour. This fighter jet has surpassed the world record by a long way. Moreover, the drone that set the world record is called a drone, but in fact its shape is similar to a rocket, except that it has 4 propellers at the tail like a drone. In addition, the drone adopts a lightweight design and is designed specifically for speed. But the shape of this drone is similar to that of ordinary drones. This is what shocked everyone. Why could its speed be so outrageous when its design is similar to that of an ordinary drone? Ding, shock value plus 10,278. Chenbin felt it was worth it, let alone not sleeping for a week. To get so many shocking points, it would be worth not sleeping for a month. After being shocked, the host said, "I need to confirm the authenticity of this data." Wait a moment. The audience at the scene reacted one after another and indeed wanted to confirm it. This data is a bit too fake. This is the only possibility they can think of. After all, the performance of this drone is outrageous to an extent. Soon, the host's voice sounded again. The technicians have just confirmed that all the data just tested are real data. After all, if one device has a problem, it's impossible for all devices to have problems. In addition, the time from the drone taking off to the end is also the shortest so far. In the referee's seat, General Hu slowly recovered from his shock and was somewhat incredulous. Dragon Country's top military drone can only reach a speed of 750 km per hour. This is still a reconnaissance drone, which is completely different from this small drone. As a result, the speed of this small drone reached 800 km. Has your Academy of Sciences drone technology reached this point? Is it so far ahead of the world? It's really well hidden. General Hu said to the vice president with admiration. After he finished speaking, he didn't hear a response. He turned his head in confusion, and saw the vice president's mouth open. Lao Yao. The vice president came back to his senses. What's wrong? Is your Academy of Sciences drone technology so powerful? The vice president shook his head. This drone is not our model. Didn't you say you had read the organizer's information? I did look at the organizer's information, but when I looked at it, the drone registered by their company was the drone in our laboratory. General Hu paused for a moment and said, "So, they have their own drones, and they just use yours for registration?" The vice president's brain is still half crashed at this moment. Things seemed to be completely different from what he had imagined. The level of drones had reached this point, even beyond his understanding. Is Chenbin really a super genius? They developed a mechanical dog, then an electromagnetic rail gun, and then made a hoverboard, and now they designed this drone. But this is impossible. He is also a researcher. I know the difficulty of research, and I also know that many products cannot be produced by a single researcher. They require the cooperation of many people, a team, and time. Chenbin is like cheating. But after seeing the performance of the drone with his own eyes, he racked his brains but could not think of any team that could develop and manufacture such a drone. General Hu looked at the drone in the distance and laughed. It seems that Longwa has really found a treasure. The vice president suddenly realized that there was no need for him to worry about whether it was true or not. What's fake can't be real, and what's real can't be fake. Technology can never be faked. Being able to come up with these technologies means a lot. By the time he figured it out, Chenbin's flight had already ended. The worker bee drone flew onto the table. Chenbin took out another drone from the box. The staff nearby was ready to come over to help Chenbin install the drone to make room for the pilot behind him. Then he saw Chenbin took out another drone. Chenbin looked at the staff and asked, "Is there a rule that only one type of drone can be flown?" The staff was confused when the host's voice rang out, "There is another drone in the box of pilot number 12, a larger 4-propeller drone. How many models are you going to bring out at a time?" The staff member decisively stepped aside because he was also curious and wanted to see a better drone with better configuration. Everyone looked at Chenbin expectantly. The host was also very excited, he really wants to test it. The drone we just tested has already set a new record for the fastest flying speed of a cross-country drone. I wonder how this one will perform. Last year's drone competition was a battle between dragons and tigers, but this year's drone competition is like a deus ex machina. The drone quickly rushed into the sky and hovered waiting for the green light to come on. Chenbin didn't need to do anything next. The order had already been given to the queen bee, and all control was handed over to the queen bee. The green light came on, and the drone disappeared with a whistling sound. Before the data appeared on the screen, an explosion was heard in the distant sky. People who don't understand might think that a drone exploded when they hear this loud noise at first. But there are many people who understand. Almost half of the judges stood up, and the scene was completely silent. In a venue with nearly 2,000 people, the only sound you could hear was the whistling of the wind. No one spoke, because they all heard the sound just now and they knew what it was. Sonic boom. That was a fucking sonic boom. Only the speed of sound can produce a sonic boom, which is the sound that can only be heard when an object breaks through the sound barrier. This drone's speed exceeds the speed of sound. Chenbin heard that incomparably beautiful voice again, ding, shock value plus 12,885. Cool. At this moment, Chenbin knew what to do next. To improve your performance, you should participate in all kinds of competitions, big or small. Competition means popularity, and popularity means shock points. The first set of data appeared on the screen. 0.3. The world record for drone acceleration from 0 to 100 km per hour has been broken. Not only that, it was also reduced by 0.2 seconds. Ding, shock value plus 7,000. Chenbin felt it was a bit of a pity. The shock just now was too great, and no more shocking value was provided when the data was announced. Then, the second set of data appeared on the screen. 1,269. The speed of sound is 1,224 km per hour. The drone just exceeded the speed of sound, but not by much. Ding, shock value plus 5,742. In the dead silence of the whole audience, the host's voice sounded again, suppressing his excitement. This moment is a brilliant chapter in the history of drones. Drones may also fly at supersonic speeds. Shocking experience from a tech startup. Let us remember this name, Super Atlas. When I saw the name, I thought the catalog was a photo album. But now the drone tells me it means massacre. The 2 means massacre, and the 2 means kill. It will probably take many years for someone who comes after me to break this record. At this point, the host's voice suddenly stopped, and then he screamed, "There is a drone in the box of pilot number 12. Chapter 43 Unmanned Factory. The host thought he was a man who had seen the world, but at this moment, he was still confused. What's the situation with this company? Want one company to take the top 3 spots? The problem is that every drone this company launches shocks everyone. This is really outrageous. A new era of drones, can you buy them wholesale from this company? Just as I was thinking about it, the sound of propellers, which was quieter than the previous one, was heard, and the third drone flew into the air. Hover over the starting point. Although they were all waiting for the green light, the look in everyone's eyes when they looked at the drone was completely different. They became more curious about the drone. The previous drones were already so powerful, and this drone will be released later, so it should have even better performance. The speed certainly can't be faster. After all, the previous drones were already supersonic. This one should have other features, right? Under everyone's wide-eyed gaze, the green light came on. The drone made a loud buzzing sound. The 4 propellers burst out at maximum speed at the same time, coordinated with the jet at the tail end. This guard bee disappeared instantly without anyone in it. After a short buzz, there was a sonic boom. Supersonic again. And it feels like it's faster. In shock, everyone looked at the big screen, waiting for the data to appear on it. When the data appeared, everyone was shocked again. Because it wasn't an illusion just now, it was really faster. 0 to 100 acceleration, 0.2 seconds. The record was refreshed on the spot, leaving a record that is almost impossible to break at present. Then the second data was refreshed, 1569. The speed has been increased by several hundred compared to the previous one. Simply invincible. Another record that is almost impossible to break. The drone flew back to the table, and Chenbin took a look at the shocking point, which had reached the 60,000 mark. What is the concept? Almost all the technological products on the first page of the catalog can be exchanged at will. And next, drones will appear on the internet. Although the videos posted online do not provide many shocking moments, there will be some. This time, it was a huge profit. Chenbin began to pack up the drone. The host's voice sounded, "No more." Others were also looking at Chenbin expectantly. That box was like a treasure chest. Was it really gone? Chenbin put away the drone, closed the box, and sat back in the chair. Flying hand number 13 finally realized what was happening and stood up. He is also a pilot from overseas. Before coming here, he heard that it would be very stressful to come to Longwood to participate in the competition because all the players are big shots. He was very optimistic at the time and felt that he would be able to see more good drones and meet more top pilots. This is a good thing, it will help him learn and make progress. But he now wants to abstain. Because there's no comparison. The maximum speed of his drone is nearly 300 kilometers per hour, and he was originally planning to come here to show off his prowess. As a result, it is now not even a fraction of size 12. This is nothing. I was already under a lot of pressure and now I just want to give up. Sitting at the table, he started flying the drone. The maximum speed of 292 was indeed good before, but now, no one even cheered. The host had nothing to say, contestant number 13 is quite handsome. Chenbin sat on the chair and glanced at the flying hand beside him. Fei Shou was very excited. "Brother, please help me with the internal recommendation. I really want to join your company." Chenbin shook his head. "Our company doesn't hire pilots. Are you afraid that I will squeeze you out? Don't be afraid. After I join the company, I will be your little brother. Our company's drones don't require a pilot to operate them." "No need for a pilot. How do we operate it?" "Just give the order." "No, maybe." Chenbin did not answer and continued to watch the drone competition in front of him, but his mind was already immersed in the system. He can now try to consume 8,000 shock points, exchange them for gene enhancement potions, and then find a target to test. Looking for someone? No, it's too dangerous. Ask the authorities for a death row inmate? Chenbin thought it was possible, but it seemed a bit disrespectful of human rights. And it's hard to explain, saying it's research and development. Then if you ask him to make a gene enhancement drug later, he says he can't make it. If it can really be made, it would cost 8,000 yuan per piece, which is really shockingly expensive. Chenbin thought about it and decided to conduct animal testing. Genetically enhanced drugs are upgrades based on the genetic level and can be used by any animal. Chenbin thought of a dog. He wanted to test the whole dog and maybe raise a dog at the same time. In addition, there are too many shocking points, and I can't help but feel itchy and want to draw. Immerse your mind in the system and draw 10 times in a row. Even though it was all toilet paper this time, Chenbin didn't feel sorry at all and was still so generous. The light began to flicker and white light emerged. Roll of paper. Is it really a toilet paper? Can't we have something else? The white light appeared again, nail clippers. Chenbin took a look at it and thought it was a pretty good thing because it was a semi-automatic nail clipper. Just put your fingers in and it will trim and polish automatically. It does not hurt your hands and the shape is very good. It's more or less a value. The third prize was still white light. When the white light faded, the roll of paper inside was revealed. Chenbin felt like he couldn't get along with the toilet paper. The fourth prize flashed a blue light, one level higher than the white light. The blue light faded away, revealing a pair of gloves. Invisible protective gloves. It feels the same as not wearing it, and the touch is extremely real, but it can isolate the temperature and protect the hands to a great extent. Mainly anti-corrosion and anti-high temperature. The most important thing is that it does not affect the flexibility of human hands. Definitely a good thing that can be worn for a long time. The fifth ray is also blue, this time for added glamour. Two blue lights appeared, and Chen Bin's expectations grew even more. According to previous experience, in addition to the two blue lights, there is also a red light. That's the real good stuff. Then there were several consecutive white lights, all of which were small things. Finally, it was the 10th ray of light, and a hint of red light appeared in the flickering light. Chen Bin breathed a sigh of relief. The continuous white lights had made him lose confidence, but luckily the red light came. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have obtained the unmanned factory. On the system lottery page, an illusory factory appeared. What is this and how do I use it? The host needs to find a piece of land and place the unmanned factory there. The factory can complete manufacturing in an instant. Chen Bin was shocked once again. This ability to complete manufacturing in an instant seemed to be even more powerful than the unmanned factory itself. It is not difficult for him to allocate a piece of land now. While he was thinking about it, Colonel An walked up to Chen Bin and whispered, "You don't have to participate in the subsequent competitions. General who wants to see you." Chen Bin felt it was a pity, as his results in subsequent obstacle races would be even more outrageous. Flying straight does not reflect the queen bee's strength. The queen bee's control is far more perfect than that of humans. However, it is understandable that Longwell wants to keep its top drone technology secret. He gained enough this time. Where is General Hu? He's at the judge's table, but he just came down and is waiting for you in the office backstage. Okay. It was the first time for Chen Bin to meet the general, but he was not nervous at all. If he didn't have a system, not to mention being nervous, he wouldn't even be able to see Colonel An. As for the general, you can only see him on TV. But it's different now he has enough confidence. Chapter 44, just mention any conditions. Chen Bin carried the box and followed President into the backstage of the competition. Backstage, Chen Bin saw General Hu sitting on a chair in military uniform. He looks to be about 60 years old, with 2 golden stars on his shoulders, which are very dazzling. When General Hu saw Chen Bin, he quickly stood up. He had heard the name Chen Bin countless times, but this was the first time he actually saw Chen Bin. He doesn't look too handsome, with an ordinary appearance, but he gives people a bright and energetic feeling. General Hu walked up to Chen Bin and took the initiative to extend his hand. "I have heard about you and your inventions too many times, but I was too busy before and really couldn't spare the time to meet. We finally meet today. Let me introduce someone to you." General Hu turned sideways and pointed to another person in the room, Lao Yao, the Vice President of the National Academy of Defense Sciences. He is also very interested in what you are researching. Chen Bin shook hands with the Vice President and said, "Hello, President Yao." The Vice President looked at Chen Bin with a complicated look in his eyes. "Did you design and manufacture the drone?" "Right." The Vice President looked at Chen Bin's calm expression and finally accepted the definition of a super genius in his heart. "Originally, your drone would definitely win the championship in today's competition. But the drone's ultimate performance needs to be kept secret, so I have to inconvenience you a little." "I'm not wronged." Chen Bin waved his hand nonchalantly. "The hidden function is also for the safety of Longwa. It's what I should do." General Hu nodded. "Could you please introduce to me these top-notch drones you developed this time?" "Okay." Chen Bin nodded gently, and then said, "In fact, there are not several models, but only one. Swarm drones." General Hu raised his eyebrows slightly. "Is this actually a drone combat system?" "Yes." Chen Bin opened the box. Although it is a combat system, it is not equipped with weapons and equipment, so it is difficult to test its attack power. This set of drones has 4 types in total, namely the Queen Bee drone, Guard Bee drone, Battle Bee drone, and Worker Bee drone. The Queen Bee drone is mainly used for control. After the tactical command is issued, there is no need for the pilot to control a single drone. The Queen Bee can control all drones. I have done a good job on the system. Although I haven't tested it, there is definitely no problem. You can test it later and tell us if there is any problem. Chen Bin thought for a moment and continued, "Let's talk about the Guard Bees first. The Guard Bees have strong defenses. It can detect incoming attacks and block or self-destruct to prevent the Queen Bee drone from being hit. So its instantaneous burst speed is very fast, even supersonic, but its cruising speed is not fast, only about 500 kilometers, similar to the Queen Bee drone. The war bee can fly at up to the speed of sound and can carry 300 rounds of ammunition, plus 2 missiles. During today's test, we were able to reach supersonic speed purely because we were not fully loaded. Chen Bin listened to the continuous dinging sounds in his mind. As for the worker bees, they also have attack capabilities, but they are far inferior to the combat bees. They only have 2 small missiles and 100 bullets. The speed is about 800 kilometers, mainly used for detection. A swarm drone system, with 1 queen bee, 6 guard bees, 12 battle bees, and 24 worker bees. Chen Bin continued, the queen bee can also serve as a signal repeater, that is, 2 sets of bee swarm systems, or even multiple sets of bee swarm systems can fight together, and the combat radius can be extended very far. What about endurance? General Hu asked a key question. 3 hours. General Hu's eyes suddenly widened. 3 hours of battery life. Isn't that invincible? Directly change the pattern of drone combat. Normal drones, except those with wings and capable of gliding, can only stay aloft for an hour or 2. This kind of high-speed, long-endurance drone can easily achieve a combat radius of several hundred kilometers. This is really scary. How can a war be fought between 2 parties hundreds of kilometers apart? That can only be fought with long-range missiles. But now, this drone can fly far away to fight. Either use anti-aircraft missiles or watch your position being bombed. Under full load. One system has 24 missiles, 48 small missiles the size of rockets. Plus tens of thousands of bullets. The damage that can be done is enormous. Easily bomb an entire position. General Hu couldn't help but gasp, mainly because he was shocked. Their military does have some hidden stuff. And the things he hides are among the best in the world. But in front of Chen Bin's drone, it's just a toy. Children's toys. The vice president's expression was also a little stiff. It was unbelievable. If this drone had not just been tested and had achieved supersonic speed. He absolutely doesn't believe it. Under normal circumstances, it is not certain whether this thing can be manufactured in 10 years. General Hu looked at the drone and asked, can this drone be mass-produced? If he could place the order right now. Yes. Chen Bin nodded. The manufacturing difficulty of a drone is much lower than that of a hoverboard. Most of the parts can be manufactured by finding some top processing factories. General Hu hesitated for a moment and said, then we will order 100 sets first. You can set the price as you like. Besides that, if you have any other conditions, feel free to ask. The vice president didn't say anything. The fact that he could research all these things was enough for Longhua to worship Chen Bin. As for asking for money casually, it is completely justified. No matter how much money others have, they cannot develop these drones. Chen Bin waved his hand subconsciously. He didn't want anything. But halfway through his move, he remembered that he did need something. Can you give me a piece of land? Also, give me a puppy. I want to buy a dog. How big is the land? Chen Bin thought for a moment and said, 1 square kilometer. The factory in the system only occupies 1 hectare. But Chen Bin considered that the sudden appearance of a factory was a bit scary. So the entire larger area has a wall outside and a central area inside where the factory is located. Besides that, there is still enough space to expand the production area. This is very necessary, otherwise if you draw another factory in the future, there will be no place to put it. General Hu frowned, that's it. For others, 1 square kilometer of land would be very troublesome, but for him, Chen Bin's request was a bit small. Are there any other requirements? For example, requirements for the land, location, etc. Location, preferably near a school, no other requirements. Okay. General Hu nodded. He knew about Chen Bin's school. The school was in a remote area and there was enough space around. There is no problem in arranging a piece of land for Chen Bin. What about the dog's request? A puppy, the kind that can be tamed will do. Are there any requirements for the breed? Chen Bin thought about it and a bunch of purebred dogs came to his mind, but in the end he chose a local dog. When he was a child, his family raised a local dog, and he liked the dog's personality very much. At that time, he really was able to take advantage of the power of others. Shout, Shuang, it really explodes. The Rural Dog of Dragon Country. Chapter 45 It's all talent. General Hu nodded, then I will arrange for you to take these drones back for more detailed testing. Chen Bin glanced at the 4 drones in the box and hesitated for a moment. Return them to me after testing. I have to keep one for myself. Okay. General Hu nodded. If Chen Bin said he wouldn't give it to him now, he would just refuse it. The vice president came over and asked, "Can I ask how you study and research by yourself?" There are many research directions in the design of a product. Normally, it is impossible for one person to know everything. At this point, the vice president said, "I don't mean to question you at all, I'm just curious, you don't have to answer." Chen Bin shook his head, "I don't know either. But I can give you a rough idea of how it feels." Chen Bin plans to add some rationality to his research and development speed. Feeling. The vice president hesitated. Yes, even if I have never seen or touched a mechanical product before, I can understand its general structure and the technologies and processes used just by touching it. The vice president was stunned. How could this be possible? For those machine tools I have never seen before, I can use them just by touching them. I don't need to learn, I can use them right away. It's like instinct. The vice president thought of a video he had seen, in which Chen Bin used a machine tool to manufacture parts. Using outdated machine tools to manufacture parts with higher precision, is that also based on that feeling? Yes, I call this feeling primary mechanical affinity. Mechanical affinity? Elementary? Yes, it's mechanical affinity. The reason why it's at the elementary level is because I feel that as more and more things are manufactured, the degree of my affinity for machinery is deepening. The vice president was truly shocked. Is there such a talent? It's a bit against the will of heaven. It is also very enviable. He also wants to have such a talent. In addition, this also explains why Chen Bin's talent was not obvious before, because he had never encountered too many mechanical products before. It seems that studying mechanical engineering was the right choice. Only an affinity with machinery can explain why Chen Bin, at his age, can use various machine tools and equipment so smoothly. General Hu suddenly laughed. Fortunately, you were born in modern times. If you were born in ancient times, it would be a waste. Chen Bin also smiled, but it was true. If he were in ancient times, even if he had this system, he would have to start from scratch, manufacturing step by step from raw materials, and then manufacturing equipment. Once you go through the whole process, your whole life might end up being wasted. He not only stands on the shoulders of the system, but also on the shoulders of his predecessors. General Hu did not stay long. The purpose of his coming here was just to take a look at Chen Bin. Now that he had seen him, it was time for him to leave. As for the vice dean, he also did not stay long. After getting the drone, he was impatient to leave and test it. It not only tests speed, but also attacks effectiveness, combat commands, etc. Each of these items seemed outrageous to him, and he wanted to test them rigorously to see the results. Chen Bin didn't stay long. The drones were gone, so there was no point in staying. First I signed my name and waived my rights. Although he did not participate in subsequent competitions, he is definitely the uncrowned king. The video is probably also being circulated online at this moment, and Chen Bin can still hear the ding 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 sound in his mind. But compared to the live broadcast, it is still far behind. Through the screen, the shocking effect has been weakened a lot, it is not timely, and there are few shocking points. But it's okay to do nothing and just get some shocking points. After giving up, Chen Bin got on the car back, took out his mobile phone and started searching for information about various competitions. A ball game? A lot of people watched it, but he couldn't play and get the shock value. Badminton? Billiards? Why when I search for competitions, all I see are various sports competitions? No technology competition. As Chen Bin was watching, his eyes suddenly lit up. Motorcycle racing. Can be brushed. The only problem is, it's not being held in Dragon Country. But it's not a big problem. He just needs to make the motorcycle and find a rider to ride it. And there are car races. Chen Bin thought of the flying car he saw in the catalog. Is there any hope? Just drive the car and fly over the track. There is a high probability that it will violate the rules, but whether it is a violation or not is not within his consideration. His shock value is absolutely maximum. Continuing to watch, Chen Bin also saw a robot football match. If he makes the robot in the catalog, won't it just kill people indiscriminately? In addition, don't limit your attention to competitions, there are also high-tech electronics exhibitions that you can participate in. Still gets the shock value. While Chenbin was watching, General Hu began to study Chenbin's needs. It's really research. Chenbin needs an area of 1 square kilometer, most likely to build a factory. It should have convenient transportation, but also be slightly remote. Convenient transportation is for the convenience of bringing in and out materials, and remoteness is for quietness. In addition, the land should be clean, without any rivers or other houses. Property rights and so on need to be handled properly. It would be best if there was a flat piece of land to build a factory. The secretary listened to General Hu's words and sorted things out quickly. General Hu finished talking about all the factors he was considering. Choose 3 plots of land and start talking to the people on these 3 plots of land as soon as possible. Whether there is land or a house on the ground, compensation and so on, everything has been negotiated. Start talking at the same time to avoid any holdouts. The possibility of having male households on 3 plots of land at the same time should be very low. General Hu paused for a moment and said, the other issue is the dog. He wants a pastoral dog. Find out if he has had a dog before, his relatives, or his family. Ask as much as possible about the dog's coat color, size, and personality. Yes. Once you figure it out, have a professional dog breeder pick out a puppy with a similar personality. The secretary nodded, okay, I'll go right away. As soon as possible, and without any mistakes. Chenbin had never made any requests before, and this was the first time he made a request. They couldn't mess it up. The official machinery was put into motion with enormous power. Just checking some information is like using an anti-aircraft gun to kill a mosquito. After finding out that Chenbin's family had a dog and asking about the dog's personality, the secretary called Jiangzhou directly to arrange for the dog to be delivered. Chenbin arrived at the school in the evening and saw a guard carrying a cage at the door of the laboratory. There is a little yellow dog in the cage. The little yellow dog is not pure yellow. There is a touch of white hair between its eyebrows, and its 4 feet are all white. At this moment, it is wagging its tail happily in the cage, and the tip of its tail is also white. Chenbin was stunned. This dog looked exactly like the dog he had at home when he was a child. The dog's name is Wang Kai. This is also why Chenbin named the first mechanical dog Wang Kai. After opening the cage, the puppy barked softly and ran to Chenbin's feet, wagging its tail, turning around and looking around. Chenbin is not stupid. The military must have spent a lot of effort to arrange this dog for him. Not only did they look for a dog that looked like the one his family had previously raised, but they were also able to find an almost identical dog in such a short time. Chapter 46, This cage is for raising aliens. The guard smiled and said, this dog seems to like you very much. You can give him a name. Dog food, snacks, small toys, and the like have all been put into the laboratory. Of course, we can also prepare a special place for him to live. Just keep him in the lab, and there's a mechanical dog to play with him. The guard looked at the mechanical dog guarding the gate. It was indeed a very good playmate. By the way, the land problem mentioned above is a bit troublesome. I'm afraid it won't be solved until tomorrow. Chenbin's first reaction was, tomorrow? 1 square kilometer of land can be taken over in 2 days. It's not even 2 days, because he just said it today. Chenbin felt a little embarrassed. Don't be so anxious, any time is fine. The guard nodded but said nothing. Chenbin carried the dog into the laboratory and closed the door. The puppy is of great appearance and has a very good personality. The experience of choosing a dog is to hold the dog by the scruff of the neck. If the puppy does not bark and is very calm, then it has the potential to be a good dog. Also look at the teeth and the tiger's head. Unlike other dog breeds, which are mainly judged by their color and pattern, pastoral dogs are judged for their strength and reliability. This dog was a good choice. It was so good that Chenbin was reluctant to use dogs to test genetic enhancement drugs. But it will have to be tested sooner or later, and the genetic enhancement drugs produced by the system will never be fatal. At most, they will cause the patient to become grotesque. It's not a big problem, he can raise anything now, maybe he can even get some shocking points. However, before the test, Chenbin had to make some preparations. Chenbin took a steel bar as thick as a child's arm and started welding the dog cage. It's a comprehensive enhancement at the genetic level. I don't know how effective it will be, but if we make adequate preparations, there will definitely be no big problems. If you throw a mechanical dog into a cage like this, it won't be able to escape for a short time. Each steel bar is 1 meter high, and 2 steel bars are welded horizontally in the middle. The gap is only 3 centimeters, and the dog can't squeeze out even if it wants to. Using more than a dozen steel bars, Chunbin assembled a super reinforced dog cage. Put the dog in the cage, and then Chunbin entered the system. To exchange for primary gene enhancement potion, 8,000 shock points are required. At this moment, his shock point reached 60,000 again. After the drone video is posted online, netizens will also feel shocked when they see the drone and will also provide shocking points. However, as more and more people see it and the news spreads more and more times, the shock value will gradually decrease. Exchange, primary gene enhancement potion. 6,000 shock points disappeared, and the blue gene enhancement potion appeared in Chunbin's hand again. Chunbin was not in a hurry to start the test, as he had to make more preparations. The first step is to call in the mechanical dog, which has considerable combat power. Then Chunbin picked up the electromagnetic rail gun. This is the gun he made in his spare time. After all, the gun was made because he wanted to play with it himself, so how could he not make one for himself? After completing these preparations, Chunbin walked forward and injected the puppy with a genetic enhancement agent. After the injection was completed, Chunbin turned and ran. The puppy felt pain and howled twice, then calmed down again. Chunbin did not take it lightly, as he did not know how long it would take for the genetic enhancement agent to express. All he could do now was wait. Wait and observe. There are cameras inside the cage and outside the cage, watching the puppy's every move. After looking at it for a while, the puppy didn't change at all. While waiting, an hour passed quietly, then 2 hours, and then 3 hours. Finally, the puppy let out a soft cry. Woof! The sound was extremely loud and powerful, even more powerful than the barking of some big dogs. Chunbin was a little surprised. Is this to strengthen the vocal cords? And what does this mean? Want to eat? It should be. Chunbin went to get the dog food behind the door. Put the dog food in the food bowl and let the mechanical dog pass it in. The puppy happily jumped in front of the food bowl and started eating. With its seemingly small mouth, it ate up half of the dog food in the bowl in one bite. He ate the remaining few bites cleanly. Woof. Want more? Chunbin brought over another basin. The puppy continued to bark after eating. Chunbin thought of himself who had taken a powerful potion. Does taking genetic enhancement drugs have similar effects? If too many people are strengthened, there won't be enough food on Earth. After all, what this dog eats in one meal is heavier than his own weight. The person who brought the dog also brought a total of 12 kilograms of dog food and a pile of canned meat. At this moment, all the dog food was eaten up by the puppy, and most of the canned food was also eaten. Then the puppy closed his eyes comfortably, lay down in the cage, and closed his eyes. Chunbin looked at the puppy and knew that it was very fierce now, but its body shape had not changed at all. Observe further. By tomorrow morning, if the puppy has not changed, he can inject the genetic enhancement agent. Putting the matter of the puppy aside for the time being, Chunbin continued to make the drone. We still have to build a complete set of swarm drones. Otherwise, as soon as he started manufacturing, there would be a blue light guiding him to continue manufacturing, interfering with the manufacturing of other things. We were busy until the evening, when President N walked into the laboratory. Professor N and Chunbin are already very familiar with each other, so he is not as nervous as other people are in front of Chunbin. After entering the door, Colonel N sat down and took out his notebook. What are your plans for that piece of land? Do you want to build a factory? Chunbin stopped what he was doing and said, First, help me surround this land and build a wall. The wall should be higher. Do you want to arrange for someone to guard it? Chunbin hesitated for a moment and said, Okay, but I will mainly use drones for surveillance. A swarm of drones can ensure the safety of this area. President N hesitated for a moment. Is it really a factory? Or are you going to research something special? Tell me everything and I'll help you. If you want to research something, there's nothing prohibited. You can research anything. I plan to build a set of top-notch production equipment here. These equipment and some products need to be kept confidential. Colonel N nodded and said, Okay, then we'll build a 4-meter-high wall, plus a set of wall surveillance cameras with no blind spots. I'll also build a road around the wall to facilitate patrols. Are there any buildings needed inside? Chen hesitated for a moment and said, I'll draw a diagram later. It's probably the division of the workshop. You just build it for me according to the scale of the wall. Just remember to leave a door. Remember to draw a map of the interior routes. We need to build the roads. Good. Chen started painting directly. The factory building requires an area of 1 hectare, and a square is marked out directly in the center of the large land. As for the route, Chen directly drew a circle around the area of 1,000 meters square. Then draw a cross in the center, this is the inner path. As for other roads, Chen did not draw them, mainly because he did not know the subsequent plans, so it would be useless to draw them. 1 horizontal and 1 vertical road, plus a main road that goes around in a circle, are completely sufficient, and the rest can be small paths. Chen handed the paper to Principal N and saw that Principal N was looking at the steel cage with curiosity. President N was also really confused. He knew that Chen had a dog, but wasn't the container for the dog a bit outrageous? How can a puppy be raised in a cage like this? It's clearly used to raise monsters. Chapter 47 Genetic Enhancement. Rebar, or super thick rebar, this kind of rebar is normally used in skyscrapers. As a result, Chen welded it into a dog cage. How about I bring you a cage? This cage is a bit overkill for a dog. Chen waved his hand, no, just make do with this for now. Principal N didn't say much. He took the blueprint and waved at the puppy. What's the puppy's name? Chen thought for a moment and said, Pioneer. Colonel N's expression was a little strange. It was not easy to comment on this name. What kind of dog is called Pioneer? But this is Chen dog, you can call it whatever you want. What a great name. Colonel N waved to the puppy and said, goodbye, Pioneer. The puppy barked, took 2 steps forward, and then bumped into the cage. Boom. The entire cage made of thick steel bars was moved by the impact and was rubbed 3 or 4 centimeters on the ground. Colonel N was shocked. Was the domineering dog barking just now and the huge noise in the cage caused by the dog? A mechanical dog? He asked tentatively. This was the only possibility he could think of. Chen looked at Principal N's confused expression and still did not say that it was a mechanical dog. After all, the dog was sent from outside. I added a little something to the dog. Principal N looked at the cage, which weighed at least 100 kilograms, and was moved by the dog inside. Is this a small thing? However, Chen spoke so implicitly, probably because he didn't want to say it, or because he hadn't yet fully developed it. He simply stopped asking and left the laboratory to arrange the construction of the wall. Although the land has not been completely acquired yet, the wall can already be built. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time to wait until all the land is acquired before building the wall. Start building now, and when it is completed, you can take over all the property rights. More perfect. As he thought about it, the image of that cute little dog appeared in his mind again. Added a little something to the dog. What little thing? And Da Xiao couldn't figure it out. Could it be a mechanical exoskeleton that could increase the dog's strength? But the puppy's appearance didn't change much, so it couldn't be an endoskeleton. Shaking his head, Colonel N stopped thinking about it and thought that he would know it in the future. He just wanted to do things first. After Da Xiao left, Chen walked to the front of the cage. He had only heard dogs barking before and knew that the sound was very loud, but he didn't know that this dog was so powerful. Is it that fierce? Such a small dog jumped in the cage and even shook the steel cage. Chen was really moved. This feeling is much worse than the strength-enhancing potion. Chen had originally planned to wait until tomorrow, but now he can't wait any longer. After locking the door, Chen took out the gene enhancement potion after the critical hit from the system. It is also a gene-enhancing drug. The one in Chen hand can pass on the enhanced genes to future generations. The color is also different, from the original pure blue to a hint of blood. It is also like a flowing river of stars, like a dream. The next step is the injection. Giving yourself an injection is difficult, but giving yourself an injection while wearing a robotic arm is not difficult at all. The needle pierced the skin and a tube of gene-enhancing drug was injected into the blood vessels. Almost instantly, Chen felt the changes in his body. This change starts from the arms, and there is a feeling of being wrapped in warmth and softness. Chen Bin's entire arm seemed to be placed in the most comfortable warm water. Then the shoulders, chest, head. This feeling quickly spread until it enveloped Chen Bin's entire body. At this moment, Chen Bin felt as if he was in hot spring water of the most suitable temperature, and he couldn't even feel the existence of gravity. At the same time, he could feel the changes in his body, starting with his skin. He could feel that his skin had become more resilient. Next are the muscles below, which can burst out tremendous power between contraction and relaxation. The fascia between the muscles is also strengthened. Finally, it was the bones. He could vaguely feel that his bones were also being strengthened and their density increased greatly. No, how could he feel his bones getting stronger? When Chen Bin realized something was wrong, he felt the changes in his brain. His thoughts had become very clear, yet extremely sensitive. He can feel any changes in the body. Is this the legendary inner vision? Legend has it that when one reaches a high level in martial arts, one can achieve inner vision. Could it be true? It was as if, although he had not yet entered a high level, he was definitely incredibly powerful. So you can look inward. This comfortable feeling lasted for nearly half an hour. Chen Bin opened his eyes. The world before my eyes has once again become different. When I looked at this world before, it seemed very clear to me. Now it seems even clearer. I can see a lot of things that I couldn't see before. For example, he can see the lines on the smooth surface of a mirror. When I looked at this mirror before, I didn't see any problems at all, but now I can see flaws. There are still many subtle details, such as the gaps between some equipment, which he can now see clearly. Of course, this is not the scariest thing. The most terrifying thing was that he could see the speed of the machine tool equipment slowing down. It's not that it's really slowing down, but he can see it. Just like the compound eyes of insects, they can see slow motion and react quickly. He can now also see that everything that moves at high speed will appear in slow motion in his eyes. Chen Bin stood in front of the mirror, staring at his pupils. The originally black pupils have now become even dark as the abyss. Chen Bin looked down at his hands again. There was also no change, not even in the palm prints or fingerprints. But he could feel his strength increasing, as if he could kill a cow with one slap. It feels like nothing can stop this push. Chen Bin really wanted to find something to try his hand at. Looking around the laboratory, Chen Bin saw the robotic dog. The only thing that could be used for testing in this laboratory was the robotic dog. Chen Bin picked up the mechanical dog with one hand and weighed it twice. His face changed. He lifted the dog easily, but he could feel the weight of the dog. The increased strength from taking the powerful potion allowed him to lift the dog easily, and he felt that the dog was very light. Now the dog didn't feel light at all, but he could lift it up easily, and it felt like he still had plenty of strength. This feeling, to use a more precise description, it should be called a different way of mobilizing power. After taking the powerful potion, his body exploded with full force, maintaining high strength and high consumption. But the improvement of genetic enhancement drugs is more comprehensive. Just like a person, the strength required to pick up chopsticks is completely different from the preparation required to lift a barbell. Picking up chopsticks is just a matter of lifting your hand, but lifting the barbell requires mobilizing your whole body. The feeling was the same at this moment. Chen Bin only mobilized the strength needed to lift the dog, so he could easily feel the weight of the dog, and at the same time he felt that the dog was light. Chen Bin's eyes are bright, so how big is the specific power? He looked toward the steel cage. Walk to the high-strength welded steel cage and try to lift it. Chen Bin lifted the nearly 100-kilogram cage easily without feeling any pressure at all. What about going a step further? Chapter 48 The Sky is Falling. Chen Bin held the two thick steel bars in the cage tightly with both hands, and then exerted force to both sides. The steel bar did not move at all. Keep working on it. Use your whole body to exert force. Creaky. The cage welded with steel bars made a sound as it could not bear the weight. After Chen Bin had fully unleashed his strength, he also released his strength and breathed slightly. Even with all his strength, he could only slightly deform the steel bar, which was as thick as the child's arm. As Chen Bin was sighing, Good Luck's voice rang out. If this power were to be put outside, the first thing that would be in trouble would be the steel bar manufacturer. Currently, even a strong man cannot bend a rebar as thin as a thumb. Chen Bin thought about it and agreed. A man outside who can break bricks with his bare hands can attract a lot of people's attention. His strength is indeed quite outrageous. And this is only the effect of the primary gene enhancement potion. What if you draw an intermediate or even advanced one someday, wouldn't you be invincible? No, I want to smoke just thinking about it. How about another 10-pull combo? After taking a deep breath, Chenbin still couldn't resist the temptation of the lottery. Take one shot first. 1,000 shocking points disappeared, and the old actor rolled up his paper onto the stage. Chenbin felt as if a basin of cold water was poured on his head and he calmed down instantly. Such luck, what a draw. I'm too lazy to make parts, just sleep. In order to prepare for the competition, I didn't sleep for a week. Although I took drugs so it didn't affect my body, I was still mentally exhausted. Lying on the folding bed, Chenbin suddenly remembered that he had won a mattress, pillow and other 4-piece sets in the lottery last week. The 4-piece set took up 4 positions in his 10-draw streak, but he still hasn't experienced it. First remove the bed from the system and place it on the ground, followed by the mattress. Then there are the mattresses and pillows. Chenbin quickly made the bed, then tilted his head back and fell on it. The first feeling is softness, then comfort. It's really comfortable. The whole person feels like sleeping on the clouds, very soft, supportive and fully wrapped. The comfort is maximized. The pillow also fits the neck perfectly. According to the introduction, the pillow will deform when you turn over and continue to fit and support your neck. But at this moment, Chenbin didn't want to turn over and was too lazy to move. I closed my eyes and fell asleep almost instantly. He slept very comfortably. But for some people, when they wake up, the sky has fallen. Drones flying at supersonic speeds. Has Longwa already mastered such an outrageous technology? There are many types of drones. The drones here refer to small drones with 4 propellers. How could a drone like this possibly reach a speed of 1,300 kilometers per hour? Normally 300 kilometers is difficult. It's fake, it must be fake. The head of the Bald Eagle's Foreign Affairs Department felt overwhelmed when he looked at the documents. He is responsible for many affairs in Longwa and is very sensitive to these things. We know that Longwa has made remarkable achievements in the field of drones and occupies a leading position in the world. But damn, isn't the lead a bit too much? Most importantly, he had no idea. If they hadn't participated in the competition, he wouldn't have heard anything about it. I participated in the competition, but only took part halfway, and then gave up later. Flexing muscles but not showing detailed data. The head of Bald Eagle's Foreign Affairs Department put the document in front of him aside and said, immediately, do your best to find out the information about these 3 drones and the companies behind them. The more information the better. In fact, they are already working on it. This company has previously produced a robot dog, the realistic companion robot dog. We have already arranged for someone to enter this company. The head of the Foreign Affairs Department was a little surprised and delighted. How could the people under him do such a good job? Who's responsible? Give him a bonus and a promotion. If he can get information about this drone, I guarantee he'll have a bright future. John, who was active in Dragon Country, noticed that this company had potential. Tell him to continue investigating further. If he has any needs, just ask. The head of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs knew that this was his chance to make amends. He knew nothing before, so the higher-ups would definitely blame him, but now that he has these things, it means he already knew about it in advance, has been investigating, and has made progress. The head of Bald Eagle's Foreign Affairs Department quickly reported the matter. But time goes by quickly just by making a phone call and submitting a report. Then the door to his office was pushed open, can't contact John, he seems to be in trouble. The head of the Foreign Affairs Department felt as if the sky had fallen again, contact his people. This is not legal, but I just tried to contact him, and there was no news. I guess this line has been completely cut off. The head of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was stunned, but did not hesitate, try every possible means to investigate. Yes. The Bald Eagle still has a chance to react after learning the news. There are also some other once great powers overseas who, after receiving the news, took their hands off the keyboard directly. At the same time, I was confused. Drones are easy to use, this has been proven on the battlefield, and everyone is developing them. Precisely because they are all in development, we all know how difficult this technology is. They all felt awesome that Longwa could develop such a drone. It is said that the Bald Eagle has the wreckage of alien UFOs, and there is also the mysterious Area 51. Now it seems that the Dragon Country has control of the alien spacecraft, and not just the wreckage, but even the aliens are alive. Otherwise, how do we explain Longwa's supersonic drone? While a group of people were extremely shocked, the Dragon Country was also in an uproar. Compared to overseas forces who felt like the sky had fallen, the top leaders of Dragon Country were excited. Dragon Country actually has a supersonic drone. It was quite a coincidence at this time. It just so happens that all major forces are paying attention to drones. As for the current situation, everyone believes that a war will not break out, but the reason why a war cannot break out is the strength of the Dragon Kingdom. In order to continue to develop smoothly, Longwa must continue to maintain itself. Therefore, even if a war does not break out, the investment in weapons and equipment such as drones will not be reduced. But attaching importance and not attaching importance are two different concepts. Overseas forces did not take it seriously, and the Long Kingdom spent a lot of money to develop weapons and equipment, but they treated it as if nothing had happened. In this case, as long as Longwa does not go to war, these equipments will be of no use. But with the whole world paying attention to drones, this supersonic drone can not only serve as a deterrent, but also as a show-off and publicity tool. The combat capability of the drone itself is a deterrent, and its technical level far exceeds the world's top level. This can be shown off and allow the Chinese people to show their face in front of the whole world. The publicity effect is even more incredible. When everyone is competing, Longwa is equivalent to directly overturning the table and then saying, "What I mean is, everyone here is garbage." Under such circumstances, many people were present when the swarm drone was tested. They are all powerful and influential senior military officials and official personnel. Of course, there are more researchers. Researchers from top research institutes across the country came to observe. They are also researching drones, and they are also very puzzled. Longwa's drone technology has developed to this point. What are they researching? Chapter 49 Inspection. Military and official personnel sat in the stands, watching the drones being tested again and again. Watching, being shocked and chatting at the same time. Which research institute developed this drone? They didn't say anything, but it made such a big news. It's not a research institute, it's a startup technology company. I think it's called something like Tulu. Super Atlas, but it's not a startup, it's just started. I helped create it a few days ago. There's a college student behind it, a student from Jiangzhou Vocational College. His name is Chen Bin. He has developed a mechanical dog before. I remember this name. It was quite a sensation at the time. This young man is so talented. Why is he still in college? I didn't have the talent before, so I wasted it. Now I think I'm a professional. Then we must give the support that is due. A group of big guys chatted with each other, clarified the matter, and then finalized the support. The government and the military directly support the company and also support the school. The school has trained Chen Bin and should be rewarded. In addition, cities also have advantages. The city where Chen Bin was born, the towns, and even the village will all have benefits. Chen Bin didn't know about this, nor did he care much about it. The only thing he cared about was the shocking point. The shocking points that had just been consumed reached 60,000 again after one day. Chen Bin was a little surprised. When the mechanical dog was exposed before, there were not so many shocking moments in the follow-up. Chen Bin estimated that in addition to the shock value provided by the online video, there were also many people who tested it offline. Otherwise there is no way to explain so many shocking points at once. With the shocking point of 60,000, the desire to participate in the lottery began to stir again. After all, the lottery did give him a lot of good things. How about having a try? Just as I was thinking about it, there was a knock on the door. Then Colonel An walked into the laboratory. The person in your company and their entire intelligence line have been dealt with. Chen Bin was a little surprised. You're only done now? I want to involve more things and make sure everything is foolproof. But they did a good job. If we want to continue the pursuit, we have to go overseas, which is too involved, so we just cut off this line. Chen Bin was a little curious. Are there still many spies in this era? A lot, and the times are different, so the situations are different. Before, because there were no mobile phones or computers, it was very troublesome to exchange information and receive notifications. But it's different now. We have communication tools and a variety of communication software. Also, the form of spies is different from what you think. The offline agents are not full-time spies. I'll ask you to take a picture of the fighter jets in the sky. If you can take a picture, I'll give you 200. Will you do it? No. Colonel smiled and said, isn't Chinbin just a nitpicker? It's just a normal photo taken into the sky. It doesn't involve any leaks and it's safe. There are fighter jets flying in the sky in many places, and millions of people below can see them. It's no secret, and there's nothing wrong with taking the photo. $200 is like picking it up for free. But someone will do it. After taking a photo casually, they would ask the person who chose to take photos to take more casually, and then they would start to have requirements for the photos. For example, we need to take photos of fighter jets flying at low altitudes. In the end, those people would even come to our base to take pictures just for money. We have also caught hikers who went deep into the mountains to take photos. If they were photographed, the base's floor plan would be known clearly to overseas forces. With the accuracy of today's missiles, if they hit an airplane, they won't hit a building a few meters away from the airplane. There are still many spies who, until they are used, you really don't know they are spies, such as the person who entered your company this time. For a long time, she didn't have any tasks. She just needed to take the money and climb up. Keep climbing until this person becomes useful, then use him. How could anyone know that she was a spy? She has no flaws. She didn't even know she was a spy for the bald eagle. When we caught her, she thought she was a corporate spy, helping the company behind her to find out about the tech company, and she felt she was wronged. Professor N looked at the computer on the side and said, so I said good luck is against the will of heaven. It was easy to catch spies in the past, but now it is very difficult to catch them. Usually, you can only catch them in the act. Without Daxiao's explanation, Chenbin really didn't know about this. Then I will upgrade the server for good luck and do a comprehensive cleanup. Principal N waved his hand and said, this is a bit complicated. We can't clear it all. If we clear it all, it will be troublesome for us to send them a message. The other thing is that it makes them feel uneasy. Just pull out a line every once in a while. The situation at an university has also improved. They are catching spies one by one. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. You can go to the company anytime now. Do you want me to accompany you? No need, just tell me the company's address. Chen Bin said this, and he also felt that there was a small problem. He doesn't even know the address of his company. Never been there yet. It's in the factory diagonally opposite the school. The whole factory belongs to me. Yes, but it's pretty empty inside, and we're slowly adding equipment. It's so close that you can just walk over. Chen Bin tied a thick iron chain around Pioneer's neck and prepared to walk over while walking the dog. Colonel N looked at the chain in Chen Bin's hand and the cute puppy, and thought they were really a mismatch. He also thought of the dog's action of hitting the iron cage that night. Without saying anything, he decisively asked two plainclothes guards to follow Chen Bin to the company. Chen Bin used to go back and forth in the school countless times, but now he rarely goes out. After all, I feel like there isn't enough time for research and development. Walking on the main road of the campus at this moment, my mentality is completely different. He had obviously been in school the whole time, but at this moment he felt like he was revisiting an old place. Most of the students knew Chen Bin, but none of them came over to say hello. They just looked at him a few more times than they would see an ordinary passerby. There was no star-chasing scene, and no one even came up to say hello. In other words, this is normal. In addition, although a junior college is still a junior college, it is still higher education after all. Chen Bin walked out of the school, crossed the road directly, and went to the factory diagonally opposite. There are some new gold-plated characters on the entrance of the factory, Super Tulu Machinery Company. Chen Bin remembered that this factory was closed when he came to school and its doors were always closed. At that time, he thought it was inappropriate for such a large factory to remain vacant, but now the factory has become his. It's quite interesting that I have to say. Chen Bin walked into the factory gate. On the left side of the gate is a row of three-story office buildings. On the other side is the factory building. You can see quite a few staff members coming in and out. From time to time, someone would glance at Chen Bin and look at the puppy in surprise. Use an iron chain thicker than your thumb to tie up a puppy that looks like it has just learned to walk. Chapter 50 Civilian-Style Mechanical Dog. The most outrageous thing is the puppy, it seems to be indifferent, and walks unsteadily. This feeling is a little strange. Some people also recognized Chen Bin and were surprised, but they obviously had something to do and left in a hurry. This is the first time that Chen Bin has come to this company. It seems that the company has not been in operation for a long time, but it has already achieved such a large scale. A factory that doesn't need a boss. Chen Bin walked into the office building and strolled around the first floor first. There are not many people in the office building. There are only 3 offices on the first floor with people in them, and each office has only 2 or 3 people, all of whom are responsible for personnel administration. Going up to the second floor, Chen Bin saw the guard. The 2 guards saluted Chen Bin, then turned sideways and said, "Professor Ho is on his way back. Tell him not to come over, I'll just take a stroll." It seems that this place is loose on the outside but tight on the inside. From the outside, it seems like there is no defense inside, but in fact the defense inside is strict. When he was still outside, people inside already knew he was coming. No one else can come here. What's on the second floor? Monitoring room, equipment warehouse already. Chen Bin also strolled forward and then fell silent for a moment. It was a bit cruel here. And a gun. Various explosion-proof equipment. The most outrageous thing is the 2 machine guns. Chen Bin looked back at the guard. Is this thing necessary? The guard was also nervous because he also felt that this was a bit of an overreaction. If the factory was opened in some turbulent places overseas, then there would be nothing wrong with making such arrangements. But this is Dragon Country, and it's a very safe core area, and it's next to the school. The more the better. Chen Bin looked at the surveillance again and found that the entire factory was under strict surveillance. Not only the inside and outside of the factory walls, but also the operation of the equipment in the factory are monitored. Except for toilets, all working areas are monitored. The guard said, "Because of the nature of the work, we have to prevent employees from stealing any information or parts. Not only are there strict surveillance here, but scrapped parts must also be counted and counted every day. The creation of a mechanical dog is unnecessary, right?" The guard didn't say anything. He was just an executor, and he felt it was very necessary. Although the people working here are monitored throughout their work, they are paid a high salary, and they are informed of these monitoring issues in advance, and they are also asked to sign a confidentiality agreement. The average salary is twice as high as that of similar jobs outside, so they are very willing to do so. Chen Bin nodded slightly and took the dog to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor is the office of Professor Ho and others. There are laboratories here and a group of researchers are busy working there. When the researchers saw Chen Bin, they all stopped. Some greeted Chen Bin, while others just looked at Chen Bin. Chen Bin glanced at the work in their hands and was a little surprised. "Are you modifying a mechanical dog?" "It's not a transformation, it's a weakening of the technology inside." "Weakened?" At the door of the office, Professor Ho arrived breathlessly. "It's not weakening, it's civilianization. We talked about the fact that mechanical dogs are divided into military and civilian use. Military ones are of course the best, but civilian ones are not that good. But I didn't want this kind of thing to waste your time, so I found a robot research and development team." Chen Bin remembered this incident, but there were too many other things to do later, so he put it aside. He picked up the thing he was studying and took a look at it, then pointed to a modified design. "There's something wrong here. I can see that you want to weaken the strength of the joints. But by modifying the design of the structure, it is easy for the structure to come apart. It should not be used in this way." Chen Bin walked to the computer and started drawing. As he drew, he said, "Use this to add some restrictions to the joint structure. When the power reaches a certain level, it will be limited by the structure. Of course, the core problem is still the energy supply and software limitations." As Chen Bin spoke, he drew a new design. A group of researchers watched Chen Bin draw the design at an extremely fast speed, their faces filled with shock. "This is really amazing. A completely new structure." Chen Bin just took a look at their original joint structure, and then directly drew a new one on the spot. "And it's an improved version. It's not just a simple structure, it also has parameters, which means that this thing can be taken out and directly processed into parts. It's outrageous." Professor Ho was also silent. He had only seen Chen Bin's photographic memory before, but he had never seen Chen Bin's true research and development ability, and this thing could not be seen with the naked eye. But now, Chen Bin was conducting a research in front of him that couldn't even be considered research. It took them several days to come up with a design, but Chen Bin took one look and came up with a better one. Unbelievable. Chen Bin turned around. What about the others? Let me see. A group of researchers reacted and hurriedly showed Chen Bin the weakened data that had been completed previously. There were a lot of things, so Chen Bin didn't draw a design. Instead, he took a look, found the problems, and then pointed them out. The level of these researchers is very high. With the technology already available, the problems they encountered were not big, or rather, they were not really problems. It was just that Chen Bin was able to come up with an optimization solution. Give them ideas, and they can improve them and do better. It took Chen Bin only 10 minutes to point out all the problems they had after nearly a month of weakening. After reading all the information, Chen Bin did not continue reading. The main reason is that he doesn't know the standard for weakening, so it would be better for him to let these people continue and help them later. After touring the office building, Chen Bin went for a stroll in the processing plant. It's said to be a stroll, but in fact it's an inspection. Although he said the factory was his, in fact everything was handled by the government. Everything is very rigorous and there are no problems to be found. Most of the equipment here is automated. Workers only need to feed the materials into the conveyor belt, and all subsequent processes are left to the automatic equipment. Then at the other end of the equipment, workers are responsible for packing the boxes. There is also an assembly workshop here. In the workshop, robotic arms are assembled together to form assembly line platforms. The main body of the robot dog is sent to the first platform by the conveyor belt, and 2 robotic arms install parts on the robot dog. After installing a batch of parts, the conveyor belt moves forward, and robotic arms of different specifications begin to install new parts. The assembly line nightmare of industrial robots. But robots don't have nightmares, they can work 24 hours a day without interruption. High efficiency and high accuracy. The entire factory has been debugged into a fully automatic processing plant for robot dogs. Chen Bin walked all the way to the warehouse and saw the mechanical dogs packed in boxes. They were only piled up in a corner of the warehouse, and there were probably about 100 or 200 of them. How long will it take to build one? Professor Ho is well aware of this. Currently, we can take 32 units offline a day. Chapter 51 Efficiency. This is just the beginning. There is only 1 assembly line, and 2 more are being prepared. In addition, the other cooperating factories have not yet fully started. Once they have unlimited supply of parts, the manufacturing speed can be further increased. How much does it cost? Chen Bin asked curiously. The costs he knew before were the assembly costs and the costs of finding small factories to supply small quantities of parts. In that case, the cost of a robot dog can be less than 10,000 yuan. Now that large factories are placing large orders, the cost of parts will only be lower, and the cost estimate will also be lower. About 2006. Chen Bin was a little surprised. So cheap? 2006 miles, about 2003, all for the price of various routes, chips, etc. Chen Bin thought for a moment and asked, what is their purchase price? 20,000. Chen Bin was stunned. Isn't this just giving money away for free? Professor Ho shook his head. The value of technology is infinitely high. Don't even mention 20,000, even 200,000, the government is rushing to buy it. Because the price of other robot dogs they purchased was very expensive, and their performance was far inferior to this robot dog. Chen Bin didn't say much. It was true. According to the average market price, it was basically impossible to buy such a mechanical dog for 20,000 yuan. But from his point of view, he really did nothing. It was as if the official took his technology and did it all by himself. Even though he didn't want anything else, the government was still willing to give him so much money. By the way, is there any money in the account? Chen Bin had never paid attention to the money in the account here. There are still more than 50 million. Chen Bin paused and turned around in confusion. How much? More than 50 million. Where did you get the money? You haven't sold any of these things, have you? The province has given a special subsidy of 30 million to high-tech companies. The Dragon Kingdom also gave 10 million, and the military gave 20 million. Anyway, all kinds of subsidies were given. It's like I'm giving you money under the pretext of supporting you. Chen Bin also understood this. Can I take money out of the company's account? Sure, I'll ask the finance department to transfer the money to you. How much do you want? Chen Bin hesitated for a moment and said, 1 million. Good. Professor Ho called directly. So far, Chen Bin has not made much money, and all the money was given by the government under various names. He never touched the money and he didn't really treat it as his own. The education he received from childhood taught him that he should not take other people's money casually. But after taking a tour here, he realized that the Dragon Kingdom was trying its best to eliminate his idea and the rift that was formed as a result. He felt the sincerity of these people. This 1 million was actually a signal he sent. He accepted these benefits and was also telling the authorities that the gap had been resolved. On the other hand, Chenbin made so much money that he had to spend some. He couldn't think of anything to spend the money on for now, so he let his parents spend it. Chenbin watched the money arrive and made a phone call. "Hello? Is mom busy?" "I'm done." The woman's voice sounded on the other end of the phone, and then said, "Are you doing well in school? Are you short of money? Kid, how can you go to college without money from your family? I'll transfer 2,000 yuan to you first." "No, I have money." Chenbin smiled and said, "I also said I would give you some money. How much money do you have? Shall I give you 1 million first?" There was no sound on the other end of the phone, followed by a low voice. "Did you commit a crime?" "No." "You're still lying. Your father and I were still saying that there was nothing outside the restaurant originally, but now there are a lot of food stalls on the streets. I went to buy a pancake, and he fried it to pieces. Are you coming to arrest your plainclothes officer? What did you do? Was it serious?" Chenbin couldn't hold it in. "I really didn't do anything wrong. If it's serious, just run away and don't get caught. Don't worry about us. They won't do anything to us. If it's not serious, then you can turn yourself in. We have some savings after all these years. We will find the best lawyer and try to keep you in prison for as little time as possible." These words were really rough, but Chenbin felt warm in his heart. These are my parents. They don't know whether he has done anything wrong or not. It's just a guess, but they think of the worst-case scenario and are willing to use their life savings to pay for him. Chenbin was silent for a moment. "It's a bit serious." The calm voice on the other end of the phone became choked up. "Then don't ever come back. It's too late today. It will be dark when we get back. Let's go back tomorrow. I kind of want to eat the scrambled eggs with tomatoes that you made. Don't come back." Chenbin smiled and said, "I'll go back tomorrow." On the other end of the phone, his mother wanted to say something, but Chenbin hung up the phone and transferred 1 million yuan to her. Turning back, Chenbin looked at Professor Ho. "Did you arrange the plainclothes officers outside my parents' hotel?" Professor Ho shook his head. "As for safety, call President N." Chenbin dialed Ndaxiao's number and heard some noise on the other end of the line. "The plainclothes officers outside my parents' store, were they arranged by you?" "Yes." Colonel N responded, "Your situation is special. We are worried that the overseas forces will not be able to find a breakthrough from you and then cause trouble for them. But I specifically told them not to interfere with your parents' lives, so they are just protecting them, without any disturbance. Okay, let's arrange it. I'll go back tomorrow. Your people have been found out, so I'll just give them some money. They thought I had done something wrong and were a little anxious. Then we can't let them think too much. Should we go back today? It's too late to go back now. I'll arrange a plane and it'll be here in 2 hours." Chenbin thought about it and said, "Okay." In just 2 minutes, a military vehicle stopped in front of Chenbin. Chenbin got on the military vehicle carrying a few mechanical dogs and looked at Colonel N, who was sitting in the passenger seat. "Were you nearby just now?" "It's right in front. That's the site prepared for you. They're building a road inside. I'll go check on the progress." Chenbin was really surprised. They started to build the road so soon. There's no land on that piece of land. No one lives there. This is easy to discuss. In such a remote place, most people are quite happy to hear that the house is going to be demolished. They originally thought it would be impossible to demolish it. Give them more money and have them move on the same day. How long will it take for the road to be repaired? It's only 6 kilometers of road in total, and several teams are working on it at the same time. It's a one-night job, and they can come and check it tomorrow morning. Chenbin suddenly had a deeper understanding of the words, infrastructure maniac. Where is the wall? The wall is also being built at the same time and will be ready for use tomorrow morning, but it's not completely dry yet, so we'll have to wait 2 days for it to be strong enough. Of course, we are currently using a simple wall that has completely surrounded the entire land, so don't worry. Thoughtful. Chapter 52, didn't you really do anything wrong? While we were chatting, the car stopped. There was an armed helicopter parked on an open space ahead. At this moment, the propeller of the helicopter was spinning rapidly, and it would take off as soon as Chenbin got on. Chenbin got out of the car and got on the fighter jet. This was his first time riding in a fighter jet. As soon as he got on the fighter jet, it took off, turned around, and flew towards Chenbin's hometown. The distance is nearly 400 kilometers, and it can be reached in 2 hours. Chenbin was sitting on the plane and thought about flying cars. Speeding cars can not only shock everyone on the track, but also make sure there is no more traffic jam in the next century. When he gets home, it might not even take an hour. Thinking of this, Chenbin smiled first, not knowing what his mother would look like when she saw him. Happy Kitchen, a small restaurant opened by Chen Shi and his wife. The door was closed at this moment and the couple was on the phone. Hey, brother, Chenbin has committed a crime. I don't know how serious it is, but he just transferred 1 million to us. Have you made your inquiry clear? I didn't ask him clearly, and he hung up the phone, only saying he was coming back. I was worried that he was going to commit a serious crime, and it would be difficult to deal with him if he got caught. Xiaobin is so obedient, could there be some misunderstanding? How can a college student like him make 1 million? He must have gone astray. His mom just called him and he said it was a big deal. Don't worry, when did Xiaobin say he would be back? Tomorrow. There's still time, I'll go first. Chenbin's mother was also on the phone. Second brother, Chenbin is in trouble, can you find someone to deal with it? What did you do wrong? Never mind, I'll come over. After a while, the back door of the restaurant opened and relatives came in one after another. Chen Shi has 4 sons in this generation. He is the second oldest. The fourth has already gone abroad. Now the third and eldest are here. The other people who came were Chenbin's uncles and uncles. A group of people sat around a table, all with nervous expressions. What on earth did Xiaobin do wrong? I don't know. I called just now but he didn't answer. When you came here, did you avoid those vendors? They've been watching here for almost 2 weeks. No one came to see you. No, they just stared at me, but I'm sure they were staring at us. Chen Shi said, they looked at me many times. Xiaobin is a very obedient child. Although he doesn't study hard, he works part-time to earn money for school and never asks you to teach him. Chen Shi slapped his thigh and said, I would rather he ask us for money than be so obedient as to do something illegal just for money. The Chen family's eldest brother waved his hand. Did Xiaobin really say that he committed a crime? He said it was a big deal. $1 million thing, can that be small? Chenbin's second uncle said, don't worry, I'll ask around first, what if there's still a chance for me to linger? Just as I was thinking about it, the back door was suddenly pushed open and a high school student rushed in. The armed helicopter is coming. Everyone was stunned. An armed helicopter? What are you here for? So what? A passing attack helicopter? Stop at the square. It's only 100 meters away from the hotel. The faces of the group of people changed. Boss Chen, who had been calm all this time, also panicked. Could they be here to look for Chenbin? The high school student was a little confused. Brother is so powerful, how can he make such a big hole? What nonsense are you talking about? No hurry. What if it's not coming for us? Knock, knock, knock. The rolling door was knocked with such a loud bang that it made a group of people's hearts ache. Boss Chen suddenly calmed down. We didn't do anything wrong, it's not a big deal. If they are coming for Xiaobin, we will just say we know nothing, then go out and secretly contact Xiaobin and tell him to run. Okay, I'll open the door. Boss Chen walked to the rolling door, took a deep breath, and opened the door. The shutter door was raised, and Chenbin stood in front of it, looking curious. Uncle? Third uncle? First uncle, second uncle? Uncle, why are you all here? A group of people looked at Chenbin standing in front of the door. They were all stunned and couldn't hold back for a moment. What was going on? Why is Chenbin back? And the person standing next to Chenbin is a soldier. Look at the epaulets, there are so many stars, and the rank is quite high. Upon closer inspection, oh my god, it's a major. Chen Shi looked at Colonel N and a group of guards beside Chenbin. Who are they? Oh, he's a friend. He heard I was coming back, so he arranged a plane to bring me back. This way it'll be quicker. Chen Shi was stunned. when are you leaving? Rest for a night before leaving. Chen Shi suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. He had seen on TV that some people who had committed crimes would often use the secret as a threat and demand to see their family before telling it. Chen Bin is going home to rest for a night, so he shouldn't have done anything wrong. Why did they arrange a plane for you? Chen Bin smiled and said, because I have cooperation with them. He put the box in his hand on the table. This is the robot dog I developed. The military purchased such a robot dog, so I am now also engaged in military industry. The group of people remained silent, with confused looks on their faces, as if they were listening to a fairy tale. After a while, the uncle finally spoke up, aren't you a college student? Yes, I'm studying mechanical engineering. Isn't this a suitable major? Chen Bin said as he walked into the hotel, you all knew I was coming back, so you came here specially? The uncle was annoyed, I thought something happened to you, so I came over to try to help you. Chen Bin smiled and looked at the woman who was still in shock. What the hell, she said there were plainclothes officers outside the door and asked me if I had done anything wrong. I just had reasonable suspicion and concern. As soon as you asked me to give you $1 million. Everyone else laughed, and the tense atmosphere instantly dissipated. Brother, can I touch their guns? The high school student at the back stood up and made an inappropriate request. Chen Bin looked at his cousin Chen who hesitated for a moment, and turned to look at Professor An. In principle, it is never allowed, but now the principal is on Chen Bin's side. Colonel An nodded gently, you can touch it now. If you want to play with this thing, you'd better join the army. I will definitely go. Chen Hu took the gun excitedly, feeling its heavy feel. It's so heavy. Can I take a photo with this gun? I'll take a photo and post it in a class group to show off. Colonel An smiled and said, okay, we can take a picture of this. After Chen Hu's interruption, everyone was no longer nervous. Although Colonel An had a high rank, he was indeed a very kind person. The group of people relaxed and started chatting. Maybe because no one is rich, the atmosphere in Chen Bin's family is very good. Otherwise, his parents wouldn't think something happened to him and would call someone to discuss what to do. Chen Bin also laughed after hearing this. Fortunately, he came back today. If he had to wait until tomorrow, things would have been a bit troublesome. By the way, are the vendors outside arranged by them? Chen Bin nodded, yes, because what I developed is a bit sensitive, they are worried that someone will use you as a breakthrough point. You don't have to worry about it. They won't interfere with you. Just live your life as usual. Chapter 53 Mechanical Exoskeleton. Chen Shi nodded, that's fine, but their skills are really not good. I'll find someone to teach them later, otherwise there will be a lot of flaws. President Anda couldn't hold back. If this kind of situation happens again, he should be given proper training. While chatting, my uncle suddenly asked, what's that sensitive thing? Can you open it and take a look? Chen Bin opened the box containing the mechanical dog. The camouflage-colored mechanical dog came out of the box, woof woof. Chen Bin didn't expect that these mechanical dogs were camouflaged, but camouflaged dogs are really handsome. A group of people looked at the mechanical dog with their eyes wide open. Ding, shock value plus 10. Is this something you developed, Xiaobin? Chen Bin nodded, don't you guys go online and watch videos? Didn't you see me? Are you hot? Chen Bin was silent for a moment, give me your phone. The third uncle silently handed the phone to Chen Bin and opened Douyin at the same time. Chen Bin swiped his finger and saw a young lady standing in front of a motorcycle starting to twist her waist. The third uncle's face twitched, I like motorcycles. This recommendation may be because of motorcycles. Chen Bin swiped again, this time in front of a fish pond, where a beautiful woman in yoga pants was fishing. The moment she swung the rod, her body curves were perfectly displayed. The third uncle covered his face and said, ahem, fishing is also my hobby. Chen Bin stopped searching and searched for the robot dog directly. The first one is a video with over 10 million views. Champion of the National College Student Robot Competition, a realistic robot dog. Uncle San looked at Chen Bin in the video, is that you? It's me. Fuck, good boy, awesome. Uncle San couldn't help but swear, then turned back to look at Chen Shi, brother, you gave birth to a good son. Several other people came over and watched the video in which Chen Bin demonstrated the mechanical dog. Then they looked at the mechanical dog on the table with shocked expressions. Chen Bin listened to the continuous reminder sound in his mind and chose to temporarily turn it off. It's so rare for a group of people to get together, and I don't want to be disturbed. Colonel An also smiled. He came here to explain. Now that he had explained it clearly, they withdrew first. It's very lively outside too. The armed helicopter made a lot of noise, attracting onlookers outside, so they had to leave first. In the small restaurant, a group of people took turns watching the video and searching for other videos. It doesn't matter if you don't search, but when you search, you will also find the video of the drone. Chen Bin explained, didn't I open a company? The company has new products. The development of drones is really fast now. A group of people sighed, without providing any shock value. Chen Bin really couldn't hold it in. Don't they know that a drone that can break the speed of sound is more difficult to make than this mechanical dog? But this is normal, people who understand these things are really good. When he demonstrated those weapons and equipment before, they were all to researchers and college students. Nowadays, it is said that there are countless college students and graduate students, but in fact, in terms of proportion, including junior college students, there are only about 17%. Most people don't know much about these high-tech products. The high-tech products they are familiar with are generally only mobile phones and cars, but their understanding is only superficial. Maybe you can't even tell the difference between running memory and storage. But their happiness at this moment was real, not because of the drone or the mechanical dog, but because these things were controlled by Chen Bin, and Chen Bin was on the stage. Chen sure couldn't hold back his smile anymore, and his face turned red because of his constant smile. Everything is ready, I'll go cook a few dishes. Since we are here, let's drink together. Chen Bin also stood up, I'll help you. As soon as he stood up, he was pushed down. What do you need help with? You have to chat with your uncles. The group of people were also full of curiosity and started asking Chen Bin various things. There are ones about corporations, ones about the military, and ones about robot pricing. For Chen Bin, there was nothing to be shy about regarding these things. We chatted until the evening and had dinner and drinks. Chen Bin doesn't normally drink, but he wanted to try it this time. After all, times are different now, he now has a genetically enhanced body. After a meal, everyone at the table who was drinking would lie down. Chen Bin didn't feel anything. It was just a drink that tasted a little bit bad. It was late at night, and Chen Bin called the guards to send a group of relatives home. The hotel is on the first floor, and the second floor is for storing materials and providing rest rooms. Chen Bin helped his father to sleep, and then lay down in his own little room. Lying on the bed, Chen Bin first took out a pile of tissues. I've smoked a lot during this period, and one person can't use it all. In addition, this super soft tissue is really comfortable. Putting a pile of paper rolls on the table, Chen Bin closed his eyes, focused his attention on the system, and opened the catalog. He developed so many things, but didn't prepare anything for his parents. Every day my mother prepared the vegetables, cut them, and served them on the table, while my father was in the kitchen cooking. Others may not know that being a cook is tiring, but he really knows that his father suffers from back pain and frequent wrist pain. Although he has money now, if he asks them to quit directly, they will probably not agree. Some parents would choose to retire and have fun when they get older, but Chen Bin knows his parents very well and they are the type of people who cannot sit still. We need to reduce their burden. Chen Bin swept his eyes across the city in the atlas, looking for something suitable. This search is more like looking for high technology in a future city and then bringing it to the real world. Suddenly, Chen Bin noticed a passerby who was wearing an exoskeleton. Compared with the exoskeleton equipment worn by the soldiers in the catalog, this exoskeleton equipment looks much simpler. There is only a small circle surrounding the body, which looks like the basic exoskeleton equipment in science fiction movies. Chen Bin is concentrating. Mechanical exoskeleton. It can be exchanged for 1000 shock points. 1000 shock points can be exchanged, which means that the technical difficulty is not high. If you look at the introduction in more detail, it is mainly used to assist people in exerting force, and is mainly used by workers who need to use brute force. Good. Chen Bin exchanged directly. As the memories flooded into his mind, Chen Bin could only say that everything produced by the system was of the highest quality. It seems to be just a supporting role, but the level of knowledge is so high. Maximum force 1 ton. If everyone puts on this equipment, wouldn't they all be strong men? In addition, this equipment can increase speed and adjust the center of gravity according to the person's needs. To put it more simply, if a person cannot stand steadily, he will be shaky. By wearing this equipment, he can stand steadily. Even if there is a problem with his own nerve center and he cannot stand steadily, the exoskeleton equipment can help him stand steadily. As for speed, you don't have to do anything, the exoskeleton equipment can help you move your legs. A device that can help you lose weight without any effort. Although it is only worth 1,000 shocking points, its effect is truly huge. If this is mass-produced and sold outside, it will sell like hot cakes, right? Chapter 54 No-Fly Zone. There was a light rain late at night, which just wet the small town and then the sky cleared up immediately. Chen Bin boarded the helicopter early in the morning. The warmth of family is nice, but he still has a lot to do. No time to be at home all the time. In fact, this is how family relationships should be in adults. If you stay at home for too long, conflicts between the two concepts are likely to arise. The reluctance to part is real. Chen Bin sat in a helicopter and looked back at the small restaurant getting smaller and smaller, and then completely disappeared from his sight. They have worked hard all their lives, and finally they can live a good life. Colonel An smiled and said, if you ask them, they will probably say that they have always lived a good life. In Dragon Country now, no one is hungry. Of course, those who are picky eaters or those who are hungry because of an irregular lifestyle are not counted. When life is hard, it's either because you want too much, or you're trying too hard to climb up, or it's just because you're unlucky. As for bad luck, Manhwa is also doing its best to change it, so that even those with bad luck can live as well as possible. Manhwa is too big, and the workload is also huge, so we can only take it slow. Chen Bin thought about it and nodded slightly. It was indeed true. Over the past 20 years, he could see with his own eyes that Manhwa was getting better. Various infrastructure and various welfare benefits. Of course, many problems have also arisen in this process, such as young people facing unemployment after graduation and it becoming more difficult to make money. But problems will always arise, and as long as we continue to actively solve them, the future will be very promising. He actually feels it very deeply, because technology changes life and technology is the primary productive force. So after his research and development capabilities were known to the authorities, his life changed dramatically. The official authorities also attach great importance to him. His previous understanding was that the income of researchers in Manhwa was lower than that of overseas researchers. The various benefits are not up to par, and if you engage in research and development, you will be left out. As well as various subsidies and welfare benefits, such as direct job assignment for family members, researchers have no worries. Maybe it was like what was said on the internet before, but it has changed a lot now. Just as I was thinking about it, Principal An said, look there. Chen Bin looked over and saw a square area surrounded by a wall. There are 2 roads in the area, one horizontal and one vertical, which cross the area like a cross. That's the land you wanted. When Chen Bin looked at the piece of land, his first impression was that it was big, really big. He casually mentioned 1 square kilometer, but he didn't realize how big it was at the time. Now it seems really big. The length and width are 1 kilometer each, which is equivalent to the length and width of 2.5 standard stadium tracks straightened out and assembled together. It's 4 kilometers around the place. Seen from high above, the place that has become smaller is still that big. Chen Bin felt that he had been a little embarrassed before. Thinking about it, Chen Bin looked into the distance with some surprise. There seems to be a place surrounded by a wall over there. What is it for? Principal An looked at the direction of Chen Bin's finger, and saw nothing at first. What? I can't see anything. Chen Bin then realized that his eyesight was a bit amazing, asked the driver to drive closer, he should be able to see it. The helicopter pilot started to fly in the direction Chen Bin pointed, but his expression was a little complicated. He was called driver by Chen Bin. The helicopter driver. After the helicopter flew for a while, Professor An finally saw the plot of land that Chen Bin pointed to. This is plot number 2. Plot number 2. Yes, General Hu is worried that he will encounter resistance when clearing the area, which will slow down the time it takes to give you the land. So it's not just a piece of land that's been prepared. Chen Bin was stunned. Number 2. Is there a number 3? Have. Chen Bin was speechless for a moment, but he felt inexplicably touched. If he hadn't seen it in the air, he would probably never have known that the military had made so many preparations just for his request. 3 pieces of land, 1 square kilometer each, were arranged according to his needs at the same time. Whichever one was completed first would be the land for him. Did you encounter any resistance? No, Colonel An smiled and said, no one was a stubborn tenant. As soon as they heard that the military needed them, they all took the subsidies and left. Some people feel that the compensation is too little, so we can just communicate with them and increase it appropriately, and that will be fine. So, all 3 plots of land have been taken. You want them all? Asked Colonel An in confusion. Chen Bin shook his head, I'm just curious. For now, I only need one that's closer to school. Good. That's number 1. Colonel An said with a smile, let's go there now. Well, now go and take a look. The helicopter soon landed inside the courtyard wall. There are 4-meter-high walls on all sides. It wasn't dry yet, so there was no cement applied, and it looked a bit crude. Looking inside, you can see that there is also a walled area inside, which is 1 hectare in size. Chen Bin looked down at his feet. Black asphalt road, clean white and yellow lines, guidelines, etc. Very new. Everything he mentioned the night before had been accomplished this morning. The efficiency is really fast. Chen Bin walked towards the central walled area and asked, can we ban flying over this area? Colonel An followed behind Chen Bin and said, are you worried that someone might see the things here? I need to communicate with the higher-ups about the no-fly zone. Just ask and see if it's okay. Chen Bin decided to take a gamble. If the flight ban could be achieved, he would directly build an unmanned factory here. This way no one will find out what's going on here. If the authorities cannot ban flights here, the next step will be to build real factories here. After the factory building is built, we will put an unmanned factory inside. It may take a little longer, but you won't be discovered. In front of Chen Bin, the university student and called General Huan said, Chen Bin said that flying over his land is prohibited. Okay, I'll communicate. After 1 sentence, the phone was hung up. Professor An looked at Chen Bin and said, it's okay, but the specific no-fly zone requires communication with multiple departments, so it may take some time. About how long? About a week or so. Before President An could finish his words, his cell phone suddenly rang. I picked up the phone and heard General Hu's voice on the other end, okay, tell Chen Bin that the area is now off limits. Colonel An was stunned, so fast. How did you do it? Military exercise, temporary blockade for 1 month, then continue the exercise afterwards. Chapter 55 Underground Factory. Chen Bin was also a little surprised when he heard what was said on the phone. It takes time to negotiate a no-fly zone, but the authority for military exercises is a bit high. There was nothing more to say. Since they had already come this far, Chen Bin could no longer hide it. Have everyone evacuate. Have the guards guard the door outside the outer wall. Don't let anyone get close, and don't let you in. Principal An was a little puzzled. Why was Chen Bin not allowing anyone to get close to him? But he didn't ask any questions and just asked everyone to evacuate and wait outside the wall. The helicopter took off and flew far away. As this is a no-fly zone, no helicopters will come here next time. Chen Bin stood in the central wall. He wanted to take a gamble, that the military would really not come in again and would not fly over from the sky. This method is actually very dangerous, because once the military does not abide by the rules he set, they will find that an unmanned factory suddenly appears here. It's outrageous that a factory suddenly appeared in an empty place. He developed things quickly and could still get away with it by saying he was a super genius. There's no way to explain this. So it's a gamble. However, Chen Bin, who was standing inside the wall, suddenly noticed a hole in the ground. This hole gave Chen Bin inspiration. Can unmanned factories be located underground? A thought flashed through his mind, and a virtual super unmanned factory appeared in Chen Bin's eyes. Just like when you are playing the game, the building has not yet been generated and there is a similar shadow when you are choosing a location. At this moment, the shadow moved according to Chen Bin's thoughts. Feel free to move around. As Chen Bin looked at the ground, the super unmanned factory began to sink underground. How about giving it a try? The idea of trying it came to Chen Bin's mind. If it works, you will make a lot of money and there is basically no risk of exposure. If not, then it's a bit of a loss. But it's not too bad, because you can directly use the shock points to exchange for a super unmanned factory. When Chen Bin thought about exchanging money, he first looked at the exchange price of the super unmanned factory. After taking a look, Chen Bin fell silent. The price of this super unmanned factory is 98,000. His current shock level is not enough to exchange for this super unmanned factory. I can only say that you can really get good things from the system lottery. Try it first. If you don't take action, use manpower and material resources to dig it out. Taking a deep breath, Chenbin took out the super unmanned factory again, sank the shadow 1 meter underground, and then determined the position. After Chenbin had the idea of determining the location, an underground passage suddenly appeared in front of him. A blue light lit up in the passage. A series of metal stairs quickly appeared, starting from under Chenbin's feet and going all the way down. This scene is like a dream. Chenbin suppressed the shock in his heart and walked down the stairs. After walking up a dozen steps and reaching a depth of nearly 3 meters, a door appeared in front of him. The door slid open to the left and right, and there was an elevator inside. This was the first time Chenbin had seen a white elevator. Combined with the mechanical light strips on it, Chenbin really felt the future. Enter the elevator and it moves downward. After just a few seconds, the elevator door opened again. What Chenbin saw was darkness. Then, the lights came on little by little. Under the blue light, there are fully automatic processing equipment and robots among the processing equipment. Chenbin had never seen many of the devices, but at this moment, they looked very technological. The entire factory is isolated by huge glass. Next to Chenbin is a large computer. Enter all kinds of information about manufacturing products here, and then provide the required materials, and this unmanned factory will be able to automatically process finished products. Chenbin entered the information of the worker bee UAV without any hesitation. While inputting the information, he called President and send some materials over, just send them outside the second wall, and I'll send you a list. Good. Chenbin hung up the phone and continued typing. I have made worker bee drones before, so I have a lot of ready-made blueprints now. All I have left is some temporary drawings, which doesn't take much time. But Chenbin was distracted the whole time, mainly because this unmanned factory really shocked him. It's okay that it can be generated directly underground, but the interior is so outrageous. There are so many high-tech devices and robots. The equipment can manufacture high-precision parts and can automatically adjust the production line to suit different parts. If it cannot be adjusted automatically, let the robot help you adjust it. This unmanned factory has a very advanced intelligence system. I just don't know what the processing speed is. Chenbin tried hard to concentrate and finally input all the data of the worker bee UAV into the unmanned factory in a short time. Then go back to the ground level via the stairs. Outside the wall, Colonel An had already put away a pile of supplies. These are all the materials needed for Chenbin's order. In addition, there was a forklift parked on the side of the road. There was no one around. It was obvious that Chenbin had previously requested not to be seen, so now he simply didn't want anyone to get close. Even if he wanted to get closer, he had to tell Chenbin in advance. But he was worried that Chenbin would not be able to move these things without anyone around, so he prepared a forklift. Really thoughtful consideration. Chenbin drove a forklift and started moving a pile of things in. As the forklift drove in outside the wall, a metal platform slowly opened about 10 meters in front of the entrance where Chenbin had entered. The information instantly popped up in Chenbin's mind, this is also an elevator, but it is a freight elevator. After the supplies are transported over, he doesn't have to worry about anything else. Chenbin drove a forklift and transported it bit by bit. After more than 10 trips, all the materials were placed on the platform. Press the start button and the platform begins to descend. Chenbin quickly went down the stairs into the unmanned factory underground. When I looked at unmanned factories through the glass before, all I saw were static unmanned factories. At this moment, this invincible and sophisticated machine started to operate in front of Chenbin. The first is the processing of raw materials. The robot quickly opens the outer packaging of the materials and then puts different materials into different feed ports. The material processing is very fast, and most materials do not need any processing and can be directly processed into parts. In less than half an hour, Chenbin saw parts being transported into the assembly center on the conveyor belt. Inside the assembly center, dozens of robotic arms with different lengths and angles can quickly assemble dozens of parts at the same time. But now we have to wait until all the parts are manufactured. This process takes a total of 2 hours. 2 hours later, the lights in the assembly workshop turned on green. Right in front of Chenbin, dozens of robotic arms began precise and stable operations. It was assembled so quickly, it seemed like there were dozens of him. 3 minutes later, a worker bee drone was delivered to him. It took a total of 2 hours and 9 minutes from the parts to Chen Bin. It is worthy of being called a super unmanned factory. If factories like this become popular in the future, all the workers will have to change jobs. It would take at least 2 weeks for him to make the remaining worker bees himself or to purchase most of the parts from outside. Now the factory is up and running, it takes 3 minutes to assemble 1 unit, and 24 units only takes 72 minutes. Chapter 56, Start Working. The manufacture of worker bee drones is a test of unmanned factories. The results delivered by the unmanned factory made Chen Bin feel outrageous. It's so fast that it instantly beats the fastest production line in the world. At the same time, Chen Bin was also excited, because in this way, when he exchanged technological products through the catalog, the manufacturing time could be shortened by at least half. In the past, you had to draw the pictures yourself and then make them. Now you just need to draw a picture and hand it over to the unmanned factory. This factory needs to be rationalized. You can actually build an unmanned factory on the ground as a cover. It's not difficult, just make a batch of simulation robots. During the thinking time, another worker bee drone was manufactured. Chen Bin hesitated for a moment and dialed the phone again, this time calling Professor Ho and asking him to purchase equipment. Take money from the company's accounts and purchase a batch of production equipment. The 50 million in the company's account book can't actually buy much good equipment. To put it bluntly, some high-precision experimental equipment cost 50 million each. But Chen Bin just needs a cover, and there are a lot of things that can be done with 50 million. After hanging up the phone, Chen Bin walked out of the tunnel. From now on, he doesn't have to be here all the time. Apart from delivering materials, he can spend the rest of his time in the laboratory. Data drawings, etc. can all be sent to the factory remotely. Standing outside the tunnel, Chen Bin saw that the exit was blocked and there was even camouflaged soil outside, which was exactly the same color as the surrounding soil. As long as no one is digging here, you really can't tell the difference between this place and other soil. Several worker bee drones manufactured in a short period of time have also taken off. Circling around, watching. Although there is no queen bee drone to control it, the worker bee drone is a drone itself and can be controlled directly, but it is not as good as the queen bee control. But there is no problem using it for surveillance and surveillance. Chen Bin walked outside the wall and saw Colonel N and a group of guards there. Principal N didn't know what Chen Bin was doing in there. Although he was full of curiosity, he didn't ask anything. He just said, going back to school. Yeah. Chen Bin got on the car and went back to school first. Colonel N organized his words and asked, do you need me to arrange more people to patrol outside the wall? No need. Chen Bin shook his head gently, I plan to use it as a high-end manufacturing base next. Subsequent top-notch high-tech products will be manufactured there. I will also arrange at least one group of swarm drones. Safety is not a problem. It would be bad if too many people were to get close to me. Colonel N nodded, okay, but don't worry about that. Those who can be assigned here are absolutely reliable. Not only has it been vetted by us, but it has also been vetted by Good Luck. Double audit, it is indeed safe. Chen Bin hesitated for a moment and said, I also need a batch of building materials, steel components, to build a simple factory building. No need for manual labor. No need, I can handle it myself. President N hesitated for a moment. Where could Chen Bin find someone? But he still didn't ask. What he needed was to provide Chen Bin with everything he needed. He shouldn't ask questions that he shouldn't ask. Good. Chen Bin returned to the laboratory and once again focused his attention on the system, looking for the robot. He had told you about the robot in the catalog before. It's just that it has never been redeemed because the robot is relatively weak in application. There are more application scenarios for robot dogs. Robots are more used to demonstrate technology and have very low practicality. This is because making robots practical requires extremely high technical difficulty. First of all, walking on 2 legs is definitely not as simple as a robot dog's 4 legs. The robot dog's 4 legs, with their insensitive center of gravity adjustment, can keep the robot dog in a standing position. Another thing is that compared to the mechanical dog, the various equipment on its body can be used differently. If a humanoid robot wants to be efficient, it must also be able to use its fingers. Compared to a mechanical dog with a gun on its back, it can fight directly. If a robot wants to have the same combat effectiveness, it must either have a gun fixed on its shoulder or hold a gun in its hand. With an automatic gun fixed on its shoulder, its practicality is about the same as that of a dog. If you want to hold a gun, the technical difficulty goes up to a higher level. Because that not only requires flexible fingers, but also precise aiming. Chenbin focused his attention on the robot. Life Service Robot. The shock points required for redemption are 3,888. 3,080 requires more shocking points, but not too many. Looking at its performance, it is said to be a life service robot, but the 300 kilograms of strength of this single arm, it is indeed very lifelike. With this power, there will be no problem in constructing a large factory. Chenbin acquired technology again. The next step is drawing. Chenbin first started all the equipment in the laboratory. Although the manufacturing efficiency of these devices is very slow, they have to be turned on as a cover for the super unmanned factory. The drawings of the robot are complex. As soon as Chenbin finishes drawing a part, he sends it to the factory. This way, when he finishes drawing, the super unmanned factory can immediately produce a robot. While Chenbin was busy, Professor N was not idle either. Directing military trucks to deliver various building materials to the factory. At the same time, a large amount of materials were also sent in. According to Chenbin's request, the materials were sent into the central wall. He also took a look, but there was nothing inside. But it was even more outrageous that there was nothing, because he had sent a batch of resources into it according to Chenbin's request. When Chenbin left, he didn't take any resources with him. You can't just dig a hole and bury it, right? Colonel N suppressed his doubts and turned away. For several days, the entire inner wall was filled with various building materials, bricks, stones, etc. When the 7 days were up, President N received a call from Chenbin and everyone left. The building materials have just been delivered. Colonel N took his men away. As soon as they left, a worker bee drone soared into the sky. At the same time, a circular platform with a diameter of 10 meters descended from the ground. Then a dozen robots stood on the platform and slowly rose until they appeared on the ground. These are the first batch of life service robots manufactured in the past 2 days. Life service robots are starting to move a bunch of resources to the platform, which are used to make more robots. After the transportation was completed, the life service robot began to build the factory. Build a factory on top of the super unmanned factory. The first step is to level the foundation. This just requires leveling, then laying a layer of bricks, and then covering it with cement. There is no need for too high strength for the time being, after all, it is just a cover. The next step was to drive huge steel pillars into the ground. The structure of the entire factory building is made of steel components, which makes it easier and faster to build. Just outside the wall, a group of people could see the pillars being erected inside and could hear the sounds of construction going on in the factory. They were really confused. Where did the people who were doing the construction come from? One soldier couldn't help but look back, and saw a silver robot climbing to the top of the steel column and starting to screw in the screws. I stood there in a moment. Chapter 57 Aliens. What is that? Although the distance was far, the warrior could still see that the thing had a human appearance, with hands and feet. It's just that the skin is silver. As the warriors were confused, the others turned around and saw more robots. The robot fixes a steel section on the steel column, which can be used as a steel structure platform, and then a roof is added on top to form a simple factory building. But at this moment, everyone was not looking at the steel structure. Instead, it is a robot that fixes the eye-shaped steel on top of the steel structure. There is a silver robot on almost every steel pillar. Because of the distance, they couldn't see that it was a robot. What they could see was a silver person. The people at the scene immediately took out their communication equipment. It seems that aliens have been spotted. After the message was sent, Colonel N quickly said, "Wait for me." Alien? When Colonel N heard about aliens, he was not too shocked. In other words, if it really was an alien, he could actually accept it, because this would make him accept Chenbin's abilities. After a moment of hesitation, Colonel N called General Hu, told him about the suspected aliens, and then went straight to the scene. By the time he arrived at the scene, it was already an hour later. Looking at the completed factory building within the wall from a distance, I was somewhat shocked. It was built so quickly. The soldiers nodded repeatedly. That alien can lift the I-beam with one hand and climb up the steel column. Didn't you notice what that was? I can't get close, I can't see clearly, and I don't dare to take pictures casually. Colonel N took a deep breath and said, "Follow me." A group of people followed Colonel N and strode into the wall. There are 2 layers of walls, the first layer is 450 meters away from the second layer. Professor N walked to the second wall and called Chenbin first, "Can I go inside the wall and take a look?" The soldier said he saw aliens. Chenbin was confused at first. Aliens? Where did the aliens come from? He firmly believed that there were aliens in this world. After all, the universe is so huge. Compared with the entire universe, the Milky Way is nothing, and the solar system is just a drop in the ocean. As for the Earth, it is just a tiny molecule in the vast ocean. In this case, it is very reasonable that there is other life in the vast universe. But can these lives come to Earth easily? Chenbin had some doubts about this. Even if he really comes, can he just run to his unmanned factory? Or is it that the unmanned factory attracted aliens? Out of his trust in Indaxiao, Chenbin immediately assumed that aliens really existed. "Wait for me, I'll come and take a look too." "You do not know." "Of course I don't know." Professor N could tell that Chenbin really didn't know. "Don't come over yet, I'll go in and take a look." This is for Chenbin's safety. If they really are aliens with bad intentions, they would be the first to be harmed, not Chenbin. He has to explore the way for Chenbin. With his hands on the door, Professor N was suddenly stunned. Something was not right. Since Chenbin didn't know about the aliens, why would the aliens help Chenbin repair the factory? As this thought came to his mind, he saw the door open to the left and right by itself. Inside the door stood a silver robot. The robot looks similar to a human, except that it does not have simulated skin, and you can see the metal connection structure under the metal shell. There are eyes, but they are more like cameras. There is also a circle of lights. Colonel N slowly opened his mouth. He knew why Chenbin said he didn't know about aliens, because there were no aliens here at all, only robots. At the same time, Chenbin, who was far away in the school laboratory, heard the sound of ding-talk ringing continuously in his mind. Then he slowly reacted. Could it be that you mistook the robot for an alien? Now that you see the robot, are you shocked? Chenbin guessed it, but didn't rush to call. You have to wait first. Wait for President N to provide more shocking points, then call to clarify. Colonel N was in shock at this moment. Not only him, several others were also shocked. They thought they were aliens, but they turned out to be robots. That's even more shocking. It is understandable that aliens can easily climb up steel pillars and build factories. Now we tell them that robots can do the job too. This means that the robot's performance is better than theirs. Among the robots currently on the market, those that can dance are already considered top-notch robots. So this robot can build a factory. The image of one hand grabbing the steel structure, and then using both feet and one arm to quickly climb up the steel column, appeared in their minds. This is truly against the will of heaven. The University of Anhui is not much better. He stared at the robot with wide eyes. The alien you are talking about is this robot? If nothing unexpected happens, it should be. Colonel N looked behind the robot and saw that other robots were still busy. A robot carried at least several hundred kilograms of I-beam, quickly walked to the front of the steel column, and began to climb. Steel structures are not just about columns and ceilings, they also need to be connected and fixed in the middle. After the outer layer is completed, the robots begin to fix some steel inside. He could see a lot of things with just one glance. First of all, the robot's walking posture is agile and natural. This means that the link structure used in the robot's joints is a brand new structure that can perfectly simulate human activities. Walking naturally means the ability to control the center of gravity. There were also various other actions of the robot, such as climbing, accelerated walking, etc., which all made him feel very amazing. Especially climbing, which robot has the ability to climb pillars? Chenbin's robot was definitely not specially designed with the ability to climb pillars, but the fact that it has this ability means that it can probably not only climb pillars, but can also perform more difficult tasks. And the act of assembling is very complicated. For humans, it is quite simple. Apart from having some skills, they just do hard labor. But such a simple thing becomes extremely complicated when put on a robot. These robots are made with ease, that's ability. After multiple shocks, Colonel N took a deep breath and said, "It's okay, just close the door." The robot closed the door silently. Colonel N turned around and looked at the group of soldiers. Everyone, go out and guard outside. Don't tell anyone about the robot. Yes. Colonel N took out his cell phone and called General Hu. It's not an alien, it's a robot. I think it's a robot that Chen Bin just developed, but he didn't tell me. General Hu was also confused on the other end of the phone. You mean, Chen Bin made the robot and then built a factory on that land? Right. A robot that can build a factory? Right. Can you go to the battlefield? Chapter 58 Critical Hit Mechanical Affinity. Professor N has not yet thought about sending robots to the battlefield. Thinking about it now, my eyes light up. The role of war robots on the battlefield is definitely greater than that of dogs. There is no need to talk about all the performance and so on, we just need to say one thing, that is, humans have hands. A war robot with hands can perform so many operations. But that robot can really fight. And Dajiao had an image of a robot carrying a steel frame in his mind. Even if we can't be in the front, ground transportation in complex terrain is definitely no problem. After all, he can carry hundreds of kilograms of steel and walk briskly. General Hu was also shocked, so fierce. I'll call Chen Bin first and ask about the situation. Colonel N remembered what he had said to Chen Bin about aliens before. Now I have to explain something, and by the way, let me talk about the robot. Okay, let me focus on asking you about robots going into battle. Good. After hanging up the phone, Daxiao called Chen Bin again and said, it's not an alien. The guard made a mistake and mistook the robot for an alien. I thought of it right after I hung up the phone. Chen Bin also smiled and said, what do you think of those life service robots? When President N heard about the life service robot, he couldn't hold back his breath. Whose life service robot is this kind of robot that can kill people with one slap? Is this robot providing services? Is it a bit fierce? What aspect is fierce? I saw them carrying the eye-shaped steel and climbing directly onto the steel pillars. A single arm weighing 300 kilograms and a shorter eye-shaped steel bar should not be a problem. How many? 300 kilograms. And Daxiao was silent for a moment. Chen Bin listened to Ding Ding's voice remotely and said, this makes sense, right? If there are any heavy objects at home, just lift them up and sweep them when you need to clean. Reasonable. Colonel N quietly lit a cigarette and asked, can a robot like this go to the battlefield? Chen Bin hesitated for a moment. Why did they want to go to the battlefield? How can this robot go to the battlefield? The thin metal shell will be destroyed by just 2 shots. The battery life is also not good. Although the power is okay, the speed is a bit slow. It is impossible to carry heavy loads for a long time, and there are not many detection equipment on the body. Once on the battlefield, you can only use your eyes to see and listen to the source of the sound like humans. Not really. This thing is rubbish on the battlefield. It may not even be as good as a mechanical dog. President N didn't expect Chen Bin to have such a low opinion of the robot. He looked at the mechanical dog and thought it was pretty good. What's wrong? You are not good at any of these. I might as well design a war robot just for you. Real? Give me some time. Send more raw materials to the factory. The equipment will arrive soon and the factory will be up and running immediately. Colonel N said directly, okay. Just some raw materials. The value of anything Chen Bin took out would be enough to pile up a mountain of raw materials within this square kilometer. Chen Bin hung up the phone and looked at the shocking point first. There are still 40,000 shock points left. A lot of skills can be exchanged, but there has been no income recently, so Chen Bin doesn't dare to draw the lottery. Makes me look like a miser. There still needs to be a steady stream of income to be able to use it with peace of mind. What activities are there recently? Chen Bin asked Good Luck to do some statistics and found that there really weren't many competitions and things to show off recently. There really isn't any in the short term, and the nearest one will be a major racing event in a month. As for ordinary lap races, you can go at any time, and not many people pay attention to them. If they are not handled properly, they may not provide many shocking points, and may also lead to the leakage of new technology products, affecting the acquisition of subsequent shocking points. Good Luck saw Chen Bin frowning and said hesitantly, Master, if you want to show off, you can choose to hold a press conference. Many companies are holding press conferences now, and the press conferences of larger companies are quite effective. For smaller companies, although there may not be anyone at the press conference, you can advertise and ask the official to help you release a preview of the new product launch. At least some people will watch it. If we show it 1 or 2 more times, and then have a live stream press conference, there will be a lot of people watching. Chen Bin's eyes lit up. Yes, live broadcast of the press conference. Live streaming is 100% capable of providing shocking points. Although relatively speaking, the number of shocking points provided by each person is small, there are a lot of people who broadcast live online. Taken together, there are definitely a lot of shocking points. Even if there are fewer shocking points this time, as Good Luck said, it can be regarded as a warm-up, and the audience will come to watch the next live broadcast. The most important thing is that other people may hold such live press conferences once a year or even once every 2 years. His company can do it once a week. Something released once a week is more shocking than something released once every 10 years. A press conference updated weekly, isn't that going to be quite shocking? Combined with various competitions, why worry about not having enough shock value? What else is there to say? Let's just do 10 consecutive draws. 40,000 shocking points instantly became 30,000 shocking points. At the same time, the light began to flicker, and it was white light again. When Chen Bin saw the white light, he no longer felt it was a pity and drew 10 consecutive times with 10,000 shocking points worth of points. There are 7 white, 2 blue and 1 red. There may not be much white stuff in the system, so give me a tissue. But the diversity of blue things is greater than that of white things. After 3 consecutive rolls of paper towels, the color of the light finally changed and turned blue. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have obtained primary mechanical affinity. Chen Bin's eyes suddenly widened. Mechanical affinity? The primary mechanical affinity that he had drawn once before gave him a huge help. Assembling and manufacturing parts is faster, and operating control equipment is better. It can be said that without this function, he might still be hesitating over the mechanical dog and might not even be able to manufacture the second mechanical dog. It's not an exaggeration. First of all, he doesn't know how to use any of the equipment in his laboratory, and there's no blue light to guide him, so he's just groping in the dark. It takes a long time to learn how to use those devices. The most important thing is, he had thought about it before, if the primary mechanical affinity is so powerful, then the advanced mechanical affinity would be invincible, right? The idea at that time has now become possible. There is a critical hit in 10 consecutive draws. Now Chen Bin has made a decision. As long as the next thing that explodes is not too outrageous, he will give his critical hit opportunity directly to the mechanical affinity. Then 2 more white lights passed by, containing some useless things. Until a flash of red light appeared. Chen Bin widened his eyes again. The thing in the red light was definitely a good thing. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining charm points plus 10. Chen Bin couldn't hold it in, what charm value does he want? A man was adding points little by little before, but now after it turns red, he is given 10 points directly. What's the use? The lottery continued, and finally a blue light flashed. Congratulations host, you have obtained the robotic arm. This is okay. The previous robotic arm helped him a lot, and now there are 2 robotic arms. Then there is no need to hesitate, just critically hit the mechanical affinity. Ding, critical hit successful, primary mechanical affinity becomes intermediate mechanical affinity. Chapter 59 Isn't This God? Chen Bin was a little surprised. Above the primary mechanical affinity, there was not the advanced mechanical affinity. But it's better than elementary. As the thought flashed through his mind, Chen Bin's body began to change. It was a completely different feeling from the last time I gained primary affinity. He could clearly feel his body becoming lighter and his strength increasing again. Chen Bin has used primary gene enhancement potions and life service robots, and he can fight a group of people alone. But it has indeed been enhanced at this moment. Besides, he felt that there was something extra in his body. That is an acquired change that occurs at the cellular level. When Chen Bin was thinking, relevant information naturally emerged in his mind. Some of his cells turned into electric cells. Just like the electric eel, it has specialized cells, electric cells. Electrophysiological cells change the concentration of ions inside and outside the cell by controlling the ion channels on the cell membrane. In this way, a potential difference can be generated. In the resting state, potassium ion concentration is high inside the cell, while sodium ion concentration is high outside the cell. When the ion channels open, sodium ions quickly flow into the cell, causing the intracellular potential to rise rapidly, forming a depolarization process. Then the potassium ion channels are opened and potassium ions flow out. This process generates a tiny voltage. This is a cell. Countless electrical cells are connected in series and parallel, which is equivalent to connecting countless small batteries together, which can generate greater voltage and stronger current. Take the electric eel as an example. The electric eel can release a maximum voltage of 800 volts. But Chen Bin is not an electric eel. He raised his hand, and arcs of blue electricity began to flash across his fingertips. Chen Bin was a little shocked. If he continued like this, would he become a monster? Or, because he can discharge electricity, he is a monster. Gotta test it. Chen Bin found a multimeter and held two testers in his left and right hands respectively. Snap! A current flashed and the voltmeter of the multimeter went to full volt. The maximum voltage that this multimeter can test is 1000 volts, which means that the current he just passed was over 1000 volts. I don't know if I can match Pikachu and deliver a current of 100,000 volts. There is no way to test it, and Chen Bin is not in a hurry to test it. The greatest use of this electric current is not to use it as a stun gun, but to control mechanical products. Chen Bin walked to a CNC machine tool. Instead of using fingers to input information, electrical signals are directly input into the device. This process should normally be difficult. But with the help of the intermediate mechanical affinity, Chen Bin felt that this process was like instinct. He does not need to study the process of information generation. He just needs to think about what the CNC machine tools are needed for, and that's what the CNC machine tools can do. As soon as a thought came to mind, the CNC machine started processing. Without any human intervention, the CNC machine started manufacturing parts. Chen Bin turned and walked towards the door. There is an electronic lock on the door. There is no need to get close, a signal enters the lock and the lock opens naturally. Chen Bin looked outside the door. It happened to be a corridor, and there was wind blowing. This feeling, he is like God. He can change the magnetic field around him. With a little cooperation from the equipment, he can fly. On the other hand, Chen Bin raised his hand. When he raised his hand, a metal part flew from a distance and landed precisely in his hand. How is this different from God? After Chen Bin finished the test, his heart beat faster. So awesome. I can't imagine how cool advanced mechanical affinity would be. Work hard, draw more times, and you will definitely draw the intermediate mechanical affinity, and then get another critical hit. Taking a deep breath, Chen Bin calmed down. If you want to get advanced mechanical affinity, you must first get more shock points. Now I have a total of 30,000 shock points, which can only be used for 3 10-draw combos. I'm afraid it's not enough. Chen Bin took a deep breath and called Professor Ho. Has the weakening of the mechanical dog been completed? Soon, 2 days at most. Send it. Professor Ho hesitated. What's wrong? I'm considering holding a press conference. Chen Bin said, let's schedule it for tomorrow. Are you a little impatient? The facelift hasn't been completely completed yet. It's okay, leave it to me. Professor Ho hung up the phone and looked at the group of researchers in the office. The work is finished. Chen Bin said that he will complete the rest. Everyone was stunned. When they were almost done, Chen Bin said he would do it. But there is really no problem. In other circumstances, they would think that the person taking over is here to steal the credit. But now in Chen Bin's factory, they are also modifying Chen Bin's products. Most importantly, their efficiency is indeed slow. List all the changes that have been made to the robot dog so far and send them to him. While Chen Bin was waiting for the information to be sent, he was not idle. Walk to the computer and start drawing. When he didn't have intermediate mechanical affinity, he drew very quickly. He could draw the blueprints for the mechanical exoskeleton equipment in just 1 day. But with mecha affinity, he can directly output electrical signals. Operations that previously required a mouse and keyboard now only require the output of momentary electrical signals. Then the output is continuous. As electrical signals are output one by one, an image of the part appears quickly on the screen. The efficiency has been directly increased by more than 10 times. The originally complicated drawing is now so simple and easy. In 2 hours, Chen Bin sent the mechanical exoskeleton and his parents' physical information. Professor Ho just happened to send me information about the modified version of the robot dog. The 2 hours of waiting were not in vain, as Professor Ho also sorted out all the information. Chen Bin quickly read through it and had already improved all the unreasonable parts in his mind, and also revised the parts that had not been revised later according to the standards of the previous revisions. Then enter the modified drawings into the computer. An hour later, the information on the civilian version of the companion robot was packaged and sent to Professor Ho. Professor Ho opened the folder and fell silent when he saw the perfectly designed mechanical dog inside. It's just outrageous. They spent a month and made 90% changes. Chen Bin spent more than an hour sending the modified items over. This not only completes the subsequent 10% of modifications, but also modifies the problematic areas they modified previously. In other words, in such a short period of time, Chen Bin finished reading and revising the design, and then redrawn the remaining modified content and subsequent changes. This efficiency was so fast that he felt it was outrageous. It would take a normal team at least half a month to do all this. It takes 1 hour to get to Chen Bin. Is this still a human being? Chen Bin didn't know what Professor Ho was thinking, so he called President Anhui University directly. Life Service Robot Dog, I want to hold a new product launch conference. Colonel An hesitated, sure, that's no problem. You can sell the civilian mechanical dogs as you like. That's not what I meant. What I meant was that my company is not well known at the moment, so if I say I'm going to hold a press conference, there might not be many people coming to see it. I understand. I'll contact the publicity department right away. Chapter 60, Small Workshop, really good at making materials. President An made up his mind instantly, and then asked, when will the new product launch be held? Tomorrow. President An was stunned. He called him today and said he wanted to hold a press conference, but the time was set for tomorrow. Isn't the preparation time for this day a bit short? If the preparation time is longer, the effect may be better because there is a warm-up period. It's too short, and only a few people saw the publicity. In addition, there are soft advertising campaigns that also require many people to watch it several times, which will be more effective. Chen Bin didn't know what to say. He couldn't tell President An that he was going to update his new product launch weekly, right? This first press conference can even serve as a warm-up for future press conferences. It's tomorrow. I'm too lazy to do it. Okay. Colonel An sensed Chen Bin's impatience and agreed immediately. Chen Bin put away his phone and looked at Hao Yun, prepare a set of things for the new product launch conference. Good. Good luck started to get busy. The first thing was the PPT, this thing was very important. Chen Bin said it was a bit dry. With the PPT, Chen Bin's presentation was much better. Another thing is promotional pictures. If there are suitable promotional pictures, they can be released directly to the military. Then comes the slogan. Good Luck instantly generated a bunch of slogans, then eliminated most of them, and presented a slogan on the screen, with me, you have the future. Chen Bin looked at this sentence and asked, is there any element of bragging? This can be used as a slogan for all future products in the lifestyle service series. This is definitely not pretending. Chen Bin thought of life service robots, flying cars, and a host of high-tech products in the catalog. Those things seem to be the future. Okay. A picture appeared on the screen, showing a group of mechanical dogs running and chasing a frisbee. Behind the frisbee in the front is a mechanical dog. The mechanical dog is flying in the air with its mouth open. It can bite the frisbee as long as it closes it. This means faster than an average dog. The mechanical dog in the air gives people a feeling of bursting power. Very tense. This is a great picture. Another PPT appeared on the screen. Chen Bin didn't look at the PPT. Anyway, what was being talked about over and over again was the demonstration of technical performance. He would have time to watch it when he went on stage. After sending the pictures and slogans to President An, Chen Bin immersed himself in the catalog again. If you let the government do something, you have to give it some benefits. Since they want to go to the battlefield anyway, then let's really give them robots that can go to the battlefield. Chen Bin had searched for things in the catalog too many times, so now he didn't need to look any further to find a war robot. Right at the very edge of the atlas, not far from the fully armed warriors, stood a heavily armed robot. Type 2 War Robot Land Weapon. He is 2 meters and 2 meters tall, and is covered in super alloy armor. It can defend against tank gun bombardment and control heavy weapons during ground advances. Equipped with a variety of detection technologies, able to use a variety of weapons and vehicles. 3 tons of single-arm strength. Chenbin took a deep breath, although he didn't say the actual combat effectiveness of this robot. Can one arm lift 3 tons? Coupled with that outrageous defense, even if he can't use firearms, he can rush into the battlefield with 2 big hammers in his hands. Who can stop him? If gods stand in the way, kill gods. If Buddhas stand in the way, kill Buddhas. If the opponent is a tank, just hit it with a hammer. If the opponent is a soldier, just walk over and kick him into mud. Weapons of war. Awesome. Chenbin looked at the price, 7,000. Expensive. It's really expensive. But think about the effect, it's definitely worth it. It has the same defense as a tank, the same damage, is extremely flexible, and can operate a variety of weapons and equipment. Super versatile. If a robot like this stands on the battlefield, it will be able to block the passage of 10,000 enemies. Do it. Chenbin walked to the computer and started inputting the drawings. As the part model is input, the unmanned factory manufactures the parts. While Chenbin was busy, Professor N was also busy. The military is promoting a civilian enterprise in a high-profile manner. This has never happened before. When N called, they were reviewing. After making several calls in a row, Colonel N gave up the idea of calling directly because he did not have enough say. Call General Hu directly. Chenbin just called me and wanted the military to help him promote the new product launch of the civilian mechanical dog. Do you need to ask me this? As long as he doesn't want to go to war with the bald eagle right now, it's fine. I thought so too, but when I called the propaganda department, they required an application and review. What Chenbin requested is that a press conference be held tomorrow. General Hu was silent for a moment. The response from the propaganda department was reasonable. In principle, not everyone can advertise using an official account. After all, it is a military account which emphasizes seriousness. But the principle is for others, not for Chenbin. Chenbin is the principal. Well, I'll communicate. General Hu made a phone call and asked directly, do you want a war robot dog? Of course. Then why do you seem reluctant to do so? The catalog company asked you to place an advertisement, but you are reluctant to do so. What do you mean? The Tulu company develops and produces robot dogs. We heard that you wanted a robot dog with such good performance, and it only costs 20,000 yuan. They want to make some money, so they ask you to help with advertising. Is that reasonable? Reasonable. Talk to your publicity department and have them run their ads first. Okay. The person on the other side didn't say a word and directly gave orders to the propaganda department, asking them to help advertise for the catalog company. Let's not talk about anything else, just talk about a mechanical dog that costs 20,000 yuan. Where can you buy it? All that junk on the market would cost 100,000. The most important thing is that General Hu made this call for this advertisement. After making the first call, General Hu immediately started making the second call. The military has many propaganda accounts, and the people in charge of the accounts are different. Different military regions have different accounts. A moment later, multiple military district accounts posted advertisements on multiple platforms at the same time. The pictures are all the same, they are all the pictures posted by Chenbin. Add the specific time of the press conference and you're done. Even though it's just a simple picture with some words, this is a military account. Moreover, all military regions sent the message at the same time. Many people are confused when they see it for the first time. Aren't they banning the military from doing business? Why are they still advertising? What company? Super Catalog? Never heard of it. Out of curiosity, some people started searching and were shocked. That mechanical dog, is it from this company? And drones, supersonic drones, are also developed by this company. Where did this company come from? I've never heard of it before, how could it be so powerful? It's a small workshop, but the ingredients are very good. And it's really fast. They just developed a robot dog, and now it can be mass-produced and a new product launch conference can be held. Release such a smart puppy. Chapter 61. The popularity is soaring. The military's accounts have a high level of attention, and many bloggers make their livings by reading the news posted by the military's accounts. Soon after the message was posted on the military account, it was read over 1 million times. As a result, the search volume for Super Catalog Company also skyrocketed. By the evening, information about the Super Catalog Company and its advertisements became a hot topic. When Chenbin heard Good Luck's reminder, he was a little stunned. So powerful? Is the publicity effect of official accounts so strong? Far beyond his imagination. However, the number of readings does not mean that they will be converted into users of the live broadcast room. If 1/10 of the audience in the live broadcast room tomorrow can be converted, it will be very good. 1 million reads, 100,000 viewers, 10,000 shocking points. This is Chenbin's goal, and now it seems that it should not be too difficult to achieve. While I was thinking about it, Good Luck asked again, do you need me to push the stream? Push the stream. Yes, I can register many small accounts and reply to many accounts to increase the popularity. Ranking high on hot searches can break the circle and attract more people to see the message and watch the live broadcast. In addition, to attract people to watch the live broadcast, it is best to give them some benefits, let them know that watching the live broadcast can gain benefits, and then many people will come to watch the live broadcast. Chenbin hesitated for a moment and said, does that mean that the reward should be announced in advance and distributed? Right. That does make sense. So what kind of benefits should we prepare? Good Luck said directly, discounts and the like are not very suitable, because the price of a robot dog is very expensive in the eyes of many people. In addition, most people will not buy a robot dog because it is not a necessity. I wouldn't even buy it if I had the money. Giving discounts is not attractive in this situation. I suggest taking out a batch of mechanical dogs and holding a lottery. After all, we made them, and their value is not high, so we won't lose too much. Chenbin hesitated for a moment and said, okay, then I'll send 200 robot dogs first. 100 units will be given away when the live broadcast starts, and 100 units will be given away when the live broadcast ends. Good Luck takes less than a second, the copy is ready, shall we send it? Hair. The official account of the Hyantulu company was used to release a live broadcast statement and the news of giving away a mechanical dog. 200 robot dogs, lottery in the live broadcast room. There are no conditions, as long as you are watching the live broadcast at that time, you can participate in the lottery. In this way, many people will watch the live broadcast, even if it is just for the lucky draw. There's nothing wrong with just clicking in and taking a look. This way, there will be a large number of viewers in the live broadcast room, which will cause a chain reaction. The more people know about it, the better the promotion effect will be. Good Luck continued, according to the current market, we can consider giving the robot dog more personalities and designing its appearance. Can you design it? Good Luck did not answer directly, but said, I can design, but my design is not creation, but reference. Borrowing from different styles and other design elements is different from creating something new. Then learn from a batch first. The next moment, a mechanical puppy appeared on the screen, with a big mouth and a green appearance. Chenbin vaguely saw the shadow of the bad guy, Stitch. Then there is a yellow one. Pikachu. Chenbin waved his hand, don't plan it, I'll ask the counselor to find someone. As soon as I took out my cell phone, it started ringing. The caller ID showed it was a counselor. Chenbin hesitated for a moment, is there something wrong with the counselor? The counselor couldn't hold it in either. When he saw the news, he called Chenbin immediately. You're going to hold a press conference? Right. Why didn't you tell me? I was just about to notify you, and then you called me. What a coincidence. The instructor couldn't hold it in. He didn't believe it at all. The military news on Channel 7 just mentioned that the catalog company held a press conference. If I hadn't watched the news, I wouldn't have known. For such a big thing, you have to communicate with me so that I can prepare. All production lines are now producing war robot dogs, and there is no productivity to produce civilian robot dogs. There's also civilian sales and so on, and we still need to recruit people. Chenbin hesitated for a moment and said, release it first, don't rush to sell it. Also, do you think you can hire some designers or outsource them temporarily? I want to design a unique appearance for the robot dog. The instructor hesitated for a moment and said, don't recruit people yet. It takes a long time to recruit people. Besides, after designing the robot dog, there may be nothing else to do. I'll find a studio first and make a batch. Let's see how it goes. Chenbin nodded, okay, I'll listen to you. The counselor felt a headache when he heard this. After all, this was how Chenbin had fooled him before. She said she would listen to him, but then she turned around and continued not attending class. If you have anything else related to the company, let me know. I don't want to know about the company anymore, it's on the news. Good. Chenbin hung up the phone, scratched his head, and continued drawing. Good Luck also started to get busy. The official account just released the news, but it's not very popular. But it's not a big problem, she can create heat. Reply to all posts on similar topics to increase the popularity of your account. This type of water army usually uses plugins, regular accounts, and replies based on keywords. Often, comments that are irrelevant to the subject will be responded to with inexplicable content because they trigger keywords. But this is a general plugin. Good Luck doesn't require any cheats, or rather, she is an even more invincible cheat. Keyword searches are useful, but she will also read what comes up from the keyword searches and then answer them. Provide different answers based on different questions. There won't be any fake replies. The same traffic generation, luckily you can make others see it and it seems like they are really passers-by, and then tell them that there is a lucky draw in the live broadcast. Under such circumstances, the popularity of the Super Catalog launch conference soared. There are official accounts for promotion and news support. And good luck, this invincible AI can carry out targeted traffic diversion. After one night, by the next morning, the popularity of the Super Catalog had soared to the top of the hot searches. Almost the entire internet is discussing the robot dog. The effect of this promotion is absolutely amazing. After Chenbin finished drawing the robot, he took out his phone and browsed through content related to the robot dog. A bunch of bloggers are trying to take advantage of the popularity. These are all videos that were rushed out overnight. Before, they ignored the mechanical dog, but now that this mechanical dog has become a top star, everything is different. Their mission is to catch up with the trend. With their help, the popularity of this press conference continues to rise. Chenbin watched 2 videos at random. In the first video, his robot dog became the flag of the rise of Longwa's high-tech technology. It was a milestone press conference for Longwa to lead the world in the field of top technology. In the second video, the blogger complained that the technology had gone astray. The robot dog had high technical content, but its sales would be poor. When it comes to companionship, can robot dogs compare to real dogs? Real dogs are not expensive, but this dog is surprisingly expensive. Just like those so-called high-tech products in the past, it is just a concept. It becomes popular for a while, makes some money, and then becomes forgotten by the crowd. Sales won't be high because it must be a toy for the rich. After watching the video, Chenbin had to say what this guy said was quite right. The actual function of this mechanical dog is actually not that big. What do people need from dogs? There seems to be no demand. But he has a demand for the press conference. This press conference must be held and it must be held well. Chapter 62 Drone Cluster. Chenbin walked out of the laboratory and began to arrange the stage. We need a dedicated stage so that we don't have to set up a stage for new product launches in the future. It can be set up in the factory area. Right outside the unmanned factory. A stage specially used for press conferences. There is no need for an audience off the stage, so nothing extra is needed, just a background screen will do. These are easy to purchase. Chenbin only needs to state his needs and wait for others to do the rest. Building materials, screens, etc. were all delivered within 3 hours. The robots began to build the stage. This time, because Chenbin was present at the scene, President Manhwa University was also able to see the robots working up close. A group of robots worked together to build the stage, and the whole process went smoothly. President An originally felt that hard laborers, or construction workers, would be difficult to replace, but now it seems that these robots can do a better job than workers. Truth is, my eyes are the ruler. The stage was built without any flaws. After the stage was built, we started laying the carpet and assembling the jumbo screen at the same time. It was completed in just an hour. It's just a stage and a screen, nothing else. A stage specially prepared for online live broadcast. Although Ndaxiao felt that this thing was assembled quickly, there was still a fixed stage here, which took up some space. It's just a press conference, why is it here? We can find a better place outside. Chenbin shook his head, it's better to have a stage of my own. I can use it for press conferences in the future. Ndaxiao hesitated for a moment. Will it be open in the future? But he didn't say much, and nodded gently. Then I'll find someone to decorate this place a little bit. There's just a dirt floor outside the stage, which is a bit inconsistent. It's okay, it's fine like this. Chen Bin stepped on the hoverboard and floated onto the stage. He looked around and said, "Prepare the live broadcast equipment." The live broadcast equipment is also available and has been delivered in advance. It is the best live broadcast equipment. The bandwidth is also high, and even the network cable is directly connected here, which can ensure that the network is more stable during live broadcast. The robots began to set up the live broadcast equipment. Chen Bin just wanted to treat this live broadcast as a process of attracting shocking points, but at this moment, looking at the stage, the camera, etc., he suddenly couldn't calm down. Judging from the popularity of this press conference now, the number of people in Manhwa who know him will increase exponentially after he goes on stage for the live broadcast. He thought he would be very calm, but now it seems that he is still an ordinary person and still cares about those external things. Principal An walked up to Chen Bin and asked, "What are you thinking about? Are you distracted?" Chen Bin smiled and said, "Thinking about showing my face in front of countless people, it's normal for a technician to be like this. Can I arrange a host to help you hold the press conference? I haven't finished yet, I'm kind of looking forward to it. Pretending to be cool is like the wind and always accompanies me." President An was silent for a moment. Chen Bin's personality was a bit incompatible with that of other researchers. "Do you need makeup? I'll contact a makeup artist." "No need." Chen Bin waved his hand. "Makeup? A grown man wearing makeup? Unacceptable." Colonel An smiled, looked at Chen Bin, and suddenly hesitated. Because in his opinion, Chen Bin seemed to have become a lot more handsome. He had an ordinary face before, quite common, but now when you take a closer look, he seems quite handsome. Although her appearance has not changed, she just feels like she has become more beautiful. "You look pretty good, you don't need makeup," Colonel An said, and then changed the subject. "How long will it take to develop a war robot? It is a bit impolite to ask people how long it takes to develop a product. After all, how long it takes to develop it depends entirely on luck. Generally, we can only give an estimate based on the progress." But when he asked Chen Bin, he was really asking how long it would take to produce it. Chen Bin can really reply to him. This week. Although Chen Bin felt that the war robot could be manufactured tomorrow, he still chose to put it on hold. It's a bit too against the will of heaven to take it out too early. This time of week is just right. It's also fast, but not that earth-shattering. Colonel An was shocked. A week? But then he looked at the robot on the side. Since there were already basic robots, the difficulty of developing a war robot should not be too high, right? So that's why it can be fast. While he was thinking about it, Chen Bin handed him the phone. Colonel An took the phone in confusion, and then saw a rendering of a robot. War robots, just looking at the renderings, look very domineering. Tall and mighty. The whole body is covered with heavy armor. This is a war robot, a land weapon with strong defensive capabilities. The full body armor is made of high-strength alloy, and it can defend against ordinary missiles and artillery. Besides, the armor can be replaced. If it is damaged, just replace it. It can control various weapons and equipment just like humans, and can also attack directly. The design force of a single arm is 3 tons. In terms of speed, it's comparable to this life robot. There's nothing we can do about it. Due to the structure, the speed can't be increased. If I run with my legs, and the frequency of my legs is faster, I can't control my center of gravity and fall backwards. If I run with my body leaning forward, the requirements for center of gravity control are extremely high, which is beyond my technical range. In other words, if a person runs with the body leaning forward or backward, it is easy to fall down. Even a real person cannot handle this, let alone a robot. When Colonel An heard this, his eyes widened in shock. Chen Bin felt that the speed was too slow and asked for explanation, but in his opinion, such a robot was already invincible. Land weapons? It should be called invincible land weapons. Defense is at its best, offense is at its best. In modern warfare, it is possible to advance without taking any damage. There are swarms of drones flying around in the sky. There are mechanical dogs on the ground as reconnaissance advancers, followed by war robots. Who wouldn't cry when facing the Dragon Kingdom? Unless the opponent directly launches missile bombing, and the bombing is continuous, it will be impossible to deal with Longwa. As for the continuous bombing, then after the bombing, won't we advance? If we advance, we will encounter such an opponent. Still have to cry. Colonel An took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Can you really do it? Yes. As Chen Bin spoke, he thought of the swarm drones. By the way, a set of swarm drones has been manufactured. Colonel An was stunned, so fast. It's hard to make the first drone, but once you make one, the difficulty of making subsequent ones will drop dramatically. As he spoke, Chen Bin waved to the robot, "Go, bring the drone over here." The two robots turned and walked into the factory building at the back. Colonel An was stunned. He remembered that the factory had just assembled a part of it. But it had already started. It had already been manufactured. Chen Bin looked at President An and said, "These robots can also participate in manufacturing, and they are very precise." Principal An responded, "Installing equipment while manufacturing?" "Yes." Chen Bin nodded. "Isn't this quite reasonable?" Two robots carried a large box 1 meter square and walked out of the wall. Colonel An's body was trembling slightly. A single swarm of drones is outrageous, but the combat effectiveness of the entire system has increased countless times on a basis. He couldn't wait to see the actual combat demonstration of this drone. How do I open it? Chapter 63 Collaborative Operations. Chen Bin pointed to the button on the box. "Just press that button." It was only at this time that Colonel An noticed the box. This box can be used not only to hold drones, but also as a drone base. Chen Bin nodded, "Yes, there are batteries inside, which can help the drone replenish energy." Colonel An has a bright vision. This way, transportation will be more convenient and it can even be airdropped. Bring the box to the top of the destination, then drop it down, and the drone will fly out to carry out the mission. It makes me feel excited just thinking about it. It is difficult for the enemy to defend. The most important thing is that the killing radius increases linearly. He looked at the button Chen Bin was pointing at, raised his hand and pressed it. A window opened on the top of the box, and the queen bee drone flew out and floated above the box. Then 6 guard bees flew out and surrounded the queen bee drone, forming a line, which was a hexagon. 12 war bee drones also flew out one after another. The battle bee drone, which is larger than ordinary drones, is also circling outside. Finally, there are 24 worker bee drones flying in a circle around the outermost area. There were a total of 43 drones flying at the same time, and the buzzing sound was intense and noisy. But Colonel An seemed to hear heavenly music. Very shocking and surprising. The flying status of this drone at this moment is very shocking. Different drones circled around the queen bee drone, looking like a ritual. Colonel An turned his head to look at the admiring Chen Bin and asked loudly, "How to control it?" "Just give the queen bee instructions. If you are close, give the order directly. If you are far away, you can give the order through the mobile phone." Colonel An looked at the queen bee drone and said, "Spread out and monitor the entire factory area." 42 drones flew high at the same time and then quickly dispersed. 24 of the worker bee drones flew over the wall and hovered there. At this height and angle, you can clearly see the situation inside and outside the wall, and you can see places far away outside the wall very clearly. After flying high and hovering, the sound of the drone's propeller becomes very small. There was basically no sound on the ground. The 12 combat bee drones entered a state of martial law and also flew to high altitudes, higher than the drones. Begin patrolling. Each war bee drone has its own flight trajectory. When the 12 drones patrol in coordination, 2 war bee drones can instantly launch an attack no matter where danger appears. The entire factory building and an area outside are within the attack range. Can attack at any time. There won't be a group of fighting bees flying to one side and ignoring the other side. The 6 guard bee drones were not flying at a high altitude, but they were just above the queen bee drone, flying at an angle. Mainly used to defend against dangers from above. After all, there are drones protecting us on all sides, so safety is guaranteed and we only need to defend against dangers from the air. Colonel An looked around and with just one sentence, so many drones were able to enter patrol mode on their own. It's outrageous. What about issuing an attack order directly? Colonel An looked around and his eyes fell on a jeep not far away. At this moment, he had the urge to destroy the jeep directly, just to see the actual combat effect of this set of drones. He still held back, for he was past the age where a hydraulic press was the only thing left in the house. But there are building materials here. Colonel N looked at Chen Bin and said, "Can you draw some circles on that board?" Chen Bin immediately understood Colonel N's idea. He wanted to use this baffle as a target. He also wanted to see, yes. Immediately, a robot rushed over and erected a 2-meter square baffle 100 meters away. Next, the robot began to spray the colorful targets. A total of 5 circles were drawn, equivalent to 5 targets. Everything was ready. Colonel N looked at the Queen Bee drone and said, "Attack the target on that board." The moment the words fell, gunshots were heard in the sky. There are only 5 sounds, coming from 5 directions. At the same time, 5 small holes appeared in the center of the 5 targets. The whole process takes absolutely less than a second. The moment he finished giving the order, the attack was over. Isn't this a bit too outrageous? Colonel N looked at the drone in shock. The attack speed and accuracy were at their maximum. From this point of view, the extremely incredible drone data previously tested are just the most basic things. Completely underestimated this drone cluster. Because his combat effectiveness has been greatly upgraded on the original basis. The command and combat effect of the Queen Bee UAV can also maximize the actual combat role of the UAV. Let me give you a simple analogy. Several drones are all-powerful weapons, but when used by humans, it is like a 3-year-old child holding a powerful weapon. There is a killing effect, but it is not great. But the several drones controlled by the Queen Bee drone are equivalent to a peerless sword god who has obtained a peerless sword. Super increase. There is also another opinion on quantity. There is only one drone, and when the Queen Bee drone is controlling it, it is like the sword god dancing with his sword. If there are dozens of drones, it would be equivalent to a sword immortal flying a sword. From martial arts, he directly turned into cultivating immortals. To some extent, this swarm drone system is even more powerful than some of the legendary immortal cultivators. Take the enemy's head from 100 miles away. This drone can take the enemy's head from 600 miles away. The most incredible thing is that it is very difficult for a cultivator to multitask at the same time, so how can this drone be used at the same time? It can seize opportunities while also delivering maximum lethality. After providing several shocking points, President N made the call. The person on the other end of the line was General Hu. General Hu picked up the phone. "You called at a good time. I still have 10 minutes to get to Chen Bin's new factory." Principal N was a little surprised. "Why are you here?" "Come and take a look at the robot." "By the way, isn't Chen Bin going to hold a press conference?" "I have to come and support him." Colonel N looked up at the stage. The ground in front of the stage is still dirt. Even feels a little moist. What should I do? Should I put down a tarp later? Or should I just put the chairs here? Put a chair on the moist and soft soil, and the legs of the chair will sink into the soil. Not very convenient. General Hu continued to ask, "What's the matter?" Chen Bin has created a whole set of drones. I just did a simple test. The actual combat effect of this drone is even more outrageous than the test result. General Hu was stunned. "No, several drones together can provide extra acceleration. That's not possible, but we can work together and react quickly." General Hu reacted instantly and realized that this was even more outrageous than the extra acceleration. He understands the value of the words, coordinated operations. They are all a group of soldiers. If they know how to fight in coordination, their combat effectiveness will skyrocket. If they don't, they will be a group of scattered sand. Chapter 64 Show Your Talent. I'll be there soon. General Hu said excitedly and hung up the phone. A few minutes later, General Hu entered the wall. I came here for the robot, but ended up getting a surprise. The performance of several drones in the Swarm drone group is already amazing, and they can also fight in coordination. Their actual combat effects on the battlefield will probably be even more outrageous. General Hu greeted Chen Bin first. Where is the complete set of drones? Chen Bin said to the Queen Bee drone, "Let all the drones come back." The drone that had just flown out quickly came back. They resumed their battle formation and circled around the Queen Bee. Colonel N's eyes widened as he watched. This scene was truly too shocking. Such a formation actually gave him a sense of beauty. Very good. How do we coordinate our operations? General Hu asked directly. Colonel N looked at the target on the side. Although the target is difficult to demonstrate the actual combat effect and is not intuitive enough, it is sufficient for demonstration. General Who can definitely understand this. Colonel N looked at the queen bee and said, "Attack that target, once for each ring." The moment the words fell, all the drones flew up to a height of several meters and opened fire at the same time. 50 shots were fired instantly. There were also 50 more holes in the target. They were all bullet holes, and these bullet holes were on each ring of the 5 targets, forming a line. General Hu's eyes widened. Continuously providing shocking points. Not only him, others are also providing shock points. The people at the scene all knew a lot about weapons and equipment, and they also understood war and the attack effects that can be achieved on the battlefield now. It is precisely because of understanding that I am shocked. I'm numb from the shock. The first is to attack simultaneously. So many robots attack at the same time, and no attack is repeated. This is coordinated combat, and it is very good coordinated combat. There is also the accuracy of the attack. Not only can it hit the target accurately at such a long distance, but all the drones can be hit, and even the places hit can be connected into a line. In actual combat, if there are 50 people on the opposite side, these drones can solve the problem instantly. Also in actual combat, a combat bee drone can carry 300 rounds of ammunition. If the attack never misses the target, that means 300 enemies. In addition, if the bullets hit the target, they can easily destroy vehicles. For example, hitting tires, hitting glass, and accurately shooting at fuel tanks and engines. It can even threaten tanks. It can kill the enemy as soon as it shows up, and can target various new equipment on tanks, such as laser weapons and various external detectors. Multiple drones can work together, not only to attack together, but also to play tactics. General Who took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in his heart, looked at Chen Bin and asked, "How much can this swarm of drones cost?" If the price is right, the military will purchase it in large quantities without hesitation. Unlike robot dogs, the actual combat effectiveness of drones has been verified both in the market and on the battlefield. Excellent performance on the battlefield. On the modern battlefield, drones shine and cause headaches for both sides. The pilots sit in the rear, controlling each drone to go into combat. Drones are cheap and effective. I don't feel bad about the loss. After all, the value of sending one more machine flying is low, but if I can drop a bomb and kill 1 or 2 people, it would be a huge profit. There were even drones carrying bombs. Fly directly to the target and then explode, a suicide drone. The pilot controls the drone at a speed of more than 200 km per hour and can even turn. Who can stop this? The various bunkers and trenches that used to be extremely useful are now just coffins. Drones can easily fly into trenches. As for Manhwa, it can be said that while it is at the forefront of drone technology, it has also compressed costs to the extreme. An unmanned aerial vehicle with remote control that can fly and take photos, only 80 yuan. 80 yuan is the selling price, which means the cost can be even lower. Of course, the performance of drones is also different. Chen Bin shook his head, "I don't know how much it will cost. We'll have to wait until we can mass produce it later." General Who hesitated for a moment, "Can't mass produce it?" "Not yet. Many of the parts need to be made by me personally. If you need it, I can make a few sets when I have time, but not too many, otherwise it will affect my research and development." General Who quickly waved his hands, saying that nothing could affect Chen Bin's research and development. Compared with mass production, it is obviously more important to continue research and development. After all, Manhwa is safe in the short term. However, he was unwilling to accept that such an awesome drone could not be manufactured. "How about I find a group of researchers who specialize in drone research and have them help you mass-produce drones? The technology still belongs to you, and all the profits belong to you, okay?" Chen Bin nodded without hesitation, "Okay, as long as they can mass-produce drones, nothing else matters. It doesn't matter who the technology belongs to, and the benefits are not important either. Having more money is useless." General Who nodded and looked at Chen Bin with a complicated look. First of all, he was relieved. He was very clear about the current situation in society. It was very rare for Chen Bin to have such awareness. But on the other hand, he had a headache. Under normal circumstances, if you make a contribution, they should give you benefits. It has to be equal, otherwise it would seem like they are bullying others. In most cases, it is about giving money. Money is important and valuable to everyone. As a result, Chenbin doesn't charge any money. The money we gave to them before was forced upon us by them. So what should we give Chenbin next? We can't let Chenbin keep giving for free, right? General Hu put away his complicated expression and turned to look at his secretary. Go to the Dragon Science Institute and the National Defense Science Institute to ask for a group of people to form an expert group. Good. General Hu looked at Chenbin again. Where is the robot? I came here because I still want to see the robot. Chenbin called out a robot at random. The silver robot walked out of the factory, giving Chenbin another shocking moment. Everyone's eyes widened. This robot looks exactly like a human. If it were made of skin and wearing clothes, who would know it was a robot? A guard at the back couldn't hold back. Should we cooperate with Chen Shuitang next? General Hu recovered from his shock and looked at the guard in confusion. Chen Shuitang? What is that? Chenbin actually knew Chen Shuitang. He looked at the embarrassed guard and said, it's a company that makes robot skin simulations. They're doing pretty well. General Hu was a little surprised. Is there such a company in China? Chenbin smiled and nodded. Indeed, there is, but this type of robot is not suitable for preparing simulated skin, so it's fine like this. General Hu did not delve into this matter and looked at the robot carefully. Can this robot really support 300 kilograms with one hand? For this thing, just asking whether you can do it or not is too pale. It is better to just show your talent. The robot walked towards the building materials on the side. There are also eye-shaped steel there. One stick weighs hundreds of pounds. The robot grabbed one with one hand, lifted it up, and then made a gathering motion. The whole audience was shocked. Hearing about it is just hearing about it, but seeing it with your own eyes is still shocking. General Hu waved his hand and said, don't say anything. Mass production. Procurement. Chapter 65, Toys for the Rich. Seeing General Hu's excitement and wanting to purchase directly, Colonel An quickly said, don't rush to buy. General Hu looked at Colonel An with some confusion. Why not buy it? At this time, he was doubtful. Chenbin can't just say that this is a life service robot, then this is a life service robot. He really sees the potential of this robot on the battlefield. If this were used on the battlefield, it would be invincible. Colonel An looked at Chenbin. He said he designed a war robot. General Hu hesitated, but also had a hint of surprise. War robot. Chenbin handed over the phone. General Hu only took a look and his eyes widened. Is there armor added to this robot? No, it's a brand new design, more powerful. General Hu's breathing became a little rapid. Where is the robot? It has not been manufactured yet. For now, we only have the idea. It will probably be ready within a week. General Hu was still shocked. Is this research and development capability so incredible? Have an idea and can design it in a week? He wanted to say it was outrageous, but he already believed it in his heart. After all, it was Chenbin who said that. General Hu returned the phone to Chenbin. Don't worry, call me when you have made a war robot. Chenbin responded and turned to walk towards the stage. There is only 1 hour left before the live broadcast begins, so it's time to start preparing. First up is the test equipment. These things are simple and good luck testing them. Chenbin started looking at the PPT, which was the new product launch PPT generated by Good Luck before. Fortunately, I have all the information about the robot dog and know how to display the technology. Chenbin had never seen the PPT before, but after seeing it now, his first feeling was that it was inappropriate. The PPT is very well written, and according to the current standards for new product launches on the market, it is definitely very high. It not only clearly demonstrates the power of its functions, but also has many program effects and the art of language expression. It can stir the audience's emotions. But this is not what Chenbin wants. Such a new product launch conference will have many shocking points. Because this presents the technology from the simple to the complex. No impact. It is worse than directly showing people the robot dog. The audience would be shocked by the product, but after holding a press conference like this, the audience will only be amazed. What an awesome technology. Chenbin is now somewhat thankful that he had watched the PPT in advance, otherwise it would be a bit embarrassing to wait until the live broadcast started. Good luck. I am here. The PPT needs to be revised. A PPT like this cannot have an impact on the audience. I need a new product launch that will have an impact on the audience. Good Luck said directly. it's a bit difficult. The robot dog has been exposed in advance, and everyone knows about its existence. Many people had already known about the robot dog before watching the live broadcast, and it was hard for them to feel the impact of the robot dog. The one released this time is a weaker version of the robot dog. Its performance is not as good as the one that became popular online. Chen Bin had thought about this before, but he still had a glimmer of hope. That's why we had this new product launch conference. How about letting the mechanical dog give a visual demonstration? Good Luck analyzed, if the robot dog can do something that is beyond the audience's expectations, it may shock the audience. But that's also very unlikely. Because most of the audience knows what the robot dog can do. Chen Bin scratched his head. This thing seemed a bit unsolvable. General Hu said, in fact, I think that if we release the robot dog first, the audience will definitely be amazed and like it. This is just consolation, it's useless. But President An thought of something. Robot dogs are smarter than dogs, can interact, and can help humans do things. Good Luck said directly, there are very few things that a robot dog can help people do. It has no hands, so it can only use its mouth to pick up things. If a real dog helps to fetch things, that's a plus. If a fake dog helps to fetch things, it might be seen as a useless operation. It would be more appropriate to use a robot to fetch things. Chen Bin continued to scratch his head. The press conference was about to begin, but he realized that he had not prepared the program effects. It's a bit awkward. Looking at the mechanical dog used in the display. This robot dog looks softer and cuter than the previous one. She looks even cuter when jumping around on the stage. Almost exactly like a real dog. Chen Bin actually thought of a point that would shock the audience, and that is the price. When the price is announced, put a golden subtitle saying, 2,000 yuan, and as many people as see it will be shocked. But in this way, the entire mechanical dog market will be directly penetrated by Chen Bin. This will cause other robot dogs to become uncompetitive, and many companies will go bankrupt or suffer heavy losses. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Bin couldn't think of any good solution. Otherwise, this press conference can be regarded as a warm-up for the subsequent press conferences. Let's announce the robot dog honestly first. Even if there is nothing shocking, more people will watch the press conference later. General Hu was originally planning to come over to support the event. After all, someone else was holding a new product launch conference and there were a lot of people in the audience. They are all bosses in the industry, official people, etc. It shows the connections. He was thinking about supporting Chen Bin. As a result, Chen Bin's stage was built temporarily, there were not even any chairs under the stage, and the floor was not even paved. Still a dirt floor. This press conference was a bit hasty. General Hu still brought a chair and sat opposite the stage. On the stage, Chen Bin was also sitting and playing with his mobile phone. It was not yet 6 o'clock. He first entered the live broadcast room with his mobile phone and could see many people interacting in the black screen room. I'm willing to sacrifice my roommate's inability to find a girlfriend for the next 10 years in exchange for winning this prize. The one upstairs is a bit nice to my brothers. I will just sacrifice 10 years of their lifespan. How much does the robot dog cost? Can you guess? No matter how much money we spend, it's not something we should buy. It's a toy for rich people. Ordinary ones on the market cost 100,000, but this one should be sold for 200,000 or 300,000, which is reasonable. They didn't really want to sell it, they were just showing off their skills, drawing a prize and then running away. Chen Bin looked at the barrage and was silent for a moment, as if he had not yet thought about how much it would be sold for. Before, I just said that it can't be too low, it can't be much lower than the market price. There should be room for other companies in the market to survive. But the specific price is not negotiable. Looking at the comments saying that these are toys for rich people, Chen Bin felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. The mechanical dog is really a toy, as it has almost no practical use. The audience is right. This is just a show of strength by the company, which doesn't even have a production line. The mechanical dogs he prepared for the lottery would all be manufactured in unmanned factories when the time comes. The comments from the audience are a bit heartbreaking, but they are all correct. Chen Bin made up his mind. What is a toy for rich people? Even if you don't have money, you can still use this mechanical dog as a toy. Chapter 66 Brief Live Broadcast. The show officially starts at 6 o'clock. Before 6 o'clock, the number of people in the live broadcast room had reached hundreds of thousands. This number is much larger than Chen Bin expected. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room is not determined by how many people see the message. Don't look at how lively the internet is. It depends on how many people are actually interested. For example, at a mobile phone launch conference, except for a few enthusiasts, most people who received the news were informed that it would be postponed. Wait until after the press conference the next day to read the blogger's summary of the press conference, or the live broadcast segment. I didn't even look at it, I just knew that a new mobile phone was released. The publicity efforts of these mobile phone manufacturers are much greater than his. There are also many people who know about the mobile phones of these manufacturers, but the number of viewers in the live broadcast room is not large. With Chen Bin's current fame, it is rare to attract so many people with the help of official publicity and the temptation of lucky draws. After taking a last look at his phone, Chen Bin looked at the camera. In my ears, the voice of good luck sounded, the live broadcast will begin in 10 seconds. There was no help from anyone else during the entire live broadcast, only good luck. But with the help of good luck, it is worth countless people. Most of the viewers in the live broadcast room came for the lucky draw, and a small number came to see the robot dog. Some people just went into the live broadcast room out of boredom to see what was going on. There are many people in such live broadcast rooms, but not many people are chatting. Even so, there are a lot of barrages because there are so many people. At exactly 6 o'clock, the black screen suddenly lit up. Chen Bin appeared in front of the camera. On the screen behind Chen Bin, the Super Catalog logo appeared. Chen Bin stood in front of the camera, waved his hand gently, and began his opening remarks of good luck. This is Chen Bin's first live press conference, so it's still a bit new. Of course, most people don't have the opportunity to stand in the spotlight. Chen Bin was surprised that he was not nervous at all. It's just that I didn't feel anything at the beginning because I felt a little awkward facing the camera. But when he focused his attention on General Hu and others, he found the feeling. There are two completely different feelings when there are people in the audience and when there is no one in the audience. The contents of the PPT emerged in Chen Bin's mind. Originally, he wanted to describe the various designs, abilities, and technical performances of the mechanical dog according to the PPT given by Good Luck. This was what he came up with after thinking about it before. But now, he feels that his previous thinking is problematic. Since he finds it boring, why should he continue to perform with such boring content? Good Luck's voice rang in my ears, are you nervous? Why aren't you talking? Chen Bin picked up the remote control and looked up at the camera again. I have prepared a very comprehensive PPT for this live press conference. I should have followed the PPT because that's how other companies hold press conferences. Introduce various technologies, different accessories, different software, and differentiated designs. But when I really stand here, I think those things are a bit too boring. Chen Bin picked up the remote control and said, next, I will spend 2 minutes showing the contents of the PPT. If you are interested, just take a screenshot. It contains everything. During these 2 minutes, let's draw the lottery first. I originally planned to draw 100 robot dogs, but I didn't expect so many people to watch the live broadcast. The number of people I can see in the background has reached 700,000. Thank you for your support. I can't just say thank you. Let's give you 1,000 units first. But we agreed in advance that the winners will be given priority for delivery, but the company's production speed is very slow at the moment, so even if you win, you have to wait. The audience in the live broadcast room were stunned. How could this be possible? 100 units were prepared in advance, but when the time came, Chen Bin got angry and decided to send 900 more. In addition to his arrogance, there is another reason, that is, the entire company belongs to Chen Bin, and he can make decisions on the spur of the moment. Unlike some companies with multiple shareholders, they have to hold a meeting to do anything. But good news for viewers. Originally the chance of winning was very slim, but now the hope has suddenly increased tenfold. Although the chance is slim, it is better than no chance at all. The number of comments in the live broadcast room suddenly increased, and the popularity of the live broadcast room also increased. Chen Bin started the lottery without any conditions. You don't even need to post barrages, you just need to be in the live broadcast room. Everyone is participating in the lucky draw just by being in the live broadcast room. Regardless of whether you win the lottery or not, a pop-up window will appear on the screen of the live broadcast room. The winners will click confirm, fill in their contact information and address, and then the robot dog will be delivered after it is manufactured. As soon as he finished speaking, Chenbin started the lottery. Pop-up windows appeared on the phones of hundreds of thousands of people at the same time. The screens of most people showed that they were very regretful and did not win the lottery. But there are also 1,000 lucky ones. On their mobile phone screens it says, "Ding, congratulations, you won the robot dog." The 1,000 people were instantly ecstatic. This is a benefit that you get for free. Don't do anything. Unlike other raffles on the internet, it requires a lot of preparation to draw a prize. For example, after following an account, you have to invite friends. After inviting friends, you are asked to download a software and then register in the software, etc. In this live broadcast room, you can participate in the lucky draw just by watching the live broadcast. And it's real smoking. Robot dog. The person who is drawn will start filling in the information immediately. Those who didn't win the lottery started posting comments, complaining about his inability to resist lotteries, and asking whether the mechanical dog was really a gift. After all, there are official regulations that the amount of the lottery cannot exceed 50,000 yuan. If the price of the robot dog is more than $5, then you might only be given the right to use the robot dog for 1 year. Chenbin can also see the barrage. I glanced at the comments, but didn't explain anything. But wait quietly. On the screen at the back, PPT pictures flashed quickly. At other companies' new product launches, these projects were highlighted as introduction items, but at Chenbin's event, there was not even a single introduction. 2 minutes later, the entire PPT was finished. Chenbin looked at the camera again. The PPT has been played. It contains all the technical introductions of the robot dog, as well as its performance and so on. If you're interested, you can watch the screenshots of the broadcast. But except for technical people, people probably won't be interested in these things. After all, in most cases, it's enough to just be useful. I'm going to tell you something that's of interest to you all now. Everyone is curious about why people buy robot dogs. After all, if you want companionship, you can have a real dog. Chenbin paused for a moment. In my opinion, robot dogs are part of future life. This is also the purpose of our company. Apply future technology products to real life. Show everyone in advance the things that will appear in the future. Start with the robot dog. As Chenbin spoke, he waved gently. The robot dog waiting outside the stage hops into the camera. Ding, shock point plus 9028. Chapter 67. Is this the end? The moment Chenbin heard the prompt sound in his mind, he felt goosebumps all over his body. So much? Nearly 10,000. Isn't this more than participating in any competition? This mechanical dog has been exposed before. If there is a technological product that has never appeared before, it would easily cost hundreds of thousands, right? I took a detour before. The audience in the live broadcast room didn't know why Chenbin was in a daze, and they didn't even care. Everyone's eyes were focused on the mechanical dog. This mechanical dog is almost identical to the one they had seen in an online video before. But this robot dog is obviously much cuter. And the movements and poses are even more cute and lively. Also, although they had seen the robot dog before, most people had, but to actually see a close-up of the robot dog, watching it jump into the camera, that kind of agility, that kind of naturalness. Still very impactful. The mechanical dog walked to Chenbin's feet and started to act like a spoiled child. He ran around Chenbin's legs, rubbing them gently. Chenbin mentioned the robot dog and shook it gently in front of the camera. When I made this robot dog, I felt an incomparable sense of accomplishment. It's as if I created my own life. Chenbin thought of the joy he felt when he first made the mechanical dog. Not only is there a sense of creative accomplishment, but there is also the rare feeling of having spent nearly a year making money and finally making the mechanical dog. Chenbin rubbed the dog's head and said, "This mechanical dog has softer lines and is more suitable as a toy at home." I've seen many people say online that robot dogs are useless, or that they can only be toys for rich people. Let me tell you, this can not only be a toy for the rich, but also for those who are temporarily without money. Since I want to bring the future ahead of time. That can't bring a rich future. Chenbin put the mechanical dog down. "Good luck, set a price." The voice of good fortune rang in my ears. The manufacturing cost is 1,840, plus other costs, 3,550. Chenbin looked at the camera and said, "This mechanical dog costs 3,550 yuan. I'll make a little profit and use a lucky number, 3,888 yuan. Dozens of people in the live broadcast room were all stunned. $1,000 mechanical dog. They previously thought that Chen Bin's mechanical dog was worth over 100,000. Because mechanical dogs worth more than 100,000 are nothing but toys in front of Chen Bin's mechanical dog. In the end, Chen Bin offered 3,000. It's not that Sanxian doesn't have a mechanical dog, but it's not an artificial intelligence mechanical dog, it's an artificial mentally retarded mechanical toy. Generally speaking, the price of a decent quadruped bionic robot starts at 30,000 renminbi. Chen Bin's pricing directly penetrated the market. The market was smashed to pieces. How can other mechanical dogs survive? Chen Bin waited for a while and didn't hear any shocking prompts, which meant that the pricing was not shocking, or in other words, this shock was not considered by the system to be brought about by a technological product. But when Chen Bin said the price, these were not so important. Chen Bin continued, the future should not be expensive, the future should be comfortable. It should be the future of everyone, not the future of a few people. If you want to know more about the mechanical dog, buy one and study it yourself. I won't go into too much detail at the press conference. At this point, Chen Bin gently waved his hand, okay, thank you all for watching the catalog company's press conference. Next, we will end the lucky draw, which is also 100 units. See you next time. The screen in the live broadcast room went black, but countless people were still in a daze. No, I just watched a new product launch conference. How come it seemed like I only watched the press conference for 2 minutes? Chen Bin is a bit abstract. It started with a lottery, and in 2 minutes I was able to finish presenting something that would take others 2 hours to introduce. Many people are still shocked by the recent prices and cannot extricate themselves. For a price of more than 3,000 yuan, you can only buy a better sweeper, right? In the live broadcast room, after the live broadcast ended, the barrage of comments began to surge and everyone was discussing it. Some people also posted slices of the live broadcast room to other social platforms. The main thing is that a press conference like this is absolutely shocking. But some people still have a question, that is, where can they buy a robot dog? Can't seem to find it. How can you hold a press conference and then not provide a purchasing channel after it? Their shock was nothing compared to that of another group of people. Also watching the live broadcast were senior executives from other technology companies. As a company that is also developing robot dogs, they will also pay attention to the progress of other peers. This makes it easier to gain an advantage in market competition. So while ordinary people are still watching live broadcasts with doubts, they are watching them with the mentality of learning and researching. But as I watched, my mentality collapsed. It collapsed into pieces. The price is 3,800. Such an awesome mechanical dog. How else do they make money? Among similar companies, no one can claim to be the best. Whether a product sells well or not does not depend on technology alone, but on many other things. Appearance, design, performance, marketing, price, reputation, it is very complex and diverse. Differentiated competition. Others have made huge breakthroughs in robotic dogs, so we can change the direction of our research, save the country in a roundabout way, and overtake others. But these things instantly paled in comparison when Chen Bin shouted out the price. They are countless times more awesome than you and they crush you in all aspects, but the price just becomes street stall price. For 3,800, a price that even flagship mobile phones cannot afford, can you buy the world's top-notch mechanical dog? So is their robot dog technology still developing? Is development still useful? They felt very uncomfortable because Chen Bin had simply blocked all their paths. If they want to survive now, they can only use technology to make mechanical dog toys. A real toy, the kind that costs a few $100. The kind of toys that drive toy manufacturers crazy. But no matter how cheap the mechanical dog made with their technology is, it can never be less than 3,000 yuan. 3,000 yuan is definitely not enough to cover the cost. It's not just manufacturing costs, but also personnel costs, tax costs, and so on. When they thought about it carefully, the only thing they could think of was to take their hands off the keyboard and give up the operation. If you go bankrupt directly, the loss might be smaller. Countless people were shocked and confused. This also includes a group of people at the press conference. General who felt it was unnecessary and asked someone to bring a chair. Is there any need for a chair? Less than 5 minutes in total. Wasn't this press conference a bit hasty? And isn't the price of 3,888 a bit too low? This isn't a matter of the market being pierced, this is a matter of the entire industry being kicked to pieces. General Hu really didn't expect Chen Bin to set this price, but Chen Bin's words on the stage also touched him. The future should not belong to a few people. Everyone has the right to enjoy high-tech products, but when they can enjoy them, they should not be allowed to enjoy them for the sake of the market and the development of other companies. That means there is something wrong with them. Chapter 68 High-Tech Gift. General Hu had clear thoughts. He applauded Chen Bin as he watched him finish his live broadcast. He clapped, causing the others to recover from their shock and applaud as well. Chen Bin walked off the stage. What's wrong? General Hu smiled and said, that's very well said. Just as Chen Bin was about to speak, his cell phone rang. I glanced at the caller ID and said, this is Professor Ho. Professor Ho told me before that I should set the price higher. Now is the time to ask this. General Hu nodded. Before the change, I also thought the price should be higher. But what you just said woke me up. If the cost itself is high and the product can only be used by a few people, then there is nothing to say. But when the cost is very low, in order to make money and allow other companies in the market to develop and exist, they continue to maintain high prices. There's no difference between that and real capital. This is the price. If anyone has any questions, let them come to me. General Hu spoke with great righteousness, and he really meant it. Chen Bin answered the phone. On the other end of the phone, Professor Ho said directly, didn't we agree before that the price must not be too low? This price will cause a large number of technology companies to go bankrupt. General Hu asked me to decide. General Hu's eyes widened. He had just clearly said that he would support Chen Bin, but how did he end up taking the blame? The price he set and the price set by Chen Bin are two completely different concepts. The price set by Chen Bin may be Chen Bin's personal behavior, but the price he sets must be an official behavior. At least others would think so. I understand. Professor Ho was about to say a lot of persuasion, but he immediately swallowed it back. The military said they would sell it at the lowest price, so what else can we say? Nothing. After hanging up the phone, Chen Bin looked at General Hu, is this okay? If Chen Bin had not asked this question, General Hu would have really thought that he had misunderstood. After being asked this question, General Hu could only smile bitterly. Chen Bin knew what he meant and let him take the blame. He didn't really want him to take the blame, but wanted him to solve the problems caused by the blame. This price will put a large number of companies at risk of bankruptcy. Many companies develop with investment. With Chen Bin as a super catfish, investors will look down on other fish, and it will be difficult for those fish to develop. Under the market economy, all of them will go bankrupt. He is here to take the blame and finish this matter. Either keep these companies from going bankrupt, or take in researchers after they go bankrupt, etc. Okay. Chen Bin thought for a moment and said, then I'll work overtime. In 3 days, the war robot will be ready. General Hu's eyes widened instantly. 3 days? 3 days. Is it really too late? I'll try my best. If nothing goes wrong, I'll be in time. After all, the technology is ready. General Hu was a little excited, his heart was beating faster. He was very happy to see the war robot in 3 days. But he still held back, it's still a week, don't stay up late. I know what's going on. Chen Bin said, then turned and walked into the factory. The factory is not yet fully completed. The outside is still under construction, but as a cover, the equipment inside the factory has started to operate, and robots have begun to use the equipment to manufacture parts. It's a really useful part. Chen Bin made sure that the factory door was closed and no one followed him in, then he walked to a corner of the factory. The ground, which looked no different from concrete, suddenly cracked and then slowly opened, revealing the stairs below. Chen Bin walked into the underground unmanned factory. In the control room of the unmanned factory, Chen Bin can see the manufacturing process of war robots. The manufacturing of most parts has been completed, and the assembly and manufacturing of the remaining parts are estimated to be completed in 1 day. Compared to drones, war robots are very difficult to manufacture. It takes 2 days to manufacture one set, and 2 hours to manufacture one set on the assembly line. However, compared with the actual combat level of war robots, producing one robot every 2 hours is indeed a super fast speed. After all, the manufacturing speed of other equipment is slower. Chen Bin looked at the manufacturing progress and then walked towards the two boxes on the table. Open the box and inside is a small metal cube. There is also a button on it. Chen Bin pressed the button and the blocks began to unfold. The entire block is made up of strips of metal. When unfolded, it becomes an exoskeleton device. A crude-looking exoskeleton. There is no additional protection. The only areas that are slightly more comprehensive are the hands and feet, which are all wrapped. The core control area is only the size of a palm, located at the back. This is where all the information is processed, as well as power and so on. The rest of the place is made of two pieces of metal on the left and right, plus fixed straps. It looks a bit perfunctory overall, but the technical level is really not low, and the most important thing is that it is suitable. This is an exoskeleton device specially made for his parents, and it is absolutely suitable. Not cool, not troublesome either. After putting on the exoskeleton and then putting on clothes, if you don't look at your hands and feet, you can't even tell that you are wearing an exoskeleton. Besides, it's suitable. His parents are still running a restaurant to make money, but in fact, they no longer need to make money. This exoskeleton equipment can help them make money without making them tired. The power is not great, the maximum assisting force is 100 kilograms, which is definitely enough for daily life and work. In addition, the power consumption is not high when carrying heavy loads. Chen Bin checked them and found no problems, so he put them in a box and walked out of the factory carrying two boxes. General Hu had already left, but he didn't go far. He went straight to the base and waited for 3 days. I told him not to stay up late, but he was already waiting. Chen Bin handed 2 boxes to Ndaxiao. Please help me send this to my home. It's a gift I prepared for my parents. The moment Colonel An took the box, his expression changed. Chen Bin was carrying the box with ease, which looked quite classy. He felt it was heavy when he was carrying it. Was it like Chen Bin was carrying 2 cardboard boxes? Chen Bin's power is quite great. Colonel An handed the box to the guard behind him and said, if we send it over now, it will arrive in the evening. But to avoid disturbing their rest, can we send it tomorrow morning? It's all right. It doesn't matter if it's early or late. Chen Bin got into the car. Take me back to the lab. After saying that, Chen Bin closed his eyes. It was time for his favorite part again. Count the harvest. Although this live broadcast only lasted a few minutes, I gained a lot of shocking points. Apart from the appearance of that wave of robot dogs, which provided nearly 10,000 shocking points were continuously earned throughout the live broadcast. It's almost 3,000, and the overall price is 13,000, which is a shocking amount. Coupled with the slow growth of shock points in the past few days, his shock points returned to the 50,000 mark again. According to the upgrade experience of the previous Atlas, accumulating shock points to 100,000 should be a hurdle. Should I save up 100,000 shock points in one go? Or should I draw first? Chen Bin thought about it and realized that shocking points are earned by spending, not by saving. The more you save, the less you have. On the contrary, the more you spend, the easier it is to get. Chapter 69 Super Powerful Potion. Chen Bin prepared himself mentally and went for a 10-draw combo. The familiar light began to flicker again. White light emerged. Chen Bin already had a normal mind, thinking that there would be 7 white lights anyway. In the white light, a roll of tissues appeared again. Expected, keep calm. Tissues again, makes sense. Or tissue paper. Chen Bin rubbed his hands. Isn't today a suitable day for drawing the lottery? Just as I was thinking about it, a red light appeared. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the formula for the powerful potion. Chen Bin was stunned. He had used the powerful potion before, but he didn't expect that the formula of the powerful potion would also appear. This is definitely a good thing. It can directly increase a person's strength and has no side effects. There are no side effects, and if it is difficult to detect, then give one to every Olympic athlete, and Dragon Country will break a bunch of records in minutes. But Chen Bin had another idea in his mind. Can I make a critical hit? Just give me the formula for the strength potion, and make a critical hit into a strength potion. Strength-enhancing potions can continuously increase strength. Chen Bin has already taken it once, but because the strength-enhancing potion is obtained from the critical strike potion and cannot be directly exchanged through the system, he doesn't know if it can be used again. But a potion that can continuously increase strength and has no side effects is definitely a good thing. If we compare them to ordinary people, everyone is a strongman. If they are placed on the soldiers, they can even carry a bunch of extra bullets. But we still have to see if there is anything good behind it. Amidst the flickering light, a white light emerged. Just another ordinary prize. Then there was a surge of blue light. Chenbin focused his attention again. The prize represented by the blue light is also a good thing. Maybe its level is not as good as the red light, but the things inside may be more valuable, at least it can be a critical hit. Charm +1. The hope on Chenbin's face disappeared. No, how many times has he drawn this charm? They have become the same as toilet paper rolls, becoming the basic prizes for the guaranteed lottery. But at least he can use the toilet paper, what's the use of charm? Chenbin silently looked forward to the next blue light. No matter what it was, as long as it was not charm value, it would be fine. Ding, congratulations to the host, charm value +1. Chenbin felt as if all his energy had been drained away. 10,000 shock points were so hard to earn, and now he was given 2 charm points. Fortunately, there was one more critical hit. Chenbin waited for the remaining few white lights to appear, and his eyes fell on the potion formula, critical hit. Ding, the powerful potion formula has been upgraded to a super powerful potion formula. Chenbin had a face full of question marks, super powerful potion. What? It's a little different from what I imagined. Shouldn't it be a strength-enhancing potion? While Chenbin was thinking about it, the formula information of the super powerful potion and the introduction of the potion began to emerge in his mind. Super strength potion can greatly increase the user's strength within 24 hours. Under extreme circumstances, the strength can be doubled. Chenbin was a little shocked. The previous powerful potion could only increase the strength by about 20 kilograms. This one directly doubled it. The current human deadlift record is just over 500 kilograms. If you take this super powerful potion, won't it be a ton? Of course, it is an improvement in human physical fitness. If the user is a thin dog, then his enhanced strength will be equivalent to that of 2 thin dogs. In addition, this super powerful potion will also change the human body to a certain extent. That is, repeated use can improve the physical condition and continuously increase strength. The manufacturing difficulty is not high, there are all kinds of molecular formulas. With the formula and manufacturing process, Chenbin only needs to find a pharmaceutical factory as a partner to manufacture it directly. But what is the purpose of making this set of medicine? What can you do with the increased strength of one day? Need a job suddenly? It seems that there is no application scenario. Chenbin thought about it and suddenly thought of himself. Now with the help of the super strength potion, he can surely make a hole in the steel plate with one punch, right? Although it seems to be useless, it's okay to spend a day or 2 on it and make yourself happy. Chenbin took out his cell phone and called Professor Ho. Can you help me contact the pharmaceutical company or laboratory? It is not appropriate to use the entire laboratory for a set of medicine, and you have to wait for a while. It is most reasonable to directly borrow someone else's laboratory and make a few for use. Professor Ho started to help Chenbin make contacts. He just happened to know someone. Not to mention that he knew someone, even if he didn't know anyone, he would find someone to act as a bridge and provide a venue for Chenbin. When Chenbin was preparing to research a super powerful potion, the popularity of the catalog company's new product launch event is starting to soar. It takes time for the live broadcast video to ferment after being posted online. Generally speaking, the more explosive something is, the faster it will ferment. This outrageous press conference really has some highlights. First of all, the contrast. The contrast between seriousness and casualness. A normal new product launch conference is very serious and formal. Everyone on the stage is wearing a suit and tie, and everything they say and prepare have to be rehearsed. The people sitting in the audience were all well-known figures and had received invitations. It can be said that the more serious the better. Because the press conference is equivalent to the face and image of the product and the company. But the catalog company's press conference was indeed perfunctory. But it's the process that's perfunctory, but in fact, it's full of sincerity. I know that everyone doesn't like boring content, so I made a PPT and quickly flipped through it. All the content is there, but there is no introduction. If you're interested, go and see for yourself. The other thing is the lucky draw, which is really sincere. Seeing that there are so many viewers, we will increase the prize tenfold. Whose family is so arrogant? Although the value of the mechanical dogs is not high, no matter how low the value is, a total of 2,000 mechanical dogs are still worth a lot of money. Especially when Chen Bin's mechanical dog is not making money. Another one is the robot dog. A cuter mechanical dog, many people want it. If you want it, the price of this mechanical dog is still low. You can buy a robot dog with the price of a mobile phone or tablet. The biggest problem was that it had been several hours since the company held its press conference, and they still couldn't find where to buy it. I want to buy it, but there is no purchase channel. Under such circumstances, the amount of online interaction has skyrocketed. People who are interested in technology were also shocked when discussing the contents of the PPT. The technology on every page of this PPT is generations ahead of the products of other robot dog companies. Those who want to buy are discussing where to buy it. They even set up a mutual aid group to find channels to purchase the catalog robot dogs. People in the industry were so upset that they cried and complained about the inappropriate behavior of the catalog company. There were also countless passers-by who couldn't help but watch the live broadcast and found it very interesting. This company is definitely a landslide among a large group of technology companies. Once this company becomes bigger, there will be a lot more fun in the future. Chapter 70. I want to participate in the sports meet. The catalog company was originally unknown. Even if the technology is amazing, those who know about this company are just insiders or people who understand technology. Ordinary people have never heard of it. It is precisely because almost no one has heard of it that the military helps with advertising, which is why it has such a high profile. Chen Bin is also not very well known. Some young people who care about technological updates know him, but more people who care about technology only know that there is a company that has developed top-notch robots. I don't know that it was him who developed the robot. But it's different now. Now he has broken out of the circle because of a press conference. Most people have their own information cocoon. Big events can break this information cocoon and let everyone know. Now everyone knows that he is the one who developed the robot. Both are ranked first in hot searches, but sometimes the first is only slightly higher than the second. This time, the catalog company's press conference ranked first in hot searches, which was 10 times more popular than the second place. The second place is also related to the press conference. Why does Chen Bin not look handsome when you look closely, but gives people a very attractive feeling? The person who sent this message originally just did it out of curiosity. As a result, people who saw it resonated with it. Then more and more people resonated with it. Some people saw that so many people resonated with the video, so they curiously went to watch Chen Bin in the video. You don't know until you see it. Once you see it, you really feel something is wrong. Judging from his face shape and eyebrows, he is indeed not handsome. He doesn't have the beauty of a pretty boy, nor the handsomeness of a tough guy. He has a very ordinary face shape. But when they saw it, they felt it was very beautiful. The most outrageous thing is the comments below. There are many boys, and they also think Chen Bin is particularly attractive. Under such circumstances, Chen Bin's press conference achieved unprecedented success despite a lot of confusion. Many people in big companies were dumbfounded. It was clearly a disaster-level press conference, so why did it have such good results? After their press conferences, they always occupy the top few trending searches, because releasing new things will indeed attract attention. But anyone with a discerning eye can see the difference. The popularity of the catalog company is a bit surprising, and its popularity is also frighteningly high. The topic's popularity is still increasing rapidly. All I can say is that a blacksmith must be strong himself. Even if it's only a 5-minute live broadcast, as long as there's real information in it, it can spread quickly. Many people stayed awake that night. This new product launch conference destroyed too many people's jobs. But no matter how long the night is, there will be dawn. Early in the morning, someone walked into Chen's restaurant carrying 2 boxes. Chen sure looked at the 2 boxes. What is this? The delivery person said, this is what Chen Bin asked us to deliver. He said it's a gift. You can open it and take a look. Chen sure opened the box with some curiosity. Inside the box was a block of metal with a button on it. What is this for? Chen sure asked as he pressed the button. The original block of metal quickly unfolded. One by one, the metal strips gradually formed the shape of a person. What is this? Chen sure was confused. A handicraft? I saw on TV that some bosses would put ornaments on their tables. This should be placed at the door as an ornament, right? Chen sure wanted to complain, what kind of gift is this? However, although I want to complain, at least it is a gift from my son, so I can put it at the door of the store. There are dolls at the entrance of many stores. You can also place a human-shaped metal bar here. 2 sets of exoskeleton equipment were placed on both sides of the hotel entrance. It seems strange that this is the case. The person in charge of delivering the gifts also nodded. It is interesting to see people who understand technology giving gifts. Chen Bin was mainly surprised because when he saw this thing, his first reaction was exoskeleton equipment. Because I have seen such designs in movies and TV shows, plus the gloves and foot covers, you can basically tell it at a glance. But he ignores the basic cognitive issues. Those are the science fiction movies he has seen, which his parents have not seen. As for the delivery person, he originally felt that this thing was a bit like an exoskeleton device, but people have preconceived ideas. First of all, I thought that exoskeleton equipment was unlikely to appear in reality. Secondly, when I heard Chen Shi say that it was a decoration, I simply assumed that it was a decoration that looked like an exoskeleton equipment. The most outrageous thing is that this exoskeleton equipment is ergonomic and does have a certain aesthetic appeal. There were no customers in the morning until noon, when Chen Song walked to the door of the hotel. Chen Song is the son of his third uncle. Since this place is close to the high school, he comes here to eat every day at noon. Before I even reached the door, I noticed 2 sets of exoskeleton equipment outside. Quite exquisite. Reaching out and squeezing the hand of the exoskeleton equipment, Chen Song unexpectedly discovered that this thing could move. Not just one joint can move, but all joints can move. A real exoskeleton. He tried to put his hand into the glove, and then put his arm between the 2 metal bars. Just right. It's almost like it was tailor-made for me. He put both his hands and legs in and secured them easily. After being fixed, Chen Song tried to move his hands and feet, and the exoskeleton equipment on his body moved almost at the same time. He could feel it becoming easier to move. With eyes wide open, Chen Song tried to raise his arms. This time, when he deliberately felt it, it was even more obvious. He felt as if his arms could be held horizontal for a very long time without any effort. Is this really an exoskeleton? Chen Song was just trying it out, but he found that this thing is really useful. If it's really useful, why put it outside the door? Then he remembered something very important. Chen Song rushed into the kitchen wearing his exoskeleton equipment. Uncle, give me your phone. What? You should be studying hard right now, you can't play with your phone. Make a phone call. Chen Shi handed the phone to his nephew. Chen Song made a direct phone call. Teacher, there will be a sports meet this afternoon. Can we still sign up now? Aren't you going to participate in anything? Your great height is wasted. I am participating now, I will participate in any project that is available. The head teacher was a little surprised. What happened? Who did you bet with and lost? Bring honor to the class. Okay, I'll arrange a few for you. Chen Song hung up the phone. He would definitely not have participated before. There were a lot of awesome athletes in the school, and it would be a humiliation for him to go to the sports meet. But it's different now. As long as you don't get discovered, you can really pretend to be cool. After returning the phone to Chen Shi realized that Chen Song was wearing an exoskeleton. Why are you wearing the ornaments? What kind of decoration is this? This is an exoskeleton equipment. Chen Song explained. What? Something that can increase strength. Chen Shi looked puzzled. How much can it increase? Chen Song had no idea how much it could improve, so he shook his head and said, I'll take it to school for testing. By the way, where did this come from? A gift from your brother. Chen Song hurriedly said, call me quickly and tell me I want one too. Study hard, and when you graduate from high school and get into a good school, I'll ask your brother to give you 2 sets. Chapter 71, Is this a record-breaking move? Chen Song realized that his own exoskeleton equipment was useless. I will use this one for an afternoon, and I guarantee it will not affect my studies. Chen Shi did not refuse. Chen Song was a good student and the only promising student in the family, so he was willing to learn. It's okay to relax a little. But if he hadn't been like his brother and didn't learn at all. It seems that even if he didn't learn at all, he could have achieved what he has today, that would be fine. Chen Song finished his meal quickly and began to take off his clothes. He wants to wear the exoskeleton equipment inside and put on clothes outside. The only problem is the exoskeleton and the gloves. But there's nothing wrong with that. What's wrong with wearing gloves? It's no big deal if I get caught, it's just cheating at a school sports meet. Chen Song returned to the class, and the teacher just walked into the classroom. Although we are the rocket class and focus on studying, it is reasonable to have some activities. I would like to especially commend Chen Song for volunteering to participate in the sports meet and bringing honor to the class. But I still think that the most important thing about sports meets is participation, and results are not important. After all, friendship comes first, and results come second. After the teacher finished speaking, everyone in the class looked at Chen Song. Isn't this a fool? It's a competition among a group of athletes, and Chen Song is going to be a clown. What a clown! Others were jumping 2 meters at a time, but Chen Song ran over and tried to jump 1 meter, but he tripped and fell. Chen Song faced everyone's gaze and bowed, I am Chen Kong. I want both friendship and achievement. The head teacher waved his hand and said, go down first. You have a lot of projects to participate in. Go down first to prepare. Chen Song's smile froze on his face, old class, how many projects have you prepared for me? There are 4 events in the afternoon, high jump, long jump, 1,000 meters, and shot put. The class was suddenly filled with joy. The teacher did not stop him, I owe you a favor. A class must sign up for at least 4 projects. If none of you participate, I will be criticized in the meeting. Chen Song was also desperate. 1,000 meters. He hasn't run more than 1,000 meters for a long time. Although I was able to finish the run, I was really tired. The playground is bustling with activity. All students in the rocket class are top students who love to do exercises, so few people go down to watch the fun. But when Chen Song was about to participate in the competition, the whole class came out to support Chen Song, and even took out their mobile phones to take pictures. The teacher noticed the phone but didn't say anything. At this point, whether I could study or not depended on myself. These students are very reliable. Chen Song was also very reliable and was willing to go up and embarrass himself, but helped him complete the task. Good student, I will give him a set of real test questions later. Chen Song walked to the playground, and the first event was shot put. He was not sure either. When he was wearing the exoskeleton equipment, his heart swelled and he thought about going to the stadium and simply putting on a little equipment. But when I really get to the competition venue, I feel really guilty. What if I get discovered? And what if the pitching distance is very close? But now it has come to this. I can only go ahead with it. Those who participated in the competition first were all tall athletes. They have good physical fitness and with professional training, their level is already very high. Because of age issues, there is still a difference from the national level, but I can beat students of the same level in seconds, it's like a piece of cake. The first shot putter threw the shot put at a distance of 18 meters. Many people don't know what 18 meters means. There is a score table for the college entrance examination, and the scores vary from province to province. But if you can throw at 13 meters, you can get full marks in most provinces. 18 meters is already a very good result for high school students. The national high school record is 20.71 meters. After the referee says the distance, he asks the contestants to throw again, for a total of 3 throws. This time it was 19 meters, 2 meters away from the record. The third time, the performance was not good, only 17.9 meters. This result is already very good. In a school that focuses on learning, it is far superior to other schools. Then the second student came on stage, and almost none of them were shorter than 17 meters. Finally the referee called out a name, Hu Chi. In an instant, an area on the playground became lively. Because Hu Chi is a student in the rocket class. As the shot put was thrown, the referee measured it with a ruler, 9 meters 9. There was laughter in the stadium, after all, the number did not break double digits. Only one area roared, Hu Chi, come on. Hu Chi took the blame for them, so they had to support him no matter what. After Hu Chi threw 3 times, he finally broke through 10 meters, and 2. Hu Chi's cheeks were flushed red, and it was unclear whether he was embarrassed or trying to hold back. The referee smiled and said, Chen Song. Chen Song walked forward and picked up the shot put. The laughter that Hu Chi had just experienced had already been engraved in his mind, and he must give it his all. At this moment, all the classmates clenched their fists and said in unison, "Daxiang, hold on." Chen Song turned around and waved, "Don't worry." Picking up the shot put, Chen Song took a lunge step, pulled his hands back, stretched his body into a bow, and then suddenly threw the shot put forward. The postures and movements are not standard, and the way of exerting force is not perfect. But the shot put still drew a perfect arc in the air. "Be careful, run, get out of the way." The shot put hit the podium heavily. The rostrum was made of tables, and a hole was smashed in the table, so a large group of school leaders ran away in embarrassment. Chen Song's cheeks turned even redder. He felt even more embarrassed and lost his temper. The burst of power was the greatest, but the power was too great and the direction was not well controlled. The whole audience was stunned, and the referee's eyes widened. The direction is off, but for this thing, distance is the most important. Chen Song was standing more than 30 meters away from the podium. What is the concept of this? The world champion only threw it 23 meters. Is this kid even more awesome than the world champion? What else to learn? Rocket class. Shot put. If the shot put is so powerful, the javelin can definitely be the same, a dimensionality reduction attack. The referee's cheeks turned red with excitement. He even thought about how he would talk about how he discovered a super genius in the sports world when he was interviewed in the future. The school leader came to his senses and confirmed that no one was injured. Then he picked up the microphone and said, "Student Chen Song, if you have any opinions about us, you can try another way." Chen Song quickly apologized. "Okay, let's continue the game." The referee stepped forward and said, "Don't be nervous. Use both hands at the same time and throw it forward." At the same time, he quickly taught Chen Song some skills. After getting ready, the referee took out his mobile phone and started recording. Chen Song took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and threw the shot put. 38 meters. The whole audience was in an uproar. This is fucking fake, right? Superman is alive. Chen Song looked at the shot put thrown onto the track and was silent for a moment. So far. You are too pretentious. Amidst the uproar, the people in his class began to cheer, cheering very loudly. The referee came back to his senses from his excitement and he also felt it was a bit fake. But how does this thing cheat? Stimulants. Where can there be such a powerful stimulant? If there really is, it can only be Captain America's super gene serum. Isn't that cheating? Who can throw the shot put 38 meters? What a gift. Chapter 72, I'm not your friend, you're really awesome. To the shock of the entire audience, Chen Song finally threw the third time. This time the force was smaller, and because he used less force, the exoskeleton equipment automatically adjusted the force. So the shot put landed 8 meters away, the lowest in the venue. But no one booed, just remained silent. There is absolutely no skill involved, it's just sheer force. Chen Song returned to the crowd. A group of classmates who were ready to laugh at him looked at him in bewilderment. "No, buddy, you are awesome. I guarantee it." Chen Song patted his chest lightly, "Seeing me is like seeing a god." The head teacher looked at Chen Song in confusion. Is this boy so fierce? The shot put event ended quickly. After the last player finished the game, the referee quickly ran to Chen Song, and then went straight to the head teacher. "Teacher Chen, Chen Song's talent is wasted in studying. He should appear on the field and win glory for the country. He can easily break world records without any training. Once he undergoes systematic training, he may create history in this sport." The head teacher didn't know what to say for a moment. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation in all his years of work. Those who are involved in sports should recruit people from his class. Is that somewhat insulting? But Chen Song has already broken the world record. This is a bit scary. If you continue studying, you will probably find an ordinary job, and the employment environment may become even more difficult in the future. It would undoubtedly be better for Chen Song's development if he could just become a world champion first. But I have to ask Chen Song about this. Chen Song, what do you think? Chen Song pointed to the playground and said, "I want to finish the high jump competition first." The referee nodded and said, "Don't jump too high, or you might fall. Injuries are common among athletes, but they are also very serious matters. At the mildest, you can't train for a few days, and at the worst, you can miss the best time for your body." Even after you recover, you still won't get better results in the end. Chen Song nodded and walked into the arena. High jump is also a relatively large sport. Still following the list. First, there are the athletes, and the first round is directly based on a height of 1.7 meters. Several athletes jumped over easily, only a few of them knocked the pole down. After each athlete finished dancing, the referee picked up the list, Hu Chi. It seems that this unlucky guy was pushed out here just to make up the numbers, as he signed up for several projects at once. Hu Chi came out, but he didn't jump. He just raised his hand, I abstain. I am 1.7 meters tall, almost as tall as him, and going up to him would be just asking for humiliation. Chen Song. Chen Song walked forward, thinking about the movements of those high jumpers just now, and started to rush forward. You don't know until you rush. When rushing, Chen Song felt his speed soaring. His exoskeleton equipment is speeding him up. Running like this gave him a feeling of flying. The speed reached its maximum and he was already a little afraid to jump. But the pole is right in front of us. Chen Song could only jump up with all his might. At an extremely fast speed, he almost flew up, waving his claws and fangs in the air, flew over the high jump pole, flew over the anti-fall sponge pad, then landed and continued to rush forward. After a lot of effort to stop, Chen Song heard a burst of exclamations mixed with swearing. Countless people widened their eyes. Is this high jump? Is this flying high? Others rushed forward, jumped up, and fell down. Chen Song flew over. The height is also high, more than 1.7 meters, it is almost 3 meters. You know, the world record for high jump is only over 2 meters and 4. The referee opened his mouth and eyes widened. Weight, strength, speed and agility appeared in one person. Was the running speed just now too fast? And there was the feeling of the high jump just now, which was also a bit scary. Too versatile, right? The others were also stunned. What the hell? Superman? Or does Long Country really have national martial arts, and Chen Song has also practiced Qigong? Chen Song felt a little unnatural in everyone's eyes. Damn, is this exoskeleton too powerful? The school leaders on the stage looked at Chen Song with shining eyes. It is also a good thing that the school has trained great athletes. If Chen Song can break more records in the future, there will be another sign outside the school. This will be Chen Song's alma mater. It is true that when you are in school, you are proud of the school, and when you leave school, the school is proud of you. Chen Song could feel the burning gazes of many people, and subconsciously took a few steps back. His classmates had already surrounded him. Fuck, you are so good at pretending. Are you a martial arts master? No. Chen Song felt guilty and even wanted to say that he was wearing an exoskeleton, but he held back. The young man's desire to save face was still playing tricks on him. The next high jump was no longer challenging for Chen Kong. He just rushed over and jumped to pass it. In the end, he jumped 2.2 meters, which did not break the world record. It's not because we can't break the world record, but because the highest pole in the school is only 2 meters and 2 centimeters high. The third event is long jump. The project hadn't started yet, and everyone looked at Chen Song. The scene of Chen Song jumping high, taking off from the spot, leaping over the high jump pole, and flying very far away is still vivid in my mind. It can definitely break the world record. At the high school sports meet, 3 world records were broken in one afternoon. The sports meet became Chen Song's performance venue. Finally, running. When Chen Bin ran the 1,000-meter race in under 2 minutes, everyone in the school felt like it was unreal. The physical education teacher who served as the referee was even more confused. What started as excitement at discovering a genius has now turned into doubt about his own cognition. How could anyone break so many world records in one go? This is only because the competition only includes 4 events. If there were more events, would Chen Song break more world records? Of course he can. Chen Song has never practiced these items, but he can achieve such amazing results. After special training, wouldn't you be invincible? While Chen Song was showing off crazily, Chen Bin, who was far away at Jiangzhou Vocational College, looked confused. In the course of an entire afternoon, while he did nothing, the number of shocking points continued to increase. It would increase once, by several thousand each time. In just one afternoon, the price rose by almost 20,000 shocking points. But the question is, he didn't do anything. I looked online out of curiosity, but didn't see any sudden increase in the number of video views online. Where's the shocking point? I didn't do anything. Electromagnetic guns were distributed, so there was a wave of shock points. But if you calculate the time, it shouldn't be that fast. Chen Bin couldn't think of it, so he simply stopped thinking about it. Anyway, no matter what the situation was, he would know it in the future. And no matter what the situation is, adding a shock point is a good thing. Chen Bin simply packed his things, got in a car, and headed straight to the biology laboratory. Go and prepare the super powerful potion. On the other side, there was a large group of people at Uncle San's house, all trying to persuade Uncle San. With Chen Tsong's talent, studying is a waste of his talent. He should give up literature and pursue martial arts. Chapter 73, Just a Small Problem. Uncle San was also confused. Didn't he know what his son was like? It's a bit of an exaggeration to say that he is completely powerless, but at least he is half a waste. How can you say that someone who can vomit after running 1,000 meters is a sports super genius? Can you easily break the world record? Isn't this a bit too outrageous? Uncle San was confused and shocked at the same time. My second brother's son has become successful, now it's his family's turn. Smoke came out of the ancestral grave twice. Chen Tsong sat on a chair, shivering. Something seems to be wrong. It's a bit of a fuss. Ahem, I have something to say. The leader of the General Administration of Sports who came to visit looked at Chen Tsong with a kind face. You say, your opinion is the most important. Chen Tsong wanted to talk about the exoskeleton equipment, but at this moment he couldn't say it. I don't want to do sports, I want to study. The leader of the General Administration of Sports said in a friendly manner, there is no conflict. If you want to study, study hard. No one will interfere with you. But besides studying, you can take time to train, or wait until college and go into sports, it's all fine. Chen Tsong felt even more embarrassed to say it, as this was putting him in a difficult position. The third son of the Chen family hesitated for a moment and said, this matter is a bit big. According to our family situation, big things need to be discussed together. Of course, listen to both sides and you will understand. The third brother of the Chen family started calling other brothers. Chen Bin had just arrived at the laboratory when he received a call from his father. You said that Song Song from Uncle San's family is very good at sports. Even a gifted person. Someone from the General Administration of Sports came to his house and asked him to learn sports. Right. Chen Bin thought of Chen Song, who was indeed a big guy, but in terms of athletic talent, he was not as good as him. How did you discover his athletic talent? How can someone who can't even walk a few hundred meters have such talent? Maybe he has become enlightened like you. Chen Bin was silent for a moment. This wasn't him coming to his senses, this was him cheating. Could it be that my cousin also has a system? For example, a super point adding system? Or a martial arts system? The possibility should be small. It's not convenient for me to go back now. I'll call Uncle San to ask about the situation. Chen Bin hung up the phone and called his uncle. Uncle San quickly answered the phone. Hello, Xiaobin. Give the phone to Tsong Song. Tsong Song answered the phone quickly. He didn't know why, but when he answered the phone, he suddenly felt a lot more at ease. Elder brother. Let's find a place where no one is. Good. Chen Song quickly returned to the room. No one is here now. What's your situation? Can you tell me? It's convenient. When I went to your house for dinner, I saw the exoskeleton equipment, and then I wore the exoskeleton equipment to school. Needless to say, Chen Bin is not a fool. But he was speechless, because his cousin did use cheats, but they were fake. Just tell your dad the truth and study hard. How can I open my mouth? There's a leader from the General Administration of Sports outside. He looks like a pretty big boss. Not only him, but many other people are also very excited. They all think that I can be the hope of Dragon Country sports. Chen Bin slowly responded, did you demonstrate it at school this afternoon? I participated in the school sports meeting this afternoon. Chen Bin was silent for a while, but his cousin was still the most playful. I know, you should refuse first and say that you want to study hard. If anyone forces you, just say that I asked you to study hard. Then don't worry about anything. Don't worry about it, I'll take care of it. Chen Bin hung up the phone and called Principal An. My cousin has a small problem. Just tell me what you need me to do. My brother wore the exoskeleton equipment I made and participated in sports competitions, breaking several world records. Now many people are trying to persuade him to go into sports, but he is too embarrassed to tell the truth. Ah. When was the exoskeleton manufactured? I didn't say anything. It's just a gift from my parents. It doesn't have any technical content. President An was silent for a moment. It didn't require much technical skills, but then it broke the world record. You know, the creators of world records are all people of super high levels. When ordinary people see their records, they will sigh that this is something a human can do. An ordinary student, wearing an exoskeleton, easily broke the world record. This still has no technical content. Okay, I understand. Let me find out the situation first. Chen Bin hung up the phone and walked towards the experimental equipment. He had never touched pharmaceutical equipment before. But now after taking a look at it, I have understood a lot. When I touch the device, I can use it completely and have a very high level of control. A slight arc flashed across the equipment, and the CNC equipment started working automatically. No additional action required at all. Intermediate mechanical affinity, so terrifying. President An was the first to learn about Chen Song's incident. He knew who Chen Bin's cousin was, and after a little understanding, he understood the situation. Then he discovered that this thing was much more outrageous than what Chen Bin said. Although Chen Bin was not wrong and did break the world record, wasn't this a bit exaggerated? The shot put was thrown 38 meters. 15 meters more than the world record. Then, there was nothing visible on Chen Song's body. How did you do it? Manhwa also develops exoskeleton equipment, but the exoskeleton equipment developed by Manhwa is very conspicuous. In addition, it can only save a little effort, but it can't increase a person's strength that much. Even if Chen Song is quite good and can only throw the ball about 12 or 13 meters at best, he can still get full marks without any training. The rest is all the power of the exoskeleton equipment. This is not the most outrageous thing. The most outrageous things are several other projects. High jump. That means flying high, right? Colonel An looked at Chen Song, who was almost flying at a low altitude, and said, "Arrange the itinerary. I want to go there in person." He wants to go and see the exoskeleton equipment in person so that he can see it more intuitively. The reason why Chen Bin was not alarmed was purely because Chen Bin did not think the exoskeleton equipment was very powerful. If Chen Bin was confronted with this matter, he might be annoyed. While someone was arranging a car, President An started making phone calls to find people from the General Administration of Sports to get the issue resolved first. After several transfers, Professor An contacted the person responsible for recruiting Chen Song. Chen Song does not have much athletic talent, he just got the new equipment we are developing. Young people like to show off, so they took their new equipment to the sports meet. The people from the General Administration of Sports were silent for a while. What kind of equipment can be so powerful? Colonel An did not answer, but asked, who can easily break so many world records? I see. Don't tell anyone, keep it a secret, and it's best to help cover up the matter of this sports genius. This is my work error. I am sorry for the impact it has on you. The people from the General Administration of Sports didn't care about the responsibility issue, but just felt it was a pity. I'll communicate with the school. Chapter 74 Little White Mouse. Chen Bin solved Chen Song's problem with just one phone call. He was not exposed and continued to pretend to be cool, and there were no consequences because Chen Bin directly eliminated all the consequences for him. Chen Song's study career was almost smoothed over instantly, but he pretended to be a big shot and became a celebrity in the school. Colonel An, who was helping him to clean up the mess, had already arrived outside the hotel. But he was in no hurry to go in. Instead, I waited until the afternoon. After lunch, when everyone had left the restaurant, he knocked on the door and walked into the restaurant. Chen Shi knew Colonel An came here with Chen Bin last time. Hurry to pour tea for Principal An. Principal An quickly said, don't be so polite. I came here to borrow something from you. What is it? You said you wanted to borrow it. If you want it, take it. The gift Chen Bin gave you last time was 2 sets of exoskeleton equipment. We want to learn about it. Chen Shi was very polite, and he was indeed polite. If Colonel An had asked for something else, he would have given it to him, but that was a gift from Chen Bin to them. Well, I have to call Xiaobin first. Professor An understood, and Chen Shi was worried that he would target Chen Bin. Why am I making this call? He doesn't know that I came to see you privately. If you call him, he might have a problem with me. Chen Shi is not stupid, he can understand the subtext of these words, but it is precisely because he understands that he is confused. Is President An worried that Chen Bin will be angry? Is he afraid of Chen Bin? A colonel is worried about offending his son? Isn't this a bit ridiculous? Okay, you fight. President An breathed a sigh of relief, took out his cell phone and called Chen Bin. The phone rang several times before it was connected. I'm at your parents' restaurant. I want to learn about exoskeleton equipment. I didn't tell you because I was worried about affecting you. Chen Bin was not stupid either. Then you take it and test it first, and return it to them after the test. If you think there is a need for equipment, then we can discuss the next step of mass production. Okay. Colonel An breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Shi was even more confused. It seemed that he still underestimated his son. It seems his son is more than just an ordinary researcher. After President An finished speaking, he also carefully explained his motives. There was nothing much to say, so he pointed outside the door and said, "It's over there." Colonel An was stunned for a moment, and hurried out the door to see the exoskeleton equipment. No, does Chen Bin know that his exoskeleton equipment is placed at the door by his parents as a decoration? Colonel An wanted to say something, but after opening his mouth, he held back. Press the button to fold the exoskeleton. Looking at the small box, he was silent, lazy and convenient. It was so convenient that he had clearly seen it before, but he had no way of associating it with exoskeleton equipment. We're just doing a quick test and we'll probably have it back tonight. It's okay to use it for a few days. Chen Shi was very polite. President An said a few polite words, walked out of the room and headed straight for the nearest sports stadium. The venue had been cleared in advance, so you can test as much as you want. In the hotel, Chen Shi looked at Ndaxiao's car going away, his eyes full of confusion. Our son seems to be quite promising. Then we can't hold him back. What can we do to hinder you? You don't understand. If you go outside and throw away trash casually and get photographed, people will say online that Chen Bin is a man who throws trash everywhere and has no manners. It's okay to throw away garbage, but it's more uncomfortable if you have someone outside. Chen Shi said unhappily, here 24 hours a day, and there are still people. After a brief quarrel, the two went to rest and prepared to get enough energy to receive the guests in the afternoon. I have to say that Chen Bin has already achieved this step, and they can still run a small restaurant stably. His mentality has surpassed countless people. On the other side, in the stadium, the soldiers who had been selected in advance according to the specifications of the exoskeleton equipment had already put on the exoskeleton equipment. Unlike previous models of exoskeleton equipment, this exoskeleton equipment is very lightweight. When worn on the body, it has almost no effect on the body shape. You don't need to wear loose clothes, and as long as you don't wear tight clothes, it won't be visible at all. The test begins, first of all strength. The soldier clenched his fist and hit the target with a force gauge. A number appeared above the target, 155. That's 155 kilograms. Before this warrior put on the exoskeleton equipment, the power of one punch was 100 kilograms. 55 kilograms more. 110 kilograms. But this is just a test of punching strength, and strength testing is not just a test of punching strength. The warrior starts deadlifting. Originally, the soldier could only pull 200 kilograms at full strength. This is not to say that 200 kilograms is not possible. In fact, 200 kilograms is already outrageous. But while wearing the exoskeleton equipment, the soldier managed to pull up to 400 kilograms. Based on the original strength, it doubled, directly increasing the strength to 200 kilograms. A bit outrageous. The most outrageous thing is that this exoskeleton equipment is only a little bit big. It's so small in size and such a tiny piece of metal, how can it be so powerful? After another speed test, the soldier, who could originally run 1 kilometer in less than 3.5 minutes, now sprints almost the entire distance with the help of the exoskeleton equipment, and completes 1 kilometer in 2 minutes and 2 seconds. That's a bit outrageous. This is 10 seconds faster than the world record. Running is different from other sports. Improving by 1 second is already incredible, so how can you improve by 10 seconds at once? The problem is that this exoskeleton equipment is not improved on the basis of the world record, but on the basis of the soldier's 3.5 minutes. Professor An was shocked while thinking about Chen Bin's words. No technical content. If this has no technical content, then Dragon Country's investment in research and development of exoskeleton equipment over the years is a joke. If Dragon Country is a joke, then the overseas forces will take even longer to develop, which makes them even more useless. While Principal N asked people to continue testing, he walked outside and called Shinbin again. I'm afraid this exoskeleton equipment will have to be mass-produced. The results of the current tests are very good, very amazing. The previous robot dogs, robots, and guns were all weapons and equipment used directly on the battlefield. This exoskeleton equipment is for soldiers to use. An ordinary soldier, wearing this exoskeleton equipment, will instantly transform into a top soldier. Moreover, he is the king among kings of soldiers, a warrior more powerful than anyone else in the world. On the battlefield, your combat power will be stronger and your chances of survival will be greater. It can be said that this is an all-round enhancement of the warriors. The technical content is indeed weaker than the previous equipment, but in terms of actual effect, it is greater. Many times, the value of equipment on the battlefield depends not only on the technical level, but also on many other things. This exoskeleton equipment has the highest priority. Shenbin hesitated for a moment and said, "Okay, I'll prepare the drawings and other things. When needed, we can directly start mass production." Principal N breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay, just tell me what you need me to do." Shenbin swirled the liquid in his hand. "There is indeed something I need your help with." "What is it?" "Looking for a guinea pig. I have developed a super powerful potion that can theoretically increase a person's strength. But we still have to test it to know how effective it is." Shenbin originally wanted to develop it to satisfy himself, but after actually manufacturing it, he felt a little unsure. Let others use it first and see how it goes. Chapter 75, Killing People and Destroying Their Hearts. Shenbin has always been cautious in this regard. For example, before using the genetic enhancement agent, he tried it on a dog. However, this extremely powerful drug is not suitable for testing on dogs, it must be tested on humans. Professor N on the other end of the phone was a little hesitant. Wasn't Shenbin supposed to seize the time to research war robots? Why test the drug now? Super powerful potion. It doesn't sound very reliable. It feels like listening to a commercial on TV. In addition, Dolly has been turned into entertainment to a certain extent because of the ghost animal. After a brief pause, Principal N said, "Can you give us a detailed introduction to the superpower potion? What are its effects, its basic working principle, and how dangerous it is? I'd like to see who can test it." The effect of the super strength potion is to increase strength. The stronger the person, the greater the effect. It can probably increase it by nearly double. It lasts for 24 hours, then recovers quickly. As for the principle, it can be understood as stimulating cells throughout the body to a certain extent, stimulating the secretion of various hormones, and there are no side effects. The risk is not big. Theoretically, there should be no problem. But I still want to see the specific usage. President N was a little confused. To him, what Shinbin said was the same as not saying anything. To everyone, it was also meaningless. It's hard to understand. If someone else said this, he would just think that the person who said it was a psycho. But the problem is that it was Shinbin who said this, and there were no side effects. Maybe it's true. As for Shinbin saying there is no risk, there is most likely no risk. But even if there is no risk, we cannot just find anyone to test it. Professor N hesitated for a moment, thought of good luck, and then thought of the clue found by good luck. I do have a suitable test target, but it may take some time. Okay. Shenbin was not in a hurry, then I'll give you the super powerful potion first. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Principal N made another call, cooperate with me in a play. The old man on the other end of the phone was a little hesitant. Researcher, acting. What are you doing? You find someone else. I can't ask anyone else. They are not trustworthy. I can only ask you. This is very important. What kind of drama do I have to act in? I'll make it clear in advance that I can only shoot a short video at most. Principal N couldn't help but say, this is not a real act. I suspect someone here is a spy, but it's just a suspicion. We still need to test it. I need you to send some medicine to the Subordinate Research Institute. This medicine is extremely important and can enhance the combat effectiveness of the soldiers. This potion is a bit fake, it can't be faked, no one believes it. The president of Anhui University really couldn't hold back, and it seemed that if he said it directly, the target might not believe it. He already knew who the spy was, and he wanted the spy to think he had done a great deed, steal the medicine, and then use it, so that he could test it without anyone being sacrificed. This is the only way now, why don't you try it first? It's a little rough. I'll try to improve it. Do you have a plan? President An was a little skeptical. It was not that he did not trust the senior, but mainly because the senior was a researcher. If time is short, my suggestion is to disguise yourself as a spy, find the target, reveal your identity as a spy, and give the potion to the other party. Have the other party deliver it to the designated target, and I will give him a large sum of money as a reward. The first thing President An did was to think about it. After thinking about it, his eyes lit up and he thought this was definitely a good idea. A spy cannot know all spies. If a spy meets another desperate spy, he will most likely not believe it, but as long as he cooperates with the subsequent arrest and investigation, he will definitely believe it. How can we let that person use the potion? Isn't this a test on an individual? Why do you want him to use the drug? The old researcher said seriously. One sentence was wrong, and he caught the loophole in President An's words. Colonel An hesitated for a moment and said, "Let's test the medicine." The old researcher did not continue to investigate, but said, "Whether he is a spy or not, if he doesn't report after getting the medicine, then he is a spy. Do we need to let him use it himself? Do we have to kill him and destroy his soul?" Colonel An was silent for a moment. He understood what the old senior meant. When it comes to ruthlessness, the old senior is still ruthless. But there really isn't much difference. So are you available recently? Tell me who your target is first. Since you're looking for me, you should be an acquaintance of mine. An acquaintance of yours from the research institute, would. The old researcher was silent for a moment. How likely is your suspicion? 90%. No wonder you came to me. We were classmates and colleagues, and I thought we were comrades. Okay, I'll go to the research institute down there to inspect it, and give him the medicine you mentioned. I have thought of many possibilities just now, but I never thought it would be him. Colonel An hesitated for a moment and asked, "You don't have any doubts at all?" I can't doubt it, but now that I think about it, his life has been a little too smooth. When he was studying, he was relatively wealthy. He was lucky enough to find a part-time job that paid well, and he was able to bring his classmates with him. Afterwards, when he entered the research institute, his performance was a little worse and his promotion was a little slow, but relatively speaking, it was still fast. Then, and now, among our group, his children are the best developed. My daughter's company is very profitable, and I heard my son is also doing well overseas. The old researcher pondered for a moment and said, "But I haven't heard of any leaks of the research projects he participated in." Normally, a core member may only be activated once in his lifetime. Maybe it's not time to activate him yet. Hey, I'll arrange an inspection right away and have it done for you within 2 days. On the 3rd day you can go there and arrest me directly. Okay. Colonel An responded and hung up the phone. He also sighed. If he didn't have good luck, he really would have no good way to deal with the enemy who was hiding so deeply. It's impossible to find it at all. On the other hand, people really pay a lot to place an important person. Even when it is difficult to persuade them to rebel, you might as well train them yourself. The corrosion started when a researcher was studying, and it has not been put into use until he got old. On the other hand, once this person is put to use, it will definitely bring huge losses to Longwa. Just like those high-tech research projects and core data were stolen in the past. It takes 10 years or even longer of research, and a huge amount of money and effort to finally develop something. It was taken away directly. It's painful to think about it. Originally, Colonel An felt a little psychologically burdened by this kind of sting enforcement, and even thought about letting the other party use the medicine himself. He only needed a final test. Now he has no psychological burden and is just waiting for the plan to be implemented, and he will finally complete the arrest and testing. Chapter 76 War Robots. Chen Bin made a total of 12 super powerful potions, put away 2 of them, and gave the remaining 10 to Principal An. They are all from the same batch. There is no problem with the 10 tests. He can use these 2 to feel the improvement in strength. After returning the laboratory, Chen Bin went straight to the unmanned factory. Entering the underground unmanned factory, in the finished product area, a war robot stood quietly. With a height of 2 meters, he is quite sturdy. Another thing is that this robot is covered in armor and is very strong. The robot has no extra weapons, only a big hammer. Originally, robots had no weapons because they could use tools. The hammer was specially made by Chin Bin. The super large hammer weighs 800 kilograms and is made of super strong alloy. Let me put it this way, the golden pumpkin hammer in ancient times sounds mighty and majestic, but in fact the hammer head is only as big as an egg. It is completely different from the watermelon-sized hammers seen in movies and TV shows. And if a hammer the size of an egg hits a person's head and they are defenseless, one hit can send them to heaven. It is also specifically used to break armor. If someone wearing armor is hit by this hammer, at best they will suffer broken bones, at worst they may die. Even a hammer the size of an egg can have such outrageous destructive power. The destructive power of this 800-kilogram hammer is definitely more outrageous. Chen Bin also specially designed a claw hammer. The sharp side can be used to break armor and penetrate all kinds of precision equipment with one blow. The other side is a blunt head. With one hammer strike, anything can be smashed to pieces, right? 800 kilograms, combined with the 6 tons of force in both arms, plus gravitational potential energy, etc. Chen Bin made a clicking sound when he thought about it. This destructive power is absolutely super strong. Too bad I can't test it here. In addition, the most powerful aspect of this war robot is not only its powerful strength and speed, but also its algorithm. It is a war machine, its AI is born for war. He can seize the fleeting perfect opportunity to launch an attack, and he can also tailor the best plan. Just give him a task and he will complete it. The most abnormal thing is that he can also adjust the execution plan in real time according to the changes that occurred during the execution of these tasks. Chen Bin took the robot out first. Exactly 3 days have passed since the time I had agreed with General Hu. Although this thing is still shocking, at least there is a foundation. Outside the wall, General Hu had received the news, had arrived. Not only him, but there was also a large group of people standing beside and behind him. They were all in military uniforms, and almost all of the people in the front row had gold stars on their shoulders. At this moment, everyone was looking at the gate of the wall. As the door opened, the first person everyone saw was Chen Bin. Then they saw the robot following Chen Bin. With a height of 2 meters in armor, the war robot looks quite burly. It also looks a bit clumsy because it walks very slowly. A stupid big robot? Chen Bin looked at General Hu. The war robot has been manufactured. General Hu looked at the robot with burning eyes, his eyes full of excitement. Others think it is a big fool, but he thinks it is a product of Chen Bin, and it must be a masterpiece. A group of people came forward to look at the robot, and then saw the big hammer on the back of the robot. The 800-kilogram sledgehammer looks huge. The diameter of the handle is 7 or 8 centimeters. The length of the hammer head is nearly 1 meter. This is not what they imagined. The war robots they imagine are covered with various weapons, just like those in movies and TV shows, with machine guns in their arms and cannons behind their shoulders. As a result, when this robot appeared, it was holding a big hammer. Someone looked at Chen Bin and asked, "Isn't the design concept of this robot a little unreasonable?" The person who was speaking was also a general. His words were very precise and his tone was very humble. Chen Bin looked over in confusion. "What do you mean?" "Using the most advanced technology to fight the most primitive fight," the general said in a joking tone. Chen Bin thought for a moment and said, "I feel that there is no such thing as advanced or primitive, especially on the battlefield, as long as it is useful. The idea behind this war robot is to withstand the enemy's attacks and destroy them while having high defensive capabilities. You can use missiles, artillery, and bullets, but when these things run out, a robot won't be able to load too many weapons. When you run out of weapons, you can use a hammer. There is also the issue of distance. At long distances, thermal weapons are definitely better, but at close range, the hammer's lethality is considerable." General Hu waved his hand and said, "Whether it is a mule or a horse, we will know after taking it out for a walk. The testing site is ready." Chen Bin was also a little interested. "Let's go and take a look." The group got in a car and headed straight to the testing site. When he got closer to the test site, Chen Bin unexpectedly discovered that this seemed to be the third piece of land that had been allocated to him before. The same high wall. When the door opened, Chen Bin unexpectedly discovered that there was another layer of alloy door inside. There are concrete walls on both sides of the alloy gate. Although it is called a wall, it feels no different from a fortress. When was it built? So fast. When you walk in, the first thing you see is a large open space with a concrete floor. On this ground, there are tanks, artillery, and various weapons and equipment. Also on this ground, there are various concrete obstacles. There is also a heavily protected control room on the side. The entire venue is covered with cameras and various sensors. Researchers and military personnel were busy moving around the site, arranging various things. Chen Bin was stunned. This was the first time he had seen such a scene. Testing here? Yes, the environment here is suitable for actual combat testing. General Hu said, the surrounding walls are all made of ultra-high-strength cement. Even rockets cannot make a hole in the ground. Most missiles can be defended. Chen Bin looked at a stone bunker not far ahead and asked, is that bunker also made of the high-strength cement you mentioned? Right. General Hu said as he looked at the robot, do you want the robot to try it? Try it and see how strong you are. Chen Bin said, looking at the war robot, destroy that bunker. The shelter is a wall, 30 centimeters thick. Besides bricks, it's all concrete. But this concrete uses silica fume and silicate cement as the base material, and the aggregate is high-quality quartz sand, which has extremely high requirements on particles. In addition, there are admixtures, such as water reducers, defoamers, and finally fibers are mixed into the cement. Carbon fibers and polymer fibers can enhance the impact resistance and durability of concrete. Steel fibers are also added to improve flexural strength, toughness, and crack resistance. Can form a mesh structure in concrete. In this way, even if the concrete is subjected to a huge impact and is damaged, such a structure can prevent the cracks from expanding. Chapter 77. Is this not enough? The ultra-high-strength concrete walls are just like tickling when artillery fire hits them. The war robot walked to the wall, raised its arm and made a knocking gesture. A group of big guys looked at the robot's movements and felt their brains were a little confused. No, what does this robot do? It's not just to destroy it, what's the point of knocking it? The war robot listened to the dull sound of the concrete wall, took a step back, and then kicked out suddenly. I was just testing to find the flaw. By knocking, it can analyze where the flaws are based on the sound. But he didn't find the flaw just now. Then we can only use violent destruction. Boom! There was a loud noise. A ding-ding sound rang in Chen Bin's mind, and the shock points were increasing. The robot punched with all its strength, but only made a small dent in the concrete wall. It used tons of force to crush the concrete a little. In the dents, you can still see the steel fiber wire inside. There is no other damage. Chen Bin was also shocked. He had underestimated Tian Xiao. With such defensive effects, robots might not be able to destroy them. Is the strength of concrete already so high? Little did he know that these generals were far more shocked than he was. This robot actually punched the wall and left a fist mark. Almost 2 centimeters deep. What is the concept? Even if a rocket is fired at it, it won't be able to cause any damage to this wall. Artillery can barely achieve a similar effect. This means that the power of this punch is comparable to that of a large-caliber artillery. As he was thinking about it, the robot took another step back, this time with its feet. The arm has a force of 3 tons, and combined with the inertia of the forward charge, the lethality is even greater. But the power of the legs is far more than 3 tons. Boom! Another loud noise. This time the robot's foot kicked the wall. The damage on the wall became bigger, with an additional footprint and lime falling off. But it still didn't cause much damage to the wall. However, the robot still did not give up, but picked up a sledgehammer from behind. The huge claw hammer is held in both hands of the robot. The robot swung the hammer and smashed it against the wall. This time it hit the place where the concrete wall and the ground were attached. Boom! After a loud bang, the sharp claw hammer penetrated into the concrete wall for a full 10 centimeters. A weight of 800 kilograms, plus the 6-ton strength of the robot's arms, and the inertia of the full strength of the body. This hammer broke through the wall's defense. Chen Bin frowned. The test ended here. Although the wall was damaged, it could block the robot for a long time. In other words, the robot isn't very good. The robot looks very powerful, but in the real battlefield, it is just this useful. Chen Bin waved his hand, alright, let's stop here. The robot hammer was fixed in the air. My strategy is to first chisel a row of holes at the bottom of this wall, and then hit the top to bring the wall down. Chen Bin waved his hand. It's meaningless. We can't destroy it directly. We still don't have enough power. As he spoke, Chen Bin looked at General Hu and said, give me some more time, I will upgrade it again. General Hu was stunned. No, Chen Bin was still not satisfied with the power of this hammer. The other generals had the same expression. They couldn't even think of what kind of attack could create a big hole in the wall in a short period of time. With such a fierce attack, is Chen Bin not satisfied? Those who said that Chen Bin's design ideas had problems before now feel that they were too nosy. Is it the design ideas that have problems? It's him who has problems. He simply does not understand the value of primitive warfare. What does it mean to have a big brick flying? With the damage from this hammer, what can withstand it? Tanks. No tank can stop them. A hole can be made with just one hammer. Currently, all main battle tanks cannot achieve such a defensive effect. General Hu said quickly, that's enough. This power is enough. The robot also said, that wasn't my strongest attack just now. General Hu was stunned again, looked at the robot that was speaking, then turned back to look at Chen Bin. Is it intelligent? There is a certain intelligence, but it is mainly in the area of warfare. General Hu didn't know what to say. This guy was actively trying to show off, and it was just a certain level of intelligence. Taking a deep breath, General Hu looked at the robot and said, then show me your strongest power. The robot didn't say anything, but looked at Chen Bin. Seeing Chen Bin nod, the robot took a few steps back, then swung the sledgehammer and swung it in a circle. While swinging the hammer in a circle, take a step forward and continue swinging the hammer in a circle. This time, the hammer spun faster. Taking another step forward, the hammer spun faster than before, so fast that it was almost invisible. But the robot didn't stop. A group of big men's eyes widened. They thought that the robot was not talking about the strongest attack, but that there was still some power that had not been unleashed. The result is that there are still some skills that have not been used. Looking at the robot's nimble and light figure, they could not connect the robot with the big guy before. So flexible and so powerful. The robot turned 5 times in a row. This speed was already its maximum. The rotating hammer shifted slightly, and then he used all his strength to continue accelerating the hammer. Boom! With a loud bang, the hammer hit the wall. This time, the dust was flying and the earth was shaking. The hammer head directly smashed a huge dent in the wall. Around this depression, circles of spider-web-like cracks spread. The wall was tilted, but because there were steel bars inside, it did not collapse completely. But the entire wall was covered with cracks, and a lot of the inside was broken. In the dead silence, a continuous dinging sound appeared in Chen Bin's mind. Chen Bin frowned deeply. He really wasn't trying to show off, it was just that the robot's performance didn't satisfy him. Are you stumped right from the start? Still blocked by a wall. If the enemy were hiding in a concrete fortress like this, wouldn't the robots have to dig at it all day? General Hu recovered from his shock and raised his hand. I want this, buy in bulk. Someone behind him said, I want one too. First, 1,000 robots. Others said, we want one too. Money is not a problem. The field suddenly became noisy, and someone came up and grabbed Chen Bin, smiling apologetically. Come on, let's exchange contact information. We can communicate more in the future. We are all surnamed Chen, so we are from the same family. Others also came over with their phones out. Can you give us supplies first? We are living a miserable life. General Hu quickly pushed everyone away. The test is not over yet, let's do a real combat test first to see the specific performance. What else are you looking at? Isn't this enough? If you don't want to see it, get out. Chapter 78 Machine Gun Test. Everyone looked at the robot expectantly, although they were already extremely satisfied with its performance. No matter what the situation, robots will definitely be purchased. But this does not prevent them from taking a look at the robot's actual combat capabilities first. The on-site staff first said to Chen Bin, we are going to conduct some defense tests on the robot first. The attack power increases little by little. As long as it can cause damage, it will stop. There is no need to worry about completely destroying the robot. Chen Bin nodded slightly. He also wanted to see the level of official weapons and equipment. I didn't know anything before, and I didn't know the actual combat effectiveness of modern weapons. This will affect his choice of technology acquisition. The strength of the concrete today taught him a lesson. He just knew that the strength of cement used by the military in some important buildings was extremely high, but he didn't know it was so high. The war robot is so powerful, but it can't completely destroy a concrete wall. This was indeed beyond his imagination. I was shocked again. The military's current attack tests will definitely expose some weapons and equipment to him. He can simply serve as a reference. When you acquire technology later, you will also have a general idea of the technology. Then let's start the test. Go to the safe area and watch. There is a special safety area in this testing base. Right next to the testing area, both inside and outside are clad in high-strength cement, as well as alloy doors. When you walk in, you can see that there are already many staff members busy here. On the other side is a screen with various data on it. On the left side of this safe house is a large piece of glass. You can see that the glass is very thick and very transparent. On the other side of the glass, Chenbin saw the war robot standing in the center. Standing behind this ultra-high-strength glass to watch the test is safe and allows you to see clearly. A group of big men stood beside Chenbin, looking at the war robot expectantly. As long as this war robot can defend against small missiles, it can basically run rampant on the battlefield. Chenbin thought for a moment and said, as long as we don't use missiles like thermite bombs, there shouldn't be any big problems. Thermite bombs do not kill targets by explosion, but by the extreme high temperature generated by an instantaneous reaction. In actual combat, after hitting the target, there is a high probability of causing ammunition to explode. For example, tanks and ships are usually loaded with a lot of ammunition, and it is very dangerous to be hit by them. As metal weapons, robots will also have problems when faced with extremely high temperatures. The outer shell melted, the inside was burned by high temperature, and so on. That's not the case. This is a preliminary test, not a destructive test. General Hu smiled and picked up the intercom. You can test it. The test begins. The first thing is naturally firearms. Pistol test. Chenbin looked at the pistol fixed on the shooting table. Is there any need to test it? General Hu smiled and said, take it step by step. A shot from a pistol hit the robot, and then a technician came forward and wiped the area hit by the bullet. Even the paint wasn't broken. No one was shocked because this was expected. The lethality of a pistol is small to begin with, and can be blocked by a small steel plate, not to mention that the robot's defense looks a bit amazing. The second step is a bit bigger, it's a rifle. The lethality of a rifle also depends on the bullet. First, ordinary bullets also fail to leave any marks on the robot's shell. When armor-piercing bullets were used, a small mark was finally left on the robot's shell, which was the mark where the paint was knocked off. There was no damage to the metal under the paint. At this time, sporadic shock value prompts sounded in Chenbin's mind. Armor-piercing bullets can't actually damage armor. This is a bit scary. The staff member reminded, next, we will use machine guns. Several big guys looked at Chenbin. Chenbin had heard of machine guns, helicopters, and high-speed machine guns on ships. The last time he developed the electromagnetic rail gun, someone heard about the machine gun. Can we see machine guns in reality now? It should be, no problem. The staff pushed the machine gun out of the warehouse and secured it. Chenbin saw a machine gun as big as a turret. The staff member introduced as usual, the theoretical firing rate of a 30mm close-in weapon system is 10,000 rounds per minute, but in practice it can reach 5,000 rounds per second. Effective range, 4,000 meters. As he was explaining, the machine gun fired. There was only one sound, but it was very loud and there was a faint feeling of an explosion. A 30mm bullet hit the robot's chest. The war robot's body shook, and a white spot appeared on its chest. The staff quickly approached and wiped the white spot clean, revealing the metal armor underneath. Except for the paint on top being gone, there is still no trace of the metal paint. The power of this shot, if it hit a person, would turn him into pieces. If it hits a car, most cars will be torn into pieces. Even the tank would be scared when faced with this shot. In the end, the war robots held up. The staff confirmed that there were no injuries. Keep firing. The moment the words fell, the machine gun began to spit out flames, and countless bullets were instantly fired out. The entire front end of the close-in defense gun is covered with primer flames, and the scene looks extremely impactful. The war robot almost couldn't stand in an instant, and it retreated directly, and then was knocked far away like a rolling gourd. 10 seconds later, the close-in defense gun stopped firing. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the black robot stood up. The original camouflage paint on the armor was completely covered by gunpowder smoke. But the robot stood up. The massive amount of large-caliber bullets failed to destroy the robot. It's okay if it's not destroyed, but at least it's a little damaged, right? But looking at it now, let alone being damaged, I'm afraid it's just a little skin broken, just like before. The staff also recovered from the shock and rushed over to wipe the robot and check for damage. After wiping off all the black on the robot, the originally camouflaged robot turned silver. No damage. A group of bigwigs were shocked, and Chen Bin was also shocked. This close-in weapon system is quite powerful. This is no less powerful than an electromagnetic gun. Not only is it more powerful, but it also has a faster rate of fire. In addition, there is a CNC interface on the back, so it is obvious that the firing can be controlled by a computer. This means that the accuracy is extremely high. The radar locks the enemy's position, and then the computer controls the close-in defense gun to adjust the angle. It has strong lethality and a long range, so the competitiveness should be very high. In addition, China has such weapons and equipment, and there is a high probability that they are also available overseas. When exchanging weapons and equipment in the future, you still need to understand it in advance. The current level of weapons and equipment of Manhwa is far beyond his imagination. But fortunately, the war robots are produced by the system and must be high quality. Barely holding up the place. Chapter 79, Invincible. The fact that the robot can withstand attacks from close-in defense guns has satisfied all the imaginations of these bigwigs about robots. Such defensive power, coupled with terrifying force, can rampage on the battlefield. Anything can be destroyed. If close-in defense guns can't damage them, then most weapons have no lethality to robots. Rockets and some conventional missiles can no longer be tested, or in other words, they no longer need to be tested. The impact force of the explosion at a single point is not as strong as that of a close-in weapon system bullet. Although the power of a single rocket is slightly stronger, its power is limited and it cannot cause a high degree of damage to exoskeleton equipment. If you want to destroy this robot in a short time, the best way is to use thermite bombs or powerful missiles. But the robot is still flexible and can dodge. There will definitely be problems if you get hit, but can you hit with 100% accuracy? As long as the deviation is a few meters, the lethality will be much smaller. There is also the issue of cost. Use a very valuable missile to hit this robot, and Manhwa will make a huge profit. Chen Bin looked at the almost unharmed robot and asked, what weapon will be tested next? The staff shook their heads and said, no more. This close-in weapon system is the ultimate weapon for this test. Chen Bin hesitated, that's it? Not on missiles. For smaller missiles, the damage isn't as high as you might think. It's mainly the range. The damage to a single point, except for the moment of explosion when it hits, is not as good as that of a machine gun. Chen Bin hesitated for a moment and said, what about the larger missiles? That kind of test requires advanced arrangements, reporting, etc. It's very troublesome, and it's also unnecessary. If someone uses an intercontinental missile to attack a robot. The staff member didn't continue with the rest of the words, but Chen Bin understood. It was like using an anti-aircraft gun to kill a mosquito. So what's the next test? Actual test. The staff pointed to the glass in the distance. Chen Bin saw tanks driving out from under a building in the distance. When the huge tank started moving, it made a rumbling sound and the ground shook. There's not just one tank, there are several. This large area is barely enough for tanks to move around. General Hu smiled and said, land weapons, let's fight against main battle tanks to see who is the king of land warfare. Tanks were invincible on previous battlefields. Later, because it was too powerful, it was targeted by various means, such as anti-tank rockets, anti-tank mines, and later drones, etc. Many things were upgraded against tanks. It can be said that at that time, many people felt that the actual combat effectiveness of tanks was already very low. In addition, the bald eagle that followed demonstrated what modern warfare is, with direct missiles combined with aircraft bombing, and a strike force as powerful as a land-clearing attack. Tanks are no different from targets. But that was only temporary. The recent wars in the world have once again made people realize the reliability of tanks. Drones, missiles, fighter jets, and bombers are indeed very useful and have great destructive power. But as long as the war is not one-sided and the strength gap is not too big, it will involve ground advancement. The role of tanks was once again demonstrated. Ground propulsion is impossible without this thing. Although being targeted is bad, there is no replacement. At this moment, there were a total of 5 tanks lined up in a row, all pointing their guns towards the robot. Chenbin took out his cell phone, but did not give any direct orders. Instead, he asked, "Will something happen to the people on the tank?" The staff pointed to a group of people wearing glasses and holding remote controls in the corner of the safe house. "The driver is here, it's safe." This tank can now be unmanned, fully automatically loaded with shells, and its machine gun can also aim and fire automatically. My goodness, the tank was originally able to protect the people inside, and it also has powerful combat capabilities. Now that we can all command remotely, ground advancement is safer. There is nothing more to say. Chenbin issued the order to destroy. The moment the robot received the order, it rushed forward. At this moment, 5 tanks opened fire at the same time. Because of advanced aiming, the tank gun is very accurate. Of the 5 shells, 2 hit the war robot. The war robot's momentum slowed down, but before he could stand firm, he rolled to the ground and hid behind the cover. A group of big guys were confused. No, how could they hide behind the bunker? Such a powerful robot can also take advantage of terrain conditions. Just as they were thinking about it, they saw the robot turn around and kick hard against the wall, then use the force to rush towards another shelter. It takes time to turn the tank's muzzle. Before it could turn around, the robot jumped up again and rushed towards the tank at the edge. As it charged, the robot pulled out a sledgehammer from its back. The robot leapt high into the air, then swung its hammer in a circle and smashed it down. By the time the robot reached the tank, the battle was over. The tank is very bulky in front of the robot, just like a turtle. But its turtle shell is not strong. At least it is extremely vulnerable under the robot's hammer. In particular, the robot hammered the rear end of the tank, which is a relatively vulnerable part of the tank. Boom! The hammer fell and a big hole was directly pierced through the entire tank. There was nothing inside, but if there was someone inside, they would be killed by this blow. Chenbin took out his cell phone and asked the robot to stop attacking. The main thing is that the result is already determined. If we continue, the remaining 4 tanks will be wasted. The robot stopped attacking, and the remaining 4 tanks also stopped attacking. There was no point in fighting any further. They couldn't hurt the robots, no matter their tank guns or machine guns. But the robot hit them one by one with a hammer, just like beating a child. In addition, the robot is only 2 meters long, which is very small in front of the tank. But the force of the attack was too great to defend against. Land weapons are worthy of being called land weapons. A group of bigwigs could roughly guess the results before the test. After all, the attack power and defense power are there. But the robot still gave them a surprise. Except for the initial forward charge, the robot did not come face to face with the tank afterwards. Use cover, and when approaching, run in an arc. This technique can make equipment with the same performance burst out with completely different combat power. The robot's combat effectiveness is quite impressive. And a certain ability to think. Can formulate tactics. This time though it wasn't quite fair, allowing the robot and tank to be very close in distance. But if the distance is far, the result is the same, it just takes the robot a little longer. The test ends here. The war robot defended his reputation as a land weapon. It will serve as a major force for ground advancement in the future. Nothing can stop the robot. One robot might be able to be dealt with, but if an army of robots appears, they will be invincible. With the help of robot dogs and drones, you are absolutely invincible and can sweep away all enemies.